Chapter 171. It felt so good to beat someone up, and then run away. Nan Yin ran away without even looking back. Jing Wuyan, who was left standing, watched her disappear from his back, thinking unwillingly in his heart. For the first time, his slightly red face showed a depressed, embarrassed and confused expression. Were the conditions he proposed not good enough? What could her senior brother bring to her? Why didn't she want to agree to him? Jing Wuyan's chest was rarely filled with a feeling of annoyance. Could it really be because of his age? But there were countless cultivators of his age in the cultivation world. Even her senior brother was the same. Why could her senior brother do it? But he couldn't. His appearance was not ugly, and could even be said to be good. In the past, many female cultivators in the upper world had offered themselves to him just to have a chance with him. Why didn't she agree? Jing Wuyan's eyes were slightly dark, and he exhaled lightly. He straightened his waist, as if he had touched a painful spot. His expression was inexplicably stiff, and there was a faint pain in the place where she kicked him. Jing Wuyan gritted his teeth, feeling a little annoyed, but helpless. He couldn't just catch that stinky girl and beat her up. Right? I wonder if her small body is enough for him to torment her. When his emotions and physical discomfort calmed down, Jing Wuyan turned around and was about to leave when the fat shopkeeper beside him came over with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Your wife just took the bracelet from our store and hasn't given you the spirit stones yet. See, although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. When Jing Wuyan heard the word wife, his frown relaxed slightly, since what this person said was very much to his liking. Jing Wuyan took out a few spirit stones from his bag without hesitation and handed them over. Although there was no expression on his face, it was obvious that this person was in a good mood today. On the other side, Nan Yin ran out of the store, but she bumped into her senior brother when she turned a corner, and then she was grabbed by someone. Nan Yin didn't know how this person's eyes were. He could catch her in time at such a sudden speed. Wasn't he afraid of recognizing the wrong person? However, Nan Yin took the opportunity to hug the senior brother's thin waist, and a happy smile appeared on her rosy little face, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother? The senior brother couldn't help but smile lightly. He used both hands to stabilize her body that was knocked back. But when he looked down and saw that she was running out of breath, even sweat beads came out of her forehead. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Why are you running so fast? Is there someone chasing you? He raised his head and looked behind her unconsciously. Nan Yin grabbed his collar with both hands. A small smile flashed in her eyes, and her clear eyes reflected the figure of the other person. No one is chasing me. I miss you and want to see you soon, so I can't wait to rush over. Big brother, do you miss me? Nan Yin always likes to say nice things to please people. Anyway, saying nice things doesn't cost money, and it's good to say a few nice words to make people happy. After all, the truth doesn't sound good. Sure enough, although the big brother didn't show it on his face, he felt inexplicably happy and soft in his heart. He stretched out his hand and pinched the little sister's cheek. If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have seen it was you at a glance. Yin, don't walk so rashly in the future. It's easy to fall, he said, holding the little sister's fingers again, tightly clasping them together. Okay, let's go. Everything has been bought. We should go back. On the way back, the little sister was still telling him excitedly about a rich fool she met in a store today. The fool flirted with a beautiful female cultivator on the street, and was finally hit in the crotch by the beautiful female cultivator. His expression was distorted with pain. It was so miserable. The eldest brother listened to the little sister's vivid description, and then thought of the painful part. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. When he saw the little sister's eager eyes occasionally cast under him, he felt a chill in his back. Did his little sister have any bad ideas? Feng Jishua quickly changed the subject. His voice was soft and gentle. And then, he took the little sister's hand and returned to the courtyard. The eldest brother has always been very appropriate in doing things, especially for this matter of forming a Taoist couple. He prepared everything, and he personally selected the wedding gowns and wedding clothes, and bought every piece of clothing and jewelry according to the little sister's preferences. Back in the house, the little sister was naturally curious. She looked at the bright red wedding dress that was hung up. The wedding dress was embroidered with a popular style. A pair of golden butterflies were flying and playing among the flowers. They were shining brightly under the light. You can even see the wings of the golden butterflies flapping. dancing in the bushes as if they were alive. Nan Yan's eyes clearly showed a look of joy. The robes in the world of cultivation are not the same as the wedding dresses in the mortal world. She held the wedding dress and changed into it happily. When she came out from behind the screen, she clearly saw that her eldest brother's eyes were a little dazed. He stared at her straight, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Nan Yan turned around in front of him. Her face became even whiter and more charming in the bright red wedding dress. Her black and smooth hair fell on her shoulders. Her eyes seemed to have accumulated a pool of clear spring water. Then she threw herself into his arms, and tilted her head with a charming smile. "Big brother, do I look good?" Big brother was knocked back by her. He lowered his head, and stared at the beautiful face so close to him. Suddenly, he felt his heart beating very fast, and there was an incredibly soft emotion brewing in his chest. He subconsciously bit his waist, and kissed the corner of her eyes. Her warm lips fell on her eyelashes as thin as cicada wings, and when they trembled, they would lightly touch his skin. It was very light but itchy. There was a kind of numb itching that went uncontrollably into the depths of his heart. The senior brother's grip on her waist slowly tightened, and a gentle smile appeared on his face unconsciously. "You look very beautiful. A little more beautiful than usual." The senior brother's eyes slowed down, and he reached out and gently pressed her head tightly against his chest. So tight that Nan Yan felt a little uncomfortable, and then he relaxed a little. "Yan Yan, believe me, no matter what happens in the future, we will be a legitimate couple. No matter what, I will guard you and protect you for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Nan Yan was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. And then she couldn't help but smile. Naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, and then tiptoed to give him a kiss. Lin Qingxuan on the other side naturally heard about the two people's marriage, and she didn't understand why this matter was brought forward so long. According to her memory from her previous life, the two of them had to form a bond after the sect competition. But why did it happen so quickly now? It was so fast that she was a little confused. She said that she and senior brother Feng would completely draw a line, and from now on they would not interfere with each other. But in her heart, she still hoped that senior brother would pay more attention to her. How could the man she loved to death in her previous life not have a little bit of resentment in his heart? She once thought that her rebirth was a blessing from God. But now she realized that she had always been under the control of that man. Although he helped her to be reborn in practice, he never paid any attention to her from beginning to end, and he was even too lazy to say a word to her. He looked down on her and completely treated her as a tool for practice. Lin Qingxuan really didn't understand why everyone liked that little sister. The eldest brother liked her, and even the mysterious man was probably the same. When Su Nanyan was accidentally injured in the market last time, the man's expression of obvious pain and guilt, and his attitude against the eldest brother for no reason, all showed that the man also had a special liking for the little sister. But why? She was really unwilling to accept it. Why did the people she cared about, whether they liked her or had other purposes for her, all of them liked to care about the little sister without exception? Why couldn't anyone care about her? The cultivation world also pays attention to auspicious days, and everything is suitable. The wedding day was the 9th day of the 6th lunar month. The whole sect was full of joy. To be honest, their sect of bachelors had not experienced such a festive event for a long time. Now think about it. The last big day was the day when the leader succeeded to the throne. But that was nearly 100 years ago. On weekdays, the disciples were focused on their cultivation and dared not slack off. If they slacked off, they would be punished by the eldest brother with a sword. They had long forgotten what the nectar and spiritual food at the wedding banquet tasted like. Now the eldest brother is going to form a bond with the youngest sister. The two of them can be considered a couple. Naturally, everyone in the sect congratulated and blessed them. It was the first time that the fellow disciples saw what the eldest brother looked like when he was not slashing people with a sword with a cold face. It turns out that the eldest brother is so cool and pure in red. Even a bright red wedding gown cannot hide the outstanding temperament of the eldest brother. There is a clear and transparent look between his eyebrows. It is true that people are different. Alas, why don't they look so good in red? Especially the showy second brother, who is more gorgeous than anyone else, dressed meticulously from head to toe, with countless sachets and pouches hanging around his waist. However, he has a romantic temperament and looks like he deserves a beating. How can someone as rare as the eldest brother? The little sister's hair was specially combed by an ordinary woman at the foot of the mountain. This is in accordance with the customs of the mortal world. The sect is full of young sisters. And the uncles will not do these things. Naturally, the preparations for the day of the contract must be more grand. The beautiful and delicate face was reflected in the glass mirror, with thin eyebrows, like the crescent moon rising in the sky. The little sister's cheeks were painted with a thin layer of rouge, and a faint red color stained the end of her eyes, just like a bride in the mortal world. The little sister was led to the exquisite and solemn hall. The usually solemn and solemn Qingxin Hall suddenly became lively. There was even red silk tied in the hall, which was really like the fairy palace described in the mortal world. There were 3 masters and teachers on the hall, but not all of them were there. After all, there were still many elders of the sect in seclusion. Below the hall were the brothers and sisters of the master's faction. Nan Yin had sharp eyes, and saw Lin Qingxuang sitting below the main seat at a glance. But she looked obviously not very good. Looking somewhat lost, he sat there quietly, staring straight at the tall figure not far away. The cup in his hand was twisted so tightly that veins appeared on the back of his hand. His aura became increasingly cold, and no one even dared to approach him. Nan Yin didn't see Jing Wuyan beside her, and she didn't know where that person ran off to. Would he give up so easily? Nan Yin put all these unimportant things behind her. When she looked up, she saw the senior brother walking towards her from the other side. He was wearing the same bright red wedding gown as him, and a red belt with gold threads tied around his slender waist. Neither warm nor cold, the bright red gown covered up his usual coldness. Let the ice like immortal be stained with a hint of worldly fireworks, with a faint redness in the end of his eyes and eyebrows. And he was blinded by the strong rouge on the lips of the girl. Although the covenant in the cultivation world is similar to the wedding in the mortal world, it is slightly different. There is no need to kneel down, but the man and woman need to have a covenant book and carve each other's names on the covenant stone outside the temple with spiritual power. Only after passing this level, the two can be considered as true Taoist companions and a legitimate couple. Nan Yin didn't know exactly how to make the covenant. She was just led by Feng Jishua's hand, and walked to the center of the hall step by step, and then handed tea to the masters and elders in high positions. After doing these things, Nan Yin couldn't help but secretly glance at the senior brother beside her. The two looked at each other, and Nan Yin subconsciously blinked at him. The tiny light and shadow fell into her eyes, and her eyes were flowing, shining brightly, and her smile was particularly beautiful. The senior brother took her hand, pinched her palm, and then comforted her in a gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. I will guide you. There will be no danger. Slowly let go of your mind. Don't resist me. Understand?" The little sister nodded softly, and the tassel pendant hanging on her cheek swayed twice with the movement, looking particularly light. The eldest brother was moved, and a smile appeared on his lips. He slowly raised his palm, and slowly and gently mobilized the spiritual power around him to cover the little sister beside him. Nan Yin could clearly feel that it was the unique breath and spiritual power of the eldest brother. Those powers attached to her body, like spring rain, slowly and tentatively wanting to flow into her body. Seeing this, Nan Yin closed her eyes, let go of her mind, and absorbed the spiritual power gathered by the eldest brother one by one into herself. As the breaths of the two people intertwined and blended with each other, and finally merged into one, the stone that had been stored outside the hall also emitted a dazzling and bright light. Watching the light on the stone from weak to strong, and then to the most brilliant, just at the moment of the contract, the eldest brother's slightly cool palm gently touched her brow. Nan Yin felt the touch on his fingertips. The corners of her mouth curved, and then opened her eyes. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw her senior brother looking straight at her. His eyes contained some complicated emotions, and his black eyes reflected her face. This made Nan Yin feel a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. She subconsciously smiled at him. But this time, she didn't get a response from her senior brother as usual. She was confused and was about to ask him what was wrong. Was there any problem with the contract? Then she saw her senior brother avoiding her sight somewhat unnaturally. Feng Jishua frowned slightly. His eyelashes drooped slightly, hesitated for a long time, and finally said with a complicated mood, "Yen Yen, I'm sorry." As soon as the voice fell, before Nan Yen could react, his fingers instantly condensed a trace of spiritual power and pressed heavily on her eyebrows. Nan Yen was totally unprepared. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her eyebrow, as if a sharp silver needle had pierced her skin. A drop of blood fell. Shh. It hurts. Senior brother. What are you doing? The sudden pain made Nan Yan's eyes red in an instant. She subconsciously waved away his palm, covered her forehead and took a step back. Because she retreated too fast, she accidentally fell on the high platform behind her. The bright red wedding dress drew a graceful arc in the air, and the tassel pendant on her cheek also shook violently with the movement. She stared at her senior brother in front of her with surprise. The light on the covenant stone faded, and the covenant ceremony was completely interrupted. Everyone in the hall was confused and looked at the two people in the center of the hall with confusion and doubt, and whispered in private. What's wrong? What happened? I don't know. Why did the senior brother stop the bond-making ceremony? Nan Yin was even more puzzled. She fell hard, and her hair was scattered. When she looked up, she saw a small ball of blood gathered between the eyebrows in the palm of the senior brother's hand. Her face suddenly turned pale. She didn't know what the senior brother was doing? Nan Yin looked at the senior brother in front of her with some disbelief. Even if she didn't understand the bond-making ceremony, she knew that it was definitely not the senior brother's way of doing it. So the expression on her face became even paler and uneasy. Senior brother, what are you doing? When she fell backwards, the senior brother wanted to reach out to help her up. But when he thought of what was going to happen later, he could only forcibly suppress the surging emotions in his heart, and then preserve the dripping blood intact. Feng Jishua slowly met Yin Yan's gaze, and his lips suddenly became a little dull. He exhaled lightly, and explained in a complex and difficult tone. Yin Yan, I'm sorry. There is one thing I have never told you. I have been infected with love poison. Love poison? When Nan Yin heard the voice of the senior brother, her expression was stunned. And finally she came back to her senses, and finally responded. Her eyes fell on the small ball of blood in his palm, and a trace of uneasiness suddenly flashed in her eyes. What do you mean? What is love poison? Senior brother, isn't today the day we make a contract? Why are you telling me these things? When she said this, her throat was already a little hoarse, but she forced herself not to make a choking sound. Feng Jishua moved his lips, then looked at her and explained. Yin Yin, a man who is infected with love will uncontrollably fall in love with the first woman he sees. His voice was low, with some memories. Do you still remember the time when I went down the mountain to subdue the demon a year ago? At that time, I was chasing a phantom demon in the forest and accidentally entered a demon cave. I was bitten by the insect and saw you when I came out. At first, I didn't know that I was infected with love. It was not until I found out about it in the Qingshu's secret realm later. Do you understand what I mean now? Nan Yin seemed to finally react after hearing this. She looked at the man opposite her, a little bit unbelievable. But then she thought of the fact that the senior brother deliberately distanced himself from her some time ago. Did the senior brother know that he was infected with love from that time? So, he was so hot and cold towards her during that time? So the reason why senior brother liked her was because of the love poison? Thinking of this, Nan Yin couldn't help but let down the tears that had been accumulating in her eyes for a long time. She was unwilling and looked at him with some excitement. Does senior brother mean that your love for me is all because of the love poison? How is this possible? I don't believe it. You are lying to me. You are so good to me. You like me so much. How could it be all because of a love poison? Feng Jishua finally couldn't help but step forward to help her up. Gently wiped the tears from her face with his fingers, and said in a low voice, I don't know. Yin Yin, I don't know whether my love for you is affected by the love goo or from my heart. But I must remove the love goo now. Hearing this, her emotions finally calmed down a lot, and her fingers tightly grasped his palm, full of hope and grievance. If you want to remove the love goo, I can accompany you. But, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why today? Don't you know that today is the day we make a pact? Don't you know that I will be sad if you treat me like this? Feng Jishua's body stiffened slightly, and he didn't dare to meet her eyes at all. In the end, he moved his eyes back, looked at her for a long time, and said in a low voice, Yin Yin, I'm sorry. The love goo can only be removed when the pact is made, with the blood between the eyebrows of the sweetheart. After saying this, Nan Yan's face was as pale as paper. Her tears fell as she looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with inexplicable sadness. Her inky black hair was scattered on her cheeks in a messy manner, and her whole body exuded an aura of sadness. So you made a pact with me just to get rid of the love poison? Feng Jishua looked straight into her eyes. At that moment, She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and her breathing was a little choked. He clenched her fingers with trembling fingers, and there was an unspeakable anxiety in his tone. No, it's not what you think. I really want to make a pact with you. Feng Jishue soothed her emotions. Yan, believe me, no matter what the result after the poison is removed, the words I said before are sincere and count. The pact between us will not be invalidated. I will always protect you and guard you as before, and there will be no change in our relationship. Nan Yin shook her head, and tears slid down the corners of her eyes again. There was an expression of unspeakable collapse on her face, and there was a hint of sobbing in her voice. But she still held his collar tightly and refused to let go. Then you give up the love poison now. Okay? Let's honestly complete the bond ceremony, and I will pretend that nothing has happened between us. Okay? You can't just abandon me because of a love poison. Brother, I can feel that you really care about me, and the love poison has no effect at all. It will not become an obstacle between us at all. Her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was obviously hoarse from crying, which made people feel pity for no reason. After she finished speaking, she looked at him extremely anxiously, afraid to miss any expression on his face. Feng Jishue was stunned. He looked at Nan Yin crying in front of him, and a thought did come to his mind in a trance. What would happen if the poison was not removed? But as soon as this thought came up, Feng Jishue was awakened by himself. No, he has already done this. If he doesn't get rid of the love poison, he will be controlled by it for the rest of his life, and it will be impossible for him to be with his junior sister sincerely. This will become his eternal nut. Nan Yin was still crying. She was crying with grievance and sadness, carefully burying her cheek in his chest. The original good bond ceremony became like this now. Brother, don't do this to me. Give up those messy things. Let's start over. Okay? Feng Jishue was struggling more and more in his heart. He really didn't know how to respond to her. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Nan Yin held him tighter. Brother, we are only one step away from being a real couple. Don't do this to me. Feng Jishue took a deep breath and slowed down his tone. Yin, don't be like this. I said, even if the love poison is removed, our relationship will not change. He finally reached out and pried her wrists apart. But the more he struggled, the tighter Nan Yin held her, and in the end, she left several long red marks on his back. No, I don't want it. Feng Jishue, you liar. You lied to me from the beginning to the end. You lied to me to make a pact with you. How could you do this to me? Her tears fell uncontrollably. She cried and complained at first, and then she begged in grievance at the end. I have already promised you not to care about these. Why are you just unwilling to give in? Senior brother, please don't bully me like this. Feng Jishue's eyes flashed with reluctance. He felt a little distressed, but in the end, he suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and said in a low voice, No, Yan, I must remove the love poison. Otherwise I can't be with you without any grudges. He let go of the man completely after he finished speaking. At that moment, there seemed to be some silence in the hall. Nan Yin stood stiffly in place, staring at him blankly, watching a layer of barrier gathered around him, blocking her out. She wanted to get closer, but was repelled by the barrier. Nan Yin bit her lip, enduring the pain of being torn in her heart, staring at the barrier surrounding him with burning eyes. When she wanted to rush forward regardless of the consequences, she was held down by several senior brothers and sisters beside her. Okay, junior sister, we know you were wrong this time, but these are just small matters. Do you really want senior brother to be trapped by the knot in his heart forever? There were voices of discussion all around, and some scolded her for being immature. Yes, junior sister, stop making trouble. Senior brother is in love poison, and there is nothing we can do about it. If the love poison is not removed, I am afraid that senior brother's cultivation will stagnate in the future. Can you stop being so willful? That's right. It's just a poison removal. Senior brother himself said that after the love poison is removed, the contract between you and him will still count. Why are you so persistent? Nan Yin listened to these discussions in her ears, and tears fell down her face like beads with broken strings. She cried so much that her face turned pale, but her heart was not moved at all, and she even felt ridiculous. Obviously, it wasn't their good senior brother who lied at the beginning. But why did she become the unreasonable one in the end? Is it because Feng Jishu had promised that he would be responsible for her no matter what the result was after the goo was removed? But does she care about that belated responsibility? Chapter 172. No matter how many times Nanyan resisted, and no matter how sadly Nanyan cried, as many fellow disciples pressed her shoulders, and couldn't get away, Feng Jishu had pursed his lips, and finally resolutely untied the love goo. Using the blood between the eyebrows of his beloved as a lure, he drew a traction spell on his chest, and something tiny was stirring under his skin. Feng Jishu had tried his best to calm the chaotic and complicated emotions in his heart. And then he scratched the bright red six-petal flower mark without hesitation, and blood flowed out. He remained calm, and finally picked out a seed-sized goo worm with force. The moment the goo worm was picked out, a kind of tearing pain spread in his mind, as if someone had grabbed the tendons inside, and pulled hard, and blood rushed to the top of his head instantly, and the pain made him almost unable to stand steadily. The fragments of memories that surged in his mind suddenly surged out like a tide, like a tidal wave, making his head more confused and painful. And the first part of those memories were all the past with the little junior sister. Feng Jishua's lips were bitten and bleeding. He covered his head with force, and his forehead was sweating. The memories in his mind surged out uncontrollably. From the beginning in the forest, the little junior sister held the bright red fruit and tilted her head to smile at him. The little junior sister was angry and pretended to be angry, and she was bold enough to go out with others, but was severely punished by him, and finally cried pitifully. In the end, the little junior sister wore a bright red wedding dress, happily spinning in front of him, and the gorgeous and scorching skirt spread out like petals. Finally, she threw herself into his arms and asked him if it looked good. When Feng Jishu clenched his palm, the motionless love insect in the palm also disappeared completely, without a trace. At that moment, something seemed to be forcibly pulled out from the depths of his mind, and those chaotic memories slowly became clear and obedient, and the intense dull pain in his head finally subsided. Feng Jishu exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the whole person seemed to be pulled out of the water. He finally opened his eyes, and his eyes were completely clear. What was pulled out with it obviously also included the feelings for the little junior sister caused by the love insect. Feng Jishu lowered his head, and subconsciously covered his chest. The six-petal flower mark on the wound became lighter and lighter, and finally left a shallow mark that could not be erased. And those inexplicable and unclear emotions that originally gathered in the chest seemed to evaporate. All disappeared inexplicably. The chest was empty, but the mind was so clear that there was not even a trace of reluctance and regret. He remembered everything from the past, and he remembered the past with his junior sister clearly. Every scene and every picture were imprinted in his mind, but the affection and love he had for her in his heart had all disappeared. Feng Jishu didn't know how to describe his emotions at the moment. He just felt that the past with his junior sister was like watching another person's memory all over again. That feeling made him feel unfamiliar and uncomfortable. So he had no emotional fluctuations. His feelings for his junior sister completely disappeared. It should be said that from the beginning, it was not his true feelings. He was just manipulated by the love poison to like a woman he would not like in the first place. At this moment, he even recalled that before he fell in love with the junior sister, he had a slight affection for another woman in his heart. When Feng Jishu thought of this, his eyes subconsciously looked towards the position below the hall. He saw the strangeness in junior sister Lin's eyes, and the occasional resentment in her eyes when she looked at him. Feng Jishu lowered his eyes unconsciously. He didn't understand why he fell in love with the junior sister like a lunatic at the beginning. But thinking of those past memories, seeing himself in the picture pressing the junior sister under him, the excessive things he had done, and the current situation, Feng Jishu's sight finally slowly fell on the face of the junior sister opposite. Seeing the wet red at the end of her eyes, her black hair scattered on her shoulders, and a few drops of red blood on her slender eyebrows, she looked even more sad and beautiful against her snow-like skin. The wedding dress she had originally worn was also torn apart during the struggle, and the bright red skirt was slightly scattered on the ground, making her skin look even paler. Feng Jishu frowned subconsciously, and his chest felt a little stuffy, and a feeling of irritability instinctively surged in his heart. He didn't know whether this emotion was due to the instinctive discomfort of the disappearance of love after the poison was removed, or the boredom caused by the uncontrolled feelings in the past. But Feng Jishu still walked towards the little junior sister. His eyes calmly met the little junior sister's gaze, but the soft affection in his eyes had long dissipated. Little junior sister, I will be responsible for you. I remember everything in the past. The bond between us is not a deception. I just didn't have time to tell you. I'm sorry. Nan Yan's lips suddenly turned paler when she heard this. She raised her eyes and stopped crying. Tears welled up in her eyes. The corners of her eyes were red and wet. She stared at him stubbornly and asked word by word, "What does responsibility mean?" Feng Jishue frowned slightly, leaving a faint mark between her eyebrows. Her dark eyes looked at Nan Yan calmly, without any emotion or ripples. She only had a little guilt and apology. "I'm sorry." He didn't say much, but his attitude was obviously very obvious. This man was responsible for her because of the past. Not because of his past feelings, but because of his sense of responsibility and guilt. He did this just because they had a close relationship before. It turned out that his love for her was really all affected by the love goo. After the love goo was removed, the senior brother who loved and cared about her before completely turned into a cold stranger. The junior sister raised her eyes, and her eyes were full of inextricable sadness and fragility, as if she couldn't bear it. "So, all those likes are fake?" Feng Jishue frowned more tightly when he saw her like this, and a slight discomfort was vaguely rising in his heart. He suppressed that emotion deep in his heart and tried his best to explain. "The feelings are not fake, but that is not what I want." If he had not been affected by the love goo, he might not have had any contact with his junior sister in this life, let alone do those things to her. But since the incident has already happened, it is meaningless to think about this assumption. He will take on his responsibilities and guard her and protect her for the rest of her life. The senior brother was silent for a long while, and then said, "Junior sister, I have said that after the poison is removed, no matter what the result is, I will not abandon you. And the relationship between us will not change. The relationship will not change. But the person has changed. The difference between a person loving you and caring about you is too obvious. So obvious that he even wants to pretend. And his body is also showing an inexplicable rejection." The junior sister seemed to understand this. She looked at the senior brother in front of her, and after confirming that he really had no feelings for her anymore, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. "Heh?" Nan Yan chuckled. Her eyebrows were curved, clear and outstanding, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a pool of spring water. But as she laughed, tears began to fall uncontrollably, blurring her vision, making it impossible for her to see the expression of the man in front of her. "Brother, are you saying these words out of guilt? Since your feelings for me are all influenced by the love goo, how could you possibly like me after the love goo is removed? You don't like me, but you still insist on forming a covenant with me." Nan Yan's expression froze as she spoke, and she raised her hand to wipe away the tears that kept falling. There was a trace of resentment in her eyes, but her voice became extremely cold. "Is it because, brother, you saw me crying pitifully, so you want to give me alms?" The eldest brother frowned slightly, but his expression did not change. He felt a little complicated at the moment, and he didn't know what to say. It seemed that his feelings for the little sister had really disappeared. Now seeing her so sad, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations in his heart. If it were the same as before, if he saw his junior sister so sad, he would definitely hold her carefully in his arms, pat her back gently to coax her and comfort her. But now that the love poison has been removed, he simply cannot do such a thing. Feng Jishue was silent for a moment, feeling empty at his heart, without a single ripple. "Junior sister, I am not giving you alms. I have my own reasons for removing the poison, and I did not tell you in advance. I did something wrong." He lowered his head to meet the junior sister's gaze, and the two looked at each other, his voice gentle and serious. "But since I promised to make a covenant with you, I will not break my promise and regret it. In the future, I will do my best to make up for you and take care of you. Is that okay?" he said, as if he wanted to imitate the way he remembered, and reached out to hold the junior sister's fingers. But the other party took a step back with a pale face. She exuded a feeling of disgust and resistance to him all over her body, and her eyebrows and eyes showed obvious resistance. Feng Jishue paused, and her fingers froze in midair. At that moment, a very strange thought even came to his mind. How could the junior sister reject him? He knew that he had done something very excessive this time, but when he wanted to make up for it, the other party didn't want it anymore, which made him vaguely feel uncomfortable and weird. "Don't bother so much." Nan Yan looked up at him. Her eyes were dead silent, but her tears didn't fall anymore, and her voice was unprecedentedly cold. "I won't marry someone who doesn't love me." Feng Jishue pursed his lips. His eyes fell on that face. Obviously a little uncomfortable. He wanted to say something, but the other party didn't give her a chance to speak. Since senior brother has never really liked me, why bother yourself to get entangled with me? Instead of forcing yourself to torture each other with someone you don't love, it's better to just let it go. Anyway, the bond ceremony has not been completed. Isn't it good for you and me to end it like this? What's more, you are no longer the senior brother I liked before. You said you liked me so much and cared about me. But what happened? You never took my feelings into consideration and hurt me the most, Nan Yin said in a hoarse voice. She raised her hand and touched the tassel crown and veil on her bun. After a pause, she pulled it off without hesitation, raised her eyes, and threw it at the man standing opposite. Because of the heavy force, the jewelry was too sharp and accidentally cut the left cheek of the senior brother. The blood beads overflowed from the wound. There were even a few black hairs that were torn off, and the light fragrance of the junior sister was faintly exuded. These jewelry and veils were all selected by him personally at the foot of the mountain that day. He vaguely remembered the situation that day, but now, they were all thrown back by her. Seeing this situation, and the calm but pale face of the junior sister, Feng Jishue frowned even more tightly, and he tried to suppress the slight discomfort in his heart. He looked up and saw her turning around to leave. Feng Jishue subconsciously reached out and tightly grasped the slender and soft wrist bone. Why? There is no need for us to be so upset. Yan Yin, don't be impulsive. Okay? The strength in his hand slowly tightened, and he unconsciously slowed down his tone. I know you are blaming me. If you still have resentment in your heart, you can beat me and scold me. There is no need to reject me so decisively and draw a clear line with me. I said, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. We will be a legitimate couple, and I have never forgotten my oath. Yan Yin, I never thought of abandoning you. Feng Jishue was really sincere. He just wanted to take on his responsibilities. Perhaps in his eyes, the covenant and the removal of the goo did not violate his promise, even if the previous love was all caused by the love goo. After the love goo was removed, all the feelings of love disappeared, but he still had a responsibility for her, so he chose to continue to be with her. However, everyone has their own dignity and pride, especially in this kind of change under the public eye, under the accusations of everyone, until the final truth was revealed. How could she, a junior sister, tolerate that the senior brother's love for her was all false? Obviously, she was the lover who was placed on the top of his heart in the past. But now he told her that those sweet pasts were not from his heart, but were all affected by the love goo. How could she accept this? So Nan Yin looked up at him, and her eyes seemed to reveal a desperate look of despair, and there was no trace of admiration in them. The blood on her forehead had scabbed over. As she turned her head, she slowly stretched out her other hand, and then, with a cold attitude, she resolutely opened his palm. No need, Brother Feng. The person you really care about now is probably not me. So why should I ask for trouble? There was a hint of sarcasm in her slightly hoarse voice, and there was an indissoluble sadness. She didn't miss the direction he subconsciously looked at after his eyes were cleared after the love poison was solved. The person he looked at was not her. In that situation, if he said that he had no feelings of caring about Lin Qingxuang in his heart, how could it be possible? Feng Jishue was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, he was stabbed by her cold and sarcastic eyes. His breathing was forced to stagnate, and he subconsciously shifted his sight. He felt embarrassed as if he had fled in a panic. He didn't even dare to look at her directly, but felt a sense of depression and guilt in his heart that was hard to ignore. There was an inexplicable discomfort, which made him subconsciously tighten his hands in his sleeves. Feng Jishue's lips moved, and his eyes fell on her again, as if he was unwilling. Yan Yin, it's not what you think. I just suddenly remembered it. I will treat the past as the past, and I will treat you as before. It's not too late to turn back now. Are you really unwilling? It's not too late? Nan Yin seemed to have heard a joke. She tilted her head slightly, and wanted to laugh and cry. There was an unprecedented coldness in the dull eyes, as if it pierced into his heart, and the tone was indifferent. Who cares if you have time? Senior brother, keep the affection in your heart, and leave it to the person you really care about. After saying this, Nan Yin turned around and left without hesitation. The hem of her bright red wedding dress dragged on the ground, leaving a tortuous arc. Feng Jishua looked up at the thin and desolate back in the light, and clenched his fingers. For a moment, he even wanted to chase after her regardless of anything. But somehow, when he recalled the disgusted and mocking look she had just given him, his heart trembled slightly. And suddenly a strange and obscure emotion surged. It was fragmented, as if there was a thin silk thread pulling at his heart. And there was a faint pain. But it didn't fall into reality, making him dazed, and even thought it was just his illusion. After the breakup, Nan Yin naturally left perfectly, and she didn't want to care about the rest. In the eyes of most people, she was probably the ignorant junior sister who didn't understand the difficulties of the senior brother. After all, after the love goo was untied, the senior brother didn't abandon her because of his own changes. Instead, she didn't know what was good for her and refused the marriage. This is probably the reality of the cultivation world. The strong give alms and sympathy to the weak. The weak should accept it with gratitude, instead of refusing it forcefully. If there is no point in talking, there is no point in staying. Nan Yin naturally slipped away as soon as possible. To be honest, she was indeed a little surprised when Feng Jishua's love goo was just untied. She didn't expect that a small insect would have such a big impact on people, especially after the love goo was untied. The person was still the same person, and the aura around him didn't change. But there was no trace of affection in the eyes when he looked at her. He looked at her with a light look, although it contained a bit of apology. But that was not emotion. Nan Yin didn't want to care about his emotional changes. She only knew that the backlash of the love poison started slowly. After the love poison was removed, it would indeed remove all the influence and emotions brought by the poison, making him become the same as before, cold and desireless. If he really had no feelings for her, then after the love poison was removed, he would slowly calm down his emotions until he was completely relieved. But if he cared about her a little bit, then even if the love poison was removed, the past love and joy would slowly take root in his heart as time passed, until he regretted it in the end. Nan Yin thought carefully about the situation when the man grabbed her wrist and refused to let go. According to this situation, Feng Jishua obviously still had some feelings for her. In this case, there is no need to worry about the things here. After leaving, Nan Yin did not return to her courtyard. She tried to create a state of loss of soul and walk aimlessly down the mountain alone. She didn't know how long she had walked, nor where she had walked. Finally, she walked to a corner where no one cared about her. She wrapped herself in a white barrier, curled up, and buried her cheek in her knees. The sky outside was gradually getting dark. The dark sky lost all its light, thick and deep. No one expected that this bond ceremony would end like this. Not even Jing Wuyan. He didn't know if it was because he forcibly reversed time that led to everything that happened now. But if the two of them were completely over, would it mean that he had a chance to take her away? So when Jing Wuyan came over, he saw this situation. He frowned unconsciously. The little girl who was still alive and kicking in front of him a few days ago now looked like she was dying. This made him feel indescribably depressed. He was about to walk over, but he touched an invisible barrier. He was even more depressed. This girl was so proud that she even had to put several layers of barriers on herself when she cried. He tore them apart layer by layer. While doing so, he was still thinking, this stinky girl is not very skilled. And the barrier she made is also shabby. There's a missing piece here and a hole there. With such a cultivation level, she dares to run around alone? When Jing Wuyan finally dismantled those substandard barriers, he stood in front of her and called her name softly. Yan Yin. There was a sense of familiarity in his hoarse voice. Needless to say, she knew who had come. It was worth her pretending and feeling sad all day. When Nan Yin heard Jing Wuyan's voice, her limbs were slightly stiff, but she didn't look up. Jing Wuyan squatted down in front of her. He was not very good at coaxing people. He should have never coaxed anyone before. But everything has a first time. Maybe after being kicked by this stinky girl last time, he no longer had the previous high-handed attitude and strength in front of her, and only cared about her. It's me. Jing Wuyan extended his hand to touch her head. Her hair was as soft as ever, and his tone slowed down a lot. You are so sad. Just because your senior brother doesn't like you anymore? Nan Yin still ignored him. Jing Wuyan frowned, and after a while, seeing that she still had no reaction, he felt a sense of disappointment. Perhaps because he was older than her. The comfort, he said, always contained some sense of reasoning. He is just a poor and unromantic swordsman. Is it worth you to be so heartbroken for him? and look like the sky has fallen. You are really useless. You should know that there are still cases of couples turning against each other. And you haven't made a covenant yet. He doesn't trust you enough. You should be glad that you just lost someone who is not worthy of your love. Why are you so obsessed with it? Jing Wuyan is really not good at comforting people. He can only do his best to discredit the person his sweetheart likes. Perhaps these words finally touched her heart. And after a while, the people below had some reaction. Nan Yin raised her head and slowly met Jing Wuyan's eyes. Jing Wuyan looked at the person in front of him with a heavy look. To be honest, he couldn't bear to see this girl showing such a weak appearance in front of him, which was very different from the unyielding appearance in front of him before. Nan Yan's lips were purse pale. Her face was almost bloodless, but the tail of her eyes was wet and red. Her black hair was a little messy and scattered on her cheeks, and there was a trace of water in her eyes. She met his gaze, and after a while, a few tears fell uncontrollably. And then she said in a mocking voice, "Are you here to laugh at me? Knowing that I was abandoned? So you deliberately take advantage of the situation to teach me a lesson?" Jing Wuyan frowned more tightly, and he curled his fingers uncontrollably, then reached over, rubbed her cheek skin with his fingers, and wiped the tears carefully. He knew she was sad at the moment, so he naturally wouldn't take her words to heart. Moreover, he had been ridiculed and despised by her before. The two of them might have become accustomed to tit for tat. But now Jing Wuyan was the first to bow his head. "Why do you always think the worst of me? Am I such a fussy person in your eyes? Moreover, I shouldn't have done anything to bully you recently." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yan's tears flowed more violently. Her face was full of tears, and she cried out a resentful voice from her throat. "Aren't you? What qualifications do you have to teach me? Yes, I am useless. I just like him. But what does this have to do with you?" Her emotions seemed to collapse, as if she couldn't hold back any longer. "Do you think that if you say a few nice words, I will forgive you for what you did to me in the past? You guys rely on your high cultivation and have never considered my feelings. Why can't you ask me in advance? Why did you treat me like that on the day of the contract? Let me lose face in front of everyone and lose half of my dignity. And you? Did you also have this idea when you asked me to kneel down and kowtow to admit my mistakes? Just because I have the weakest cultivation and I can't resist, you can bully me without scruples and trample on my self-esteem. Right?" Nan Yin cried until her eyes were red. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her emotions became more excited. "You are all bastards." Jing Wuyan was a little stunned. He suddenly felt a little flustered. He didn't expect that the first time he comforted someone, not only did he fail to comfort them, but he made them cry again, and was scolded by others. He couldn't say a word of rebuttal, and Nan Yin couldn't hold it back at all. Almost at the moment when she broke down emotionally, Jing Wuyan immediately hugged her in his arms in a flustered manner, patting her back with his hands in an unfamiliar way, and coaxing her gently. Okay, I'm a jerk. It's my fault. I don't know what I said wrong to make you sad, but I really didn't mean any harm this time. Believe me, I was really angry at the time when I kowtowed and admitted my mistake. And I was not angry with you. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. And I won't bully you and teach you a lesson by relying on my high cultivation level in the future. Please stop crying. Okay? Jing Wuyan had never seen her cry so sadly, and he felt a little distressed in his heart. And he didn't know how to make her happy. He had never encountered such a headache in his life. But he was still trying to get into it. If someone had told him in the past, he would humbly compromise and admit his mistakes for a female cultivator in the future, he might have sneered, then slapped her, and mocked her arrogantly. Such a thing would never happen in his life, because with his temper, if there really was such a day, he might have impatiently slapped the female cultivator to death at the beginning. How could he accommodate the other party and humbly compromise for the other party? But reality is so outrageous. He had no choice but to continue coaxing her. "I'm really not here to laugh at you. Yan. What I said last time was not false. What do you like? Can I buy it for you? Beautiful vestments, luxurious mansions and palaces, or all kinds of dazzling jewelry and instruments. I remember you like bracelets. And by the way, do you want spiritual veins? Can I give them to you? I have all of these. Stop crying. Okay?" As he coaxed her, the topic went off track again, and he began to show off his wealth in an inhumane way. Nan Yin was simply impressed by this man. Was this a dog man's innate instinct? Or was the money-obsessed look she showed in front of him in the early stage too deep in his mind? So he started to spend a lot of resources as soon as he coaxed her. But wasn't he too superficial? Could she be the kind of woman who would bow down for a few dollars? At least $10 should be required. I have to say, this kind of dog man who spends money with one hand is just like a man who drives a Ferrari with one hand, which is really attractive. Chapter 173. Nan Yin cried even harder when she heard this. Not because she was sad, but because she was angry. Because she was poor. But she was so poor. And this bastard had cheated her of a lot of spiritual stones, making her already poor life even worse. Thinking of this, Nan Yin finally remembered something and began to struggle hard. She pushed his chest, complaining with grievance and sadness. Get out of here. Let me go. You still say you didn't bully me. You are so rich. You have artifacts, fairy stones, and palaces. Then why did you bother me about those few spiritual stones? You knew that my cultivation was not high, and it was not easy to save money. Why did you steal my spiritual stones? Why did you join forces with others? You are here to bully me? Nan Yin felt more wronged as she spoke, tears falling down her face. You used my spirit stone, but you still despise my low cultivation level. It was obviously me who recognized the bracelet first, but you refused to let me use it. What else can you do, if not malicious? Who cares if you give me something now? Get away from me. Nan Yin began to settle accounts with him now. She didn't have that strength before, but now she can finally fight back. She has to get back all the old debts she owed in the past. Jing Wuyan had a headache after hearing this. Those things were indeed his fault, but he did them unintentionally. He tried to hold her struggling hands, and they hit his face several times. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. Fortunately, his temper has been restrained a lot now. If someone treated him like this in the past, Jing Wuyan thought about that scene and forget it. It's better not to mention the past. Jing Wuyan finally held her hand and pressed her tightly against his chest. The person in his arms was probably tired of struggling. After resisting for a while, she finally leaned against his chest and stopped moving. Jing Wuyan breathed a sigh of relief. He patted her back and tried his best to calm her breathing and emotions. Then he explained to her in a low voice, "Don't be angry first. I will return you. Can't I return all those things to you? I didn't really want to take your things. The first time I used your spirit stone was all accidental." Jing Wuyan lowered his black eyes and looked at the person quietly. He knew that she was emotionally broken at the moment, and his voice became slower and slower. "Yan Yan, I explained to you that the bracelet needs spirit stones to activate the formation. That thing was a mistake. Later, didn't I give you a spirit plant as compensation? After that time, I just wanted to tease you. I slept in the lower world for too long, and I didn't store the spirit stones commonly used in the lower world. So I asked you to take some. I didn't mean to go against you. Yan Yan, what do you want me to do to completely forgive me?" Hearing this, Nan Yin suddenly woke up. She suddenly waved his hand away, stared coldly, and continued to accuse angrily. "What do you mean by what you said just now? Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Didn't you say that you have a lot of treasures? Fairy stones and artifacts? Can't you get countless spirit stones by exchanging so many things with others? Why do you want to rob me of my things?" Jing Wuyan seemed to pause, and his black eyes narrowed slightly. He lowered his head to glance at Nan Yin, and finally looked away awkwardly, with a strange guilty look on his face. "Well, it's not what you think. I didn't mean to deceive you." Jing Wuyan felt a little uncomfortable. "When I came to the lower realm, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to bring many things out. But you can rest assured that after my cultivation is restored, I will help you ascend to the upper realm. At that time, I will take you back to the Qinyu divine realm. I can find any artifact you want for you." Nan Yin was also stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then reacted. Good guy. Isn't this shameless dogman writing a blank check to her? Nan Yan's heart suddenly became even more angry, and she showed an expression of grievance and resentment on her face. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pushed him hard. But the result was so unpredictable that not only did she fail to push him away, but because of the rebound force, she accidentally lost her body and fell to the ground. She was so angry that her face turned red. She felt that everything in the world was against her. Tears began to come out of her eyes again. She vented her dissatisfaction directly to the person opposite her. "Get out. Get out. Who wants your things? You have disliked me from the beginning. I don't want your hypocrisy. Do you think that if you apologize, I can forgive what you did to me in the past? I hate your arrogant attitude. Get out of here. Don't touch me. Who told you to touch me? I hate you. I hate you so much. Nan Yen cursed, and tears began to slide down her eyes again. This time it was not the previous uncontrolled crying, but the silent, unresolvable sadness surrounding her body, as if she was abandoned by everyone and cried helplessly. Even the crying was suppressed in her throat. Jing Wuyan frowned slightly, feeling a little bitter and soft-hearted. He hugged Nan Yen, who was crying non-stop, into his arms. He could feel that she was not angry because she hated him, but needed a way to vent. At the end of her crying, Nan Yen seemed to have been drained of strength, leaning weakly on his chest, tears flowing like beads that had broken off the string, wetting a large area of her clothes and hair on her chest. Jing Wuyan had never seen her so heartbroken. Even when she was accidentally injured by him and vomited blood, her face turned pale with pain. She had never cried like this. Yen, please stop crying. But seeing her crying so sadly and pitifully, Jing Wuyan didn't know how to comfort her. He only felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, as if he had been stung by something, with an inexplicable feeling, and a faint pain. Jing Wuyan didn't know how to calm her down completely, so he could only pat her back with his big hand, soothing her in an increasingly slow voice. Don't cry, Yen. If you keep crying, your eyes will be damaged. If you really hate him, can I help you get revenge? He reached out to wipe her tears again, his fingers getting closer and closer. His lips twitched slightly, and there was some unknown warmth in his eyes. He gently held her cheek with one hand, so close that Nan Yen could almost feel the warm breath from his lips, and their breaths were entangled together. Nan Yen was still heartbroken. Tears kept falling, and Jing Wuyan suddenly felt a little impulsive in his heart. He slowly moved over and whispered, Don't cry. Okay? Things have already happened, and crying again will only make you feel worse. In the twilight, the night light outside the corner emitted a bright white light, as if covering her skin with a layer of fluorescence, and her tears became crystal clear. Yen, if someone doesn't like you, why should you hurt yourself for him? What's more, your senior brother is not the only man in the world. If he doesn't like you, you can also look at others. The thoughts he said were so obvious that it was hard for people not to know. Sure enough, the next second, Jing Wuyan was silent for a moment, and then continued, Can you look at me? Yen, can you be with me? In the future, I will accompany you, guard you, and help you improve your cultivation. If you are really unwilling, I can also help you teach him a lesson. I can give you everything you want. After saying this, the limbs of the person in his arms were obviously a little stiff, and Jing Wuyan also felt her stiffness. For a moment, the air became silent. The wind around stopped, and the barrier set by Jing Wuyan was naturally more stable than hers, leaving no cracks or holes. The barrier was too quiet, and even breathing seemed to stagnate. Nan Yan's tears stopped at some point, and she pursed her lips. When she raised her head, her eyes met the dark-eyed man in front of her. The look in his eyes was always cold, but now it became inexplicably calm. His expression was also very serious, with his head lowered. His eyes met hers. His hand was originally wiping her tears, but as he wiped, his fingers unconsciously moved down and slowly fell on her lips. The soft touch made his eyes slightly dilate for a moment, and the movements of his hand suddenly became softer, with a kind of restraint, and a confused and hesitant expression faintly revealed in his eyes, and a delicate and soft emotion spread in his chest. Then he slowly approached her. Jing Wuyan's breathing slowed down. He leaned forward unconsciously, slowly approached her face, as if he wanted to kiss her, but when he was about to touch her, he was mercilessly slapped away by the man in front of him. Nan Yen finally came to her senses, as if she was startled by his sudden action, and even forgot about being sad. She stared at him with shame, anger and annoyance. What did you want to do just now? What did you want to do? Jing Wuyan was stunned for a while, and then he recovered and touched his cheek, which didn't hurt much. Her palm was soft, and the force of hitting was not heavy. It was just that this situation was particularly similar to a scene in the past, which made him feel embarrassed. But it was not just once or twice that he had lost face in front of her. Maybe because it happened so many times. Jing Wuyan had no psychological burden about it, but he still felt an inexplicable irritability in his heart. a kind of unwilling feeling that he wanted something very much. So he tried his best to toss it in all kinds of ways, but still couldn't get it in the end. Jing Wuyan frowned and stared at her for a long time. The surging emotions in his heart were not suppressed, but became deeper and deeper. His eyes were still glued to her lips. After hearing her words, his brows were knitted tighter, but his tone was still so serious. I saw that you cried for so long. Your lips seemed a little dry, so I wanted to help you replenish some water. It's not what you think. Nan Yin. It seems that her slap was not too light. Nan Yin was really impressed by him this time. She didn't expect that there were such shameless people in the world. How could he come up with such a shameless excuse? She had an angry look in her eyes. Her originally fair face was slightly red, and the corners of her eyes were watery. Shame on you. Do you still have any sense of shame? You can say such a thing? Nan Yin wiped her tears and grabbed his collar. Tell me, are you deliberately bullying me? You think I've been abandoned and no one wants me, so any man can touch me. Do you think so? Jing Wuyan knew that he had said the wrong thing. He didn't know if it was easy for an angry woman to vent her anger on others. Anyway, after hearing this, he subconsciously hugged her tighter. No, I have never thought about it. Yin, I really love you. What did you mean just now? Tell the truth. The other side was silent for a moment. His black eyes were slightly annoyed, and a trace of discomfort flashed across his face. Maybe I was bewitched by a ghost. Seeing that your lips are so soft, I wanted to kiss you and try. After hearing this, Nan Yin finally couldn't help it. Poochie. She laughed out loud. She was originally crying, but she couldn't hold it back anymore. All the sadness and sorrow flew away, and she couldn't pull it back. Nan Yin was full of regret, biting her pink lips and glaring at him secretly. If she had known, she wouldn't have laughed. Now, her character of being immersed in sadness and unable to restrain herself almost collapsed. The man opposite saw her smile, and his brows suddenly relaxed. He reached out to brush away the hair stuck to the corners of her mouth, and his movements were very gentle. Nan Yin was also a little uncomfortable. Maybe it was because she had never been so close to other men except her senior brother, which made her suddenly a little uncomfortable. As she smiled, tears seemed to well up in her eyes again. Although she didn't cry again, her mood was obviously depressed again. She turned her head to look at him, her eyelashes drooping slightly. She didn't know what she was thinking of, and suddenly said softly, I was in a bad mood just now, and most of the things I said to you were angry. Jing Wuyan also looked down at her. Or rather, from the beginning, his eyes had hardly left her. When he heard this, his eyebrows moved, and then his eyebrows relaxed. His facial contours softened, and even his eyes were not as dark as before. Then he said to him in a low voice. Jing Wuyan didn't dwell on this, but her softened attitude seemed to give him an indescribable joy in his heart. I don't blame you, and I don't mind you getting angry at me. Nan Yin couldn't help but glance at him sideways when she heard this. Her face was sullen. It seemed like she would get angry at people. Can't she shut up if she can't speak? Then I hit you. Do you still feel pain? Nan Yin seemed a little guilty when she said this. Jing Wuyan couldn't help but laugh this time. He was originally very handsome, and he usually sneered and mocked everyone, never saying a good word, and had a cold attitude that looked down on the world. He looked mysterious, cold, and not easy to provoke. But this time, he smiled sincerely and felt that it was shocking, and the tails of his narrow eyes were slightly raised, reflecting the thin corners of his lips. Nan Yin once called him an old man, but the man in front of him was not only not old, but also had a unique beauty. Jing Wuyan had held her fingers at some point, and looked down at the 5 soft and white fingers. She couldn't struggle free, so she just let him do it. Jing Wuyan's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that she didn't stop him, he pressed her cheek. It doesn't hurt, but compared to the previous state where you always hated me and despised me, you can now say that you care about me, which makes me feel uncontrollably happy. Yin, can you touch me? Nan Yin pursed her lips and didn't speak. Her jade-like face turned red again, and she stared at him with a slightly annoyed look. Jing Wuyan saw that she didn't pull her hand away, but turned her head away with a blushing face. There was some surprise in his eyes. He thought that this person was angry and was going to slap him again, but she didn't move, nor did she refuse. Jing Wuyan realized this, and his eyes fell on her face again, slowly moving down, and then stopped on her lips. He still had some uncontrollable thoughts in his heart. Yin? He called her in a low voice. Nan Yin glanced at him, and her peripheral vision easily caught a familiar figure, and suddenly changed her attitude. Her eyes fell on the man beside her, and a trace of hesitation and confusion suddenly flashed in her eyes. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she quickly looked away. Jing Wuyan could clearly feel the change in her attitude, and his heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, a trace of indescribable joy surged in his heart. He got closer and closer. His lips moved slightly, and his eyes revealed the unknown feelings before. One hand lifted her chin, and his eyes looked at her. This was an obvious tentative action. If she resisted, he would naturally step back and let go. He was not the kind of person who took advantage of others' misfortune and forced women at will. He didn't want to, and he disdained to treat the woman he liked in this way. He approached without permission before and wanted to kiss her. He was probably really obsessed. But now he was very close. So close that he could kiss her lips as long as he lowered his head. Yin Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes slightly, but still did not push him away. Jing Wuyan touched Yin Yan's arm and slowly slid it down to her waist and back, and the force became tighter and tighter because of her acquiescence and obedience. His eyes became deep and dark. He called her name again. Yin Yan. This time his voice was obviously a little hoarse. Nan Yan's fingers curled slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then held his palm in reverse, without much force. But this also made Jing Wuyan stunned for a moment. And then, he couldn't suppress his inner joy. So Jing Wuyan couldn't help it anymore, and finally lowered his head to kiss the lips he had longed for a long time. Thin, soft, with a certain seductive breath, just like the situation in the dream. At the moment their skin touched, Jing Wuyan held Yin Yan tighter and tighter, and his breathing became rapid, because of some kind of palpitations and great joy and satisfaction. His heart also trembled slightly. He kissed deeper and deeper, and wanted to grab more of the sweet and charming fragrance inside. And the temperature of his body slowly rose. This unprecedented pleasure made him obsessed with it, and he wanted to get more things to satisfy his vacancy. He didn't know when his hand pressed on the back of Yin Yan's head, when she resisted and wanted to escape. He pressed her tightly, tightly against his body, and refused to let go, when Jing Wuyan gradually lost control and indulged in it. Nan Yin opened her eyes and looked at the figure who came to her side with her peripheral vision. After dealing with the things, Feng Jishue still felt uneasy about his little sister who left alone. He knew that this time it was his fault, and he was sorry for her. So no matter how much resentment and blame she had in her heart, he could bear it. It would be dangerous for her to go down the mountain alone, and in that state, which made Feng Jishue still worried about her safety. So he came alone. But he didn't expect to see the scene. Feng Jishue clenched his fingers and looked at the man and woman kissing not far away calmly, with no expression on his face. But the breath around him was getting colder and colder. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously, the love for the little sister in his heart had all dissipated. Why did he feel so annoying when he saw that scene? It was so annoying that he even wanted to rush up and separate the two of them regardless of anything. But he finally restrained himself, especially when he saw the cold eyes she cast at him. His heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand, squeezing hard, and it was not a good feeling. Squeezing too hard, he began to feel an inexplicable pain, which was just a slight sting at first. But as the two of them became more intimate, so intimate that he suddenly couldn't help thinking of her confused and passionate appearance under him. Her hoarse voice, her blushing cheeks, crying and calling him senior brother, and the scene when she begged for mercy with a dazed look, her legs weakly climbing around his waist. That scene became more and more profound and clear in his mind. The clearer it was, the harder it was to forget, making him squeeze his hands tighter and tighter, until it hurt a little, and finally staring at the two people not far away with a deep and dark look. And now she is also nestling in another man's arms, like she did before. Somehow the slight pain spread, and the dense pain continued to spread from the heart to the whole body, making his chest more and more uncomfortable. And in the end even his breathing was a little choked. He didn't know how long he had been standing. So long that his limbs were stiff. A slight movement would instantly spread a numb tingling pain from his limbs to the whole body. It was like countless ants were constantly gnawing at his body, bit by bit, pulling at his heart, like a needle, so that he couldn't tell the difference in the end. Was it the real pain from the body, or the pain from the bottom of his heart? Was it because she was in this state now, so he felt so uncomfortable in his heart, Jing Wuyan naturally knew that Nan Yin was willing to slow down her attitude and get close to him, because she was a little angry with her senior brother. But he didn't mind being used, and he was even willing for Yan Yin to be intimate with him in front of her senior brother. His cultivation was higher than hers. When she saw Feng Jishua's figure, he had already felt the strange breath and a strong murderous intention behind him. However, he didn't quite understand what Feng Jishua meant now. Since he cared so much, why did he hurt her on the day of the contract? Not only did he make her give up completely, but he also gave others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Before, because the girl only had her senior brother in her heart, it was futile for him to fight for her. But now it was different. Since he had the opportunity, how could he let go easily? After the kiss that day, Jing Wuyan hugged her back to her own yard. He didn't do anything excessive. To him, the little girl was not even a fraction of his age. She was too young and had just experienced a big blow. It would be too unscrupulous to take advantage of her at this time. He could do whatever he wanted to any enemy, but not to the one he cared about. He couldn't bear to see her regret and sadness in the future, and he didn't want to get close to her only this time and never have the chance to get close to her again. The window paper between the two of them had been broken. The relationship was closer than that with her ordinary brothers, but not as close as the brother she cared about the most. But it didn't matter. He could wait for her to let it go. After all, what a cultivator lacked the most was time. After the contract was completely concluded that day, she, the little sister, became the most talked about object in the sect. Some people sympathized with her, and some people would naturally blame her. Sympathetic people would accuse the elder brother of not explaining clearly in advance, which led to the current situation. Those who blamed her would think she was making a fuss. After all, what the elder brother did was not excessive. No matter what the result of the detoxification was, he was willing to become her Taoist partner afterwards. It was she who refused to give in. Who could be blamed for this? However, they only dared to discuss these things in a low voice in private, and did not dare to say a word in front of the two of them, especially after the elder brother detoxified himself. His momentum and temperament were obviously much colder than before. In the past, when the younger sister was there, everyone could still say a few words to him. But now even the younger sister has changed, becoming less talkative and unwilling to pay attention to people. How could they have the courage to bargain with the elder brother? During this period, the two of them hardly met each other, whether it was cultivation or morning class. As long as the elder brother was there, the younger sister would not appear, even if they accidentally met on the road. The little sister acted like a stranger, pretending that she hadn't seen anything, and refused to say hello. Even when the eldest brother pursed his lips and wanted to talk to her, the little sister was expressionless and turned away. This strange stalemate made the fellow disciples feel awkward. Everyone was wondering when the two would reconcile. And for the current state of the two parting ways, some people were naturally glad. In fact, during this period, Lin Qingxuang's thoughts were also very confused. Since she heard Brother Feng say that he was infected with love goo that day, she suddenly seemed to understand something. She understood why Brother Feng, who was closer to her in the previous life, fell in love with the little sister in the end, and even hurt her for her. It turned out that it was all due to the influence of love goo. She still remembered that day. After the senior brother untied the love goo, the first thing he looked at was her direction. She didn't quite understand what that meant. If it was really as the senior brother said, after the love goo was untied, his feelings for the little junior sister would dissipate. Then would his previous feelings return to normal? When Lin Qingxuang thought of this, she became more and more entangled and unwilling. She knew what her knot was. She was unwilling to accept that she died because of him in her previous life. But he had no feelings for her at all. Now she just wanted to figure out whether the former senior brother Feng had ever liked her. Was it all because of the love goo that he hurt her in his previous life? Was it because the love goo confused his mind that made him so ruthless to her? So, after struggling for a long time, Lin Qingxuang finally couldn't hold back the feelings deep in her heart, and went to the place where the senior brother used to practice swordsmanship. She wanted to know if this was the true meaning of her rebirth in this life. She lived in a daze in her previous life, missing many things and many people. Especially that day, when she saw senior brother Feng and junior sister perform the ceremony of bonding again. She felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. It is undeniable that she still cares about him in her heart. After all, he is the senior brother she has liked for decades. How could she give up so easily? So when Lin Qingxuang saw Feng Jishue staring at the leaves in the purple bamboo forest again, she couldn't control the emotions in her heart for a while, and rushed up to him and threw herself into his arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands. "Brother, have you ever cared about me?" Feng Jishue's body suddenly stiffened, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back from the chaotic memory. Seeing Lin Qingxuang in front of him, he subconsciously frowned. "What did you say?" Lin Qingxuang's voice trembled slightly, as if it contained endless hurt. "Brother Feng, can you tell me, after the love poison was solved that day, why did you look at me first?" This also made Feng Jishue completely sober. He saw junior sister Lin holding him tightly in her arms, and his brows instantly knitted tighter. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of irritability and discomfort in his heart. He always loses his mind when practicing sword recently. And just now, his mind always recalls the past with junior sister in a chaotic way, which makes him unable to concentrate. Even when junior sister Lin rushed over, he didn't react in time, and he didn't have time to push her away. Feng Jishue took a deep breath and suppressed the irritability in his heart. He was about to reach out and push the person away. "Junior sister Lin, if you have anything to say, you can let me go first." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he saw a piece of green clothes flashing on the path behind the purple bamboo forest. It was obviously the green skirt that junior sister often wore. At that moment, the eldest brother's heart was obviously a little panicked, especially when he saw the other person turning around and leaving without hesitation. The panic in his heart had a tendency to grow. He subconsciously pushed the person in his arms away. Chapter 174. Feng Jishue didn't expect that junior sister would suddenly appear here, and didn't expect that she would see such a situation. Without thinking, he almost subconsciously pushed Lin Qingxuang away from his arms, and nervously shouted to the departing back, "Yin Yin." Lin Qingxuang, who was still thinking about him, staggered when he pushed her, and her eyes were instantly wet. When she heard his name, she inevitably felt sour and painful. She threw away her last dignity and pride, and looked at senior brother Feng turning around to catch up. Suddenly, she felt an impulse in her heart, and rushed over to hug his back without thinking. Feng Jishue staggered forward a few steps before he could stabilize himself. He frowned and looked down. It was junior sister Lin's hands across his waist. The other party hugged him tightly, and his fingers were too tight because of the excessive force, which made his chest suffocated. Feng Jishue's body paused after being hit, and the irritability in his heart became more and more uncontrollable. He heard the person behind him say to him in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Brother, I know you feel guilty towards her, but it's not your fault. People who are infected with love poison can't control themselves at all. It's human nature for you to remove the love poison. Can you answer my question first? Have you ever cared about me in your heart? Can you let me know the result?" "Brother, I don't mind the past. I don't mind the past between you and my little sister, as long as you tell me the truth. Do you have any feelings for me in your heart?" She can also ignore the things in her previous life. She died because of him in her previous life. If all that was a misunderstanding, wouldn't they have missed each other for a lifetime? But before she could finish her words, someone ripped her hand away from her waist. No! Because of the reckless and rough action, the gold buckle on his waist even accidentally scratched her finger, causing a faint pain. Feng Jishue finally came to his senses. He turned around and pushed away the person who was hugging him from behind. His expression was cold and distant, and there was a hint of impatience between his eyebrows. "I have no feelings for you in my heart. Junior sister Lin, I think you misunderstood. After the love poison was removed that day, I just suddenly remembered the past. I was a little dazed under the impact, so I subconsciously looked at you. It's not what you think." And Feng Jishue frowned, his eyes slightly fixed on Lin Qingxuang beside him. His tone was calm and serious. "Although junior sister and I have not made a contract, it is a fact that I am sorry for her. I will never have any involvement with other women in this life. Even if junior sister will never forgive me, I will only stay with her for the rest of my life. Other people and things have nothing to do with me." After leaving this sentence, Feng Jishue no longer cared about Lin Qingxuang's reaction behind him, or he never cared about it. At this moment, his mind was all on the figure that had just left. Then he turned around and chased in the direction of the junior sister. Lin Qingxuang, who stayed where she was, couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't expect that she would abandon her dignity and get such a result. Why? Why did she still live such a miserable life after a new life? Everyone was against her. Why did everyone care about the junior sister? Feng Jishua on the other side followed the trail all the way to the junior sister's yard, and finally saw the junior sister sitting quietly on a stone bench in the yard, drawing talismans. Her face looked calm and normal, as if she didn't take the matter to heart. Feng Jishua breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the courtyard of the junior sister. In fact, he and the junior sister had not been so peaceful for a long time. Since the hasty conclusion of the contract that day, the junior sister has been resistant to appearing in the same place with him. Although he wanted to ease the relationship between the two, but the other party's rejection of him was too deep, and she didn't even give him a chance to apologize. He originally thought that as time passed, the relationship between the two would gradually improve. But the more time passed, the colder her attitude became, and the more he cared about guilt. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously, after the love poison was solved, the previous influence should have dissipated. He really couldn't feel the love for the junior sister in his heart, but his mind would always unconsciously recall the past of the two, which sometimes made him lose the mind to practice sword. Thinking of this, Feng Jishua exhaled lightly, suppressed all the chaotic and complicated emotions in his heart, and walked directly towards the direction of the little junior sister. He saw that the little junior sister was drawing the Lihua talisman, but she couldn't draw it successfully no matter how hard she tried. Feng Jishua walked closer, and saw that the little junior sister drew the talisman into a little turtle again. The eldest brother's expression paused slightly, then pursed his lips, and a slight relaxation flashed in his eyes. With a faint smile, he unconsciously recalled the time when the little junior sister followed him to learn to draw talismans. This girl was lazy. At first, she thought the Lihua talisman was too complicated, and she always secretly reduced the steps. When she was discovered, she told him confidently that she was saving time and energy. This did save a lot of time and energy, but she always made mistakes when drawing talismans. Feng Jishua saw that the bright yellow talisman paper had been wasted again, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. He reached out and picked up a talisman paper in front of her, wanting to demonstrate it to her. Yan, it's not like you. You can't be perfunctory when drawing talismans, and you can't cut corners. Didn't I teach you before? Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, someone snatched the talisman paper back from his hand. Feng Jishua paused and slowly turned his head to look at her. The little sister turned around slightly, and the pair of eyes that usually showed dependence and admiration now revealed obvious indifference and disgust. Her tone was calm. Don't touch my things. I just hugged another woman's fingers. I think they are too dirty. Immediately, it was as if a bucket of ice water was poured over his head. The face of the eldest brother changed instantly. He felt uncomfortable at the pain in his heart, and subconsciously clenched his fingers. His face was slightly embarrassed, but he still tried to calm the emotions in his chest and explain to her, Yin, it's not what you think. Nothing happened between me and junior sister Lin. I didn't know she would suddenly come to me, and I didn't know she would suddenly rush up, so I didn't have time to push her away. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted impatiently by Nan Yin again. She raised her eyes, and suddenly a trace of mockery appeared in her eyes. With a slightly sarcastic smile, Brother, do you think I'm blind? Can't you see the intimate hugs between you? Of course she knew that there was no relationship between the two, but since she saw it with her own eyes, she would definitely put the blame on him, just to torture him. After she finished speaking, she smiled again, but the smile did not reach her eyes, but instead carried a hint of coldness. Yinran's lips formed a beautiful arc, and she stared at him coldly. But senior brother has always been very lucky with women. He said he loved me a few days ago, but today he has another beauty in his arms. He used to coax me and deceive me without making a sound, and played me around. If we were really together, it's hard to guarantee that senior brother would not fall in love with someone else behind my back. Fortunately, the contract was not successful that day. Hearing this, the blood on Feng Jishua's face gradually faded, and he even showed a little anxious and nervous expression on his face. He subconsciously took a step forward, staring at Nan Yin in front of him, and his tone became more serious. Yin, things are really not what you think. Listen to my explanation. Okay? I really have no other thoughts about junior sister Lin. I have just made it clear to her. I said that I will only protect you in this life, no matter in the past or in the future. I will definitely do what I said. Do you believe me? I don't believe it, Nan Yin said without hesitation. She looked up at him, her tone full of disgust and ridicule. Brother, you were so distant to me even when you were poisoned by the love poison. And you restrained yourself from coming to me. How could you be so sincere to me after you were freed from the love poison? Who knows if it's a new trick you've come up with? Waiting for me to fall into your trap, and be deceived again and again? Nan Yin chuckled after she finished speaking. Her eyes became colder, and the alienation and disgust in her eyes were so obvious. It was so obvious that it was like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into his heart, stirring it fiercely, causing a stabbing pain, making him unable to bear such a look. Perhaps he was stabbed by such a cold look. Or perhaps the words she just said were too hurtful. A dark mood inevitably rose in the heart of the eldest brother. He clenched his fingers tightly, and subconsciously thought of some rumors about her and Jing Wuyan that had been circulating in the sect recently, as well as what happened at the foot of the mountain that day. Those chaotic images and emotions instantly rushed into his head, as if a huge rock was pressing heavily on his chest. And he suddenly felt a little breathless. Feng Jishua suddenly felt a very strange feeling in his heart. I don't know what the reason was. I don't know if it was jealousy or anger, which made his eyes darken. And he instinctively retorted, "What about you? What about the close relationship between you and that male cultivator?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his head again. His eyes fell directly on her face. He tried to see a trace of regret and guilt on her face. But there was no. She didn't care about what he said at all. Nor did she care about his current opinion. Nan Yin pursed her lips and suddenly chuckled. As she chuckled, her eyes became slightly moist. But she still managed to sneer. So what? Could it be that senior brother doesn't like me and doesn't allow me to be with others? She met his gaze with a slightly annoyed look, without any emotion in her eyes. How can this be true in the world? You are not related to me. Why do you care about my business? After Nan Yin finished speaking, she turned around and left without hesitation. But her wrist was grabbed by someone. Feng Jishua pursed his lips. His face was a little pale. He clearly didn't mean that. But he didn't know why he said such a thing. He was a little anxious in his heart. But he looked more and more clumsy. No, I don't mean that. The senior brother held her wrist, tightening his grip gradually, fearing that if he relaxed a little, the other party would turn around and leave. Yin, don't be angry first. I just want you not to be impulsive. Feelings are not a joke. And they are not a tool for you to anger others. If you hate me, you can hit me, scold me, and cut me with a few swords. It doesn't matter. Yin, I don't want you to get hurt again. Nan Yin was silent for a moment, and then sarcastically said, But you are the one who hurt me the most. So what qualifications do you have to say such things now? Feng Jishua's lips turned pale, and his body stiffened. Nan Yin didn't want to take his emotions into consideration, so she struggled hard while the other party was distracted, trying to break free from his palm. But the man held her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. Now Nan Yin's eyes also showed obvious resistance and impatience. Her face was slightly red with anger, but the harder she struggled, the tighter the man on the opposite side held her. This also made her eyes show a trace of annoyance. Let go. Don't touch me. Feng Jishua finally came to his senses. Seeing her resistance, his heart seemed to be entangled with dense silk threads, being pulled hard, and an unbearable bitterness surged in an instant. He looked at the slender and soft wrist in his palm. At that moment, he didn't know what happened. He didn't know whether he was anxious or worried. He pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry. Yin, don't be like this. Let's talk properly. Okay? I really didn't expect to hurt you so deeply. His voice was a little hoarse, and he raised his hand and pressed it on Nan Yin's back, almost at the moment when he hugged her into his arms. His heart seemed to tremble slightly. He didn't expect that this kind of scene that only appears occasionally in the middle of the night will really happen at this moment. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable emotion in his heart, which made him hold the person in his arms tighter. Yin, listen to my explanation first. There is really no relationship between me, Lin Shimmy and me. I have already said that I will only protect you in this life. I will not break my previous oath. Yin, give me a chance. Let's re-establish the covenant. Okay? Nan Yin was still in a daze, and when she heard the latter words, she suddenly struggled desperately. Her eyes suddenly became wet, and she pushed the person away with red eyes. She raised her hand and slapped the other person in the face directly, without any mercy. She was quite skilled in slapping people in the face. Feng Jishua's face was slightly tilted away by the slap. A red mark quickly appeared on her white jade face. Nan Yin looked at him like this. She was the one who hit him. But her tears fell uncontrollably. I've said it before. I don't need your charity and sympathy. Nor do I need you to keep that false promise to be responsible for me. The more she spoke, the more her tears flowed. I hate you saying responsible words the most. I'm not your responsibility. Feng Jishua pursed her lips. And the blood between her lips looked particularly pale. Her fingertips curled up. She wanted to reach out and wipe her tears. But she didn't dare to touch her. Nan Yan's emotions seemed to be out of control. She showed a painful and embarrassing expression on her face. She stared at him with resentment and anger. What do you think of me? Do you think I'm a little pet you raised? Why do you say you like me when you like me? And you can throw me away when you don't like me? I don't want to care about your relationship with anyone now. And I don't want to see you again in the future. Stay away from me. After saying this, Nan Yin didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, and turned around and rushed out of the yard without hesitation. Feng Jishua was left alone, stiffly standing there, watching her figure getting farther and farther away until she disappeared. He felt that for some reason, his heart seemed to be tightened by something, and there was an unbearable feeling of suffocation, making him almost unable to breathe. Feng Jishua tightly clenched his palms. He felt a vague sense of panic in his heart, and his mind was even more confused. But he was too timid to investigate. He was afraid and uneasy. But he didn't even understand why he was like this. Was it because of guilt? Because he made the decision without telling her the truth in advance. It was clearly a happy day. But on the day when she was so happy, she lost face in front of everyone and was criticized, making all her previous likes become a false joy. It must be because of guilt? But why can guilt be so uncomfortable? Feng Jishua stood for so long that his body was stiff in the end. He almost fell down with a weak knee when he moved a little. He held the corner of the table and looked at the bright yellow talisman paper on the edge of the table. His throat was slightly tight and dry. He moved his fingers slightly and wanted to touch it, but he quickly withdrew his hand and retracted it into his sleeves as if he was burned. Until the end, he didn't fully understand the answer in his heart. Was he uneasy because of guilt? Or because of the vague regret and unwillingness in his heart? On the other side, Nan Yin was sad. So she naturally wanted to find someone to comfort her. So without thinking, she turned around and rushed into Jing Wuyan's yard. During this period of time, while she was avoiding Feng Jishua, she also gained a lot of favor in front of Jing Wuyan. At least, she would not be scolded when she was unreasonable in front of him. And the man could listen to her nonsense patiently. However, the most annoying thing was that he urged her to practice every day, although he was well-intentioned. But could Nan Yin be the kind of person who was controlled by others? She was unhappy and simply quarreled with him for a few words, saying a few unpleasant words, which caused the two of them to have a cold war for several days. Maybe he was very angry about her nonsense last time. Jing Wuyan was also a little angry this time. So he had been holding back and didn't come to see her these days. When Nan Yin rushed into Jing Wuyan's yard, the person in the room was holding a book and reading something. When the door was pushed open, the man subconsciously hid the book in his sleeve. He was about to frown. But when he saw that the one who kicked the door was that daring little girl, Jing Wuyan's expression paused, and soon returned to normal. He was a little annoyed in his heart. Didn't this little girl dislike his shamelessness? What was she doing here now? Jing Wuyan was still struggling whether he should speak first. But the little girl opposite him didn't say anything and threw herself into his arms without following the routine. He smashed his originally brewing anger and melancholy into pieces. He didn't even remember the quarrel between the two of them before. And he hugged her directly into his arms. After the hug, he regained some rationality in his mind, hugged the person and snorted. What's wrong? Didn't you say that I'm nosy and can't compare to your brother's gentleness and consideration? Why are you looking for me now? And hugging me so tightly? This kind of words is equivalent to a quarrel between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. When the girlfriend is angry, she directly scolds the boyfriend for not being as considerate as the ex-boyfriend. Once this kind of words are spoken, it will stir up a hornet's nest. That day, Jing Wuyan was so angry that his face was gloomy. He said that if he liked your senior brother so much, why did he kiss me in my arms? As a result, the stinky girl was bold and dared to say anything, scolding him for being shameless and wanting to eat swan meat. He was the one who forced himself to come to her. Jing Wuyan was so angry that his face was gloomy, and he wanted to catch him and beat him up. But he couldn't bear to let her go. Not only did he have no way to deal with her, but he was also very angry in the end. Who made him really come to her door? So the two of them had a cold war afterwards. Jing Wuyan was also very stubborn during the Cold War. He said he would not come to her, and he really didn't come. After all, when he made a mistake, he could humbly apologize and admit his mistake. But when he didn't make a mistake, she treated him as a punching bag and called him to come and go at will. Can he still tolerate this? Nanyan kept her head down in his arms and didn't say anything. She also remembered the last time they quarreled. Anyway, she was in a bad mood and wanted to torment others. So she didn't say anything, just hugged the other's waist. Tears kept flowing from her eyes, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Jing Wuyan was not a fool. He heard the subtle crying, especially the wetness on his chest, and knew that this stinky girl was sad for someone again. He was slightly annoyed in his heart, and his handsome eyebrows were also stained with some annoyance. He held the waist of the person in his arms and tightened it suddenly, and directly hugged the person and sat on the cushion behind him. Jing Wuyan let go of the person a little, and sure enough, he saw the little face crying silently. The coldness in his heart deepened a little, and there was a little anger in his heart. He reached out his hand, pinched her chin, lifted her face, and looked at her with a gloomy look. Why? Are you sad for your good senior brother again? Every time you are bullied, you come to my arms and cry for comfort. Do you really think I am dead? It's okay once or twice, but this stinky girl is like this every time. After using people, she kicks them away without any hesitation. He used to think that it would be okay if she used them, as long as she gave him a chance. He didn't mind such things, but he thought too easily. This stinky girl is an out-and-out ungrateful little wolf. She has learned the trick of turning her face and being ruthless. Jing Wuyan couldn't help getting angry when he thought of this, but he was still being taken advantage of by her. He pinched her chin and exerted a little force. Am I born with a kind face, so that you are so bold that you dare to use me as a fool again and again? Nanyan pursed her lips, looking extremely aggrieved. She was about to speak, but before she finished speaking, a tear fell. What do you mean by me? He sneered. Jing Wuyan's face was not very good, and he stared at the person in his arms with dignity. Seeing that the stinky girl started to pretend to be pitiful with tears in her eyes again, his eyes darkened, and he shouted directly, Don't cry, stinky girl. Do you think I am too kind? Do you think I am doing good deeds by indulging you and pampering you? He knew the tricks of this stinky girl very well. Every time she came, she looked like this. When she was sweet-mouthed, she coaxed people like falling into a piece of honey. But when she turned her face and didn't recognize people, the people who hated her were simply itching. Jing Wuyan frowned and spoke in a slow tone. I'm not that kind. Let me tell you. Don't you think I'm being too persistent? Now I'll make it clear to you. I do have other intentions for you, but I don't plan to waste time with you like this. If you feel wronged in the future and want to find me for comfort, and want to continue crying in my arms, you must give something. Stinky girl. I'm not a person who does good things without asking for anything in return. Do you remember? At this point, Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes again, revealing a sinister expression. I won't force you. If you don't want to, you should leave now and go find your good senior brother for comfort. And don't shout other men's names in my arms. But if you agree, if you dare to say those hurtful and irritating words again in the future, I will not just punish you by confining you. I will tie you to the bed and let you see how powerful my methods are. Nanyan was attracted by this, and was very curious when she heard this. Tears were still hanging on her eyelashes, and she couldn't help but. She raised her head and asked weakly, What method? Jing Wuyan paused, looking at her expressionlessly. Until you cry and scream, and can't close your legs. Nanyan's face turned red instantly, and her eyes looked down at his waist, which made her look more aggrieved instantly. Tears rolled in her eyes, and her head shrank back subconsciously. If that's the case, then I would have died a long time ago. She jumped off the cushion, bit her lip, turned around and was about to slip away, but her arm was suddenly grabbed by someone, and she was pulled back and then crashed into the other person's arms. Nanyan tried to pull her hand back, but the man refused to let go. She looked at him depressedly, with tears in her eyes and tears on her cheeks. Didn't you say you don't like to force people? You gave me two choices. I chose the first one. Isn't it okay if I don't come to you in the future? Why don't you let me go quickly? Jing Wuyan looked at her calmly, with no expression on his face. I did say it. But if it takes more than 3 sentences, it means you chose the first one. What? Do you want to cheat now? Nan Yin was stunned when she heard this. She looked up at the shameless man. How could he say such shameless words so confidently? The other party was also looking at her, seeing her shrinking her head and looking like a quail. The anger in her heart was instantly extinguished. This stinky girl was still as timid as before, afraid of death, and had to be scared before she would be honest. Nan Yin pursed her lips. Her face slightly reddened with anger. You didn't tell me in advance that you can't treat me like this. Jing Wuyan snorted softly, pinched her face, and rubbed the tears on her cheeks with his fingertips, saying matter-of-factly, Why can't I? You are not my relative. So of course I can bully you however I want. However, if you are willing to be my Taoist partner, maybe I can treat you more gently. Nan Yin bit her lip, leaving a bright red mark on her lips. You are old. But you still want a beautiful girl like me to be your Taoist partner. Don't you feel ashamed? You will know if it is shameful or not if you touch me. Hearing this, Nan Yin obviously had the wrong idea. Her face flushed and she was embarrassed. She couldn't help but look down and asked shyly, Where should I touch? If it is too small, I don't want to touch it. Jing Wuyan's face was full of black lines. He couldn't help but knock the girl on the head twice. She was really talking nonsense and was so bold. What nonsense are you talking about? You little girl? You are ignorant all day long. You have not learned anything good from your senior brother. You have been studying all these messed up things. You should stay here honestly and concentrate on practicing. Do you hear me? Nan Yin felt a little sorry and reluctant to leave. Can't I touch you anymore? Jing Wuyan stared at her with his dark eyes. His expression paused for a while. After a while, he pretended to turn his face away and coughed dryly. If you really want to, it's not impossible. Chapter 175. Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Her beautiful eyelids slightly widened, and transparent tears hung on her eyelashes. She felt really embarrassed. Then, she blushed and suppressed the immoral thoughts in her mind, while she handed over the little hand. And at the same time, she looked aggrieved and said in a pretentious manner, This is not good. Knowing that it was not good, she still dared to reach out? Jing Wuyan looked at Nan Yin with his black eyes, and his expression paused for a long time, looking at her like a monster. He didn't expect that she would really dare to reach out. This daring and reckless girl. This operation was impossible for him. Jing Wuyan stared at her quietly with his deep black eyes for a while, and found that this stinky girl didn't feel ashamed at all. The two looked at each other. One was stagnant and deep, and the other was slightly expectant. After a while, they suddenly found that there was a suffocating embarrassment in the air. Jing Wuyan kept his eyes closed and said nothing. He felt that as a man, he naturally couldn't let him see his discomfort. He simply held her hand, and then put it on his chest expressionlessly. Okay. You want to touch it, right? I'll let you touch it enough now. Her strong heartbeat kept rising and falling under her palm. Jing Wuyan looked down at the stinky girl opposite her with her mouth corners down, and her expression was visibly withered. She looked up at his expression and became even more depressed. Not only was she depressed, Jing Wuyan also felt that this stinky girl was extremely outrageous. How could a good girl be so bold? She was so curious about such a thing. Did she also pester her senior brother in the past? Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan's face changed instantly and became much gloomier, especially when he lowered his eyes to look at the stinky girl. The more he looked at her, the more he felt annoyed, and he wanted to catch her and give her a good beating. She was born delicate, gentle and well-behaved. Why was she so impatient when doing things? Jing Wuyan was still immersed in his own thoughts. He thought to himself that they had just gotten closer. To be honest, he had never been with female cultivators before and had no such practical experience. Now he finally met a stinky girl he liked. But she was still a ruthless girl. He had been practicing for so many years. It was impossible for him to not be able to restrain this thought. But he naturally treated feelings, something that could not be seen or touched, step by step and extremely cautiously. After all, he was not a person who only cared about physical pleasure, but a person who focused on inner spiritual communication and integration. So he had to take it slowly and not rush it. Nan Yin knew there was no hope when she saw that expression. She felt a little sorry in her heart. and her little face showed a sullen look. She didn't quite understand why people in this world paid so much attention to spiritual communication. This made her a scum who focused on material and physical enjoyment. Seemed shameless, particularly impatient, and full of unhealthy thoughts. This was simply slandering her innocence. It was obvious that all these people were vigorous. On the surface, they pretended to be serious and upright. But in fact, they were much wilder than her when they were crazy. When Nan Yin saw this man holding her palm against his chest, her expression instantly became depressed. She looked depressed, and her eyes swept over him. He was already an old man. Who would play this kind of pure love with him? The main point was excitement. If there was no excitement, how long would it take? So Nan Yin touched and kneaded his chest for a long time, with a regretful expression on her face. That's it? Are you too old and can't do it anymore? After Nan Yin finished speaking, she was still looking forward to the classic line from the bastard woman. You are playing with fire. As a result, the man opposite looked at her with a chill, and his expression did not change at all. Instead, he grabbed her little hand and threw it away, with contempt in his eyes. Stinky girl. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I will make you cry until your throat can't shout. Nan Yin felt hopeful after hearing this, so she planned to provoke him. But she felt embarrassed after his little hand was thrown away. Nan Yin snorted in anger, turned around and jumped off his legs, straightened her skirt and replied shamelessly. Forget it. I won't come to see you anymore. I can't relieve the depression in my heart, so I can only find other junior brothers to accompany me to have fun. As soon as the voice fell, Jing Wuyan's handsome face darkened instantly. His face was gloomy. He grabbed her, pinched her shoulders and pressed her directly onto the soft couch behind him. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Nan Yin bumped into the cushion and screamed softly, but the person on her ignored her and pressed down heavily. This mountain of pressure almost crushed her. This stinky girl. If he does something a little too much, she'll call him shameless. And if she doesn't let her touch him, she'll be blamed for being incompetent. She still has the nerve to say that she's depressed and sad, and wants to find another man to have fun. Who on earth spoiled this stinky girl to have all these bad habits? Being spoiled and pretentious, and having a spoiled temper. And she also likes to make trouble for no reason. How could she have the courage to find someone else after hooking up with him? Does she want to die? No. This bad temper cannot be tolerated. It must be changed. Jing Wuyan held her down, raised his hand to pinch her cheek, narrowed his eyes, and began to teach her a lesson. His voice became deeper and deeper. Stinky girl. You really want to play so much. And you want to find someone to have fun with. Who gave you the courage? Well, you want to play. Right? I can play with you. But I said, you have to take responsibility if you touch me. He slowed down his voice again, with a bit of sinister threat in his tone. And in this world, everything is about give and take. Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes, pinched her chin, turned her face around, and his thin lips slightly opened. And his lips were particularly bright red. If you touch me, I will naturally touch you. Jing Wuyan also knew that he could not convince this stinky girl, so he could only fight back. How she came, he would deal with it back. After saying this, he stared at the stinky girl intently to see how she would react. Nan Yin was still immersed in the sudden pressure from him, and was a little breathless. She was pressed tightly, and couldn't move at all, let alone resist. There was no way to resist. So she could only compromise, and put her head on his neck, rubbing it again and again. Her black head rubbed the soft hair on Jing Wuyan's neck, and she could smell the light fragrance from her hair. Jing Wuyan lowered his head, and looked at the gentle and obedient appearance of this person in his arms. He was immediately satisfied. Just when he wanted to loosen up a little, this stinky girl got impatient. She began to show her true colors, and she couldn't stop yelling. Aren't you going to be my Taoist partner? What's wrong with me touching you a few times? You are so beautiful. Aren't you meant to be touched? Nan Yin felt shameless after she finished speaking. How could she say such shameless words? It seems that she has also fallen. Oh, no. She must have been influenced by the man in front of her. And it has nothing to do with her. Jing Wuyan was not angry, but he pursed his lips, raised a slight arc, sneered and pulled her cheek, snorted, and scolded her. Stinky girl. Shameless. Nan Yin was pressed down and couldn't move. She pinched him for a long time with both hands, but there was no response. Finally, She was tired of pinching him. Nan Yin put her head on the quilt behind her, and could only stare at him with red cheeks. Her eyes were black, bright and watery, especially when they were full of anger. There was an incomparable color. Her face was much redder. Her chest was heaving, and her messy temples were oozing with fine sweat. There was also a faint fragrance on her body. Nan Yin was not afraid of him at all, and started to jump up and down with a stubborn mouth. I am so arrogant. What can you do? Anyway, there is no word compromise in her dictionary. When she is unhappy, she will start to toss. If you don't want to touch me, then don't touch me. Can't I find someone else? Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes. Do you dare to find someone else to try? Nan Yin stared back boldly. Try it. Try it. Do you think I dare not? How can I try if you don't get up? Jing Wuyan. Get up quickly. You are pressing me, and I can't breathe. My chest hurts. I am going to be suffocated to death. Jing Wuyan pinched her chin, slowed down his tone, and dragged it out very long and lightly. Hee hee. You deserve to die in pain. If you die, I will extend your life and let you live and continue to suffer. Nan Yin felt that she had met her match, but she couldn't help but bully him. How can you be so vicious? Jing Wuyan couldn't help laughing, and pointed at her chin. Did you just get to know me today? I thought you knew my nature very well. You little bitch. This is your fate. You dare to provoke anyone. You deserve to be bullied for the rest of your life. After hearing this, how could Nan Yin tolerate it? Especially when she looked up and saw that the man opposite still had an attitude of being in control. She simply stopped talking nonsense, raised her head and bit his neck, biting it as if it were a duck's neck, without hesitation. But she didn't expect this dog man to be serious with her. If he said tooth for tooth, he really would be tooth for tooth, without any water. She bit him, and he bit her neck hard, making Nan Yin so angry that she whimpered, feeling both pain and itchiness. She pinched his lower back hard, crying and yelling at him. Get up. You bastard. You're so heavy. You actually bit me? You really bit me. Are you a dog? It hurts so much. You even bully women. I don't want you anymore. She had never been bitten like this before, and Nan Yin was really angry this time. She struggled so hard, but not only did she fail to break free, she was exhausted, and the guy on her was still as steady as a rock, not moving at all. Jing Wuyan bit the man and sneered at her. Oh, you bastard. I knew you were such a heartless, ungrateful person. You treat feelings so casually, and you still want to flirt around and have fun? Who gave you the courage? Huh? His teeth itched, and he really wanted to bite her to death. If I really let you touch me, I'm sure you'll run away in a skirt on the first day, and then play tricks and refuse to admit it. Who do you think I am? Who taught you to be such a jerk? How dare you play with a man casually? Nan Yin was so bullied by him that she couldn't resist. She could only pinch the soft flesh on his waist and whimper softly. She now completely understood the character of this dog man. He was almost vindictive and principled. He was completely different from her senior brother, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Her senior brother was the type who would not stop her from doing anything as long as she wanted to. At most, he would talk about reason and comfort her. If that didn't work, he would just follow her and clean up the mess. But this dog man was obviously different. He had a very strong personality. Not only did he control her all day long, but he also wanted her to change her bad habits. The most important thing was that she had to practice with him. Even the method of acting like a spoiled child didn't work for him. This was really difficult to deal with. What's wrong with her wanting to be a salted fish? Does eating, drinking, playing, and waiting to die every day bother him? This dog man. Fix it. Fix it. Fix his dead head. Nan Yin was bitten so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but touch her neck and stared at him with tears in her eyes. This old man who didn't understand romance could be so cruel to a beautiful girl like her. If she didn't bite back today, wouldn't her teeth be in vain? She opened her mouth and bit her chin. This dog man had a strong desire for revenge. He didn't get angry. He smiled coldly and stretched out his hand to pinch her little face. He began to knead it hard, pulling it like dough, rubbing her whole face numb. Her skin flushed, and began to roll and entangle on the couch. The two of them went back and forth, and their breath was a little unstable at the end, and their lapels were messy and scattered without knowing when. Jing Wuyan naturally held back his strength and secretly indulged her. He was also happy to coax her. Otherwise, with his cultivation and physical strength, he could let this stinky girl turn over and sit on his waist viciously. To be honest, this stinky girl was really deadly. The gravity acceleration of her whole soft mass of flesh was really not light. The moment it fell down like this, Jing Wuyan's expression was distorted, and his chest was suffocated and held his breath. For a moment, he couldn't help but coughed. Light. I'm old and my waist is not good. Nan Yin couldn't help laughing, and her laughter was particularly arrogant. She sat on his waist in a domineering manner and waited twice, obviously treating the person below as a human cushion. Then she deliberately patted his face and said hypocritically, "Oh, it turns out that your waist is not good. No wonder you are so weak." As soon as she finished speaking, the evil little hand shamelessly touched down, which made Jing Wuyan's expression instantly frozen, and it took a long time for him to react. That jade-like face flushed with anger, and she squeezed out a sentence from her throat. "You are really bold. You dare to touch everywhere, right?" Nan Yin was also shocked after touching him. They had just rolled together for so long, kissing and hugging each other, and even if they had used all their skills, this dogman still didn't react at all. How could she not be shocked? Nan Yin had only two thoughts in her mind at the moment. One was whether he was really not good enough, and the other was whether this dogman was too tolerant. Thinking of this, Nan Yan's expression suddenly became more entangled, and she began to worry about his lower body life. She frowned her pale little face and asked worriedly, "Are you too old and useless? Why didn't you react after flirting for a long time? I seem to have heard that men are impotent when they reach a certain age." Nan Yin really meant well this time, not mocking. "Although your face looks young, your body fully exposes the truth that you are not young anymore." The key is that she didn't say it in a joking tone, but was really worried and suspicious. When she spoke, her little hand did not hesitate to move twice, and the expression on her face clearly said, "You see, it's like this." No reaction at all. At this time, Jing Wuyan would have been a little convinced if he could still endure it. He was so angry that he took a deep breath, and then he couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the sinful little hand, turned over and pressed her heavily on the couch. As the world spun, the black hair slipped from her shoulders and scattered on her face and neck. Jing Wuyan lowered his head to face her. His eyes were filled with anger. A dark light slowly ignited from the depths of his eyes. He was so angry that he lost his mind, staring at the woman who didn't know whether to live or die, pinching her chin and lifting her up. "You know a lot, and you know this kind of thing so clearly. Whose did you see? Tell me. Or whose did you touch? You are so bold. Do you really think what I said is false?" It is undeniable that Jing Wuyan was deeply angry in his heart. As long as he thought of this stinky girl being so close to other men and making trouble, he felt angry all over his body. If he didn't teach her a lesson, he would not be able to rest tonight. Nan Yin was not afraid of death. She was suppressed by him, but she still showed her strength. She shouted at him without any guilt. "There are not many of them. Why are you so fierce? Don't you understand the rule of first come first served? I didn't even mind you flirting with others. You still dislike me now, don't you?" Jing Wuyan got even angrier after hearing this. He was so angry that he lost his mind to practice. He really couldn't bear to hear the girl talking. She could make him angry for a long time with just one word. He was not the kind of petty man who would hold on to the past, who made them meet too late. And this little girl was young and ignorant. It was normal for her to be curious about love affairs, but she was full of nonsense. Did she really think he couldn't deal with her? Not many. With such a small body, she dared to learn to be merciful everywhere, and was not afraid of being tossed to pieces. Could she swallow it? "Little girl," Jing Wuyan sneered. He pinched the little girl's wrist, held her down, and covered her with his whole body. His momentum was truly changed. The sharp momentum that he had deliberately restrained in front of her in the past instantly spread like a blade. He lowered his head and bit that irritating little mouth. None of the words in the mouth were what he liked to hear. "Who did I flirt with? You're talking nonsense and blaming me for something else. Do you really think I don't dare to teach you a lesson?" Nan Yan's lips were sore and numb from being sucked by someone. The air in her chest was almost squeezed out by this person, just like a fish in the water being fished out. She felt a sense of suffocation and chaos in her brain. Her whole body was suppressed, and she couldn't move. She had no strength to struggle. She burst into tears again. Her neck was covered with a thin layer of sweat due to the rising body temperature of this person. She bit her lips and whimpered in a drunken state, as if she was bullied. You can't know a person's heart by his face. What's more, you are so old. Who knows if you were an old and immoral person in the past? Jing Wuyan snorted coldly and ignored her. He pressed her wrist and bit her shoulder again. She could feel the strength of the animal through her clothes. At first, Nan Yin was very stubborn and refused to beg for mercy. In the end, it was too late to beg for mercy. Her legs, which were still kicking, were pressed down tightly. And then two extremely aggressive long legs were squeezed apart. Maybe she really played too much this time. When an old man gets excited, it is not easy for ordinary people to suppress him. So Nan Yin was severely punished by this dogman. And her voice was hoarse in the end. She still underestimated the means of this dogman. The silk vine was played by him clearly. Before, Nan Yin saw the green light on his fingertips and never thought of such a thing. As a result, he used his life weapon with such a powerful ability to tie her up. You can't mess with the old man of the tentacle system. It's really a death sentence if you mess with him. Her weak body was almost torn apart. When Nan Yin woke up, the first feeling she had when she regained consciousness was refreshed. Not only did she not feel tired, but her realm had risen. She had reached the late stage of foundation building. And there was a faint sign of breaking through the golden elixir. This instantly reminded her of the last moment of last night, when the soft couch was bearing an unignorable impact. The bastard coaxed her while mumbling the formulas in her ear about cultivation. In the end, he even led her to circulate spiritual energy and help her consolidate her cultivation. She was really impressed. Although her realm had improved, it did not prevent her from feeling unhappy. Especially now that she had recovered her spirit and had nowhere to vent her resentment. The first thing she did was to pick up a pillow and throw it at the well-dressed but beastly bastard opposite her. With tears in her eyes, she vented her emotions. You shameless villain. You tied me up with vines. Jing Wuyan was hit without any defense. He looked up at the person, with a hint of guilt in his dark eyes, especially when he saw her aggrieved and pitiful appearance. He couldn't help but think of the scene last night. Absurd, voluptuous, unable to close, crying and begging for mercy, until his voice was hoarse. Well, last night was a bit too much. So he took the pillow honestly, with his dark eyes closed, and said nothing. It was quiet for a long time. He coughed twice, still thinking about the mark on her wrist, and took the initiative to walk over and use his own spiritual power to help her vent her body. I'm sorry. I will be more restrained in the future. Nan Yin burst into tears, wrapped in a quilt, and jumped off the bed, rushed over like a firecracker, and beat the man up. What's the use of you being restrained? You're like a dog when you're crazy. And you even bite me. Nan Yin kicked him as she spoke. Jing Wuyan looked down at this hot-tempered little ancestor. His eyes were red, and there were many red marks on his neck. He saw that the man was tired of beating him. So he simply hugged him and the quilt together. He kissed her forehead and coaxed her for a long time before she rolled her eyes. Then found a whole set of beautiful clothes from the storage bag and started to put them on one by one. The once high and mighty Lord Qingyu has now become a bed-warming tool for a stinky girl in the lower world. Jing Wuyan felt inexplicably annoyed. He didn't know why he was so angry with this stinky girl last night. He lost his virginity in a moment of impulse. Now it's too late to regret. On the other side, Feng Jishua has never left since Nan Yin left. He waited in Nan Yan's yard all night. But the little apprentice sister didn't come back all night. He didn't know why he just waited here. Maybe because he was timid and didn't dare to take the initiative to find her. He waited all night. At dawn on the first day, a servant who came to sweep the floor saw the eldest brother sitting in the yard. He saw that person sitting straight on the stone bench, and the whole person was like an ice sculpture without any consciousness. The servant subconsciously bowed to the eldest brother and said, "Brother, why are you here? Aren't you going to morning class?" Feng Jishua's eyelashes were covered with a layer of mist. He turned his head to look at the sweeping disciple beside him, and suddenly asked, "Did the little sister go to morning class?" The sweeping disciple was confused, but still shook his head and replied, "Little sister? Junior sister hasn't gone to morning class for many days. Yesterday, it seems that she went to senior sister Lin's place." "Oh, it should be senior sister Lin's Jing Daoyu courtyard. The little sister gets along well with that Daoyu. Senior brother, what do you want to do with the little sister?" As soon as he said this, The talisman paper next to the eldest brother was accidentally torn, and his face changed almost instantly. He turned his head and looked at the person, his face expressionless. Or rather, he tried his best to calm his inner emotions. Really? Is the little junior sister on good terms with that Taoist friend Jing? What did you do there yesterday? The cleaning disciple scratched his head, not noticing the strangeness in the expression of the senior brother, and thought that the senior brother was concerned about the little junior sister. So he nodded subconsciously and said, I'm not sure, but it should be pretty good. Oh, I heard from the cleaning disciple in the Taoist friend's courtyard that Taoist friend Jing seemed to be helping the little junior sister to sort out her cultivation yesterday. I don't know the details, but I heard from the cleaning disciple who came back in the morning that there was a lot of noise in the house, and the little junior sister was so angry that she cried. I don't know anything else. If the senior brother really cares, he can go and ask the little junior sister directly. Before he finished speaking, Feng Jishua's face became even paler. He didn't know what he was thinking about. He almost subconsciously clenched his fingers and turned to look for Jing Wuyan's yard. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart. He thought about it for a long time last night, and kept wondering why he was so painful and uncomfortable. He wondered if he really had no feelings for his junior sister? If he really didn't have any feelings at all, why would he feel guilty? Why was he so uncomfortable? Why was his mind full of the figure of his junior sister? He obviously cared about her, cared about many things about her, and cared about her emotions. But almost when he was about to figure it out, he heard what the disciple said. Feng Jishua's heart was flustered, a kind of panic for no reason. He felt that he seemed to have really done something wrong, something that could never be undone, and he seemed to lose the most important person to him. He didn't know what the love poison was. Why did all his feelings for his junior sister disappear after it was removed? When he faced her in the hall, he had no emotions in his heart. There was only responsibility and apology in his memory. He didn't understand why it became like this, but as time passed, the memories in his mind became clearer and deeper. The smiles and frowns of the junior sister seemed to be engraved in his bones, making him unable to forget them, especially when he woke up in the middle of the night. The feeling of loss and anxiety that occasionally spread in his chest, as well as some instinctive reactions of his body, made him dare not think deeply. But now, he seems to really regret it. An unprecedented regret surged towards him like a cold and piercing tide, squeezing his chest, drowning all his chaotic emotions, making him feel a little palpitation in his chest, and even an impulse to cry in his eyes. Feng Jishua covered his slightly painful chest. His eyes were even a little red. He squeezed his fingers hard, so tight that it hurt a little. Maybe it was not entirely because of the love goo. Maybe he really liked the little apprentice sister in the process of getting along with each other. When he had this understanding in his heart, Feng Jishua felt that the place where his chest was pierced was a little hot, and the mark of the 6-petal flower was originally very light. But for some reason, the color deepened a little in the past 2 days. But after the love poison was removed, the emotions that were taken away made him unable to recover for a while, making him mistakenly believe that it was all the influence of the love poison. He had been avoiding the issues that he didn't want to think about, and now he was hit by those past memories and could no longer escape. He clearly loved the little junior sister in his heart. They originally became Taoist couples, not because of the love poison, nor because of responsibility, but because of the true heartbeat and admiration. He has always liked the little junior sister who originally belonged to him. But why did he only understand it now? Chapter 176. Nanyan didn't know what was happening on the other side. She was leaning on the man's arms, enjoying the life of a useless person with nothing to lose. Nanyan reached out and touched her stomach. She felt that the spiritual power stored in it seemed to have reached a critical point. It seemed that it was about to break through. Thinking about what happened last night, she kicked Jing Wuyan's chest, who was helping her to tidy up her skirt, and asked him curiously, "Why did my cultivation level rise by 2 levels in 1 night? If I sleep with you for a few more nights, can I improve faster and faster?" Jing Wuyan extended his hand to touch the little foot that stepped on his chest wantonly. Looking at the soft and restless little foot, his eyes deepened. "While putting on cotton socks," he explained. "It doesn't matter if you want to come a few more times. I can accept it completely. There is no problem at all. However, the effect will not be so good afterwards. Only the male essence of the first intercourse will be useful, and it must be compatible with your spiritual roots. You Do you think it is so easy to improve your cultivation every time? Then you don't need to practice hard. Just sleep with others every day? After saying that, he raised his head again, looked at the person opposite him seriously with his black eyes and said, "You can't be lazy and slack in cultivation. You still have a lot of spiritual power that has not been fully digested in your body. You can meditate more in the next few days to circulate the spiritual energy around your body and strive to break through the golden elixir as soon as possible. At that time, I will help you sort out the spiritual energy. After you reach the golden elixir, I will also find a suitable practice for you. I will help you consolidate your cultivation. There is no rush for other things." After listening to this explanation, Nan Yan's black eyes turned back and forth. She didn't hear too much, and her head remembered what he said. Only the first time. S remarks. She suddenly had an immature idea in her mind. And then she asked him with a smile and courage, if only male cultivators who have intercourse for the first time can improve their cultivation, then can I find? Before she could finish the rest of the words, she felt someone pinching her ankle heavily. The dog man looked up at her gently. His eyes were deep and slightly cold. "Didn't I satisfy you last night? Didn't I work hard enough? Tell me, which step last night were you not satisfied with, and made you have such a crazy idea to try another dog man? Otherwise, let's do it a few more times tonight. I wonder if you still have the energy to find another man to play with." In the end, it became a naked threat. The rest of the words in Nan Yan's mouth were choked in an instant. Thinking of what he said about doing it a few more times, her expression suddenly turned green. With her weak little body, could she bear it a few more times? It is estimated that the whole person will be squeezed dry by him. And in the end, I am afraid that she will not be alive. This old man didn't know where he got all these tricks from. He was old but not old at heart. He had some tricks. She would not admit that she was also happy in the end, especially when she saw this high-ranking beauty, who was forbearing and restrained when she lost control, and finally blushed and called her name in her ear. She could not deny that she still had a sense of accomplishment in her heart. "You bastard. You have come to this day." But thinking about it, she felt a little angry again. She lowered her head again and glanced at the bastard, who was humbly putting on her shoes and socks. She was so angry that she rubbed off her shoes and stepped on the bastard's face. Not only did she step on it, she also crushed it hard. Jing Wuyan. This is a bit too much. The little girl is too arrogant. He has never been stepped on the face since he was a child. It would be fine if he stepped on it. But she also rudely stepped on it a few times. Did she really think that he would not have the heart to punish her because she is pretty? Don't think that she is young, looks good, and is born lovable, so she can be so unscrupulous and unreasonable. When he gets angry, he will turn his face against her. Jing Wuyan was speechless for a long time, and looked up at the little girl lying on the bed in a comfortable mood, with one leg crossed like a master. Her whole body was soft. Her soft belly was turned up. Her hair was spread all over the bed like silk, and she was as lazy as a snow-white rabbit lying flat in the sun. Jing Wuyan looked at it, and I don't know what he thought of. And suddenly his face turned red uncontrollably. He coughed dryly, hurriedly slapped away the ridiculous images in his mind, hid them, then reached out and grasped the little foot that kicked people randomly, patted the instep, and then resigned himself to putting it into the embroidered shoes in his hand. He thought it was incredible. He was already so old. But in the end, he was eaten up by a wicked girl. Even Yuan Yang was sent to her door to coax her to practice. But this stinky girl with a bad heart didn't know how to cherish him. She stepped on his face directly when she got angry. What an ignorant stinky girl. At least give him some face? Is he, the dignified Qing Yu god, so worthless? He was rejected even when he threw himself at her. He was really unlucky. Why was he so obsessed with the devil in the first place? And fell in love with such a heartless and bad-tempered little ancestor? If she was uncomfortable with the service in bed, she would bite and scratch him until he bled. She couldn't do it too fast or too slow. She would beat him up with her fists if she was not satisfied. You know, a fist of a foundation-building cultivator can kill a low-level monster. After beating him up, this stinky girl still whimpered and pretended to be weak and pitiful. What else could he do? Jing Wuyan saw that stinky girl stretched out her hands to him as if she wanted to hug him. She was very skilled and natural in her coquettishness, and she was quite thick-skinned. She turned around and forgot everything after bullying someone, as if nothing had happened, without any guilt. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about it. Forget it. The chastity that he had kept for thousands of years was gone. What else could he do? Of course, he spoiled her. After all, this was the irritable little Taoist partner he chose. Jing Wuyan walked over and grabbed her hands, trying to pull her up. The little girl lying on the couch was being naughty and refused to get up. Perhaps the relationship between the two had undergone a qualitative change. Nan Yan's attitude towards him became more unscrupulous. She used to be a little more restrained and not so blatant when tormenting people. But now it was different. Nan Yan was still lying down and refused to get up after putting on her clothes. She pulled Jing Wuyan down and put her arms around his neck. She rubbed her head against his neck and acted shamelessly. Good brother. My hair is all loose. I want to braid it. Jing Wuyan's ears blushed suspiciously. The roots of his ears were numb and itchy. The itching seemed to have penetrated into his heart as the person in his arms kept making a fuss, making him feel numb. Well, good brother. Isn't this title a bit inappropriate? After all, he is not young anymore. Several thousand years older than her. He has heard that among the couples in the mortal world, the women call the men Rui Lang Jun. Jing Wuyan looked down at the person in his arms, touched the soft head, and coaxed him. You are so good. Why don't you call me Lang Jun? Hearing this, Nan Yan pestered him and rubbed him a few more times, smelling the pleasant woody fragrance on his body, and rubbed Jing Wuyan's soft hair on his face. Jing Wuyan felt quite comfortable being rubbed. The hair was soft and fine, like satin, and quite good to touch. Then he heard the person in his arms acting coquettishly with him without any burden. Lang Jun brother. So you like this? You are so thick-skinned. Don't you feel ashamed? Jing Wuyan had to admit that he was slightly excited and ashamed for a moment when he heard this. This time, even his face was shamefully red. He coughed and almost choked on his own breath. Lang Jun is Lang Jun. Why call him Lang Jun brother? Is he the kind of shameless person? It was this stinky girl with a lot of bad water that led him astray. Jing Wuyan took a deep breath, then hugged the soft waist below, patted her back, bent down and kissed her forehead, and coaxed her in her ear. Hey. Okay. Stop making trouble. You've been making trouble all night. How can I braid your hair if you don't get up? After hearing this, Nan Yan couldn't help but be happy. She raised her jade-like face and smiled at him, then held the man's head and smacked, and kissed him, making his face numb. Finally, she handed him a few hair bands scattered by the bed, looking like a little kid who was waiting for someone to serve him. After giving him another kiss, she coaxed him gently. Jing Wuyan, am I too harsh on you? Can I be a little gentler to you in the future? Jing Wuyan's heart was softened by this little girl again. He touched her hair with his palm, and the more he touched, the more he felt that she was lovable. It was worth his effort to serve her for so long last night. This girl finally said something nice. It's okay. It's good to be fierce. Just be gentle when you bite people next time. These words made Nan Yan feel relieved immediately. He pulled her up and sat her down. Looking at the black and smooth hair, he felt a little bit at a loss. Such beautiful hair should be loose. Why tie it up? Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan was a little troubled. His hands had held the sharpest magic weapon in the world, stained with the blood of countless cultivators, and crushed many female cultivators who wanted to kill him. But he had never tied a pigtail for anyone. What would this look like? If it gets out, will he still have the title of God? After thinking about it, forget it. This day will come sooner or later. Jing Wuyan looked at the restless little Taoist partner sitting in front of him. Her black head turned around, and her hair fell down. Her restless little hands tugged at his belt, and then reached into his sleeves to see if there was any treasure inside. Jing Wuyan looked at her silently for a long time before he resigned himself to his fate and began to braid her little Taoist partner's beautiful hair. His slender fingers picked up a strand of black hair and began to tie it up with limited flexibility. This is really not a human thing to do. While he was combing her hair, the person below was still moving around, refusing to be honest, and muttering a few words from time to time. You have to be so good to me in the future, and be honest and obedient. Understand? You can't do anything to let me down. Otherwise I will kick you, a shameless old man, and go to the mortal world to find gentle and virtuous young men. Jing Wuyan looked coldly at the moody and heartless little Taoist companion. She had called him Brother Lang Jun tenderly just a moment ago, but in less than a quarter of an hour, she had called him a shameless old man. Ha! Woman! The two of them were arguing here. Feng Jishua on the other side finally came over. He ignored the junior brothers, who greeted him on the way, and rushed into Jing Wuyan's yard in one breath. And then headed towards the main hall. He felt that his breathing began to tighten. And he didn't even know what he was panicking about. But he was very nervous. So nervous that his heartbeat couldn't slow down at all. Even his palms were sweating. And his footsteps were as rapid and flustered as his breathing. He walked too fast and stumbled for a while. If he hadn't held the pillar under the eaves, he might have fallen to the ground accidentally. Feng Jishua finally left the door. He hadn't knocked on the door yet. As soon as he got closer, he heard two familiar voices coming from the room. His. Ouch. It hurts so much. Jing Wuyan. Do you know how to do it? You pulled my scalp again. You've already pulled several strands of hair. How can a grown man like you not be able to do such a small thing? The voice on the other side was obviously embarrassed. Okay. I was wrong. I'm guilty. I will definitely learn well in the future. Please don't move around. Otherwise you will pull your scalp again later. After that, he slowed down his voice to coax. Don't move. Don't move. It's almost done. You know I'm not very skilled at it the first time. I will get it after trying a few more times. Go away. I don't want you to braid my hair. Your hands are as hard as a zombie. And my scalp is so painful because of you pulling it. Tell me, are you deliberately taking revenge on me? It's such a simple thing to braid a few small braids. Why did you dawdle for so long? It's almost done. It will be done soon. Nan Yan's scalp was pulled so hard that it hurt. So she pulled his hair hard, her expression becoming more and more impatient. You said it again. You have said it several times. You said it a quarter of an hour ago. And now? Go away. I don't want you to help me. I want to find my second brother to help me. Ah. Before she finished speaking, the thin barrier outside the house was violently broken along with the door. The moment the door opened, a sweet and sticky aura mixed with the spiritual power of plants and trees in the house instantly spread in the air. The sweet aura made Feng Jishua's face change suddenly. He vaguely knew what the aura was. He and Yan. It was as if someone hit his head with a stick. A violent pain came uncontrollably and hit his head. It hurt so much that he even couldn't breathe. The blood on his face disappeared completely. His body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were slightly red. And in the end, he could not control his emotions at all. So he could only clench his fingers tightly. The two people opposite were still arguing and quarreling. And at the moment when the barrier was broken along with the door, Jing Wuyan subconsciously hugged the person sitting on the bed into his arms. Then the two looked up and looked at the door at the same time. Jing Wuyan's face changed. Probably because he had gone too far last night. And he didn't even notice that someone broke into the yard and broke his barrier. When they looked up, their eyes met Feng Jishua standing at the door. And when they saw the scene of the two people hugging each other intimately, Feng Jishua's chest suddenly stabbed. His heart seemed to be trembling. And he looked over with a pale face. His eyes followed the figures of the two people and unconsciously fell to the ground. His eyes burst into a miserable look, especially when he saw the scattered clothes and skirts on the ground that had not been picked up in time. Some were torn into pieces, with scattered threads, and there were underwear and pants, and even the belts on the lapels were torn off. It was almost unnecessary to think about what happened last night. Feng Jishua's eyes flashed with an unspeakable pain. At that moment, he felt as if his whole body was paralyzed. He shivered with cold pain when he moved a little. He forced himself to look at the mess of clothes on the ground like a self-torture. His fingertips were trembling. His throat was tight and dry, as if it was tightly blocked by a mass of mud. Later, he found that he could not make any sound except for the painful gasps. Shock, jealousy, pain and regret, and a little anger and disbelief. Endless regret and pain almost annihilated him. While he was still hesitating, his junior sister was snatched away by someone else. Snatched away without any scruples. How could he do that to his junior sister whom he loved so much that he dared not touch her? How could he dare to do that to her? How could he do that to her? She was obviously his. He was her Taoist partner. They only needed a bond ceremony to become real Taoist partners. They were legitimate husband and wife. He said he would protect him for the rest of his life. He was just misled by the love coup. How could he? At that moment, Feng Jishua's eyes were filled with ferocious bloodshot. He felt as if his heart was stung by a poisonous bee. The pain made his heart palpitate and tremble. And his whole body trembled uncontrollably. There was an urge to cry in his eyes. Feng Jishua clenched his fingers tightly. His nails almost sank into his flesh. The dense pain accompanied by the extremely toxic toxins made all the blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. Countless blood vessels in his brain were madly beating and clamoring. And the veins on his forehead were popping out. A kind of heartbreaking pain like a knife made him almost unable to control his emotions, completely tearing apart his calm and rational face in the past, making him want to rush over and kill the man directly. He could even feel a surge of blood in his chest. And the pain made him want to completely lose control and scream in pain. He bit his tongue and bled before he could hold back the pain. Feng Jishua staggered back a step. His knees softened, and the whole person was a little unstable in an instant. If he hadn't subconsciously supported the door frame, he might have really kneeled down on the spot. But even so, the little sister in the man's arms didn't look at him again. She just stayed in the other man's arms obediently, not even giving him a glance. Feng Jishua only felt a dull pain in his chest. He stared at her for a long time, until his eyes were sore and swollen. It took him a long time to endure the bloody smell spreading in his heart. And then he shouted hoarsely, "Yin Yin, you, come out!" Nan Yin ignored him. She turned her head away. Jing Wuyan touched her head and protected her in his arms. He was very satisfied with his lover's attitude. He raised his eyes and looked directly at Feng Jishua opposite him, and said calmly, "If you have anything, it's the same if you tell me. Yin Yin doesn't want to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce and sharp killing intent rushed towards him, which could cause a stinging pain when scraping against people's skin. It would have been better if he didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Feng Jishua's hatred and killing intent that had nowhere to vent almost poured out towards him instantly, and the hatred and anger in his eyes almost overflowed. As long as Feng Jishua thought of what happened yesterday, he felt that the jealousy and anger in his heart were about to condense into substance, and the whole person was almost on the verge of losing control. His eyes even turned red, and he shouted at him with extreme resentment, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to replace her? This is a matter between us brothers and sisters. What does it have to do with you? An outsider? Is this person a sign of inner demons?" Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes, and his aura spread all over his body. He unceremoniously blocked the murderous aura. He didn't mind fighting with this former rival. During the last competition, he clearly felt that this person didn't use his full strength, and even didn't use half of his skills. Now it's an opportunity. Just feeling the stiffness of the person in his arms, Jing Wuyan frowned again, and calmly restrained his mind and aura. If he really hurt her senior brother, I'm afraid that this little ancestor in his arms will really be angry with him. So this matter can't be rushed. You can only take it slowly. In fact, there is no need to rush. Now the person in his arms is his. Feng Jishua is asking for death. He is completely out of the game in this matter. Why should he bother to argue with him endlessly and care about every little thing, lest Yin Yang gets upset and then troubles him? Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan discovered a problem. He found that his temper was much milder now. If it were the same as before, he would have fought with others a long time ago. Now he was actually thinking about so many messy things. Could it be that all men with families will become like this? Could this be the legendary suitable for marriage and family? Seeing the atmosphere between the two men becoming increasingly tense and anxious, in order to prevent them from fighting on the spot and spilling blood, it was time for her, the little junior sister, to take the stage and give her good senior brother a fatal blow. Nan Yin wanted to get up from Jing Wuyan's arms, but he held her tightly and refused to let go. She patted the back of his hand and said, "Let go. I want to get up." The other party remained indifferent. Nan Yin realized his displeasure and looked up at him. "What's wrong?" The man pinched her cheek. His dark eyes revealed a bit of condensation, and his thin lips uttered a few calm words. "Don't go. I'm very stingy. I will do some irrational things when I'm angry, and I will make you angry, and we will quarrel. I am avoiding risks now." His lips were pale, and his eyes were slightly cold. "Yin Yin, you can do many other things, but you are not allowed to do things related to other men. I won't hold on to the past. But now, you are not allowed to have any lingering feelings." After hearing this, Nan Yin felt that it would be quite easy for this man to be a boyfriend. At least, he would make his needs and requirements clear, and would not let her guess. Nan Yin turned her head to look at the senior brother, who was staring at her at the door. then turned her head to look at the expressionless Jing Wuyan in her arms, bit her lip, then tiptoed to the man's ear and coaxed, "I'm not still in touch. I just want to make things clear to my senior brother. Don't be so stingy." Jing Wuyan responded softly, still nonchalantly, holding her fingers and refusing to let go. Nan Yin pinched his fingers hard, and the man finally responded a little, raised his eyelids, and looked over vaguely. "Kiss me tonight?" "Nan Yin, this shameless guy is just trying to take advantage." Nan Yin glared at him angrily and pinched him harder. "Give it to you. Let go now. I'm going to get angry if you don't let go." Jing Wuyan moved closer again, rubbing his tall nose against hers, whispering, "Add 2 more hours?" Nan Yin, who had become an experienced driver, understood the meaning in seconds. It was simply outrageous. Who said that we should not covet physical enjoyment and focus on spiritual communication? When we got on the bed, it was like we had lost our minds, and we didn't remember what we said at all. Nan Yan's face turned red with anger, and she kicked him directly. She was held down by someone and could only stare at him with gritted teeth. "If you don't let go, I'm really going to get angry, and I won't touch you anymore." As soon as the voice fell, the man opposite looked at her deeply, and then let go of his hand. Nan Yin snorted, and before leaving, she stepped on him a few times, leaving several shoe prints on his shoes, and then left contentedly. Nan Yin followed her senior brother and left together. The two walked one after the other, without speaking a word all the way, until they finally listened when they arrived at Feng Jishua's own yard. Originally, Nan Yin was still walking forward with her head down, not knowing that the senior brother in front of her had stopped. She was not paying attention and bumped into the back of the senior brother, when her whole body accidentally leaned back. He grabbed her arm and pulled it back with force. This person didn't know when he turned around and stopped. After Nan Yin stood firm, she subconsciously shook off the senior brother's palm, which made Feng Jishua's heart hurt again, as if he was stabbed by the distant and cold action and bled. When did they become so estranged? Feng Jishua looked down at her, and seeing her lower her eyes and show such a calm and indifferent look, he felt that the pain in his chest seemed to become more intense. But even so, he refused to look away, and stared at her like a self-torture, clenching his fingers, staring at the person in front of him, and finally asked hoarsely, "Your cultivation has improved?" After a while, he said again, "Did he help you?" Nan Yin paused, then raised her eyes, and her eyes met the eyes of the senior brother. The eyes were as thick as the night, with a suffocating look, and his eyes even overflowed with tears, staring at her with red eyes. Nan Yin pursed her lips, turned her head, and was about to speak. The man opposite suddenly took a step forward, and the cold breath around her almost enveloped her whole body, and the oppressive shadow bullied her with a strong breath. Nan Yin felt a little uncomfortable with the sudden approach, and subconsciously took a step back, but the other party grabbed her wrist and turned around to press it against the tree trunk behind her. "Hiss, it hurts," Nan Yin cried out. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and her face showed an uncomfortable expression, but the other party still ignored her and refused to let go. Nan Yin showed a resistance expression, especially seeing that he looked wrong. She was obviously a little scared. She bit her lip and looked at him uncomfortably. "Let go." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard this person ask a question out of the blue. "Where did he touch you?" Feng Jishua's lips became more and more red like blood. He lowered his head, and the distance between them became closer, so close that Nan Yin could almost feel the coercive momentum on his body, which pierced her skin and made her skin a little painful. A trace of jealousy and pain flashed in Feng Jishua's eyes. He felt that he was going to be driven crazy at this moment. He grabbed Nan Yin's shoulders and asked her, "Did he treat you like I did that day? Where did he touch you? Lips or neck? Chest or waist? What did he do to you last night? Was it better than what I did?" Nan Yin seemed to be frightened by his out-of-control emotions. She was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted. Her eyes were moistened instantly, and then she struggled hard. "You are crazy. What does this have to do with you? Go away. Don't touch me." Feng Jishua's fingers trembled because of her rejection and resistance. He clamped. She hugged her waist, and the two were too close. "What does it have to do with me? We used to be so close. Why can't I? Why can't I? I raised you. I have always been with you. You are mine. We are just a little bit away from being husband and wife. Why can't I? Why can't I?" The more Feng Jishua talked, the more out of control his emotions became. His eyes became redder, and the strength of his grip on her became tighter and tighter. The malicious approach scared Nan Yin so much that she burst into tears and began to struggle regardless of anything. Go away. Don't touch me. You are the one who didn't want me first. What does it have to do with you if I'm with someone else? I just want to practice dual cultivation with him. I just want to be with him. Let me go. She still felt that it was not enough to relieve her hatred, and she tried to stimulate the man again. I don't like you anymore. I have someone I like. He helps me improve my cultivation and makes me happy. Why do you still want to interfere? Why do you want me when you like me? And kick me away when you don't like me? Go away. Unfortunately, the rest of the words were not finished, and they were all buried in Feng Jishua's lips. The man was obviously completely driven crazy. He pulled open her clothes with force, and saw those blue and purple marks all over her neck and chest. Feng Jishua's eyes instantly turned red. His whole body was trembling, and his breathing was painful. He felt that a sharp dagger had been inserted into his heart without hesitation, twisting violently inside, stabbing him with blood and unbearable pain. He couldn't stand it. Really couldn't stand it. She was obviously his, and those things should have been taught to her slowly by him. How could it be done by others? He imprisoned her in his arms, and kissed those marks hard. The kiss was fierce and fierce, as if he wanted to bite her skin and wipe out all the marks. But in the end, feeling the person in his arms crying and trembling, Feng Jishua felt that his heart seemed to have been pierced, and the pain was numb. He didn't know when his tears fell, one drop after another hitting Nan Yan's neck. He hugged the person in his arms and refused to let go, coaxing her with a trembling voice. Yan Yan, I can do it. You want to practice dual cultivation with me? Okay. I will give you. I can give you everything, as long as you don't leave me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I love you. I have always loved you. I was too stupid before. I didn't realize my feelings earlier. Can you give me a chance? Chapter 177. Feng Jishua completely imprisoned Nan Yan in his arms, one hand around her shoulders, the other hand touching the back of her head, his tear-stained face pressed against her soft and delicate neck, looking at those traces that belonged to others. His eyes were filled with sadness and jealousy, and his breath became hot from slow. Nan Yan's teeth were trembling. Her eyes were filled with tears. She suddenly raised her hand to his chest, desperately dodging backwards, not wanting him to get closer to her. But it was useless. The man in front of her had already lost control, and was approaching like a madman. At the end, his voice changed, and the tone became low and hoarse, as if he was a little desperate. He fell deeper and deeper, his lips pressed against Nan Yan's ears, and every sentence seemed to have a hook. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Okay? We are like before. I can also help you improve your cultivation, if you want mine. Okay. Yan Yan, I can also give it to you. Anything is fine. His face was pale, but his eyes burst out with obvious brightness, and the whole person showed a sad and painful look. What he can give you, I can also give it to you. I am better than him. Yan Yan, Yan Yan, don't reject me. He called her name softly, and kissed the skin on her neck again. This time the force was very light, like comforting. His palms were around her waist, slowly moving up along her back, touching the two shallowly protruding shoulder blades on the back, and his lips slowly moved up along her neck and kissed her lips. Don't let me go. Nan Yan was oppressed by him and couldn't resist. She couldn't break free at all. Her last words trembled slightly, and Feng Jishua took advantage of the situation to invade her. He held her hand tighter and tighter. The moment he kissed her, his heart trembled even more violently, originally immersed in the pleasure of intimate plunder. The next moment, Feng Jishua felt a pain on the tip of his tongue, and a bloody smell instantly spread in his mouth. The intense pain instantly sobered him up from the pleasure just now. The hurt in his eyes became more and more obvious and desperate. But even so, he still refused to let go, and continued to kiss regardless, and his movements became fierce and brutal, until Nan Yan's tears came out again, one by one, sliding down her face. He opened his eyes and looked at her face, watching her trembling in his arms, her eyes full of resistance and rejection, and her face full of tears. Feng Jishua was stunned for a moment, and suddenly there was a strange stabbing pain in his heart. At this moment, Nan Yin raised her hand and hit him hard on the chest. The force of this palm was naturally merciless. She was a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building after all, and she could kill low-level monsters with one punch. The man in front of her was completely defenseless against her, and this sudden palm hit her brother's chest. He was caught off guard, and his whole body hit the stone table behind him, and his back hit the edge of the table heavily. Under the impact of the two, Feng Jishua's brain went blank for a moment. Blood and chi surged in his chest, and his face lost all color. He accidentally fell to the ground, and a painful look appeared on his face. It took him a long time to recover, and then he looked up and looked at her in disbelief, probably because he didn't expect her to attack him. Yen. His eyes were red, and tears welled up in his eyes again, and Nan Yen couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She covered her chest with her hands tightly, and cried to him with red eyes, "Are you crazy?" She seemed to be in a state of emotional collapse. The more she spoke, the more her tears surged. She cried in grief and sorrow, "How could you force me to do this? We are no longer the same as before. We have long since ended. You told me so yourself." Nan Yin cried and complained in anger. Her cheeks turned red due to the ups and downs of her emotions. Her voice became hoarse as she cried. She seemed to be in extreme anxiety and anger, staring at him resentfully. "You said that your love for me in the past was all because of the love goo, and it was not from your heart at all. Why do you do this to me now? Why do you control me?" Feng Jishua looked at Yin crying and sadly in front of him, and when he heard what she said, he felt that the pain in his heart became more and more intense and deep, and he almost lost consciousness. His tears fell uncontrollably. He knew that all this was his fault. He deserved to die. He was self-righteous and ignorant. He turned a perfect thing into a painful entanglement for both of them. He thought that he could solve all the problems as long as he took responsibility. But he didn't know that he had been hurting her. He was wrong. He really knew it was wrong now. The pain in Feng Jishua's eyes flashed, and he raised his finger towards her. But the distance was too far, and he couldn't touch her at all. He explained carefully, "No, it's not love goo. Yen. Love goo is an illusion. I really care about you and like you. Don't cry. Let's start over. Okay? I really know I was wrong. Don't leave me. I love you. Yen. Come back to me. Okay? Give me another chance. Okay? Yen. I beg you. I really like you. It's not because of the love goo. It's not because of responsibility. I just care about you." After saying this, Feng Jishua's tears fell instantly. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, the love goo was the illusion that had misled him. Nan Yin shook her head and stepped back. Her eyes were wide open, with surprise and disbelief in her eyes, especially when she saw him begging so humbly. She couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her heart. But she thought of something, and finally just cried and cursed. "It's too late. It's already too late. Feng Jishua, you are a bastard." Nan Yan's tears kept flowing. "You pushed me away with your own hands. You pushed me to someone else with your own hands. It's completely over between us. It's over a long time ago. I can't be with you anymore, and I don't want to go back to the past." After saying this, Nan Yin couldn't stay any longer. She turned around and ran in the direction she came from, and never looked back at him again. Feng Jishua, who was lying on the ground, could no longer bear it. The impact was too great, and the blood in his chest was surging. He had a gasp in his throat, and spit out blood uncontrollably. You come back?" He was anxious to chase her, but as soon as he moved, he felt a dull pain in his chest and back. The pain came from all his limbs, like the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart. His knees softened, and he fell heavily to the ground in an instant. "Don't leave. Yen. You can't leave me. You come back. Yen." He made a hoarse and sobbing voice in his throat. Feng Jishua coughed, his mouth filled with the smell of blood. He looked up at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. He felt pain all over his body, and all the strength in his body was drained. His head fell heavily to the ground with a muffled sound, and tears sank into his temples. "You, come back." As soon as he opened his mouth, the blood that had been suppressed in his chest could no longer be suppressed and gushed out. The blood stained the snow-white sleeves. Miserable and gorgeous. "Don't leave me. Don't go." He really knew he was wrong. He was the bastard who pushed away his own little sister. He had raised her for so long. watched her grow from a little girl to a graceful and pretty girl, helped her consolidate her cultivation, took care of her food, clothing, housing and transportation. They practiced and slept together. She acted coquettishly to him. He even prepared the wedding dress. Only a little time was left. How could she leave him? She belonged to him. From beginning to end, Feng Jishua desperately stretched out his hand towards the back. Tears flowed more and more. And all the memories of getting along with the little sister in the past rushed into his mind like a tide. The deeper the memory, the more desperate he was at this moment. The clearer the cognition he had never had before. He regretted it too late. Yen. But what to do? He lost his little sister. The little sister who used to be reluctant to touch. He made her so angry and sad. So she would never want him again. Don't go. On the other side, Nan Yen, although she had just beaten someone, and the beating was not light, she still felt wronged. So she cried all the way, looking like a little white lotus who felt very wronged, and ran to Jing Wuyan's yard with her head down. She was going to find an opportunity to show him the marks on her neck again. And at the same time, she would gossip about it, fan the flames, sow discord, and do whatever she wanted. But just as she walked through the path, and before she entered the courtyard, she felt a flash of cold light, and an unconcealable murderous intent came towards her. Nan Yin stopped in her tracks. And when she stopped crying, she looked up and saw senior sister Lin blocking the entrance to the courtyard. Lin Qingxuang stared at her coldly, with murderous intent in her eyes. Although she also hated her in the past, at least she would not show her murderous intent so blatantly. After all, Lin Qingxuang had indeed grown a lot after her rebirth. But now, Nan Yin was guessing in her heart. And she didn't know if she was stimulated by Feng Jishua's cold attitude last time in the purple bamboo forest. Her appearance was very similar to the situation when she was impulsive and injured her in her previous life. And her resentment towards her junior sister was getting deeper and deeper. In fact, Lin Qingxuang not only resented this junior sister, she also hated Feng Jishua. But she loved and hated Feng Jishua. It was a mixture of love and hate that she could not get. And she was reluctant to kill him. And she simply resented and hated the junior sister in front of her. They seemed to be born opposites. Everything about this junior sister was opposite to her. Since she entered the sect, everything was slowly leaning towards her. The more she had, the less she had. In fact, she didn't care about those external things. But why? Why did she force herself into the relationship between her and her senior brother? If she hadn't intervened, she and senior brother Feng would be the closest and most suitable couple in the sect. They entered the sect together, went down the mountain to experience together, and supported each other to grow up. If it weren't for the fact that senior brother was infected with love goo in the middle of the journey, forced to like her, and then fell in love with her, how could she have fallen to that point in her previous life? She didn't know the truth until she died, and was finally trapped by the inner demon. And all this is because of this stinky girl in front of her. She got the sincerity of others, but she didn't cherish it at all. She was wantonly squandering and indulging herself. She wanted everything and wanted everything. Why was she so greedy? In fact, as long as she stayed in the sect honestly and lived a life of eating and waiting for death, she wouldn't be so against her. She could ignore the things in her previous life, as long as she was always unmotivated like before. But why did this stinky girl have to go against her? She wanted to take away everything she cared about. It didn't count that senior brother Feng was taken away. And now she wanted to take away the last person who knew her well. The Qianquan bracelet belonged to her. And Jing Wuyan naturally belonged to her too. She didn't care what Jing Wuyan was. During the time they were together, the mysterious man helped her to be reborn, helped her choose the right exercises, and helped her consolidate and improve her cultivation. He even promised to help her ascend. Since he chose her at the beginning, he couldn't regret it. Lin Qingxuang felt a hint of hatred and unwillingness in her heart. They were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. No matter what his purpose was, they should belong to the same camp. But this stinky girl was restless and flirted with others everywhere. Not only did she fail her senior brother's affection, but why did she even take away the last person close to her? She didn't know when this stinky girl hooked up with Jing Wuyan. But Jing Wuyan knew so many secrets about her. If they were really together, what would she do? How could she bear it? Anyone could. But Su Nanyang couldn't. The deepest secret of her rebirth in this life, her miserable situation in her previous life, and her former demons were all caused by her. How could she not hate it? And how could she watch her last thing being taken away again? Impossible. She won't let them be together. She can't kill Jing Wuyan. Can she kill her? Lin Qingxuang thought, and subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword. Nan Yin sensed the undisguised killing intent. Although her cultivation was inferior to that of the opponent, this was her place. How could she tolerate being stared at with such a murderous look in her place? She was not a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. So she raised her hand and condensed a long sword. The sound of the wind suddenly became piercing. She raised her wrist, and with a swoosh, the long sword crossed the sky, and the sword energy broke through the air with a sharp fighting spirit. Her swordsmanship was naturally taught by the senior brother. She couldn't say that her swordsmanship was exactly the same, but it was at least 70% similar. Although her strength was insufficient, she had no problem protecting herself. Moreover, if she couldn't beat him, Jing Wuyan was still there. Who knew what that bastard would choose? And Lin Qingxuang wasn't that stupid. She didn't kill him, and even left room for maneuver. After all, her impulse in her previous life had taught her enough lessons. How could she hurt this junior sister again in front of all her fellow disciples in the sect? If she really hurt her, the senior brother would still not let her go, and her final experience would be almost the same as in her previous life. What she wanted was for this junior sister to be trapped in her own trap and seek her own death. Just like in her previous life. To feel what it was like to be hurt and distrusted by someone she cared about. She had to feel the pain she had experienced in her previous life. During the fight, Nan Yin also clearly felt this man's retreat. Lin Qingxuang even changed her offensive posture to a defensive one, and missed the best opportunity. When she turned around, she was accidentally cut off by the sharp sword energy and had several strands of hair cut off, revealing her embarrassed appearance of retreating. If Nan Yin couldn't see this change, she would be stupid. These were all her leftovers. She didn't really want to intrigue with this person and play such low-level tricks. After all, as a woman, Nan Yin had an instinctive tolerance towards every woman in the plot, no matter how wrong they were. It was all the fault of those bad men. But this senior sister just wanted to go against her. She jumped right in front of her. What else could she do? It was impossible for her not to hit the face that was delivered to her door. After all, she was not completely innocent. It was okay that she was selfish and cold, which led to her poor popularity. She also pushed everything onto others. Was it because she was weak in cultivation that she was easy to bully? Well, if he didn't come to provoke her, it would be fine. But now that he took the initiative to provoke her, how could she let him go easily? Since Lin Qingxuang wanted to give in, she might as well fulfill her wish. It happened to be the time to return the sword that injured her in the secret realm in her previous life. Although Feng Jishua helped her to avenge her in the sect competition, it was still not as refreshing as avenging herself with her own hands. Thinking of this, Nan Yin changed her body shape. Her attack became more fierce, and her movements became faster. Although her cultivation was not high enough, she still had a lot of spiritual talismans and magic tools for life-saving attacks. So she squinted her eyes and did not hesitate. Nan Yin directly took out a handful of lightning talismans from her arms, scattered them all over the sky, and attacked Lin Qingxuang without hesitation with sword moves. There was a rumbling sound all around, like thunder. After all, Lin Qingxuang was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if she deliberately restrained her offensive, her own strength should not be underestimated. However, the lightning-inducing talismans that were randomly thrown at her did make her look ugly for a moment. Lin Qingxuang did not hesitate to use the eye silk yarn to block the talisman, but was caught off guard by the stinky girl with the foundation building cultivation on the opposite side. The attack force of this palm was not small, and because she deliberately retreated, Lin Qingxuang's whole body uncontrollably hit the floating mountain behind her. Under the heavy pressure, she couldn't help but feel the blood in her chest surging. She tilted her head and spit out a mouthful of blood. The rumbling movement attracted many people to watch, and many disciples of the sect gathered together to discuss. What's wrong? What's wrong? There's a rumble outside. What's going on? Are the spirit beasts rioting? It seems that the elder sister and the younger sister are fighting. The elder sister and the younger sister? There's such a big difference in their cultivation levels. How could they fight? The younger sister's cultivation level is not high, and the elder sister is already in the middle and late stages of the golden elixir. Can she beat her? Of course not. But the elder sister has been giving in to the younger sister. She basically didn't fight back and was always on the defensive. I watched carefully. The elder sister didn't use any killer moves. But the younger sister was aggressive. Aggressive and unwilling to give up. Someone nearby nodded and asked with a gossipy look. Why are these two fighting for no reason? Who knows? Oh, I remember. It seems to be related to the male cultivator who lives next door to the eldest sister. Didn't you see that the youngest sister has been very close to the male cultivator recently? But isn't that the male cultivator chosen by the eldest sister as a Taoist partner? Yes. The sect has spread the news that he is the Taoist partner brought back by the eldest sister. And the youngest sister has interfered after she separated from the eldest brother. I guess the senior sister was really angry this time. So the two of them started fighting. It seems that male beauty is still the temptation. Why don't I have this treatment? The distance was too far. And these disciples could only see the swords, and swords on the top of the mountain. The sound of discussion naturally did not reach the ears of the two people. And they were all heard secretly. And Jing Wuyan, who was closest, had been standing in the courtyard, with a pair of deep eyes like ink, watching the process of the two people fighting calmly. I don't know how long he watched under the tree. He was thinking that the little girl might not be as weak as he imagined. At least she had enough ability to protect herself. But she was too timid and too delicate. She didn't dare to go down the mountain alone to train. Nor did she dare to go to the secret beast forest alone to fight alone. No wonder she was not familiar with her own moves. Jing Wuyan kept watching the two fight until he saw her attack with a talisman and slightly gain the upper hand. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingxuang was hit by a palm. And this palm hit her chest. This caused her body to hit the floating mountain behind her hard. And her breath was unstable instantly. And she spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Qingxuang was so pale with pain. And her forehead was covered with cold sweat. She bit her lips hard. And her memory seemed to return to her previous life at a certain moment. In the secret realm. The stinky girl was also stabbed in the chest by her sword. And finally she was seriously injured and vomited blood. This is really a tit for tat. Nan Yin pursed her lips. She also noticed the people nearby. So she raised the long sword in her hand, without hesitation, and then stabbed towards Lin Qingxuang's chest. This move also made Jing Wuyan frown slightly. He raised his eyes, and looked at the pale Lin Qingxuang. It was not difficult to guess what she was thinking. He was not a fool. And he remembered her things in her previous life. Such an obvious trick of sowing discord. Although he looked down on the means used by this person. But this woman can't get into trouble now. Especially when he saw Yan Yan's unstoppable attack. Jing Wuyan's eyes darkened slightly. Yan Yan's temper was a little too impulsive today. She had never hurt anyone before. Not even a monster. But now she was. So when the sword stabbed, he shook his body, and blocked the two of them directly. Jing Wuyan raised his hand, and flicked his sleeves. With a roll of his long sleeves, a mysterious force swept away the long sword. Caught off guard, Nan Yin was interrupted by this man's sudden action. She didn't even have time to resist, and was grabbed by this man and pressed into his arms. Yan Yin, that's enough. You've won. Jing Wuyan's voice was a little low, calm as if he was just stating a fact. Nan Yin also guessed that this person would rush out to block. She knew that the relationship between the two was complicated, and not simply based on the principle of mutual benefit. Jing Wuyan had to rely on Lin Qingxuang's spiritual root cultivation to restore his cultivation. He even had other purposes for Lin Qingxuang. But this did not prevent her from being angry. Let go! Nan Yin slapped him on the back of his hand. She was even more angry about this person's self-willed retraction of her weapon, and then defending the enemy in front of her. Nan Yan's face turned red with anger. She gritted her teeth and stared at the person in front of her in disbelief. Her eyes were instantly wet. She struggled hard, her eyes full of grievances. Asshole. Jing Wuyan. Do you know what you are doing? Didn't you see that she wanted to kill me just now? You still want to protect her now. What is your relationship with her? Are you doing this to me? Jing Wuyan frowned even more tightly. His sleeves fell down, and he held the struggling person in his arms with both hands, trying to comfort him. Yan Yin, don't be impulsive. I'm not protecting her. If you really hurt her, you will be punished by the sect. Don't forget that she is still your senior sister now. Nan Yin opened her mouth and said, What senior sister? The senior sister who wants my life? It was obviously she who disregarded the friendship of fellow disciples first. Why should I abide by this rule? How can there be such a reason in the world? Her eyes turned red in an instant. Her heart was full of resentment, and tears fell uncontrollably. She was crying at this moment not because of anything else, but because of grievance. Jing Wuyan naturally knew that this fight was provoked by Lin Qingxuang, and it was normal for Yan Yan to be impulsive when stimulated. After all, she was just a foundation-building cultivator, and it was inevitable that she could not control herself in the face of the provocation and murderous intent of the Jindan cultivator. Jing Wuyan exhaled lightly, patted her back gently to comfort her. I can promise you, Yan Yan, I won't let anyone hurt you as long as I'm here. Nan Yin obviously didn't believe it, and her eyes instantly showed a more aggrieved look. She was obviously a little unstable at the moment. She had just been provoked by her senior brother in the morning, and had just fought with senior sister Lin. Now facing this man who had had physical contact with her. He also looked like he was protecting an outsider. How could she calm down? Nan Yan's breath was obviously unstable. Her chest was heaving violently, and her lips were bitten red. The more she thought about it, the more difficult it was to calm down. This man not only didn't help her, but took care of others in front of her. She raised her hand and pushed Jing Wuyan in front of her. Because of this grievance and unwillingness, tears began to slide down my face again, drop by drop. So sad. Tears blurred her vision, making Nan Yan unable to see the figure in front of her. She wiped her tears hard, then raised her eyes and stared at the man. How can you promise? You promised that she would not get hurt. Can't you see it? She is a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Can't she beat me? A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage? It's ridiculous. You knew she was just acting, but you couldn't control yourself and rushed out at the first time. Doesn't this prove that the person you care about in your heart has always been her? Jing Wuyan pursed his lips, staring at Nan Yin crying in front of him with black eyes. Subconsciously raised his hand to wipe her tears. His voice was gentle and calm. Yan Yin, don't say angry words. Things are not what you think. I care about her, but not the kind of care you say. Nan Yan's tears flowed more violently after hearing this. She raised her hand and slapped him hard on the back of his hand. You did it yourself. Why can't I say it? It was obviously she who provoked me first. Can't you see it? Nan Yin certainly knew that this was a means of sowing discord, although it was very lowbrow. It had to be said that it was indeed very useful. Moreover, the other party had already sacrificed himself to use it. If she didn't make good use of this free opportunity, how could she be worthy of her hard work? Jing Wuyan looked at the red mark on the back of his hand, but he didn't care. He reached out and touched her cheek again, brushed the wetness on her cheek and put it behind her ear, and finally said in a calm voice, Yan Yin, since you know that this is just a trick used by others, why are you foolishly deceived? Why are you still arguing with me? Don't you know that this will only make others happy? Nan Yan's eyes were wet and red, with watery light. She was obviously too angry. Yes, I know. So what? Since she wants to act, I will fulfill her wish, even if I kill her. What's wrong? She was the first to provoke and attack. Why can't I fight back? And her killing intention towards me is not an act. But why did you rush out? And why did you protect her? Chapter 178. Nan Yin knew that Lin Qingxuang was acting. Wasn't she acting too? Since this senior sister Lin wanted her to misunderstand, she would of course cooperate. She was not some considerate junior sister, and when she was in a bad mood, she would naturally find someone to vent. Jing Wuyan himself would lose control of his emotions when facing a love rival. People like him would not be able to control themselves. Not to mention that she was just a little girl who had not practiced enough. She was so blatantly tricked by someone, although she had to jump into this trap herself. But even if she was fooled, she would only vent her anger on others, who made him just run into her gun. So she should not waste such a good opportunity. Lin Qingxuang beside her finally had a chance to speak, but what she said only stimulated her junior sister more. Junior sister Sue, you were too impulsive today. I just wanted to have a fight with you, not to hurt you as you think. If I really wanted to kill you, why would I keep giving in to you? Why would I let you hurt me in the end? Besides, this is a matter between us. Why should we involve others in our matter? You and Jing Wuyan are close, and so are he and I. Why do you have to be so aggressive and make everyone angry? Lin Qingxuang's voice became calmer and more rational, and it seemed that her junior sister was being unreasonable and unreasonable. Sure enough, Nan Yin was obviously angrier after hearing this. Her chest was heaving with anger, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. She bit her lip and endured it, then raised her eyes and stared at Jing Wuyan in front of her and asked, Clothes? What kind of close relationship can there be between you? How close can you be to her? Lin Qingxuang beside him turned pale. After hearing this, he frowned again, covered his chest, and said helplessly to the little junior sister, "Junior sister Sue, it's not the kind of relationship you think. It's true that he protects me, but that's just..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Nan Yin decisively. She turned her head. Her eyes were full of water, and she was obviously really angry. "Shut up. Did I talk to you?" Lin Qingxuang paused, and her face turned cold. Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red. After confronting Lin Qingxuang, she turned her head and stared at Jing Wuyan. She became more and more angry. "Why don't you say anything? Are you guilty?" "Jing Wuyan, what do you mean now? You insist on protecting her in front of me, right?" Jing Wuyan glanced at Lin Qingxuang beside him coldly. The coldness in his eyes made Lin Qingxuang's expression suddenly stiffen, and the words he wanted to say were blocked in his throat. She clenched her fingers and was obviously unwilling. But she still had to rely on Jing Wuyan to obtain resources to improve her cultivation. So she couldn't tear her face with him so blatantly. When Jing Wuyan heard Nan Yan's words, he slightly frowned, but slowly relaxed. He now knew what Yan Yan was angry about. She thought that he rushed out to block her attack to protect Lin Qingxuang and to oppose her. This idea also gave him a headache for a while. Although part of it was true. Could this silly girl really not see it at all? The person he was protecting from beginning to end was obviously her. Do you really think that a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core is so easy to kill? Lin Qingxuang was indeed hit by her for a while. But it was just luck. And she only suffered some minor injuries. If the sword had really stabbed Lin Qingxuang, she would have counterattacked. The Jinan cultivator would have fought back with all his strength. At that time, she would not only be injured, but also deserve to be killed in the eyes of outsiders. Because she not only ignored the friendship of fellow disciples and attacked the senior sister, but also refused to give in when the senior sister gave in step by step. In this case, it would be disadvantageous to her no matter what. If he tried to stop her, Yan Yan would have a misunderstanding. If he didn't do anything, he would see her injured, and then he would be in a dilemma. Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan's eyes became colder. He didn't expect that the woman had grown some brains after being reborn. But she didn't use this brain for cultivation, but used it to harm her junior sister. Jing Wuyan exhaled lightly, and his eyes fell on the people below. When did he protect Lin Qingxuang? The person he protected was obviously her all the time. I don't know what provoked this girl today. She was quick-witted when she bullied him, and she could find opportunities to mess with him in every corner. Why did she become so impulsive and irritable when she met her senior sister? Jing Wuyan looked down at Nan Yan. After sorting out his thoughts, his emotions became more stable, and his black eyes became calmer and more rational. He reached out and stroked Nan Yan's face, trying to soothe her emotions with a gentle tone, and said in a low voice, "I didn't protect her. The person I protected was always you. Yan Yan, don't be impulsive first. Okay? Think carefully. Can you really kill her? You are so smart. You should be able to figure it out soon. Right? I won't lie to you. You can be angry with me, or lose your temper with me. But that's between the two of us, and has nothing to do with other insignificant people. I don't want others to interfere between us, and I don't want you to resent me for it. Yan Yan, calm down first. Okay? Don't get yourself into trouble because of impulse. My concern for Lin Qingxuang is limited to the transaction, not what you think. Can't you really feel it? Who is the person I care about most in my heart?" Jing Wuyan's tone has always been neither light nor heavy, and he analyzed the matter very thoroughly. He really has the ability to soothe people's emotions. Nan Yan bit her lip. After hearing this, a trace of water flashed in her eyes. But she was secretly annoyed in her heart. She had originally decided to throw a basin of dirty water on these two people. As long as this dogman's attitude was a little strange, she would hold on to it. It happened that this dogman's explanation was too reasonable. So reasonable that she couldn't find any dissatisfaction now. Moreover, this person was so emotionally stable. He didn't feel annoyed when she humiliated him. Instead, he was always in that stable state. If she continued to act so unreasonably, her image would probably collapse. Nan Yan secretly gritted her teeth and thought to herself that it seemed that she could only find another opportunity. She didn't believe that she could not catch him in the future. So after listening to his explanation, Nan Yan's emotions finally calmed down. She pursed her lips, as if she knew that her behavior today was too impulsive. But the fight had already happened. What else could she do? It was impossible to turn back time and pretend that nothing had happened. So Nan Yin stopped talking, lowered her head, and tears fell one by one. Silently, the knuckles that were pinched on the cuffs were pinched so tightly that they turned white. The whole person looked sad and aggrieved and couldn't restrain herself. Jing Wuyan frowned, and saw the person with his head down. He stroked her chin with his slender fingers and gently lifted her face up. He just met a pair of red eyes from crying. Her face was pale, but her lips were red from being bitten, which made her look particularly pitiful and lovable. Jing Wuyan was looked at with such eyes, and there was no messy thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his hand and directly embraced her, and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips, feeling that Yin Yan's body was a little stiff. And after relaxing, she trembled uncontrollably. Jing Wuyan also realized that something was wrong at this time. He frowned even more, and directly reached out to hug the waist of the person in his arms. Now he was too lazy to care about what Lin Qingxuang was thinking, and took Yin Yan back to his room. In fact, he watched Lin Qingxuang provoke Yin Yan today, and watched the process of the two fighting just to see how strong this girl is. After all, her cultivation has increased a lot in the past few days, and with him watching by her side, he will not let her be in danger. But he didn't expect that Yin Yan's mood was a little unstable today. She was too stimulated, and she was really fooled by others. She also thought about killing Lin Qingxuang with her own ability, not to mention whether there is such a possibility. When did she become so impulsive? Jing Wuyan took Nan Yin to sit on a chair beside him, seeing that she was crying so hard that her tears were almost dry. He didn't rush to ask anything, but poured a cup of warm spiritual tea and handed it to her. The tea calmed her mind and spirit. Nan Yin pursed her lips and drank a few sips. The expression on her face seemed less sad, when she was sure that her lover's emotions had finally calmed down. Jing Wuyan put down the cup, then pulled the person next to him to sit directly on his lap, and then asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? What happened today? You are not in a good mood. Who bullied you?" "Huh?" When Jing Wuyan said this, his palm was still touching her head, stroking it gently, and his voice was gentle and steady, which was an obvious protective gesture. It would have been fine if he didn't ask. As soon as he asked, Nan Yan's expression immediately became more aggrieved. Perhaps the accumulated emotions in her heart had nowhere to vent. Nan Yan pursed her lips and pushed away his hand. There was a faint sob in her throat. "Don't touch me. You are useless. You can only say these empty words. Can you really protect me? They are all bullying me. Blatantly bullying me. What did you do?" As she said this, a layer of mist covered her eyes again. She bit her lips stubbornly and didn't want to let the tears fall. But it was obvious that she couldn't control her emotions. "You didn't hesitate to deal with me before. You threatened me when you wanted to, and bullied me however you wanted. But now, you don't even have the ability to help me deal with it back. Are you only going to be ruthless to me? Just because I can't resist? I'm weak and can be bullied. Right?" After Nan Yin finished this sentence, tears finally fell, and Jing Wuyan's fingers stopped. He lowered his head, and stared quietly at the crying person in his arms with his dark eyes. Feeling the resentment in the girl's heart, he understood a little bit that she was going to settle accounts with him. Jing Wuyan felt a headache for a moment. There was no way. It was his fault. He was really a little fierce to her in the past. He didn't expect that this girl would hold a grudge and still remember the past. But the day she mentioned still made Jing Wuyan frown slightly. He didn't know who else had upset her today, until the person on his legs struggled too much. The skin that was originally covered under the collar vaguely revealed some obvious marks. Jing Wuyan's face changed instantly. He pressed Yin Yan's shoulders to prevent her from struggling and moving. His fingers skillfully unbuttoned the collar on her chest, and saw the wounds on her neck that were bitten and broke the skin. There were several places, extending from the neck to the chest. Jing Wuyan's eyes flashed with fierce murderous intent, and his eyes finally turned cold. He was very restrained when he touched her last night, not to mention scratching the skin. He couldn't bear to kiss a little harder, and the person in his arms would be dissatisfied and angry. Those wounds were obviously bitten by others. In this sect, at this time, who else dared to do this to her except her good senior brother? Jing Wuyan's face suddenly became ferocious. He really trusted the man too much. He thought that he would not do anything to hurt Yin Yan after taking care of her for so long. But people would lose their minds when they are jealous. He also seemed to understand why Yan Yan became so impulsive today. It was obvious that she was scared. Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan changed his hand from pressing her shoulders to hugging her, and directly pressed her head into his chest. He gently rubbed his chin against her forehead and soothed her in a slow voice. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well. I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Don't cry. Okay? It was also my fault in the past. I was a bastard and blind. Otherwise, you can bite me to vent your anger. As long as you can vent your anger, you can bite me in any way you want. Nan Yin stretched her fingers out of her sleeves and tightly grasped his shirt. Her tears rubbed against his neck. Her voice was choked with sobs. And she was angry and annoyed. Who wants to bite you to vent their anger? Do you think I'm a dog? Do you like biting people like you? And what if you break my teeth because of your thick skin? Although it was true, Nan Yin couldn't hide her anger. She couldn't help but bite his neck and whimpered twice. Jing Wuyan was a little amused by it. He touched her head and coaxed her. Bite the key points. It doesn't matter if you bite more. Nan Yin was angry when she heard this. The more she bit, the more resentful she felt. She spit it out with a poo sound. Then she raised her head. Her eyes, washed by tears, were particularly clean. Her pupils were black. And she stared at him with a bit of seriousness. Let me ask you. If senior sister Lin really wants to kill me, will you help me kill her first? Jing Wuyan frowned slightly, lowered his head to meet her gaze, was silent for a moment, and then replied calmly, Yan Yan, the relationship between her and me is just a deal. I need her to help me remove the seal. There is no other relationship. You don't have to test me like this. Yan Yan, she won't kill you, and I won't give her the opportunity to kill you. Don't be afraid. Believe me. Okay? I'd be crazy if I believed you. She had to turn a blind eye to such obvious murderous intent? Even if Lin Qingxuang didn't attack her today, she would definitely give her a fatal blow when she found an opportunity in the future. After all, the other party already regarded her as a demon. If she didn't get rid of the demon, how could she break through and ascend to the sky in the future? So Nan Yin didn't give up. She showed reluctance on her face and a hint of stubbornness in her tone. She had to get an answer from him. I believe you, but you have to tell me. If one day we meet, will you help me kill her without hesitation? She asked this question on purpose, to put him in a dilemma. The conflict between her and Lin Qingxuang could not be eased, and there would be such a day sooner or later. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Jing Wuyan tried his best to help Lin Qingxuang return to the world, and the purpose was to let her ascend to the upper realm to help him remove the seal. Naturally, it was impossible to kill her easily. Otherwise, wouldn't all the things he did be in vain? But if he refused, then she would naturally have a reason to hold on to this point. After all, Lin Qingxuang's murderous intention towards her was not false. Hearing this, Jing Wuyan's brows frowned more tightly. This problem was indeed a bit difficult for him. He could not kill Lin Qingxuang at will for the time being, and even had to rely on her spiritual power to nourish the Qingquan bracelet. After all, there were very few mutant ice spirit roots like her in this world of cultivation, and he could not wait that long. Jing Wuyan's eyes were dark, fixed on the person in his arms. After taking a deep breath, his brows slowly relaxed, and he said seriously, There won't be such a day. I won't let her have the chance to hurt you. Yan Yan, do you believe me? Nan Yin deliberately kept silent. It was obvious that she was dissatisfied with this answer. The atmosphere between the two froze again. Jing Wuyan also noticed her low mood, and his thin lips were pursed tightly. Perhaps he knew that his answer was a little inappropriate, and he felt a little depressed and slightly irritated for a while. Jing Wuyan stretched out his fingers and pinched her palm. When he was about to speak, he heard her ask unexpectedly, What if I must kill her? Jing Wuyan, will you stop me? Or will you choose to do it to me? Nan Yin was very calm when she said this. She looked up at him with a serious look in her eyes. Jing Wuyan paused and was silent for a long while. He spoke softly. Yan Yan, it's hard for you to kill her. She is now more powerful than you, and her cultivation speed is faster than yours. You will only suffer if you fight her. Don't do such things that hurt yourself. Okay? Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red, and she was obviously unwilling. She stared at the person in front of her and continued to speak harshly. I can always find an opportunity. I can drug and sneak attack, and I can use various means. She can make me fall for it, so I can naturally fight back against her. Yin Yin! Jing Wuyan's voice was heavier. He pinched her chin and looked into her eyes. His expression was obviously more serious. You can't use these shady means. And you can't do these things that you will regret in the future. You will only suffer when the time comes. After he scolded her, he knew that she was just talking in anger. After all, this girl had never killed a monster. So how could she really kill her fellow disciples without blinking an eye as she said? It's just that when a cultivator ascends to heaven, he will have to ask his conscience. If he has a clear conscience, it's fine. But if he has a guilty conscience, he will never be able to ascend in this life, and will only be annihilated in the thunder tribulation. Jing Wuyan patted her back again after he finished speaking, and lowered his voice to comfort her. Okay, Yin Yin, let's not talk about this topic. Okay? You were frightened today, so you have all kinds of thoughts. Can you rest here for a while? I'll accompany you. Hearing this, Nan Yin stretched out her hand to push him away, almost suppressing the emotions in her chest. And the emotions that were originally exposed were completely restrained. And her voice was low. I won't rest here with you. I'm going back. Please let me be alone for a while. After saying this, Nan Yin turned around and walked out. Jing Wuyan's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously reached out to hold her wrist. But she deliberately avoided him. He knew that she really cared this time. This reaction made Jing Wuyan's eyes darken, looking at the girl's back as she left without a pause. He felt a sense of powerlessness and irritability. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time. As if things were out of control and people were in some kind of predicament. Lin Qingxuang's deliberate provocation and Yin Yin's unwillingness to give up. Both sides are unwilling to give in. If these two people really confront each other, how can he solve this problem? He only has 100 years left. After 100 years, the spiritual power of this body will gradually dry up, and he will fall into a deep sleep again. Who knows when he will wake up next time? If he can't help Lin Qingxuang ascend to the upper realm during this period, who knows when the seal of Qing Yudad realm can be lifted? But what should I do with Yin Yin? Jing Wuyan thought. His chest was inexplicably dull and blocked. If he really fell into a deep sleep, or disappeared, that stinky girl would probably forget him completely in a few months. How could he wait? Nan Yin would not care about how entangled and irritable Jing Wuyan was here. She only cared about one thing. That is, there must be a decision between her and Lin Qingxuang. And it should be not only her who thought so. Even Lin Qingxuang thought so in her heart. After all, Lin Qingxuang has a lot to rely on in this life and has taken advantage of all the opportunities. As a junior sister, she lost her protection after falling out with her senior brother. If she quarrels with Jing Wuyan again, no one will be able to take care of her. Therefore, if Lin Qingxuang really kills her one day, it will only cost her her life. The relationship between Jing Wuyan and Lin Qingxuang cannot be explained in a few words. The two may complement each other. If they really have a dispute, Jing Wuyan may side with her, but he will never kill Lin Qingxuang. So when Lin Qingxuang provoked a conflict this time, she just took advantage of it. Now the two of them are like fire and water. There must be a result. But I don't know who the dogman will choose to help in the end. Nan Yin just walked out of the courtyard and saw senior sister Lin, who was waiting for her deliberately beside the Qingshi Fushan not far away. She looked calm and her face was still a little pale. Perhaps she had expected her to come out of Jing Wuyan's courtyard. So she was not surprised when she saw her. Nan Yin glanced in her face and felt no guilt at all. But the two of them had completely torn their faces. So there was no need to be polite. As soon as she walked over, Lin Qingxuang walked towards her calmly. There was no one around. So Lin Qingxuang stopped pretending and sneered expressionlessly. Junior sister is young, but she is really good at coaxing men. What? It's not enough to seduce the senior brother. Now you want to snatch the people around me? Every word in this sentence reveals a sense of contempt and disdain. In her opinion, this little junior sister does not have enough self-respect and self-love. As a cultivator, she does not concentrate on cultivation, but uses her beauty to seduce male cultivators to obtain various resources and benefits. What is the difference between this and those female cultivators in the furnace of the Hahuan sect? She used to seduce senior brother Feng and refused to let go. Now that she has separated from senior brother Feng, she immediately turns to another man. Such an indulgent and wanton attitude shows that she has a despicable heart. It's not that she can't see it, but in just a few days, this little sister's cultivation has improved a lot. It's conceivable that what happened between her and Jing Wuyan in these few days It's nothing more than not taking the right path and using those unorthodox ways of the Hahuan sect. She doesn't care who Jing Wuyan likes, but Su Nanyan can't. So, she deliberately provoked her. But you may not know that the relationship between Jing Wuyan and me is much closer than you think. Nanyan didn't care about her abuse. This level of attack couldn't hurt her. But she was always good at making people angry. And she could make the other party grit their teeth. So what? Do you envy me? I coaxed them around and made them dizzy. And they crawled at my feet like a puppy. Even the eldest brother, who was worshipped as a god in my heart, was the same. She didn't steal or rob. And being able to coax people was also a kind of ability. Wasn't it? It's not shameful. What's there to look down on her? Besides, didn't she often coax Jing Wuyan to give her all kinds of spiritual plants and herbs? Why did it become an unclean position for her? Nanyan smiled and threatened deliberately. If I coaxed them to kill my senior sister, would you still talk to me like this? Lin Qingshuang's face really turned cold. Anyone who heard such words would be unable to control the murderous intent in their hearts. The person she wanted but couldn't get in her heart was just an object to be abandoned at will when he was next to her. How could she not hate him? She stared at Nanyan in front of her for a long time before she sneered. You can try to see if Jing Wuyan will kill me for you. You may not know that the relationship between him and me is something you can never achieve in your life. Even if I want to kill you, didn't he still let me go today? Nanyan's expression didn't change. Lin Qingshuang said again, do you really think he cares about you? If he really cares about you, why would he defend me in front of you? If you don't believe it, you can try it again next time and see if the person you like is particularly worried and anxious when defending me. After saying this, Lin Qingshuang sneered. Probably because she didn't want to hear more irritating words from that mouth. She lowered her head and glanced at Nanyan, then turned around and left. Nanyan didn't bother to pay attention to her. If she was really the junior sister in the original plot, she would probably be really angry about these words. But she didn't feel anything at the moment. Jing Wuyan cared about who she had nothing to do with her, as long as she could abuse him. Chapter 179. Soon, the news of the fight between the junior sister and the eldest sister spread throughout the sect. In the past, they only knew that there were some minor frictions between the two, but now they have really torn their faces apart. Many disciples speculated on the reason. And later someone spread the word that the reason for the dispute between the two was because of the outstanding male cultivator. They didn't know the specific right or wrong. But as far as this matter was concerned, there were still many people standing on the side of the eldest sister. After all, the male cultivator was brought back by the senior sister. And the relationship between the two was naturally closer. The two might have been going to become Taoist couples. But the junior sister intervened. Some people accused her. And naturally some disciples, who had a good relationship with the little sister, would argue a few words. Big sister did bring that male cultivator back. But that male cultivator never said that he wanted to be a Taoist partner with big sister. Just because she knew him first. Can't others know him? Besides, little sister and big sister have been at odds for a long time. Who knows what other reasons are there? An outer disciple who claimed to be righteous rolled his eyes at the man. Okay. Everyone knows that little sister changed after being abandoned by big brother. And became ill-tempered. Is she angry? Maybe she is deliberately going against the senior sister? The disciple couldn't help arguing again. Are you all blind? Didn't you see that the senior sister was really wrong this time? The senior sister has already reached the golden elixir stage. With such a high level of cultivation, is it difficult to fight a foundation-building cultivator? But she gave in step by step. But in return, she got the aggressiveness of the junior sister. Even in this situation, do you still want to speak for her? After saying this, the faces of the people who had refuted it suddenly became ugly. And they felt a little embarrassed. Many people had witnessed the facts of that day. It was indeed that the junior sister was not willing to give in. And the eldest sister had been restraining herself. In this regard, the junior sister did something wrong. Several people snorted coldly and said nothing. The outer disciple saw that they had nothing to say. And his expression became more complacent. What do you think? Am I right? If you ask me, the junior sister was spoiled too much by the eldest brother in the past. So she became so lawless and reckless. And even ignored the friendship of fellow disciples. Maybe the eldest brother saw her true face. So he didn't want her. Only the people in our sect were humble to her. She was so fierce with a bad temper. She really didn't know how to live or die. As soon as the voice fell, the air around him suddenly became quiet. The outer disciple was still talking excitedly. He still remembered that the junior sister had complained to him and accused him of bullying the stinky little disciple who swept the floor. Now that he had caught the opportunity, he had to criticize her. But when he looked up and saw that everyone was keeping their heads down and not talking, he suddenly felt upset and dissatisfied. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold and desolate voice coming from behind him, as if it penetrated his head directly from a distance, which startled him. Who has the guts to criticize her behind her back? What? Does my pampering of my little junior sister bother you? The outer sect disciple felt a little numb for a while. Feng Jishua's lips were pale, and his face was expressionless. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the senior brother was very unhappy at the moment. He looked at the disciple in front of him. If you are dissatisfied with me, you can discuss it with me in front of me. What's the point of accusing her behind her back? Is there no one to protect her when you bully her? The outer disciple's face flushed instantly. He was somewhat at a loss, and somewhat unwilling. He stared at the man in front of him and stammered. But junior sister disregarded the friendship of fellow disciples and hurt senior sister. It is a fact. Is senior brother going to cover this up? Feng Jishua lowered his eyes. The breath around him gradually cooled, and his eyes became even colder. You know the details. Why? You were there that day and heard the reason for their dispute with your own ears? Why not tell me? Let me hear it too, so that I, as a senior brother, can teach her a lesson? Under the relentless gaze of the senior brother, the outer disciple hesitated and couldn't say the last word. Of course, he didn't hear it with his own ears or see it with his own eyes. But those people spread it vividly. So he naturally spread it too. Not to mention that he had a grudge with junior sister, who knew that he was caught by the senior brother when he was talking about her behind her back. Feng Jishua saw his face flushed and embarrassed, and knew that he was spreading rumors. He glanced at her coldly, revealing a careless and cold aura. Junior sister is the one I protect. From now on, I don't want to hear any bad words about her from you. If you are unwilling, come to me if you have the ability, and shut up if you don't have the ability, so as not to make me angry. After saying this, the eldest brother snorted coldly, turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left expressionlessly, leaving behind a group of disciples who were at a loss, looking at each other. Judging from this situation, the elder brother's treatment of the younger sister is not as indifferent as it was said a few days ago. It is clear that he still cares about her. On the other side, Nan Yin hadn't looked for Jing Wuyan for several days. She finally figured it out these days. Jing Wuyan was too strong. If she was patient and coaxed him to compromise, it might be possible. But if she was as strong as him, that bastard would probably find it difficult to accept. So I still have to stimulate him again. Nan Yin, who has figured it out, has eaten well, drank well, and slept well these days. No one disturbed her, and she was particularly comfortable. But the good days tonight are over. Nan Yin, who was originally sleeping in a daze, felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. Something was pressing on her neck, making her breathless. When she was a little more conscious, she realized that the person kissing her neck was a person's head. Good guy. This dogman attacked in the middle of the night, causing her to almost slap him directly, and then called him a dog thief. Spare my life. She originally thought that if this dogman didn't take the initiative, she would have to take the initiative. But it just happened that this dogman couldn't help it first. It's good that he can't help it. She will have a chance to control it. Jing Wuyan looked down at Nan Yin, who was still sleeping in a daze, and his lips gently touched the skin on her neck from time to time. The delicate and soft skin made him love it, which reminded him of the way he cried delicately that night. The night pearls placed in the room emitted a white light, as if covering her skin with a layer of hazy light. Her rosy lips were gently pursed, and her thin eyelashes like cicada wings occasionally trembled, gently rubbing his cheek, which made him feel numb and itchy. Jing Wuyan kissed him even more lightly. This stinky girl is really heartless. He has been waiting for her for so many days, but she has never come to see him once. Tonight, she couldn't help it and had to come to see him by herself. He didn't have the heart to do anything these days. But this stinky girl ate well and slept well. If he didn't come to show his presence again, this stinky girl would probably completely forget about him. Throwing him away after use is the nature of this stinky girl. Jing Wuyan's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt a little annoyed. He had never cared so much for someone before. But this stinky girl didn't cherish him at all. He kissed the person's neck, and the force gradually increased from slow to heavy. The person below breathed a little faster. Jing Wuyan held her hand and put it to his mouth and bit it gently. After biting, he couldn't help but kiss her again. He deliberately lowered his voice and gently called her name. Yen Yen. I don't know what he thought of. Jing Wuyan's voice was very low and lingering, sending out some kind of signal similar to seeking love. He circled around his sweetheart, eager for her to respond. His warm breath brushed past his ears, and his bones were numb. The person below was disturbed for so long, and finally woke up a little. Nan Yen turned over in a daze, raised her hand, and unconsciously touched the head on her chest, then pushed it away impatiently, and murmured, "Good senior brother, stop making trouble. You are so heavy." After saying this, the person on her body paused. Jing Wuyan was like someone poured a basin of ice water over him from head to toe, and he was completely awake. He loosened his hand, looked down at the woman who was sleeping with her eyes closed, and the expression on his face slowly withered, and the air around him became a little stagnant. Even if Nan Yen was confused, she should have noticed something was wrong, not to mention that she was still pretending to be asleep. So she turned over and finally realized that something was wrong around her, and suddenly opened her eyes. Sure enough, when she turned her head, she saw Jing Wuyan sitting opposite the bed, looking at her expressionlessly. His clothes were a little loose, his hair was messy, and the collar of his clothes rolled up, revealing a little white and seductive jade skin inside. Nan Yan's eyes slowly moved upwards, just in time to meet those deep and dark eyes. The aura around Jing Wuyan became colder and colder. After a long while, he sneered and uttered a few words from his thin red lips. "Good senior brother? Why? Are you looking forward to your senior brother doing this to you? Or am I too similar to your senior brother, so you have some kind of illusion and think I am him?" Nan Yen knew that she had recognized the wrong person. She bit her lip, leaving a bright red mark on her lips. She dodged for a moment with a guilty look, not daring to look at him, nor refusing to say a word. Jing Wuyan saw her like this. His eyes were a little cold. He pulled her over, stretched out 2 fingers, pinched her chin hard, then raised his face and looked at her seriously. "Do you see it clearly now? Who am I? Still your good senior brother?" Nan Yen was pinched and hurt, and frowned slightly. The little bit of guilt on her face disappeared because of his action, and she raised her hand and waved away the other person's palm. "Don't touch me. I don't want to talk to you now. I don't owe you anything. You are not my person. You have no right to control me. Besides, who told you to sneak into my room in the middle of the night to scare me? It's normal for me to admit my mistake." She was still stubborn. Jing Wuyan thought he was not a narrow-minded and stingy man. His temper was already very restrained. But when he said this, the anger in Jing Wuyan's heart suddenly turned into a cluster of flames, which quickly spread and burned in his chest. His eyebrows were stained with anger. In fact, he rarely got angry recently, but this girl always challenged his bottom line without scruples. He actually didn't mind that she called the wrong person, as long as she coaxed him. What he cared about was her attitude after calling the wrong person. Jing Wuyan sneered, forcibly grasped her wrist, and pulled her over. "Don't touch? We have done more intimate things, and now you want me not to touch you. What? Do you want to regret it now? Do you think I am not as considerate and gentle as your good senior brother, so you want to pat your skirt and leave?" It would be fine if she called another man's name in front of him, but now she has such an attitude of drawing a clear line with him. This stinky girl has such an unpredictable temper, and loves new things but dislikes old ones. Is she sure that he won't get angry? Jing Wuyan's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. He stretched out his hand and pinched her face again, and his tone was slightly lowered. "Didn't I warn you that night that you would be responsible if you touched me? I am not a tool that you can use at will. Why? Do you regret your attitude now?" Nan Yan's eyes were filled with rationality because she was pinched. Perhaps this person had never treated her so coldly since they became close, which made her look a little aggrieved. The more aggrieved she was, the more angry she became. Nan Yen simply broke the jar and shouted at him fearlessly. "Yes, that's right. I regret it." Jing Wuyan's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes stared coldly at the stinky girl in front of him, who was talking nonsense and didn't know how to live or die. "Try to say it again?" Nan Yen didn't care about him. She raised her hand and slapped the other person's hand away. Her eyes were slightly red and tears were welling up in her eyes. It's the same no matter how many times you say it. What right do you have to say that to me? It was obviously you who wronged me first. When you were close to Lin Qingxuan, and you cared about her so much. Did you ever consider my feelings? Do you want me to watch you two together from now on? Watch you work tirelessly to help her find various resources. Watch you protect her safety at all times. Help her improve her stable cultivation. And finally ascend to the upper realm with her? Who is your Taoist partner? Even when she provoked me, you were indifferent. But you protected her intentionally or unintentionally. Is this what you call ordinary cooperation between you two? Obviously. Even husbands and wives are not as selfless as you are. Why do you want me to understand you? Nanyan seemed to be unable to suppress the grievances in her heart. She became more and more angry as she spoke. When you were against me, you were disgusted and disgusted. You scolded me and bullied me as you wanted. Have you ever protected me like this? Even now, you have never considered my feelings. Why should I be with you like this? If you don't mind my senior brother being so gentle and considerate to me, I naturally don't mind you treating her like this. After all, in the eyes of her junior sister, she didn't know all his reasons and difficulties. All she knew was that she was recently provoked in private, and the woman he protected openly told her how close their relationship was. Can a normal person tolerate such a thing? Besides, even if she really knew those reasons and difficulties, what would it matter? Knowing it doesn't mean that she must be considerate of the other party. Obviously, he himself can't do something that he doesn't mind. So why should he ask her not to mind? But fortunately, she really doesn't care about him. Otherwise she would be really angry in this situation. Just because she likes him. She must give in again and again? But why should she give in between two people? After hearing these words, Jing Wuyan paused, and the anger in his chest was instantly extinguished, and the remaining words were blocked in his throat. He frowned, and his face looked a little bad. This matter was indeed his problem. But he had an irresistible reason. He spent nearly half of his divine power and soul power to help Lin Qingxuan be reborn. He must take Lin Qingxuan to the upper realm in this life. He can no longer delay. There is only 100 years left, and he must do this. But looking at Nanyan in front of him, her eyes were slightly red and her emotions were obviously unstable. Jing Wuyan was silent for a moment, but he still felt a little soft-hearted. He couldn't help but soften his expression, raised his hand, and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, and explained in a low voice, "Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that just now. It's my fault." Nanyan couldn't help but retort, "You were wrong first." Jing Wuyan paused, looked down at the person, and thought of what she said, and sighed softly. Yan, things are not what you think. There was no anger in his eyes before, and his emotions were much more stable. He returned to his usual calm and composed appearance. Lin Qingxuan and I only have a business and cooperation relationship. Nothing else. Her spiritual roots are special and rare, hard to find in the world. And my concern for her is not as close as you think. He reached out and held her fingers, gently pressing them against his chest. You don't have to care about these insignificant things. I can assure you that you are the only one I care about. Yan, do you believe me? He is not a person who easily softens and compromises. But this girl in front of him always makes him cross the bottom line and make an exception. Maybe this girl is really born to be his enemy. Nanyan pulled out her fingers, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, and raised her head to look at him. Do you believe it? In fact, my relationship with my senior brother is just an ordinary senior brother and sister. Can you not mind my closeness with my senior brother? Jing Wuyan stared at her expressionlessly, his eyes deep, and was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and suppressed the troubled and complicated emotions in his heart. Yan, do you really have to do this? I don't want to argue with you. We have finally come to this point. Don't let an outsider affect our relationship. Okay. Nanyan lowered her head and refused to speak, obviously unwilling to give up. There is no way. Just to make him headache and embarrassed. Jing Wuyan rubbed his temples, then reached out to touch her fingers, kneading them gently, and finally compromised and asked, Tell me, what do you want me to do before you believe me? You've compromised? This dogman is so kind? Nanyan raised her eyes immediately after hearing this. Although she was very surprised, she still showed an aggrieved expression on her face, with a trace of water in her eyes. She took the initiative to reach out and hold his palm back, her voice a little hoarse. You leave Lin Qingxuan and don't get close to her again. I'm the same as you. From now on, I will be honest, and will not have any involvement with my senior brother. Also, if Lin Qingshuang provokes me again next time, you must help me unconditionally to protect me. For such a gentle and considerate girlfriend, this condition should not be too much. Jing Wuyan looked down at the soft and delicate little hand holding his palm tightly. This was obviously her concession. He moved his fingers and wanted to hold her. It was obviously an easy thing. But at this moment, he felt a little difficult. After a long silence, he spoke softly. What if I can't do it? Yan Yan? Well, can't do it? Then she'll have a reason to make a scene. As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other side burst into tears, and a drop of warm tears fell directly on his fingers, burning Jing Wuyan's fingers so much that they curled up unconsciously. Nan Yin was obviously aggrieved and unwilling. She was even a little anxious at this moment. Because of her excitement, she held his fingers harder and harder. I have already retreated to this extent. Why can't you retreat a few steps for me? Is Lin Qingshuang so important to you? Jing Wuyan. Is it really me that you care about? How can I believe you like this? Do you care about Lin Qingshuang so much? Do you care so much that you can even give up me for her? Jing Wuyan looked at his sweetheart, who was crying in front of him, and felt a headache for a while. He subconsciously reached out and hugged her into his arms, patting her back to comfort her. Yan Yan, don't cry. It's really not what you think. But she has already provoked me. What do you want me to do? Senior sister said in person that you two are inseparable and close. How can I accept it? Hearing this, Jing Wuyan's face instantly turned cold. It was also his negligence. He had been slacking off since he was with Yan Yan. He had been arguing with her for a while. So he had no time to practice and no time to care about others. Therefore, he did not notice Lin Qingshuang's abnormality and the things she did in private. He originally thought that the woman would be smarter after living a new life. But he did not expect her to be so stupid. In fact, he vaguely guessed that the reason why Lin Qingshuang had been targeting Yan Yan during this period was nothing more than those messy things in the previous life. But Yan Yan didn't know those things. And she was even the most innocent. But that idiot wanted to entangle her. Jing Wuyan's eyes became colder. Although he couldn't take Lin Qingshuang's life directly, if she provoked him again, he would definitely make her regret coming to this world. Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan tightened his grip on her a little. Yan Yan, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Don't cry. Okay? Except for leaving. I can promise you everything else. Nan Yin was a little out of breath because he refused to compromise. She covered her chest and pushed the person next to her away. She didn't know when her tears stopped. She said angrily, Jing Wuyan, I've said it before. If you bully me in the future, I will leave you without hesitation. I don't need you. After saying this, she saw Jing Wuyan's face hidden in the light, and shadows suddenly became ferocious. But he still restrained himself, and didn't let his emotions get out of control. Yan Yan, don't say such things. I said I will give you an explanation. Nan Yin was angry, and naturally said everything. The more hurtful the words were, the more she deliberately provoked him. Her voice became sharp. Why can't I say it? I don't like you in the first place. You made me feel wronged. Why can't I leave you? Maybe the word don't like really stimulated him. Jing Wuyan's eyes were cold, and his face was so cold that it made people tremble. After a long time, he sneered, Yan Yan, not everyone will spoil you like your senior brother without any bottom line. He raised his hand and grabbed the person opposite. In his eyes, the previous calmness and rationality were gone, and his eyes looked at people with misty eyes. You have been spoiled by your senior brother, and have no law. Your temper is really bad now. You are arrogant and willful, sensitive and impulsive, and moody. Why do you think I must have you? Yan Yan, my temper is not good. I coax you and spoil you because I care about you. If I force you to be trapped, I have many ways to make you stay by my side, and you can't go anywhere in this life. Yan Yan, do you really have to make me angry? If it were someone else, they might really be scared by his majestic aura. But the person he met was Nan Yin, and she was not soft or hard. Jing Wuyan's hands firmly grasped the person. Nan Yin couldn't struggle free. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. But she refused to give in. She looked up at him and said, If you really treat me like that, I will die in front of you, and you will guard my body for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Jing Wuyan's face suddenly changed. At that moment, He felt a nameless anger gradually rising and accumulating in his chest. And anger ran all over his body. A stream of blood rushed directly to his head, making him lose his mind instantly. So without thinking, he raised his hand and smashed the night pearl placed beside the bed. The round and white pearl fell to the ground and shattered on the spot, turning into a pile of fragments. Nan Yen was frightened, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. The person next to her pulled her over violently, and Nan Yen accidentally bumped into his chest, and was pinched by the chin and scolded. "Don't talk about death all the time. Who are you threatening? You little girl. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson now? So you keep making trouble?" Jing Wuyan squeezed out these words from his throat, clenching his knuckles so tightly that Nan Yen felt a little pain in her chin. As the pain intensified, she couldn't stand it anymore, and her eyes became redder. "You think I'm being unreasonable, right? Get out. Get out. Never show up in front of me again from now on. I was blind before, so I fell in love with someone like you. I should have known that no one in the world would treat me as well as my senior brother. Stay away from me. Jing Wuyan. I don't want to see you again." As she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably again, and she didn't know whether it was regret or sadness. Jing Wuyan's face was cold, and he paused when he heard this. And then, he was even more angry. It was the first time that he was so angry that he lost his mind and couldn't control his emotions. "I told you not to mention other men in front of me." Nan Yen bit her lip, and she still felt that it was not enough to relieve her anger. So she stabbed him in the heart again. "Why can't I mention it? I just like my senior brother. I just care about my senior brother. So you can't stand it? Then why do you want me to stand the people around you? Go away. Stay away from me. I am tired of seeing you now. I want to vomit when I see you." Jing Wuyan was probably mad at her. He didn't expect that the person he was thinking about would call another man's name in front of him. And now she told him openly that she just liked someone else. Oh, what stupid thing did he do? Why did he become as stupid as Lin Shuang in his previous life? For a woman, for a little illusory feeling, he humbled himself to this extent. His repeated compromises only resulted in this stinky girl's further demands. She relied on his love for her. But what if he didn't like her anymore? What qualifications did she have to point fingers in front of him? Even though he thought so, he still couldn't control his emotions in his heart, and wanted to hold the stinky girl in his arms and teach her a lesson. Jing Wuyan sneered, and the more he laughed, the angrier he became. A chill emanated from his whole body. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. An inexplicable emotion broke his past rationality and made him lose his composure. But he was used to being able to restrain himself. He told himself in his heart that she was just a woman, and he never forced women to do things, since she didn't want to be with him, and since she still loved someone else in her heart. Why did he keep pestering her? He let himself fall into this state of being neither human nor ghost. Perhaps when people are extremely angry, they will ignore all the feelings in their hearts, and just want to vent the anger in their hearts. So Jing Wuyan also completely exploded, and the threat in his voice was so cold that ice chips could fall out. "Okay. Very good. You care about your senior brother, right? You want to draw a clear line with me, right? Okay. I tell you, I Jing Wuyan never force women. Since you don't care about me, since you feel annoyed when you see me, and you want to vomit when you see me, then I will fulfill your wish. From now on, I will draw a clear line with you." Jing Wuyan stared at her coldly, and when he said this, his expression was so cold that it almost dripped water, and there was even a ferociousness in his eyes that could not be ignored. "Su Nan Yen, you better do what you said. Remember your promise? And never come to me." Nan Yen was stunned. She bit her lips tightly, and her eyes showed an expression of grievance and disbelief. But she refused to give in. She held on to her dignity. Tears rolled in her eyes, and she was too stubborn to let them fall. In the end, she was so angry that her chest felt stuffy, and even the corners of her eyes were slightly red. "Get out. I will never look for you even if I die. Jing Wuyan. You bastard." Nan Yen couldn't help trembling while cursing. Then she reached out, picked up the pillow on the bed, and threw it hard at the man opposite without hesitation. The pillow was grabbed by Jing Wuyan and thrown to the ground with a backhand. Jing Wuyan sneered. "You better do what you say." Nan Yen was pushed by the force of being thrown away, and she couldn't stop in time. She accidentally fell on the soft couch behind her. Fortunately, The quilt on the couch was thick, so she didn't hurt much. But tears couldn't help falling one by one. Jing Wuyan on the other side saw this scene and subconsciously clenched his fingers. At that moment, he had an inexplicable urge to walk over and hug the person to comfort her. But he thought of the irritating words that the stinky girl had just said. His eyes turned cold. His thin lips pursed. And he turned around and left without hesitation. Chapter 180. When Jing Wuyan left and walked away, his figure completely disappeared. Nan Yen immediately stopped crying. She was tired after crying for so long. Without the bastard, she didn't need to act anymore. And the aggrieved and sad expression on her face was completely restrained. Nan Yen turned over and climbed down from the bed, picked up the pillow on the ground and patted it, turned over and laid down on the bed again. However, this bastard was quite ambitious and tough today, so she had to think about how to abuse him next. Maybe it was because the quarrel was too intense this time. Jing Wuyan was really angry. For more than 10 days, the two of them didn't say a word after meeting each other. Even if they met accidentally on weekdays, both sides ignored each other. Nan Yen originally thought that she was cruel enough. When they met occasionally, she would stare at him angrily. It was impossible to expect her to admit her mistakes. But she didn't expect that the dog man was more cruel, cold-blooded, and unreasonable than her. He was so cold that he didn't even bother to give her a glance. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were even without any emotional fluctuations. It was as if they had never met before. Jing Wuyan was indeed a very restrained person. He restrained himself from caring about all the things of that stinky girl and put all his thoughts on practicing and improving his cultivation. But somehow, no matter how calm he was, and how he told himself rationally, the face of that stinky girl kept appearing in his mind uncontrollably. Maybe it was because he had gotten it before. Or maybe he had never been rejected so recklessly. So he became more and more angry and unwilling. When has he ever been despised like this? He was determined to ignore her for a while. He knew that the little girl was spoiled by her senior brother in the past, and became arrogant and willful, doing whatever she wanted, not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. When she is not satisfied with something, she starts to vent her anger on the people close to her. What is the difference between this and those disobedient children in the cultivation world? If she doesn't change her temper, there will be many times in the future when she can quarrel with him. He likes her and cares about her. But this does not mean that he will indulge her without any bottom line. He is different from her senior brother. There are some things that should be done, and some things that should not be done. He will not change all his principles of doing things just because the little girl cries a few times. Blindly obeying her wishes, pampering her and coaxing her will only make her more and more complacent. It would be fine if he was watching her in the future. But what if he was not by her side? The killing intent in the cultivation world is invisible. By then, I guess I don't know how that stinky girl died. So this time, he will not bow his head and admit his mistakes until that stinky girl changes her bad temper. Ha ha. On the other hand, it was probably stimulated by Jing Wuyan's indifferent and cold attitude. Nan Yen locked herself in the house for several days and refused to pay attention to anyone who came. She tried to create a sad look of being wronged and hurt by love. Perhaps because she pretended to successfully, she did not attract that dog man, but instead attracted the senior brother who had not been seen for a long time. After the last quarrel, she accidentally injured the senior brother in a moment of impulse. Since then, the two have never seen each other again. Feng Jishua looked at the little sister who locked him in the room without eating or drinking, and refused to go out to practice. In the end, he couldn't help but come to find someone. The moment the door was pushed open, a pillow was thrown at him. Go away. Who told you to come? Didn't you say you wouldn't come to me even if you died? Jing Wuyan. Get out of here. I will never forgive you again in this life. Feng Jishua reached out to catch the pillow and paused at the door for a while. He knew that the little sister in the room had recognized the wrong person. But listening to her familiar and caring tone, his heart couldn't help but ache slightly. Obscure and sour, as if he was being dragged by something. And there was a faint pain. In the end, it was a numb feeling. He knew that during this period of time when his emotions were in chaos, another man slowly occupied her mind. Yin Yin said that she hated that man, but she couldn't help looking forward to it in her heart. So she recognized him as someone else the moment he appeared. He didn't know what he felt now, whether he was jealous or regretful for the mistakes he had made, or maybe it was both. But in the end, all his emotions turned into longing the moment he saw her. Yen Yen. The moment he called out her name, he was shocked to find how hoarse and dry his voice was. Feng Jishue recalled in a trance that when he finally saw the true feelings in his heart, he seemed to be suffering in regret and pain every day. Those things seemed to be far away, but every time he thought of them, it seemed to have happened yesterday. During this period, he had been in a state of loss and didn't know how to adjust his emotions. The little sister who once relied on him and admired him became more and more repulsive and resisted him. He even dared not to see her again. He was afraid of hearing those hateful words from her again, so he was avoiding them. He thought that as long as he avoided them and didn't think about it, things would still be the same between them. But at this moment, when he heard her calling out someone else's name, he knew that he had really missed it, and it was too late to regret. When Nan Yen heard the voice, she realized that she had recognized the wrong person again. She immediately got up from the bed and sat up. Seeing the pale face of her senior brother, she bit her lip, feeling a little uncomfortable, as if she wanted to apologize to him. But she remembered what happened last time, and a trace of uneasiness and fear flashed in her eyes. The senior brother naturally didn't miss the flash of emotion in her eyes. His hand slowly tightened. He thought he could ignore it, but when he saw her eyes like that, he still felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. Feng Jishue pursed his lips, paused at the door for a while, and then walked over with a normal expression. Nan Yen also subconsciously took a step back, away from the bed, and then called out softly, "Big brother." They were once so close, but now they are no match for a stranger. She is afraid of him. Feng Jishue didn't raise his eyelids. After putting down the pillow, he responded softly. There was no strange expression on his face, but his body paused uncontrollably. Feng Jishue sat next to her, without any excessive movements, and his voice was nothing strange, but it sounded a little hoarse. "Recently, why don't you come to practice sword?" Nan Yen didn't seem to expect him to say this. She thought this person was here to do something more excessive. But when she heard this, her hand still clenched involuntarily, and her head naturally lowered. Just like when she was a child skipping classes and fighting and was caught by her senior brother. She felt inexplicably guilty. After a long time, her voice finally sounded faintly. "I didn't rest well these days, and I was always very tired, so I didn't practice. It's not that I was lazy on purpose. In fact, I was just deliberately slacking off." Her voice became lower and lower at the end, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at him to see if he changed his face or lost his temper. Feng Jishue didn't really hear what she said, but just looking at her honest appearance, her memory suddenly returned to the past, when the little junior sister made a mistake and did something wrong. The voice of the eldest brother was much lower. "I didn't think you were avoiding me. But even if you were avoiding me, you shouldn't relax your practice. Practice is not allowed to be slack." And Nan Yen originally thought that he was going to teach her a lesson with the airs of a senior brother. But he suddenly changed his tone and said, "Are the wounds on your body better?" Wounds? This topic change was too abrupt. What wounds? Oh, she remembered. It was the wounds he bit on her neck in impulse that day. Well, the force that day must have been quite strong. I bit it accidentally when I was impulsive. It's my fault. I know you don't want to. I won't do those things to you again. Nan Yen seemed to relax after hearing this. She looked up at her senior brother, who had recovered as usual. She subconsciously touched her neck, pursed her lips, shook her head, and said, "It's okay now." Feng Jishue said well in a low voice. "Come here and let me see." It was bitten hard that day. Nan Yen felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. She looked up at her senior brother. He was so calm now, as if nothing had happened between them. This man seemed to be unable to sense her rejection of him, and treated her as a brother, making her feel a little uncomfortable. But it was difficult to refuse. Nan Yen bit her lip, touched her neck and shook her head, refusing. "It's really okay, senior brother. Don't worry." As soon as the voice fell, she saw that the senior brother opposite her was still calm. He looked over, looked at her, and then said, "Don't worry. I said I won't force you. I won't force you. I am your senior brother. Don't you believe me?" Nan Yen still refused and deliberately kept silent. Feng Jishue pursed his lips. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his chest, and suddenly said, "When you were bitten on the butt by a snow wolf when you were a child, I applied medicine for you. Why? Now you can't even let me see the wound on your neck?" Hearing this, Nan Yan's face flushed instantly. The eldest brother smiled slightly, and couldn't help but talk about her embarrassing things. And when you were a kid, you fell into the zoo and got pecked on your head by a crane. Before she finished speaking, Nan Yan couldn't help it anymore, and subconsciously rushed over to cover the man's lips. Obviously a little angry. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. That's not me at all. The eldest brother reached out and held a hand covering his lips, and pulled the person over to sit down. Well, it wasn't you. I remembered it wrong. It might be some disobedient little sister. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Nan Yan dodged twice, but didn't dodge, so she just let him go. Feng Jishua looked at the light pink mark still left on the neck, and it was indeed almost healed. He rolled down the collar with his fingers, and he bit more than this place that day. The deeper he went, the darker his eyes became. Feng Jishua's eyes flashed with love and reluctance. He was afraid of scaring her, so he finally resisted the urge to kiss her, and suppressed all the complicated emotions in his heart. His slightly cool fingertips gently stroked the skin, and he asked in a low voice, "Did it hurt when I bit you?" Nan Yan nodded depressedly. "It's not made of stone. Of course it hurts. And you were so fierce to me that day. Then I bite it back for you. Okay?" Nan Yan looked up and looked at the man in surprise. Feng Jishua said this while pressing down his collar, his voice gentle and slow. "It's my fault. I'll bite it back for you. And I won't be angry. Okay?" Nan Yan pursed her lips, looked at the neck that the man offered, and suddenly pushed him away. "I don't want it. I'm not a puppy. I won't do such a shameful thing." Feng Jishua stopped moving, was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. His little sister has always been hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Even if he did such an excessive thing to her that day, she didn't remember it in her heart. It was his fault. Just thinking that he would never be able to touch her and hug her again in the future. Feng Jishua couldn't suppress the endless regret that surged from the bottom of his heart. But now, he didn't know how to turn back. Yin Yin had given up on him a long time ago. The moment he deceived her, she didn't want him anymore. He couldn't force her regardless of her wishes now. When she cried, he felt a pain like a knife in his heart. He could only let go now, and couldn't even say a word. He could only be her brother obediently, because only in this way would she not resist and resent him. And only in this way could he occasionally touch her slightly and hold her in his arms. Just like before. Feng Jishua checked the wound and tidied her collar. There was no excessive action from beginning to end. Nan Yin touched her cold neck and asked him sullenly, "Is it healed?" "My neck is cold and uncomfortable. Your hands are cold too. It will be healed soon. Then hurry up. You are still taking your time to turn your collar." "Yin Yin, don't worry. I applied some scar removal medicine to you. It will heal faster." The two of them were arguing, and didn't notice a black figure in the courtyard for a while. Jing Wuyan has been restraining himself from looking for her recently, but he didn't know what happened today. He heard Lin Qingshuang say a few words intentionally or unintentionally during the day. The little apprentice sister has not left the courtyard for several days. It is said that she doesn't eat, drink or practice. He doesn't know what happened. He originally wanted to restrain himself and not care. Maybe it was another trick that the stinky girl deliberately used. She has always been good at lying. But the more he tried not to think about her, the more he thought about her. In the end, he was completely out of control and felt more and more annoyed and worried. So he thought that he would only come to take a look and leave after he was sure that the stinky girl was okay. But what did he see now? She was hiding in the courtyard and refused to come out, not because of other reasons, but because her lover was with her in the house. Jing Wuyan's eyes gradually became cold. He listened to the vague sounds in the house. When he approached, he saw the intimate scene of the two people inside. Yin Yin's clothes were loose and her face was slightly red. Sitting next to her was her good senior brother. The man's hand was still on her neck. The state between the two was very intimate. Jing Wuyan looked at the scene. His eyes gradually cleared and condensed. The more expressionless he was, the more the ball in his heart burned uncontrollably. Ha. She is really a woman with a heart of water. It has only been half a month since she separated from him, and she turned around and got involved with her good senior brother again. What does this woman think of him? Is he a toy to entertain herself when she is sad? How dare she? How dare she play with him like this? Treating him as a tool to use. Being false to him from beginning to end. Jing Wuyan clenched his fingers, and the anger and resentment in his heart suddenly became difficult to suppress. He raised his hand and attacked Feng Jishue behind him with a palm. Feng Jishue was caught off guard and had to protect the person in his arms. The palm hit his shoulder firmly. Although the injury was not serious, it made him spit blood. When he turned around and wanted to fight back, he found that Jing Wuyan didn't pay any attention to him at all. Jing Wuyan grabbed Nan Yan's collar with one hand and dragged her in front of him. In his rage, Jing Wuyan had completely lost his mind. His face became more fierce and his eyes became more cold and piercing. Are you so short of men? Didn't I satisfy you? Nan Yan was pulled by him and was unstable. Her head almost hit his chest. A little water flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. What did you say? Nan Yan obviously didn't understand the development of the situation. She slapped the back of the man's hand hard. You heard me, bastard. She looked at the man's cold face, and his eyes were obviously a little angry. Why are you going crazy again? Jing Wuyan sneered. Crazy? Yes. He was really going crazy without this woman. His eyes became colder, and he opened his thin lips slightly. Asshole? Yes. You are right. You are indeed an asshole. Tell me, who gave you the courage to play with me like this? Have I ever told you that men can't be played with casually? You turned a deaf ear to all my words. Right? You are really amazing for hanging out with your senior brother. You have been treating me as a tool for your use from beginning to end. Right? Nan Yan seemed to be irritated by his cold tone. Her eyes soon turned red, biting her lips and staring back unwillingly. What does it have to do with you? Didn't you say you would draw a clear line with me? What does it have to do with you if I hang out with others? Nan Yan was of course deliberately irritating him, just to make him misunderstand. After hearing this, Jing Wuyan's aura became even colder. He looked down at the person, and a cold arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes suddenly became cold and mocking. What does it have to do with me? Why? Does your good senior know what you look like on my bed? You play tricks on me like this. Do you really think I won't kill you? As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yan's face lost all color. She bit her lip, and her tears fell uncontrollably, directly hitting Jing Wuyan's fingers. Later, she couldn't help it anymore, so she raised her hand and slapped the other person in the face. Her voice hoarse. Shut up. Jing Wuyan's eyes darkened, and his head was tilted away by her slap, and his fair cheeks were slightly red. He turned around and looked at her pretending to be pitiful again. He sneered and threw her onto the bed behind him. Shut up? Why are you afraid of what others say when you can do it? Su Nan Yan. I am really blind. I actually felt soft-hearted for a woman like you who is so fickle and shameless. You? Before Nan Yan finished her words, Jing Wuyan reached out and pinched her cheek again. His eyes suddenly became fierce and cold. I'm telling you now. You're not playing with me. Now I don't want you. Go and be a couple with your good senior brother. From now on, I won't care about you at all. After saying this, Jing Wuyan never looked at her again, turned around and walked out the door. This time, it's all over. He hated himself for feeling distressed because of this woman's repeated hesitations. He even thought about completely controlling Lin Qingshuang and not letting her have any chance to hurt her. But what was the result? His repeated compromises were always exchanged for the woman's recklessness. She was playing with him from beginning to end, but he still plunged into it, thinking that he could have her. It's ridiculous. Maybe the impact this time was too great. Nan Yan's lips, which were originally quite rosy, turned pale in an instant. Her eyes were slightly red, and she stood up suddenly, wanting to argue with the other party. But because she stood up too quickly, her eyes went black and her head felt dizzy and painful. At that moment, it seemed that all the strength in her body was taken away. She bit her lips, supported her body, and shook her head hard. But she still couldn't hold on, and the whole person fell to the ground uncontrollably. Feng Jishue had been paying attention to her situation, but he was also shocked by this sudden situation. He almost didn't have time to react. His body had already reacted subconsciously, and he reached out to catch her and held her tightly in his arms. Yen Yin. Feng Jishue repeated her name several times. However, the person in his arms had already fallen into a coma. This had never happened before. Feng Jishue was a little nervous for a moment, especially when he saw that her lips were abnormally pale, and she looked like she was dying and lifeless. The eldest brother immediately raised his hand and gently stroked her brows. A soft and clear light instantly flowed into Nan Yan's body, and the spiritual power circulated around her body. But the person in his arms still had no reaction. This situation was a little wrong. Feng Jishua was really anxious. It was impossible for her to have no reaction like this. Unless there was something more serious? He hurriedly grabbed the palm that fell to his side, and slightly felt the pulse. This time, the expression on his face froze instantly. He turned his head, and looked at the sleeping face of the person in his arms, with some disbelief. Seeing that her eyes were slightly closed, the whole person looked drowsy and unconscious. He probed twice with his fingers again, and waited to confirm that he was not wrong. Feng Jishua's expression slowly changed, becoming slightly gloomy and embarrassed, and his face turned a little pale. He was jealous and angry in his heart. But in the end, his emotions were slowly calmed down. The eldest brother pursed his lips, and instantly tightened his arms around Nan Yin. No matter how jealous or resentful he was in his heart, it also changed the current fact. Yin. She is more than a month pregnant. Calculating the time, it was probably the night when she and Jing Wuyan practiced dual cultivation. That night he angered her away. That night everything changed, and his little sister became someone else's. The eldest brother hugged the person in his arms tighter. His eyes slowly fell on her flat waist and abdomen. He looked at her for a long time, and finally picked her up horizontally and brought her back to his own courtyard, and then went to the medicine garden to invite the medicine cultivator elder. Feng Jishua only knows some common pulse diagnosis, and does not know any medical skills to protect the fetus. He just took a rough look and vaguely noticed that Yin Yan's physical condition was not good at the moment. Perhaps there was something wrong with the fetus in her belly, which led to her current condition. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but resent Jing Wuyan at this moment. Resentful of that bastard who took Yin Yan's body but treated Yin Yan like that. How could such a person be worthy of being the father of her fetus? He had guarded his junior sister for so many years, and he was reluctant to touch her treasure with even a finger. But she was despised and bullied like this. How could he hand Yin Yan over to him again? This child came at the wrong time. Elder Yao Xiao was the most eccentric old man in the sect. Apart from spiritual plants and herbs, there was almost nothing in the world that he cared about. Feng Jishua invited him here, so he was not afraid that he would reveal this matter. After all, with his cultivation, he could sense that something was wrong with the fetus in the belly. If it was really a foreign bloodline, it was hard to guarantee that other people in this sect would not covet it. After Elder Yao Xiao left, Feng Jishua looked at the little junior sister sleeping on the couch. He watched all night, thinking about what Elder Yao Xiao said. He had the urge to kill someone for the first time. He should have killed that person long ago. Feng Jishua clenched his fingers tightly. If he killed him, he would not have the opportunity to get close to Yin Yan, let alone the current situation, causing Yin Yan to fall into such a dangerous situation. As long as he killed Jing Wuyan, from now on, he would guard the little junior sister and the child, and they would be a very happy family of 3. Yin Yan is his, and the child is his too. The sky outside was gradually getting brighter. White clouds were surrounding Fushan Mountain. Cranes were flying in the sky, and a faint blue morning light was faintly floating in the sky, as if it had been cleansed. When Nan Yin regained consciousness, she found that she seemed to be in the bedroom of the senior brother. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the medicine bag hanging on the gauze curtain. Clusters of white tassels were wrapped around the beads, blown open by the morning breeze. This was specially decorated because she thought the senior brother's room was too rigid and monotonous. She turned her head and looked around, and a slender and tall figure was standing at the window opposite, with his back to her, and no one knew what he was looking at. The white clothes were whiter than snow, and the black hair was hanging down, like a person walking out of a painting, without a trace of fireworks. Nan Yin rubbed her aching eyebrows and subconsciously called to the man standing at the window. "Senior brother." Her voice was hoarse and slightly hoarse. Feng Jishua came to his senses when he heard the voice behind him. He turned to look at the little junior sister who had just woken up on the couch. Seeing that her face was still a little pale, he immediately walked over to her and helped her up. "Awake. Are you thirsty?" Feng Jishua turned around and poured another cup of spiritual tea, and handed it over gently. Nan Yin took it. The tea was still warm. After drinking it, she felt warmer and more comfortable in her stomach. Nan Yin pursed her wet lips, turned around and showed an uncomfortable expression to her senior brother. The two hadn't been so close for a long time. Since the cancellation of the bond ceremony that day, they had never talked so quietly and peacefully again. Not to mention that she had hurt her senior brother in a moment of impulse last time. But now that she had fainted, there was only the senior brother who was willing to take care of her without taking off his clothes, which made Nan Yin clench her fingers and couldn't help showing a depressed look on her face. Feng Jishua was still thinking about what Elder Yao Xiao told him last night, and didn't notice Nan Yan's depressed mood for a while. He thought that the little junior sister was still so young, and she was still a child. How could she take care of the baby in her belly? Nan Yin naturally noticed something wrong with this person, but still pretended not to see it, and still kept her head down and didn't say anything, and didn't know what she was thinking. However, her low mood did not last long, and she heard the senior brother beside her talking again, asking her, "Are you feeling better? Is there any discomfort in your body? If you have a stomachache, tell me and I will ask the medicine elder to check for you." His nervous and cautious attitude made her look as if she had a serious illness. Nan Yin blinked, couldn't help but smile, looked up at him again, and shook her head. "I'm not uncomfortable, just a little tired." After that, she pretended to be puzzled and asked, "By the way, senior brother, I'm in good health. How could I faint? Is there something wrong?" Feng Jishua's hand holding the cup slowly tightened, and the fingers holding the cup mouth turned slightly white. The force was so strong that he almost crushed the jade cup in his hand. When Feng Jishua finally calmed down his emotions, he turned his head to look at Nan Yin, looked at her puzzled and ignorant expression, exhaled lightly, and then lowered his eyes and said, "Yin Yin, you have been pregnant for more than a month." Nan Yin was stunned. Her eyes widened, and this sentence made her beautiful round eyelids slightly widen. She blinked, looked up at the senior brother in front of her, and after confirming that he was not joking, she immediately lifted the quilt and looked down at her flat belly. She subconsciously reached out and touched it, and after confirming that there was no difference from usual, she looked at the senior brother in front of her in confusion and a little dazed. "Senior brother, you said I'm pregnant?" The pregnancy is naturally fake. It is not so easy for a cultivator to get pregnant. Not to mention that the higher the cultivation level of a male cultivator, the more difficult it is for him to conceive. And Jing Wuyan is like this. This time she spent a lot of money. In order to deal with that dog man, she bought a fake pregnancy pill from the system space, which can not only simulate the fake pregnancy effect that even the god of transformation Star Lord cannot distinguish between true and false, but also can create a false inheritance based on a certain nature between bloodlines. It was also that night when she practiced with Jing Wuyan that she realized that the man was not completely human. He had half of the blood of an alien race. According to the system, he might be a dragon hybrid, because the blood of the other half was too strong. The fake pregnancy pill customized by the system was also inherited from his other half. Feng Jishua looked at the little junior sister, who had been so confused since hearing the news that she couldn't calm down. She felt even more pity in her heart. She was only in her 20s, and she was still a child. But now she had conceived a child for another man. His eyes unconsciously fell on the little junior sister's belly. It was supposed to be his child. But now, thinking of the fetus in her belly, the eldest brother frowned again, took a deep breath, slowly put the teacup in his hand on the table beside him, and slid across the bed with his wide sleeves like snow waves. He turned his head. His eyes slightly darkened as he looked at the little junior sister who was leaning on the edge of the bed and constantly touching her belly. Her movements were careful and gentle, and her eyes were full of joy and curiosity. He suddenly couldn't bear to say the next words. "Yen Yen." Feng Jishua called her softly in a low voice. Nan Yen turned her head and responded, and couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face, and then subconsciously grabbed the palm of her senior brother and put it on her belly. "Senior brother, did you feel it? I feel like something is moving inside. No wonder I always feel so sleepy and tired recently. And I'm getting lazier and lazier. I don't want to go out. And even when I eat, I always don't eat enough. It turns out that I have a baby. Do you say it's a boy or a girl? Boys and girls are the same. I like them all." She kept nagging, holding her senior brother's hand and not letting go, as if she wanted to pass this joy to him. She smiled with curved eyebrows, which was really happy and beautiful, and people couldn't refuse. The eldest brother looked at the two people's clasped hands and couldn't help but laugh. He placed his palm on her slender and soft waist and gently touched it. "You are so young. You haven't even grown your hands and feet yet. How can you move?" Yes, I just felt it." Nan Yen couldn't help but glare at him, as if accusing him of not being able to speak. Her child is so smart. Of course he knows everything. The eldest brother shook his head and laughed. He didn't want to compete with a little girl. But seeing her so happy, thinking about what he was going to say next, Feng Jishua felt a little depressed. He reached out and held the little sister's soft fingers. The smile on his face was restrained, and his tone gradually calmed down. He returned to his mature and steady appearance in the past, and his voice was a little low. Yen, calm down first. Okay? There is one thing I haven't told you yet. There is something wrong with the fetus in your belly. Hearing this, Nan Yan's originally happy expression froze instantly. She looked over, perhaps because she was frightened. Her face turned pale, and her fingers subconsciously grasped the palm of her brother's hand tightly. What's wrong? What's wrong with it? Is it sick? Or is there something wrong in my stomach? What can I do to make it better? The brother stretched out his hand to her shoulders, gently stroked her back with his big hand, and tried his best to comfort her. No, it's not what you think. The fetus is different because it is not completely human blood. It still has half of the dragon blood in it, which should be inherited from the child's father. Feng Jishua's brows were almost never relaxed, especially when he saw her so anxious and concerned. He suddenly felt an indescribable taste in his heart. After a while, he suppressed the jealous and complicated emotions in his heart deep in his heart. The voice explained in a low voice, "You know that you have become irritable and impulsive recently, and you can't control your temper. Even your emotions have become extremely sensitive. It's all because of the little guy in your belly. Yen, do you know? The fetus's blood is too strong, and your cultivation is too low. The fetus in your belly can't absorb enough spiritual power through external forces to grow, so it will automatically absorb your vitality as a substitute. That's why you fainted yesterday. Yen, with your current cultivation, you can't keep it alive. Not only can you not keep it alive, but you are also in danger." Hearing this explanation, Nan Yen pursed her lips. Her face became paler, and even a thin layer of mist filled her eyes. She looked at the person next to her with some worry. She held onto her brother's hand and refused to let go. "What should I do? How can I keep it alive? Is it too late for me to practice hard from now on? I won't play around anymore. I will practice hard. Brother, can you help me?" He lowered his eyes to meet those moist and expectant eyes, shook his head, and explained in a low voice, "No, Yen, your spiritual root value is not high, and your practice speed is too slow. You can't keep up with the growth of the fetus. It's too late." Nan Yan's expression suddenly fell, and she sat helplessly on the bed, looking at her belly sadly, tears falling without knowing when. Feng Jishua looked at her like this, frowned slightly again, and was silent for a moment before saying, "Yen, Elder Yao Xiao gave two solutions. One is to take out the fetus with medicine while it is still small and not yet stable in the mother's body. This will ensure that you are safe. But the fetus will." Before he finished speaking, he heard the person in front of him suddenly become excited. She clenched her brother's hand tightly, her nails digging into her skin, and she looked at him with red eyes. No, I don't want to take it away. No one is allowed to hurt it. It's my child. I won't let anyone take it away. Brother, don't hurt it." After she finished speaking, she remembered again, nervously holding his hand and looking at him. "What's another way? What's the second way? Brother, tell me quickly." Feng Jishua paused. He turned his hand and gently held Nan Yan's fingers back. "Another way is, we find someone to seal the fetus in your body to inhibit its growth, so that you will be less affected. But if the seal is too long, the fetus will also lose its vitality. So," as soon as the voice fell, Nan Yan's face turned pale, almost transparent. These two methods were actually dead ends, which made her tears finally fall. She helplessly leaned on her senior brother's chest and cried very sadly. "I don't want it. Senior brother, I don't want to seal it. It's still so small. Just entered my body. I can feel it. I want it to live. This is my child. My child alone. No one can hurt it. I beg you. Senior brother, don't do this to me. Don't hurt it. Okay?" Feng Jishua's chest was stuffy, with a bitter and sour pain, as if entangled with countless silk threads, being pulled wantonly, making it difficult to ignore the discomfort. If this fetus is not removed, it will eventually erode the mother's vitality bit by bit, and in the end, Yin Yin will die of spiritual power. But seeing her crying so sadly, curled up in his arms, looking pitiful and aggrieved, he couldn't help but feel distressed. If it weren't for his own actions, all this wouldn't have happened. He was stupid and pushed his junior sister away. Now it's time for him to pay back. He looked at the junior sister, who was crying so hard that she was about to get a stitch in the side. He held her back with his hands and pressed her head against his chest. Stop crying. Okay? I'll find a way to help you. There are countless treasures in the world of cultivation. I will definitely find a treasure to keep you alive. And the child will be safe. Feng Jishua's breath calmed down, and he gradually made his voice sound gentle and calm. Really? Nan Yin suddenly raised her eyes. She was a little unbelievable. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and there were still a few crystal clear tears hanging on her. Feng Jishua felt sour in his heart, but there was also a soft feeling around him. He stretched out his fingers to wipe away the tears, and his fingers gently stroked her cheeks. Really? I promise. Senior brother never lies to you. The only time he lied to you was on the day of the contract. But the consequences of that were not something he could afford. He really regretted not explaining things clearly to her at the beginning. Until now, he had trapped himself in a quagmire, unable to struggle free or escape. He could only look at her and struggle. Chapter 181. Feng Jishua raised his hand and gently stroked the top of the head of the person in his arms, feeling pity in his heart. As long as she cried, he would be completely soft-hearted, making all his bottom lines retreat again and again. And he would not care about anything at all. He just wanted to pamper her. Pamper her to the point that she had a bad temper and a spoiled personality, so that no one in the world could tolerate it except him, so that no one would compete with him for her. But seeing her crying so sadly, Feng Jishua couldn't help but feel distressed. He held her in his arms, patted her back, and whispered to comfort her. Don't cry. Okay? The fetus will be affected by the mother. If you keep being so emotional and sad, you might give birth to a black-faced old man in the future. After saying this, Nan Yan's face immediately became a little tense. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her belly. After a while, she angrily hit the senior brother beside her. You are the little old man. My child must be as beautiful as me. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing the little junior sister whose emotions had calmed down a little, and whose tears had finally stopped, the senior brother finally showed a smile on his face. He raised his hand and pinched the little junior sister's cheek, and then thought of the child's father, and the smile on his face slowly withdrew. He suddenly felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. At this moment, he was really unwilling. But no matter how unwilling and uncomfortable he was in his heart, he was not the child's biological father, and he didn't even have the qualifications to take care of them. The eldest brother tried his best to calm the emotions in his chest. He looked down and saw that the youngest sister was staring at her belly again. So he reached out and held her fingertips, and said softly, Yin Yin, this happened suddenly, and your body will also be affected. Maybe it would be good to have one more person to take care of you. So the father of the child. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the other party's slightly uncontrolled voice. Don't tell him. Nan Yan's breath was a little unstable, probably because she thought of what happened yesterday. Jing Wuyan's indifferent attitude, and the words he said. The tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably, and the expression on her face was full of endless sadness and fragility. Don't tell him about this. There was a faint sob in her throat, and her voice was hoarse and dry. He is a liar. He doesn't want me anymore. He despises me for being fickle and hanging out with others. He thinks I am a shameless woman, but I am not. He wronged me. The more she talked, the sadder she felt. Tears slid down her cheeks one by one. She seemed to be unable to control her emotions again. Her fingers slowly clenched. Her knuckles were clenched to a slight white, and finally turned around and buried her head in the neck of her senior brother. Her tears soaked his clothes and hair. I don't want to tell him. He might think I'm lying to him again. Then, he might say that the child is not his. How can I bear this injustice? Brother, I beg you, please don't tell him. Okay? This is my own child. My own child. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Nan Yin felt more and more aggrieved. Her eyes were red. She looked up at the person in front of her, looking particularly sensitive and fragile. I don't want to see him anymore. He is a liar. He never does what he says. He makes me feel wronged, makes me be bullied, doesn't consider my feelings at all, and only dislikes me for my bad temper. I don't want him anymore. Brother. Don't tell him. The elder brother was looked at with such eyes. How could he say anything to refuse? Especially when he saw his little sister, whom he had pampered since childhood, crying for another man. He felt as if his chest was pressed down by a huge rock. And he couldn't breathe. It was really uncomfortable. He could actually feel that she was depressed because she cared about that person. The sadder she was, the more she liked to say one thing and mean another. But he did have some selfish thoughts in his heart. He didn't want that man to know that Yin Yin was pregnant. And he didn't want him to come and pester Yin Yin again. Since he chose to let go, he shouldn't regret it. It would be best if he never met her again in this life. Feng Jishua stretched out his fingers and gently rubbed the tender skin on both sides of her cheeks. The thin calluses on his palms made him move very slowly, fearing that he would hurt her by accident. Okay. I won't tell you. I promise you that I will never tell him. He is too stupid. You can't blame others. Please stop crying. Okay? Feng Jishua saw that she was in a low mood and frowned unconsciously. But he thought that she was pregnant and her emotions were extremely sensitive and fragile. Naturally, he tried his best to coax and pamper her. Why are you crying again? You always say that you are a junior sister and an adult. Now you are pregnant. But you still cry all the time. When the child is born, will you cry with this little kid? Then compete to see who cries louder? Hearing this, Nan Yin inexplicably had a picture in her mind. A scene of a mother and a child howling at each other. Nan Yin imagined this scene. Then she couldn't help laughing. Her tears were still hanging on her thick black eyelashes. Her cheeks were full of tears, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been stained with a thin layer of rouge, just like a pear blossom. Brother, you are talking nonsense. I won't be like a child. I must be more honest and obedient than this little guy. She was crying and laughing like a child. The eldest brother touched her head and wanted to hug her. But thinking of something, Feng Jishua exhaled again. After confirming that her mood had really improved, he said the last bit of worry in his heart. Yin Yin, the child must have a father. Whether it is a real father or a nominal father. Yin Yin, Elder Yao Xiao said that the fetus in your belly is not completely human blood. If someone knows that it is a dragon hybrid, even if it is a hybrid, it is enough to drive the people in the cultivation world crazy. So, after the child is born, it needs a reasonable identity and a father with a normal identity. After hearing this, Nan Yin pursed her lips and lowered her head, obviously looking like she didn't want to discuss with others. He knew that what Jing Wuyan said yesterday completely hurt her heart. Now she refused to forgive him and didn't even want him to know the existence of the child. So, this is his only chance to stay with Yin Yin and take care of her. Feng Jishua reached out and took her into his arms, stroking her shoulders with his palms, and said calmly, Yin Yin, let me take care of you. I will be the father of the child in the future. I will treat it as my own, and I will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. Are you willing to give me this opportunity? After hearing what he said, Nan Yan's body stiffened for a moment. Her fingers unconsciously clenched her sleeves, and her long eyelashes covered the look in her eyes. She was silent for a long time, and her expression on her face was still a little unnatural. But, I actually have someone I like in my heart. And I have his child now. So I don't mind this. Nan Yin pursed her lips, obviously still a little worried and embarrassed. But Nan Yin really has never seen such a person who is eager to be a stepfather for others. Her eldest brother's ideas are indeed unusual. Before she finished speaking, she heard the reply from the senior brother. Perhaps because he was afraid that she would not believe him. Feng Jishua raised his hand and gently lifted her cheek, looking at her with a gentle gaze. Yin Yin, I really don't mind. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider this child. Can you really bear to let it be without a father since birth? And its identity as a foreign race. He knew that his mind was not pure. But this was his only chance to stay with her and take care of her. It didn't matter even if he was just a brother from now on. As long as she stopped resisting him. I won't force you to do anything. Not even the things like before. So don't be afraid of me. Yin Yin, I am your senior brother. You can always believe in me. Okay? Perhaps these sincere words finally moved her. Nan Yin was silent for a long time. A little hesitant, but finally slowly reached out and held the senior brother's palm. Breathing smoothly, with a faint fragrance of a daughter, Feng Jishua subconsciously hugged her into his arms. He gently stroked her head as if he was holding a lost treasure. And he dared not let her go easily. Yan Yan, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. When he hugged her, Feng Jishua felt his heart trembling. And an unspeakable emotion inevitably surged in his heart. It didn't matter. As long as she was willing. He could protect her for life in the name of a brother. He would take good care of her. And would never let others hurt her or make her cry. And would never let anyone snatch her away again. Jing Wuyan let Yan Yan go with his own hands. So don't even think about getting close to her again. In the courtyard on the other side, Lin Qingshuang also found that Jing Wuyan was obviously a little bit wrong recently. This man was surrounded by a cold and indifferent aura. And he exuded a gloomy and dangerous feeling all over his body. It was as if he was completely cold-hearted and didn't leave any human feelings. She used to think that this man's identity was mysterious and unfathomable. Now he deliberately restrained all his emotions and let go of his original cold and fierce aura. The black robe made his fair face handsome and cold, even more shocking. His lips were red and thin. His eyes were dark and motionless. And he looked like a gorgeous and splendid flower blooming in the dark night, half hidden in the dim light and shadow, and half blooming in the mud. His eyes were narrow and long. And he looked more and more contemptuous and indifferent when he looked at people carelessly. He could almost see through her heart at a glance. He was high above, like a ruthless evil Buddha enshrined in the temple. He exuded a cold breath all over his body, and there was a bit of hostility between his eyebrows. Such a person was dangerous and eye-catching, even if he was born with outstanding appearance and his cultivation was unfathomable. It was difficult for people to approach and contact him without scruples. Only Su Nanyan, the brainless idiot, dared to provoke him at will. And now, she was abandoned without hesitation. This is the fate she deserves for serving others with her beauty. Lin Qingshuang never thought that a cultivator like Jing Wuyan would really like a woman like the little junior sister. Maybe he cared a little. But he would never lose his mind for such a woman. Otherwise, what she saw in the water curtain in her previous life would not be the scene where the little junior sister could not even open the bracelet. The current love between the two was nothing more than her using some unorthodox methods of the Huan sect to induce Jing Wuyan to practice dual cultivation with her. And these methods were disdainful to be used by others. Although she thought so, Lin Qingshuang was still inexplicably frightened in her heart. And she dared not show it on her face. In fact, she could vaguely guess that the reason why this man became like this was nothing more than because of that shameless little junior sister. She did deliberately mention this matter in front of him that day. She saw the eldest brother enter the little junior sister's yard. Because of some unspeakable hidden jealousy and care in her heart. She mentioned it in front of Jing Wuyan. But she did not expect that it would directly cause the two people to completely separate. This is good. Then she will have less resistance to take action. She knew Jing Wuyan had a purpose for her, although she was not sure what that purpose was yet. But to make such a powerful man spend his energy to help her revive, save her life, and help her ascend to the upper realm, then his purpose must be extremely important to him. So important that he must always care about and protect her life. Therefore, she had the courage to do something that touched his bottom line. And she was slowly determining where his ultimate bottom line was. Today, Su Nanyan has completely become her inner demon. She has been squeezed and rejected by that little junior sister in both of her lives. So in this life, she must get rid of her no matter what. In fact, she had thought about not caring about her. But that little sister was too greedy. She wanted everything, and wanted to take everything from her. How could she tolerate this? She had said long ago that if she stayed in the sect honestly and waited for death, being a waste without ambition, eating, drinking and having fun all her life, she might not care about the past. But the stinky girl went crazy recently and started to practice hard and improve her cultivation. Even because she and Jing Wuyan had practiced together, the stinky girl's cultivation level actually improved by 2 realms overnight. Effortlessly. How could he feel embarrassed at such a speed? Not long ago, she successfully formed a pill with the help of her senior brother and became a golden pill cultivator without any effort. But for a person like that, what is her basis? Why can she get everything that others can't get so easily? Is it because she cries and makes a fuss? This world is so unfair. And her senior brother is like crazy. He doesn't use the spiritual plants and elixirs provided by the sect on himself, but instead helps the junior sister to form elixirs and protect her through the thunder tribulation. After the thunder tribulation, he spends his mind to help her consolidate her cultivation, almost without any complaints. But why is this? Doesn't he know the relationship between that woman and Jing Wuyan? Don't you know that the ice-clear jade in his eyes? Junior sister Jia had lost her in essence long ago, and she had no sense of shame in serving others? Why was such a person treated as a treasure by him? Lin Qingshuang felt that she had fallen into a vicious circle. It was difficult to eradicate her inner demons. She resented many people. She resented Jing Wuyan for helping her to be reborn. But why couldn't he just stand in the same camp with her? She resented the senior brother. Resented that he had let her down in 2 lifetimes. And she resented the junior sister even more. Resenting that she easily got something she could never get in her lifetime. And now she also resented herself. Because of her rebirth. Her obsession with the inner demon is deeper and heavier than others. Because of this inner demon, she has turned herself into a half-human and half-ghost appearance. She now has only one way. That is to completely solve the inner demon. Or the little sister will die. Otherwise she will never get over this threshold in this life. And this time, she came to find Jing Wuyan to find out the specific situation of the opening of the Hongming Secret Realm. The sect got the news that the Hongming Secret Realm will be open near Shao Mountain. She has consulted a lot of information. There are very few records of the Hongming Secret Realm in the cultivation world. It is only known that this is a small piece of debris torn apart by a certain divine domain in the upper realm during a struggle for power. The secret realm will only be opened once every 500 years. And it has only been opened 2 or 3 times so far. There are very rich spiritual plants and herbs in it. But there are also many murderous intentions. All cultivators from the foundation building to the golden elixir stage can enter. Other things are fine. She only knows that there is a wisp of Hongming purple air in the Hongming secret realm, which is born from the heaven and earth. And the Hongming purple pearl bred by the Hongming purple air is rare in 1,000 years. If there is no restriction on cultivation in this secret realm, I don't know how many cultivators will fight for the Hongming purple pearl. Lin Qingshuang is also determined to get the Hongming purple pearl. She vaguely guessed that Jing Wuyan came from a divine domain in the upper realm. So he didn't know many things in the cultivation world. But he knew more about the things in the divine domain of the upper realm than she did. In this case, what's the problem with him helping her a little more? After all, Jing Wuyan relies on the Qianquan bracelet to absorb spiritual power to increase his cultivation. Only if her cultivation is improved quickly enough. His cultivation can recover faster and ascend to the upper realm faster. Why not do this kind of thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone? On the other side, Nan Yan, with the help of her senior brother, after her cultivation reached the golden core, did feel that her body was not so tired recently. The effect of this fake pregnancy pill was so realistic that she really thought she had a baby in her belly. And all the reactions during pregnancy were there. As time went on, she could almost feel the shape of the baby simulated by the golden chaos ball in her belly. And the sense of reality that was vaguely connected to her blood. She could even feel its emotions, vaguely conveying a sense of joy. If this was a real baby, Nan Yan really wanted to raise it for fun. But fortunately it was a fake. Well, the system product is really a fine product. Counting the days, it is now exactly the 3rd month. But her waist is still slender and flat. And there is no abnormality. Perhaps because her cultivation is too low. The growth rate of the fetus is suppressed. So the belly is not obvious. Only after taking off clothes at night can you vaguely see the bulge. On weekdays, if you wear a slightly loose skirt, you can't see anything. Now the fetus is growing faster and faster. In the 2nd month after reaching the golden elixir stage, Nan Yin felt that the speed of spiritual power loss in her body was getting faster and faster. So she had to find other treasures for the subsequent growth of the fetus. It was also at this time that the sect received news that the Hongming secret realm would be opened in Shao Mountain. And Nan Yin finally waited for this time. The little sister in the original plot died completely in this secret realm. Her body was eaten by monsters. And she ended up with no bones left. So in this life, the two had to make a decision in this Hongming secret realm. Nan Yin thought calmly that in the original plot, the Hongming secret realm was a corner of the Qingyu divine realm that was torn apart. Jing Wuyan gave the Hongming purple pearl he found to Lin Qingshuang for cultivation. When she was consolidating her cultivation, the little sister wanted a sneak attack, but was killed by Jing Wuyan with a palm. So, in this life, can he still do it? Nan Yin was distracted slightly, and suddenly felt her face move, and her cheek was pinched again. She recovered and stared at her senior brother with resentment. Senior brother? Your face has been pinched round. The eldest senior brother beside her moved his eyebrows slightly, lowered his head to look at her, and the little face was rounder and rosy. It was probably because she had eaten well, drank well, and slept well recently. Her complexion was much better than before. It turned out that the little sister raised by oneself was the most reassuring. The eldest brother thought so, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. When facing her, the cold eldest brother returned to his previous gentle state, and there was a warmth in his eyebrows and eyes. Well, I see. It seems to be rounder, but the dots look cute and cute. Maybe it was because the little sister had too many beast pets when she was young, all of which were round-headed and chubby. So the eldest brother privately thought that the fatter the pets, the cuter they were. Now he also felt the same way when raising the little sister. Hearing this, Nan Yin was so angry that she couldn't help hitting him and twisting him. The fist of the Jin Dan cultivator hurt more. The eldest brother was not angry either, and there was still a smile on his face. Then he caught the little hand that was twisted hard on his waist, held it in his palm and squeezed it. Okay. Stop making trouble. Yan Yin. Did you hear what I said just now? The Hongming secret realm near Shallow Mountain has just opened. There will be many precious spiritual herbs and Hongming purple pearls bred by Hongming purple chi. After entering this time, I will go to find the legendary Hongming purple pearl. After finding the Hongming pearl, the fetus in your belly should not need to absorb your own vitality as nutrients. You must stay in the sect honestly. Don't make trouble. Practice normally every day. Improve your cultivation. And wait for me to come back to see you. Nan Yan's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, with an unwilling expression on her face. How could she miss this great opportunity? So her fingers subconsciously grabbed the senior brother's collar, and said anxiously, No, senior brother. I want to go too. There will be a lot of rich spiritual herbs and medicines in the secret realm this time. I can't miss it. The eldest brother knew that she would be unwilling. But this matter was unusual. The secret realm was full of dangers. In addition to various man-eating monsters, there were other cultivators secretly spying. How could he let her go with her in her current state? So the eldest senior brother frowned, pinched her palm with his fingers, and said in a slightly heavier tone, Yan Yin, you listen. This time is different. You are pregnant now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the fetus in your belly. Do you think you can compete with those cultivators who kill without blinking an eye for rare treasures? It was true. But Nan Yin still argued with him. But senior brother, you may not be able to find the Hongming purple pearl. So I need to find more other spiritual plants and herbs. You recently gave me all the elixir spiritual plants provided by the sect. And your cultivation has been stuck for a long time. If we can't find the Hongming pearl in this secret realm, what will you do in the future? The senior brother rubbed her head. My cultivation level is not improving because of the lack of those spiritual plants and elixirs. It's because of his state of mind. He still can't forget it. And it's even harder to forgive himself for what he said to her on the day of the contract. He trapped himself. You don't have to worry about me. You just need to take good care of yourself, and don't worry about anything else. Nan Yin was even more depressed after hearing this. Seeing that the senior brother was unwilling to give in, she gently fiddled with the beads on the senior brother's cuffs with her fingers. After a long silence, she said, But senior brother, if you don't let me follow you, I can sneak in with other people's teams and follow you after you leave. After she said that, she looked like she was trying to cover up her intentions. She pretended to be indifferent and looked at him, pretending to cover up her unclear intentions. Hongming's secret realm is in Shallow Mountain. Right? It's not far from the sect. I'm a Jin Dan cultivator now. Ordinary casual cultivators shouldn't dare to provoke me. Hey, what's wrong with you? You look a little unhappy? She shook her head again. Her expression was very tactful. Ah, brother, don't think too much. I don't mean that. In fact, I just said that. You know I'm timid and afraid of death. I'm just talking. Don't take it too seriously. Hearing this, the eldest brother was silent. How could he leave with peace of mind? I'm afraid that as soon as he left, this stinky girl would follow him, and she would mix in with other people's teams. I'm afraid that she would be cheated and sold for money without knowing it. The eldest brother frowned, lowered his head, and looked at the girl quietly, feeling extremely depressed. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't scold her. He was silent for a long time, and finally thought about it and let it go. This stinky girl had never listened to him honestly since she was a child. It's not the first time that she has been controlled by him, especially when he saw her turning up her sleeves to find all kinds of talismans and pills, as well as other bags of spirit stones. She looked like she was fully prepared. The eldest brother held down her little hands. Okay. Stop turning. I'll take you there. After the eldest brother finished speaking, he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub the top of her black hair. She was really a disobedient little sister. But you must promise me that you will be obedient after entering the secret realm. Follow me closely. And don't cause trouble. Nan Yin smiled with her lips pursed. Her eyebrows curved. So happy. She immediately let go of the bag, hugged his arm with both hands and shook it back and forth, saying, I know. I will definitely follow you well. I'm so honest. I will definitely go wherever you tell me to go. And I will never leave you for a moment. The eldest brother laughed when he heard this, and couldn't help but knocking her on the forehead. If she was really honest, she should stay in this sect and wait for him to come back. How could there be such a clingy and rogue little sister? But he really likes her like this, as if he has returned to the past. The heartless little sister loves to cling to people like this, which makes people feel happy. Feng Jishua said him softly, and his eyes fell on her belly, which was not very obvious at present. Cultivators are different from mortals. They are not so fragile when they are pregnant. Instead of letting her follow other teams and fool around, it is better to keep her by his side from the beginning, so that he can feel more at ease. Shao Mountain. Because the Hongming secret realm is about to open, the market at the foot of the mountain has become particularly lively during this period. There are disciples from various sects and many independent cultivators. Most of them were cultivators between the foundation building and golden elixir stages, choosing various weapons to protect their bodies, and lives in the market. Nan Yin would naturally not miss such a time. So on this day, the senior brother took her down the mountain to buy various talismans for protection, because he knew that she was pregnant now. So there were more things to buy. Although he was watching, the senior brother was still a little uneasy in his heart, always feeling that there were many murderous intentions in the secret realm, and the little sister in front of him was particularly fragile. The two picked and chose in the market, and bought a lot of things. They were still missing a formation talisman disc, so the senior brother took her to find it again. When they arrived at the store at the end, Nan Yin did not expect that enemies would meet on a narrow road. Sometimes fate is so clever that the things she likes will always be liked by others at first sight. Nan Yin touched her storage bag and glanced at the two expressionless people opposite. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Feng Jishua has been deliberately avoiding Jing Wuyin during this period. But sometimes the more you want to avoid someone, the more you can't avoid him. When he had just picked out the Tianjiwulei small talisman array for Nan Yin, he was about to reach out to take it, and a slender white finger happened to reach out from the opposite side. It landed exactly on the small array that the two of them had chosen. I don't know if it was unintentional or deliberate provocation. The eldest brother stopped moving, and Nan Yin couldn't help but purse her lips. The two sides met unexpectedly, and 4 pairs of eyes met in the air. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became terribly stiff. This is probably the duel between the ex-husband and the ex-ex-husband. If it weren't for Nan Yin herself, she would have wanted to move a small stool over immediately, and then grab a handful of melon seeds to crack on the side. This scene is not as exciting and beautiful as described in the storybook. The moment the senior brother beside him saw Jing Wuyin, his aura around him turned cold. He subconsciously clenched Nan Yan's hand with his palm, and a sense of uneasiness and tension surged in his heart, and a repulsive aura was permeated all over his body. He was worried that the situation he had managed with great difficulty would be broken by the man in front of him. He didn't want to give Yin in to others, and he didn't want him to know that Yin Yin was pregnant. Jing Wuyin didn't even look at the two of them. He seemed to be indifferent. His eyebrows were so cold, but the tail of his eyes was narrow and sharp, which made his cold and handsome face look a bit evil. Jing Wuyin seemed to glance at the two people inadvertently, and the aura emanating from his body was very aggressive. Nan Yin had only seen this kind of aura in bed before, because she provoked him too much, and then he held her down and taught her a lesson. But there are some differences. At least, he was not so cruel to her then. Now, he has become so cold-hearted and even deliberately against her. Nan Yin watched her ex-husband pick up the arrayed plate on the counter with his 2 slender fingers and fiddle with it carelessly. His slender and beautiful finger bones reminded her of the clumsy way his fingers braided her hair. He was careful and afraid of pulling her scalp. And now, those hands, holding the array plate, handed it to Lin Qingxuang beside him. Keep it. You should use it in this secret realm. Well, can you tolerate this? It's fine to rob her things. But he also handed the robbed things to her enemy. Nan Yin knew it was time for her to take the stage. She took a deep breath. Her face obviously not looking good. Subconsciously reached out and grabbed his sleeve, pulling his sleeves and wrinkling them. You don't need it at all. And this is what I chose first. Why do you always like to snatch it from me? Huh? Jing Weyan looked at the palm on the sleeve. His eyelids slightly lifted, and under the long black eyelashes were a pair of calm eyes. He really likes to snatch it from her. Seeing her poor appearance of powerless struggle. Who told her that she was so weak that he could kill her with just one finger? Relying on the past relationship she showed off in front of him. Who gave her the courage? Does she think he won't be cruel to her? Jing Weyan turned his head and looked at her condescendingly. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he had never known her before. And his thin red lips gently uttered a few words. It's dirty. Don't touch it. Nan Yan's expression froze. Before she could react, Jing Weyan raised his hand and mercilessly swung it away, directly throwing the sleeves that the other party had gently grasped. This caused Nan Yan's body to become unstable, and her whole body leaned back uncontrollably with the impact. The moment Nan Yan was thrown away, her face suddenly turned pale, and fortunately, the senior brother had been paying attention behind her. In fact, Feng Jishua was also shocked for a moment, and did not expect that he would really do it. With a shake of his body, he rushed over and hugged her shoulders, holding her in his arms, one hand around her waist, and the other hand gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Nan Yan's body was still shaking. She bit her lip, and it was obvious that she was still a little bit calm. She tightly grasped the collar of her senior brother with both hands, and her eyes were full of fear and panic. Senior brother? The eldest senior brother frowned, hugged the man in his arms, and kept comforting him. It's okay. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Nan Yan's emotions still couldn't calm down. She bit her lip and held the senior brother's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Her face was still pale. Jing Weyan looked at the strange atmosphere between the two people, frowned unconsciously, and suddenly an inexplicable emotion arose in his heart. He felt something was wrong, but he looked down at his palm and felt that the two people were making a fuss. He clearly didn't use any spiritual power. Jing Weyan's eyes gradually turned cold. But these two people hugged each other in public, which was simply shameless. Chapter 182. In the end, no one wanted the talisman array. Perhaps because he was too frightened. The eldest brother could not care about anything else. He directly protected the person in his arms, and walked out of the store carefully. The two of them were getting close to each other, as if no one was around. The movements became more and more intimate, which made the man behind them look more and more indifferent. The array that was originally held in the palm of his hand was thrown back without hesitation. Jing Weyan looked at the backs of the two people leaving with an expressionless face, and her heart gradually became cold. In front of her senior brother, she was used to pretending. On the other side, the entrance to the Hongming secret realm of Shao Mountain was finally opened. With the joint efforts of dozens of Jindan cultivators, the entrance in the clouds finally stabilized and no longer flickered. Everyone stood on the talisman array of the immortal boat, looking at the virtual world opened up in the clouds on the top of the mountain. They unconsciously felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, and some could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. This is the legendary fragment of the divine domain, which contains the Hongming pearl nurtured by the Hongming purple energy, not to mention the countless rare treasures. Even if this is a dangerous place, everyone has to go in and try it out. According to the previous regulations, this time the teleportation is naturally random in batches. Everyone enters in batches, and Nan Yan follows her senior brother closely. Feng Jishua gave her a lot of life-saving spells and weapons, as well as various spirit talisman arrays. Finally, he told her not to go around and not to argue with others. The first time she enters the secret realm, her body will lose weight for a moment, so she must wrap herself up with spiritual power and not get hurt. Nan Yan smiled and responded to all the requests. The senior brother couldn't help but touch her head and check her body again. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he was slightly relieved. But when his eyes fell on her waist, there was still some worry in his eyes. Compared with the harmony and tenderness between the two sides standing on the other side were not so close. Lin Qingxuan's face was cold, and her eyes swept around, sensing the potential dangers around her. The more she looked, the gloomier her face became. Most of the cultivators who came this time were in the late Jindan stage, and their cultivation was one level higher than hers. There were indeed many dangers. Her eyes became colder and colder, thinking about how to get the most resources with the least damage, which was the most important thing. Only when her eyes fell on the senior brother's face occasionally did she fluctuate slightly. But soon, when she saw the little sister, who was taken care of very well beside him, a strange emotion flashed in her eyes, and she always felt that something was wrong. And then, there was a surge of murderous intent in her heart. She thought, if Su Nanyan died in the battle for treasure in the secret realm, then she couldn't blame anyone else. Right beside her, Jing Wuyan couldn't see the expression on his face. His eyes were slightly closed, his thin lips were slightly pursed, and he was wearing a light and gorgeous black robe. He was hidden in the middle of the crowd. He raised his eyes and glanced at Nanyan standing with her senior brother. He didn't know what the man said to make her smile. Jing Wuyan's eyes were slightly cold, and his eyes fell on the woman's face again. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but in just a few days, he felt that the complexion of the woman's face seemed to be much worse. He frowned unconsciously, and felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. In the past, her senior brother spoiled her into a waste that even monsters dared not kill. Now she is much braver, and she dares to venture into the murderous Hongming secret realm like others, not afraid of being killed by others if she is not careful. The group passed through the sea of clouds one after another, and the impatient cultivators had already passed through the barrier above and entered the secret realm. And in this kind of thing, once the predecessors have opened the way, the subsequent people will only be more and more mixed. One by one, they rushed to the front, fearing that if they were a step late, all the treasures inside would be snatched away by others. Nanyan followed her senior brother into the rolling sea of clouds. It was indeed slightly different from the usual secret realms. There was abundant spiritual energy inside. As soon as she entered, she could feel the spiritual energy surging and pulling around her body. Even the trees and spiritual herbs growing in this secret realm were much taller and lusher than those in the outside world. Not to mention the high-level monsters that flashed by in the dense forest. It was true that the divine realm was different. Even a fragment was much more powerful than the cultivation world. When Nanyan fell from the air, her whole body lost weight for a moment. Fortunately, she had enough protective barriers on her body, so it didn't hurt even if she fell. However, when she was about to land, a pair of strong and powerful arms appeared in time, holding her waist and back, holding her in his arms, and holding her falling body steadily, feeling the familiar body temperature against her back, the temperature that could be felt through the clothes. Nanyan heard the breathing sound behind her, turned her head, subconsciously wrapped her hands around his shoulders, and shouted to him with a smile. "Big brother." Feng Jishua responded, put the person down completely, and stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek, and smiled unconsciously. "Yeah, it's me. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Nanyan immediately shook her head, lowered her head to look at her stomach, raised her eyes, and smiled at her brother. "No, it's not uncomfortable. The little guy inside is also very well behaved, probably knowing that we are going to find treasures for it recently, so he didn't bother me." "That's good." Big brother also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. He stretched out his hand and held the little sister's fingers again, making sure that her palm was also warm. And then, he was relieved a lot, and then explained to her, "This time, the secret realm is open for only 1 month. The purple air is in the east, and the approximate location of the Hongming Pearl should appear in the east. But there is plenty of time. We don't need to rush. We can slowly look for it." Nanyan naturally responded honestly. There are indeed many secret treasures in this secret realm. The eldest brother deliberately slowed down his speed, and his eyes hardly left the little sister beside him. The two were not greedy, and only collected the spiritual plants and herbs that were close at hand. Others that were too deep would not be fought for. After all, they came in for another purpose this time. The most important thing is the Hongming Purple Pearl. And energy and spiritual power cannot be wasted on other people and places. It was okay in the early stage of the secret realm. Everyone was busy looking for various herbs and spiritual plants. But in the later stage, it became a complete fight. Some people specifically robbed and killed the initial cultivators, who were not good enough in cultivation. And some people traveled together, and were attacked from behind by their companions. And along the way, the two also encountered many casual cultivators, all of whom were a group of cultivators fighting each other for the sake of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And the melee scenes of sneak attacks from behind, Some people were so angry that they refused to hand over the treasures until their golden elixir exploded. And there were also many people who wanted to take advantage of them. But Nan Yan's cultivation is not weak now. And the senior brother's swordsmanship is also superb. The two cooperated to repel and kill many casual cultivators who were eyeing them covetously. By the way, they also confiscated a lot of storage bags, which were all bulging with various spiritual plants and herbs. It can be regarded as a few windfalls. This kind of thing is a case of stealing chickens but losing rice, and destroying oneself. During this month, Nan Yin followed the senior brother to follow the trail to the east. On the way, she met many familiar people, and in the end, there were fewer and fewer people. But she didn't meet Jing Wuyin and Lin Qingxuang. I don't know where the two ran to find a chance for adventure. When the last 3 days before the secret realm was about to close, time was getting tighter and tighter. During this month, Nan Yin also clearly felt that the absorption of spiritual power was getting worse day by day. Fortunately, the spiritual power in this secret realm was abundant, and the spiritual energy to replenish her own was strong enough, which prevented her from falling into a coma like in the outside world. Nan Yin and her senior brother searched for more than a month, and finally found the trace of purple air in the giant stone forest in the east. The Hongming purple air was originally the innate air when the heaven and earth were not yet opened, and the heaven and earth were separated. It was something that appeared naturally in response to the heaven and earth. Nan Yin looked at the mysterious purple air, which was pregnant with a purple bead as big as a chicken egg. It was covered with a layer of halo and hung in the air. Just looking at it, she felt that the surrounding spiritual power was abundant. And among them was the supreme treasure that everyone dreamed of. The Hongming purple bead that was born from the heaven and earth. There were many people around, staring at it, but no one dared to take the initiative. Once the war started, it would be a melee, in front of the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. No one would give in. Nan Yin observed carefully. There were 4 forces in total, including her and her senior brother. There were 3 other forces. Each of them was powerful, and could not be underestimated. All 4 groups were determined to get the bead. At this moment, everyone was thinking about getting rid of the people who were in the way first, and then snatching the bead. In the chaos, no one knew who started the fight first. The 4 groups of people started fighting instantly. For a moment, the spiritual power around them was torn and exploded violently, and the sword energy swept across. Some people were not as powerful as the enemy, and their protective shield was smashed by a palm. They spit out a lot of blood, and then took out a bottle of pills from their waist and stuffed it into their mouths, and then stabbed the people next to them with a knife. Nan Yin was only slightly injured under the protection of the senior brother. When the senior brother and the other 3 groups started fighting at the same time, Nan Yin had a chance. Perhaps it was some kind of intuitive nature. She could vaguely feel that the bead was about to come out. Nan Yin estimated the time, and when the Hongming purple air dispersed, her consciousness immediately expanded, and she slowly wrapped the purple bead with her spiritual power. Then, she formed seals with her hands, and her spiritual power expanded to form a net, which quickly tightened the Hongming bead that had completely escaped the purple air. Only 1 step away, Nan Yin could get the bead. She could almost feel the abundant spiritual energy in the center of her consciousness, and even the fetus in her belly could sense it. Nan Yan's face unconsciously showed a happy smile. She exerted a little force and increased the speed of her hands. When she was about to put the purple bead into her pocket, she heard a snap, and a group of green vines tightly wrapped around her wrist at the critical moment. Nan Yan's movements stopped instantly. She couldn't take the bead back directly. The Hongming purple pearl was gathering a ball of clear light. Nan Yin looked to the side along the direction of the vines, and saw the man's flying black robe falling. His bony fingers took the lead, and held the Hongming pearl firmly in his hand. This is really a duck in the mouth that flew away. Not only did it fly, but it also flew into someone else's bowl in front of her. This is the life-saving bead that she and her senior brother have been looking for a month. Now her senior brother is fighting against the other 3 forces alone to buy time for her. And she has such a mistake with the bead that is about to be in her hand. How can she bear this? Nan Yan's face immediately showed a panic, especially after seeing who the man who appeared out of nowhere and snatched the bead from her hand was. Her face turned pale in an instant. Her eyes followed the bead, and it fell into his palm subconsciously, and her voice became eager and anxious. Jing Wuyin, what are you doing? Give the bead back to me. To be honest, Jing Wuyin didn't mean to snatch it from her, but the purpose of his entering the secret realm was for this Hongming bead. With this bead, Lin Qingxuang's cultivation would probably improve faster, and he could leave here sooner. However, when Jing Wuyan looked down and saw Nan Yan's slightly pale and embarrassed face, he frowned instantly, and a sense of discomfort arose in his heart. But thinking of what happened before, he forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his heart. Jing Wuyan's eyes met hers, with almost no expression on his face. He held the humming bead in his hand, and his voice was cold and indifferent, without any warmth. Spiritual treasures are born and raised by nature, and have always been ownerless. This kind of thing has always been obtained by those who are capable. When did this bead become yours? Nan Yan bit her lips, worried and angry. Her lips were bitten red. Her breathing became unstable, and her face became paler and paler. She knew he was telling the truth. The world of cultivation has always been a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It was too common for people to be killed while trying to rob treasures. She should even be thankful that he didn't give her a fatal blow when he was trying to rob treasures from her. Nan Yan subconsciously took a step forward, her eyes still unwilling to leave the bead in her palm for a moment. Especially when she saw the other party's unwillingness to give in. She suddenly clenched her fingers, looked straight into the other's eyes, and then raised the long sword in her hand. I won't say those empty words to you. You should return the bead to me quickly. That was what my senior brother and I spent a whole month to find. And now my senior brother is still surrounded by people. If you hadn't attacked from behind, how could this bead be in your hands? Jing Wuyan, you should return it to me quickly. Otherwise, when my senior brother is out of trouble, he will not let you go. In fact, when she said this, she had no confidence in her heart, so she could only clench the hilt of the sword in her hand, staring at him with more and more resentment. Jing Wuyan listened to her words, and every sentence was about her good senior brother. He glanced at the movement not far away, and his eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of sarcasm. Even if Feng Jishua's swordsmanship was good, he couldn't defeat 3 late Jindan cultivators in a short time. Even if he could defeat them, he couldn't be unscathed. He was not their opponent even when he was at his best, let alone when his spiritual power was exhausted. Jing Wuyan didn't take her words seriously at all. But when he turned around, he saw Nan Yan on the opposite side raising her sword towards him without hesitation, the blade flashing with a sharp cold light, which made his eyes, which had originally regained some warmth, gradually turn cold again. What? Does she want to kill him with her own hands? This realization suddenly made Jing Wuyan feel a little cold in his heart. Jing Wuyan looked down at her from a high position. His eyes were cold. His lips were red and bright, and he exuded a chilling breath that shocked people. His thin lips opened slightly, and he uttered a few words lightly. What if I don't give it to you? He looked her over, and suddenly there was a bit of contempt and mockery in his eyes. Why? Are you going to fight me? Nan Yan heard this, and instantly clenched the hilt of the sword in her hand tighter. She pursed her lips, and the blood on her lips became lighter and lighter. You want to steal my things? Why can't I fight you? She raised her eyes, and glanced at her senior brother, who was still fighting with someone not far away. The two sides were fighting in a mess, and they couldn't struggle for a while. And Jing Wuyan in front of her was determined not to return the beads to her. Nan Yan didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she took the initiative. She pulled out the hidden talisman from her waist, and scattered it all over the sky. At the same time, she shot out countless cold blades from the long sword in her hand, and began to attack the man opposite without mercy. Swish! The sword flashed. Jing Wuyan didn't expect that she would dare to attack. The sword came straight at his chest. Jing Wuyan rolled up his sleeves and blocked all her attacks. With a backhand, he waved away all the talismans she casually waved. Nan Yan bit her lip, her face a little embarrassed. Seeing that the attack missed, she turned her wrist neatly, and the long sword quickly shot out countless sharp flying blades, and stabbed him in the heart with a backhand. The sword stabbed without hesitation, but Jing Wuyan was not strong enough, so he easily dodged it by turning sideways. He turned around and pressed his slightly cool palm directly on the back of her hand holding the hilt of the sword, making her unable to move and unable to struggle. Jing Wuyan also felt a little angry in his heart, especially when he saw the ruthless offensive killing move she had just used, which made him narrow his eyes, and a trace of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes, and the breath around him became colder and colder. He didn't expect that just for such a beat, she really had the intention to kill him. They were so close, weren't they? So close that he could give her anything as long as she said it. But she didn't have any affection for him. She kept talking about her good senior brother all day long, and used him as a tool from beginning to end. And now, for such a small bead, this woman drew her sword against him. Her moves were fierce, and she had no scruples when she attacked. Did he really think that he would not be cruel to her? The more Jing Wuyan thought about it, the more fierce and cold the aura around him became. He raised his hand and firmly grasped Nan Yan's wrist. He exerted force under his palm. Nan Yan felt a pain in her wrist. She couldn't control the hilt of the sword for a while, and unconsciously let go. Jing Wuyan took the opportunity to snatch the long sword from her hand. Then the long sword suddenly turned over and shot out countless cold lights in an instant. When the sword fell into his hand, it seemed more flexible and skillful. Nan Yan's wrist was pushed away by someone's palm. When she turned around and drew out the spare dagger from her waist to stab again, Jing Wuyan suddenly sneered, as if mocking her for overestimating her ability. He raised his hand and swung a sword flower. The cold sword blade was directly against the fragile and soft neck, making her unable to resist. As long as he put more force in his hand and the blade moved forward, the long sword would cut her flesh without hesitation, pierce her throat, and make her bleed. Jing Wuyan looked coldly at the man who had just used a few moves, and his breath was unstable, and his voice was cold. Do you hate me so much? You are so relentless. Do you really want my life? Nan Yan's chest was slightly painful because of anger, and her voice was unconsciously hoarse. You stole my things first. She was deprived of her weapons, and many talismans were confiscated. Now she only had this dagger, a low-level small magic weapon, and her face was a little ugly for a while. And before, because she forced her body to circulate the spiritual power around her body, she felt a dull pain in her chest, which made her subconsciously reach out to cover her stomach, and her face showed an uncomfortable expression. She had probably been in this secret realm for a whole month. During this time, she not only had to deal with the various casual cultivators who were chasing her, but the fetus in her belly was also growing. She was a little pregnant now, but because the skirt she wore was too loose, she couldn't see the change for a while. The more the fetus grew, the greater the demand for the mother's spiritual power became, which made her spiritual power, which had been in a state of urgency, increasingly insufficient. Now that she was in action, her own spiritual power was consumed even faster. Nan Yan's face quickly turned pale, as if her chest and internal organs were shaken. Her breath was unstable. Her whole body was sweating, and her body trembled uncontrollably, perhaps because she saw that her strength was not enough, and she was worried that he would snatch the bead away. Nan Yan had to purse her lips and give in. Give me back the bead. I found it first. Why do you want to snatch everything from me? I don't want the others. Jing Wuyan, can you give me back this bead? Give it back to me. Jing Wuyan. At the end of the words, her voice unconsciously had a hint of tenderness. Her eyes were slightly moist, and she stared at the direction of his palm without blinking. In fact, Jing Wuyan didn't really fight with her. He was dodging and evading from beginning to end, and the most excessive action was the action of snatching the weapon from her hand just now. Perhaps because he saw that her face was a little strange, and heard her tone soften. Jing Wuyan paused for a moment, and his face subconsciously eased a lot, but his eyes were still cold, because he didn't know whether she was really unwell or she was pretending to deceive him again. Jing Wuyan frowned, and although he stopped pressing, he rarely explained, this bead is useless to you. Your cultivation is not enough now. If you swallow the bead forcefully, you will only explode and die. Don't be greedy. When Nan Yan heard this, she felt a fire slowly burning in her heart, which made her expression more anxious. She shouted at him irritably, that's my own business. You just need to return the bead to me. I won't swallow it directly. Senior brother will help me. This made Jing Wuyan's face darken again. He hated everything she said about her senior brother. Jing Wuyan's frown deepened, but seeing her increasingly anxious expression, he could not help but feel an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Finally, he could not help but said, I told you, the homing pearl is useless for your current cultivation. If you really want to improve your cultivation, I can give you the spiritual essence. With your current cultivation, taking the spiritual essence is the most suitable. Nan Yan finally couldn't help it this time. She bit her lips tighter instantly, and her eyes were even slightly red. I don't want the spirit essence. I just want this bead. Nan Yan subconsciously shouted at him. She was obviously unable to control her emotions, and even her throat was filled with sobs. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Jing Wuyan looked at Nan Yin, who was not very emotional, and obviously felt that something was wrong. He just felt that this person seemed to have returned to the unreasonable look of the past. But did she forget that the relationship between them was no longer the same as before? And he had no reason to indulge her and pamper her. She was the first to not want him, and she took the initiative to leave. Jing Wuyan suppressed the strange and complex emotions that surged in his heart. And after a moment of silence, he asked coldly, "Why should I give it to you? What is your relationship with me now? Why should I give you the treasure I got unconditionally?" Nan Yin heard this, and her breathing paused for a short time, because the other party had been unwilling to compromise. She couldn't touch a corner of his clothes, let alone snatch something from his hand. This was simply a joke. The difference in their cultivation was too great. She couldn't even defeat her senior brother. So how could she beat him? Nan Yin covered her chest. Her pale face obviously showed that she was lacking in spiritual power. She subconsciously took a step forward, looking at him with red and moist eyes. "Jing Wuyan, can you give me the bead? If you are angry about what I did in the past, I will apologize to you. Okay? I was wrong about what happened in the past. I shouldn't have used you, and I shouldn't have pestered you. But now I want this bead to be really useful. I beg you." Nan Yan's voice was hoarse, with a hint of pleading. At the end, she couldn't help but cry. "How can you give it back to me? I've already apologized to you. Can you give it back to me? I'm sorry." She took another step forward and stretched her fingers toward him, a gesture of surrendering and begging. She used to be so tough and said that she would rather die than be with him. But now she said these words of apology to him. Jing Wuyan was stunned, and the long sword that was originally against her chest moved back a few inches subconsciously. His eyes fell on her hand unconsciously, and saw that her palm was cut by the sword energy at some point. Perhaps it was the previous wound that was now broken again, and blood was flowing out of the palm. Jing Wuyan only felt that his palm was sweating a little. Even if he was slow to react, he could still vaguely sense that something was wrong at this moment. She was so determined to get the Hongming Pearl. She must have an urgent need for it. Jing Wuyan's throat tightened a little, and he subconsciously asked, "What do you want this pearl for?" Nan Yin bit her lips again, and there was no trace of blood on her lips. Her tears slid down the corners of her eyes, and her voice was low and choked. "If I tell you, will you give it to me?" When Jing Wuyan heard her words, he found that his heart suddenly beat faster, as if it was pulled by some mysterious power. He didn't know whether it was nervousness or palpitations, and it was a little out of control. But he still restrained himself and replied to her calmly. "Well, you say it first." Nan Yin took another step forward, and Jing Wuyan almost heard her slightly panting. He heard her breathing was a little rapid. Her voice was a little anxious, and she called his name eagerly and anxiously as before. "If you are willing to give it to me, I will tell you now. Jing Wuyan, I actually want this bead for both of us. Don't even think about it." Just before she was about to say the rest of her words, Lin Qingxuang, who had been hiding behind the boulder, could no longer hold back. She suddenly felt an inexplicable panic and uneasiness in her heart. She always felt that after letting Su Nanyan finish that sentence, she would never get any resources from Jing Wuyan again. She didn't even dare to let Nanyan finish her words. She didn't know why she had an inexplicable premonition that what the junior sister said next would not only make the two of them reconcile, but also put her in danger. No. No. I absolutely cannot miss it again. Lin Qingxuang clenched her fingers tightly. She and Jing Wuyan found this place together. She had been spying in secret for a long time. She originally thought that Jing Wuyan would really kill the little apprentice sister, but he fought with her for a long time, and didn't even break a hair of the other party. How could she not hate him? She has been thinking about finding opportunities in secret to completely resolve the grudge between the two. It happened that they had never had the opportunity to meet in the secret realm this time, and now they met. But it was the current scene. She thought she could let Jing Wuyan be the villain, but the man was delaying time and refused to do it. She really couldn't miss this last chance. So, before Nan Yin said that, Lin Qingxuang suddenly flew out, taking advantage of the chaos. She accumulated power in her palm and hit Nan Yan's spiritual palace heavily. This blow was so heavy that it almost mobilized her whole body's spiritual power. As a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core, Nan Yin was already suppressing her in terms of cultivation. Now this palm strike caught her off guard. Nan Yin was almost defenseless, when the accumulated spiritual power of that palm strike suddenly exploded on her back. Nan Yin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, her whole body uncontrollably pounced forward and just happened to hit the long sword that Jing Wuyan had taken away and had been pointing at her. Puff. With a sound, the sharp long sword pierced into her flesh, and a large amount of blood splashed out, almost piercing her entire body. Cough, cough, cough. Nan Yin didn't actually feel much pain, but her face was a look of extreme pain and confusion. She coughed. Blood gushed out of her mouth uncontrollably, and she fell powerlessly into Jing Wuyan's arms. At that moment, Jing Wuyan's blood was almost frozen. He felt that his whole body was stiff, but there was a pain in his eyebrows that seemed to be torn alive. It was as if something was forcibly pulled out of him, causing him to have veins on his forehead and blood vessels in his head throbbing as if they were torn apart. For a moment, he even thought it was an illusion. When Jing Wuyan finally confirmed that it was not an illusion, his eyes instantly turned red. His eye sockets slightly widened, his pupils contracted, and he was stunned on the spot. The veins on the back of Jing Wuyan's hands were stretched straight, and his fingers were stiff. This change happened too quickly, so fast that he could not react, and he almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. There was a faint feeling of sourness and pain in his eyes, and his eyes slowly turned to his palms. Seeing the blood gushing out of the sword, his fingertips trembled and his legs became a little weak. Yen. Yen Yen. Jing Wuyan hugged her body. His throat choked and hoarse almost instantly, as if a dull knife was pulling in his throat. He didn't know how the sword pierced into her body. He didn't even think of hurting her. He raised his hand and immediately pressed a few acupuncture points on her body to stop bleeding. A soft and clear light flowed from his palm and slowly injected into her body. But the blood on her body seemed to be unstoppable. No matter how hard he tried to cast a spell, the blood still kept flowing. He then looked down at her abdomen and saw that the blood was all flowing out from under her body. One stream after another. A lot. Almost instantly dyeing her skirt red. Jing Wuyan's fingertips trembled, and his heart became more and more frightened and uneasy. He didn't even dare to touch the wound on her waist. He didn't know why the blood couldn't stop. When Nan Yin finally recovered from the trace of pain and confusion, she subconsciously looked down at her abdomen. With just one glance, a large mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth uncontrollably, and at the same time, tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. She coughed, opened her mouth, and grabbed Jing Wuyan's palm with difficulty and force, as if she had used up all her strength, and pressed it against her wound, begging, "Save it, Jing Wuyan. Please, save it. It's almost 4 months old. It's our child. You are so powerful. You can definitely save it. Please, save it." As she spoke, blood gushed out of her mouth, and the blood-stained fingers grasped him weakly, looking at him with a sad and pitiful look. Jing Wuyan's face lost all color. He even looked at the wound on her waist with some horror, his fingers trembling slightly. "What did you say?" His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, with a hint of panic. "Child. What child?" Nan Yan's chest was full of blood, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jing Wuyan held her tightly in his arms. "Yen Yen. Yen Yen." Nan Yan's tears began to flow again, and the tears almost blurred her vision. She tried to open her eyes and wanted to look at the person in front of her. "It's our child. I didn't lie to you. I never lied to you. My cultivation is too low. I can't protect it. I beg you, save it." When Jing Wuyan heard this again, he finally woke up. But he would rather never wake up. He trembled all over, and felt as if there was a big hole in his heart. At that moment, he felt the pain of being torn between his eyebrows even worse. The pain of being connected by blood. He could almost feel the sorrow and wailing breath coming from the weak blood. It was reluctant to leave the mother body, but had to die painfully from the mother body. That was his child. His unborn child. He killed his own child with his own hands. The extreme pain and heartbreak made Jing Wuyan unable to control his wailing. He could even feel the strong smell of blood spreading in his throat. He couldn't hold back anymore, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jing Wuyan held her hand tightly. At this moment, he was so scared that his heartbeat almost stopped. He mobilized the spiritual power of his whole body. His hand surged with balls of clear light, and slowly and stubbornly injected into her body. But it didn't work. That child, that unborn little fellow, had completely lost his vitality, turning into blood in his mother's belly bit by bit, and then flowing out uncontrollably. Jing Wuyan couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they fell on Nan Yan's face one by one, making her feel painful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yan. It's all my fault. I didn't know. I really didn't know. How did the sword go through your body? Yan. I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you let me know earlier that you were pregnant? What a jerk I did. Yan. Nan Yan covered the wound on her stomach with her fingers, as if this could stop the blood from flowing out. And when she heard what he said, her tears began to fall again. You dislike me. You dislike me for my bad temper, for my fickleness, for my shamelessness. You also scolded me for hanging out with my senior brother. You lied to me. You clearly said you would protect me, but you bullied me with others. I don't know why. I can't control my temper. I want you to protect me, but you always refuse to care about me more. You care about Lin Qingxuang more than you care about me. Her voice was intermittent, getting lower and lower. Jing Wuyan listened. His heart ached. He thought of the words he had said not long ago. How cold and hard his attitude was at the time. How painful and regretful he was now. Endless regret and despair almost completely annihilated him. He felt as if he could no longer breathe. He was about to suffocate to death. He wished he was the one who was hurt. Wished he could take all the hurt she had suffered. I'm sorry. Yan. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If he had been more careful and patient at the beginning, he would have realized why she was always uneasy and moody during that period. The dragon race is naturally irritable and bad, especially in childhood. She was pregnant, so she would naturally be affected by the fetus in her belly. If the fetus is uneasy, she will be uneasy. If the fetus is afraid, she will also be irritable. It's all his fault. He deserves to die. As a husband and a father, he has not fulfilled any responsibility from beginning to end. Jing Wuyan remembered the frightened look when he pushed her away in the store a few days ago. At that time, she was still pregnant with his child. But he joined forces with outsiders to bully her. How could he do such a bad thing? How dare he? Jing Wuyan's tears became more and more violent, and his hug to Nan Yan became tighter and tighter. But now his emotions have completely collapsed. He just felt that he was going crazy. His chest seemed to have been stabbed countless times, bleeding profusely, and his flesh and blood were blurred. He was in so much pain that he was almost suffocating. Yan, I will save you. I will definitely save you. I won't let anything happen to you. I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Jing Wuyan kept whispering in her ear. He almost mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, pouring it into Nan Yan's body bit by bit. But this power was like a drop in the bucket. Lin Qingxuang's palm completely shattered her spiritual palace, plus the sword in front of her, and the vitality that was lost with the fetus. In this situation, even if the true God came, he could not save her life. Chapter 183. Nan Yan swallowed her breath. She held his palm and shook her head at him. Don't save me. I want this child. Jing Wuyan. I beg you. Jing Wuyan clenched her fingers with his backhand. Tears fell from his eyes again, hitting her face. Yan. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I'm a bastard. I have no way. I can't save it. He couldn't save his child. His first child. He didn't even have time to look at it. It was 4 months old, and he didn't know it existed. He was too incompetent as a father. Not only did he not protect it for a day, he even bullied its mother every time they met. He clearly felt it just now. In his sea of consciousness, he vaguely saw the 2 black horns on its head, which were the same as when he transformed. His child had a pair of black horns like him. But, I'm sorry. Yan. He regretted so much that he wanted to kill himself just now. But that child, the child that belonged to both of them, had completely disappeared. Jing Wuyan's chest was filled with painful blood. Hearing what he said, Nan Yan's eyes were dripping with tears. Maybe she also knew that the fetus in her belly had gradually disappeared. And she also knew that she couldn't save it. But she just refused to give up. She tried hard and hard to grab his collar, her eyes full of tears and pleading. Please, I beg you. You can do it. You are so powerful. You can do anything. As long as you can save my child. You want me? You can do anything. I won't lose my temper with you anymore. I will be honest. And I won't make so many requests. I won't embarrass you anymore. I don't want it to leave me. I beg you. Okay? Jing Wuyan listened. and felt a pain in his heart. It was his fault. Don't say such things. She is his wife. She can do whatever she wants. As a husband, he should spoil and protect her for the rest of his life. Jing Wuyan hurriedly explained. Yen. But he was frightened by the person in his arms, and trembled all over. He only saw Yin Yan's lips slightly open, and a large amount of blood gushed out again. The bright red blood made Jing Wuyan's eyes red with fear. The blood vomited more and more. The man, full of fear and pain, suddenly woke up. Jing Wuyan looked at her lifeless appearance. An endless panic suddenly surged in his heart. He held her cheek lightly with panicky hands and feet, and directly pressed it against his chest, and hurriedly promised. Okay. I promise you. I will save it. I will definitely save it. Yen. Hold on. Okay. You must hold on. I will save you now. He said this just to make her hold on. He had already lost their child, and couldn't lose her again. He would go crazy, and really collapse completely. Jing Wuyan carefully protected her head, coaxing her while using secret methods to decompose his own vitality, which continuously rushed to Nan Yin, whose face was as pale as paper in his arms. After a moment, cold sweat oozed from Jing Wuyan's forehead. But these vitality only lasted for a short period of time. In the end, her body seemed to resist his magic power, and his magic was useless to her. Jing Wuyan's eyes were red, and his fingers trembled to wipe the blood from her lips, begging and calling her name over and over again. Yen, don't resist me. He begged her not to give up, begged her to hold on, begged her not to die. Never die. He would definitely find a way to save her. But Nan Yin seemed to have realized that what he said was all lies to coax her. She lowered her head and looked at the wound on her abdomen again. Her fingers trembled slightly and gently stroked it. Red blood flowed out from between her fingers. All the wonderful sensations she had before were gone, and the smell of blood filled the surroundings. Nan Yin turned her face away in pain, as if the shock she suffered was too great, and her tears seemed to be running dry. She looked up at the distance, her vision blurring uncontrollably. She tried to open her eyes, and pointed her finger at her senior brother, who was fighting with someone not far away. She kept muttering, "Senior brother? I want my senior brother. He will help me. He has been able to help me solve anything since I was a child. He can definitely save my child. No matter how powerful the senior brother is, he can't save the situation." But her obsession with him is just an obsession in her memory. After all, in the eyes of her little sister, the senior brother is always omnipotent. Feng Jishua on the other side seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and saw the little sister lying in Jing Wuyan's arms not far away. The ground was covered with blood. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating, and his pupil shrank. But when he realized that it was not an illusion, he staggered and lost his balance. Someone hit him on the shoulder. He was shaking all over as if his bones were broken. Half of his body was covered in blood. His once spotless and cold robes were now covered in blood. But the pain on his shoulder was not as great as the pain in his chest. He felt that the spot in his heart was dug out by someone, and it hurt so much that his flesh and blood were blurred. At that moment, Feng Jishua could not care about anything. He didn't want any secret treasures or spiritual medicines. He only wanted his junior sister, his Yen. He stumbled towards the little junior sister covered in blood. But somehow, at that moment, he even forgot that he was a cultivator. It seemed that he couldn't even use his spiritual power, and he could only be like a mortal. He saw the finger that was trying to reach out to him. The fingertips were pale, but stained with bright red blood. Feng Jishua's eyes seemed to be falling. He couldn't control his emotions at all. In horror, he almost fell to her. Jing Wuyan beside him didn't know what she was saying until the end. He only heard her voice getting smaller and smaller. He saw her trying to reach out to another person, as if she was going to use up her life's strength. But she couldn't touch him. In the end, Jing Wuyan finally heard it clearly. He heard her calling her senior brother's name. She tried to open her eyes, and wanted to see Feng Jishua rushing towards her. But she couldn't. Finally, she only said one sentence. "Senior brother, take me home." Yen. "I'm here. Senior brother is here." Feng Jishua burst into tears at that moment. He staggered and fell heavily in front of her. He subconsciously reached out to hold the fingertips of the little junior sister. But there was just a little time left. When he stretched out his palm with great difficulty, and was about to touch her, the slender and pale finger finally fell down powerlessly. She looked at him and saw her good senior brother was covered in blood. His hairband was broken. His black hair was messy. His face was covered with bloodstains and wounds. And he finally stumbled towards her. Nan Yan's eyes were filled with light again. And she looked at him for the last time. And finally whispered his name in a hoarse voice. Senior brother? Save my... She never finished her words. And her hands rubbed his fingertips. Feng Jishua felt the slightly cool temperature. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of time. He could hold her. He could hold his little junior sister. But he didn't have time to hold her. Feng Jishua's knees were weak. And the whole person hit the ground heavily. Shaking with pain all over his body. Yan Yan. I will help you. I can help you with anything. Listen to me. Hold on. You must hold on. But she didn't hear these words in the end. Feng Jishua saw her eyelashes finally fall, casting a shadow on her pale eyelids. The blood on her lips hurt his eyes. He saw the wound on her abdomen. Such a deep wound. And the large blood on her skirt. Don't. At that moment, Feng Jishua was really going to collapse. The day before, she was still jumping in front of him, telling him that the baby was very good recently, not moving around, and not tossing. Why did she become like this in the blink of an eye? Her finger was still pointing in his direction, but she could no longer hear his voice. He didn't even have time to say the last words to her, and didn't hear her call him senior brother. His little junior sister died. She died in such a confused way. At this moment, Feng Jishua's entire body collapsed. He seemed to hear the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Under the heavy blow, he could no longer hold back. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Yan Yan. He raised his hand and pushed Jing Wuyan away, and hugged his little sister in his arms in despair and collapse. He cried and begged, and his tears seemed to be broken, and he could no longer hold them back. Yan Yan. Get up and look at me. Okay. Senior brother is here. Senior brother is here to find you. Yan Yan. It's all my fault. I'm useless. I failed to protect you. I'll take you home. I'll help you save the child. Don't die. Okay? Yan Yan. Open your eyes and look at me. Okay? Look at me. Okay. I'm your senior brother. Please. Yan Yan. Finally, after begging countless times, the person in his arms didn't respond. And Feng Jishua was sure that the person in his arms really left him. He held her, carefully protected her head against his chest, and took her away from here. Jing Wuyan, who was behind him, wanted to rush over and snatch her back when he saw him take Yan Yan away. But the endless pain and sorrow overwhelmed him, causing him to have a splitting headache. And finally, he howled out of control. Ah! The casual cultivators hiding nearby felt a chill down their spines when they heard the shrill sound. They vaguely heard a clear dragon roar from the howling. But in a moment, the sky around them, which was originally clear, suddenly became chaotic and gloomy. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and dark clouds rolled. A huge sense of oppression came from the sky like the entire secret realm, carrying some kind of destructive divine power. This secret realm was unknown to what extent it was affected, and it began to collapse and tear from the mountain not far away, and a crack seemed to appear above the clouds. Jing Wuyan's body spasmed uncontrollably. A layer of black and gold scales appeared on his neck, and a glimmer of golden light leaked from his eyes. When he completely collapsed, he suddenly heard a vague and empty voice in his mind, which resounded in his mind, as if it had entered the sea of consciousness. That voice told him that it was a price. Yes. What price? It was the price of reversing reincarnation and doing things in reverse. This was backlash. Jing Wuyan immediately vomited blood, his fingers trembling as he covered his aching head, and the whole person fell to the ground. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, when he used all means to consume his soul power and forcibly helped Lin Qingshuang to be reborn, there was an illusory voice in his mind that warned him. Tell him that the way of heaven is to act, and all things in the world have their natural growth laws and rules. God has mercy on him, and has already given him a glimmer of hope. If he forcibly reverses reincarnation, the final price must be borne by himself. Jing Wuyan finally understood that it might have been a warning from God. He didn't listen at that time. So all this happened now. He was wrong? He was really wrong. Jing Wuyan's eyes were blurred with tears. But why didn't the price fall on him? It was obviously his fault. He deserved to die. Why didn't he bear the price himself? If his wife had to bear the pain for him, He would rather be sealed to death. Jing Wuyan, who once didn't believe in God or gods, knelt down at the edge of the sky like a plea, breaking his straight back and losing all his dignity and pride. Plop. With a sound, he knelt heavily on the ground. He knelt on the ground and cowed out hard. His eyes were red. His throat was hoarse, begging the sky that was high and illusory. His forehead knocked on the ground, breaking his skin, and there was blood on his face. His face was covered with mud. Please God, please have mercy on my wife and children who are weak and innocent, and give them a way out. Disciple Jing Wuyan knows that he is wrong and should not act recklessly and reverse reincarnation. I am willing to give up all my life's cultivation and be sealed and suppressed at the bottom of Lazy Lake forever. If I don't come out, all the sins will be borne by me alone. I only beg you. Who will save my wife and children? I will give you all. It doesn't matter what you want. Take it all. All the dragon tendons and bones are given to you. It doesn't matter if you share the blood and flesh. I only beg you to save my wife and children. A weeping cry came from the hoarse throat. He had a blood clot in his mouth, and the sticky blood slid down his forehead, gradually blurring his vision. He begged for a day and a night, praying for God's mercy. But God ignored him. In the end, Jing Wuyan finally despaired, and sat on the ground stiffly, looking at the blood stains all over the ground, which had seeped into the soil. It was the blood of his children and wife. He just looked at it, his fingers unconsciously touching the soil on the ground. Jing Wuyan finally closed his eyes, and was desperate after all. Alas, since God refused to show mercy, he could only avenge his wife and children first, and then go down together to accompany her. Otherwise, she would get impatient on the road and lose her temper again. Jing Wuyan used his qi to forcibly lock onto Lin Shuang, who was waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. She disguised herself as an ordinary cultivator and mingled among the crowd. She was originally waiting for the entrance to the secret realm to open. As long as the entrance was opened, she could leave smoothly. However, she never expected that just as she was about to go out, the spiritual power around her was suddenly forcibly locked onto by someone. Lin Shuang knew who was targeting her, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. But for some reason, when that palm hit her, at that moment, the shackles that had been bounding her heart for a long time finally broke. She only felt her whole body suddenly loosen up, and all the pressure on her body disappeared. She didn't care about what happened next. She wanted to hide for a while. No matter how much Jing Wuyan cared about that woman, he would always leave some room for her, as long as she hid for a long enough time. Then, no matter how big the resentment was, it would eventually dissipate. After all, Su Nanyan was not completely killed by her. She just hit her with a palm. Wasn't it the sword that Jing Wuyan hit that really killed her? It was not until she was controlled by someone and couldn't move at all, and an unprecedented pressure overturned above her head, that Lin Shuang finally felt the taste of fear. The breath of death enveloped her whole body, approaching her little by little. It felt like a criminal waiting to be executed by slow slicing, watching the knife cut into her flesh and blood one by one. But she had no power to resist. No! No! She didn't want to die like this. She had finally lived a new life. How could she die in such an unclear way? But the man was crazy. He was really crazy. She was just a female cultivator who had practiced with him. If he really cared so much about why Su Nanyan wanted to separate from her, why did he defend her in front of her again and again? Didn't she dare to take action because he gave her the courage to test the bottom line? Lin Shuang's whole body was controlled, and she couldn't move. She threatened at first, using his purpose as a threat. But Jing Wuyan, who had fallen into madness, completely lost his mind, and threats didn't work for him at all. In the end, feeling the stern killing intent and overwhelming pain, Lin Shuang struggled and cried sharply. She had to bow her head and compromise, and began to beg for mercy, asking him to let her live. She would be obedient and help him achieve his ultimate goal, and never dare to do anything wrong again. But it was too late. Jing Wuyan did not let her die immediately. It was a good thing for her to die happily. He destroyed her cultivation, broke her golden elixir, and then smashed her soul with a palm. Let her also feel the pain when Yan Yan's soul was shattered by her palm. And finally she was thrown into the abyss of the dense forest in a half-human and half-ghost state. Her rebirth and her life were exchanged for the lives of his wife and children. No wonder Yan Yan has been extremely uneasy since she became pregnant. She cares so much about Lin Qingshuang, and is always emotionally unstable when facing her. She is so determined to keep him away from her. Was it because he had a premonition? Or his child had warned him? If he had cared more about her, been more tolerant and careful, wouldn't all this have happened? He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. It was obviously destined from the beginning. He exchanged the lives of his wife and children for Lin Qingshuang's rebirth. The price was so heavy and painful that he couldn't bear it. After he had tortured Lin Qingshuang enough, it was time for him to accompany his wife and children. The wide sleeves fell down, and Jingwu stretched out his hand and picked up the blood-stained Qianquan bracelet, which was the bracelet that brought them together in the first place. He did a lot of things to bully her, and none of the promises he made were fulfilled. They missed each other abruptly, and there were so many misunderstandings. Jing Wuyan's soul trembled violently, and his spiritual power slowly decomposed and dispersed. The whole person was like a cold jade sculpture without any temperature. The sound of flesh and blood shattering rang out all over his body, and his black robe was also stained with blood, until finally, the skin and flesh texture completely decomposed and disappeared inch by inch, and the soul power dispersed. He was going to find his little Taoist partner. Ahem. I wonder if that grumpy little wife will forgive him this time. She also. Ahem. Will she think that his craftsmanship is not good enough, and he won't braid her beautiful little braids? Yin yin. Under the impact of the huge dragon meteorite, the secret realm began to collapse uncontrollably. The Hongming secret realm was originally a small fragment of the Qinyu divine domain. The Qinyu god inadvertently exposed the identity of the dragon bloodline, because the Qinlong bloodline was too rare. It attracted countless upper realm cultivators to covet it. Finally, in a melee, a corner of Qinyu divine realm was torn apart. Jing Wuyan was seriously injured, and was suppressed and sealed at the bottom of Leizhe Lake by everyone. Deep at the bottom of the lake was red flame lava. He needed to find someone with special spiritual roots and practice special magic to help him remove the seal. Later, his soul was divided into two, half of which was suppressed at the bottom of the lake with his body, and the other half of his soul condensed into a body and attached to the Qianquan bracelet to come to the lower world. But because of the great loss of divine power, he slowly fell into a deep sleep, sleeping for hundreds of years, until one day, he was awakened by the blood of a little girl. He began to think about lifting the seal. For this, he spent a lot of soul power, not only to unlock the seal, but also to retaliate against those monks who coveted his tendons, veins, blood and flesh in the past. But now, nothing matters. He is willing to fall into a deep sleep. As the secret realm collapsed, the cracks at the entrance also opened. The cultivators no longer cared about fighting, and rushed to the exit of the secret realm one by one. This rumored Hongming secret realm is really weird. Who could have expected that a fragment of the god realm could actually hear the sound of a dragon's roar? Could it be because they fought too much this time and angered the dragon's might? In the end, even the secret realm began to collapse? However, didn't dragons become extinct long ago? I heard that there was no trace of dragons in the upper realm. When did they have traces of dragons in the lower realm? Everyone didn't have time to think too much, just hoping that the spiritual power in their bodies could be faster and faster. Although they had a lot of gains in this secret realm, they also suffered countless casualties, and almost 2/3 of the disciples of the scattered cultivators died. The dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the blood-stained hem of his clothes did not cover the grass stubble. He staggered forward. Feng Jishua's jade crown was broken, and he was in a mess. His long black hair was stained with dried and coagulated blood and scattered on his shoulders. The light in his eyes extinguished inch by inch. In the end, he was ashamed. He held the person in his arms tightly with both hands, and finally returned to the sect with his little junior sister. On the day he returned to the sect, many fellow junior brothers were extremely shocked, especially when they saw the eldest brother holding the little junior sister who had died and returned to the courtyard. The miserable situation made them dare not even approach the two. What tragic things happened in the secret realm? How could the eldest brother become like that? And their little junior sister, who used to jump and laugh at everyone, how could she be dead? It was not until later that they learned from other disciples, who went to the secret realm, that the little junior sister was killed by the eldest sister's palm smashing her spirit palace. They were silent for a long while, not knowing what to say. What kind of hatred is this? Even if the little sister was a little willful, the elder sister was too cruel to disregard the friendship of fellow disciples and ambush and kill fellow disciples on the spot in the secret realm. After that, the elder brother entered the courtyard and never came out again. He carefully cleaned the blood stains all over his little sister, used his flawless white jade fingers to brush away the broken hair on her cheeks, and skillfully and gently braided 2 beautiful braids for her. 2 light yellow hair bands were tied firmly on the braids. Lively and playful, the elder brother touched the soft hair on the little sister's head, kissed her forehead gently, and then took his little sister to the extremely mean place in the northwest. Before leaving, he went to the small attic of the sect and found the little sister's soul lamp, which was protected in the transparent barrier with only a little spark left. I don't know how he stabilized it, and it only emitted a little weak light. He could always find her, even if there was only the last wisp of dead soul left and no consciousness. He could go to the extremely dark place and slowly bring her back. He had raised her for so many years. When she was still a lawless and naughty little girl, he raised her and watched her grow up slowly. When she couldn't hold the long sword for the first time, he held her soft fingers and directed her every move. At that time, he was still very fierce and did things very seriously, especially when teaching his junior brothers and sisters. So when she first learned sword, he scolded the careless little girl with a stern face, and the girl's eyes were red. With a pursed mouth, she was extremely aggrieved and had a crying face. Later, the girl pestered him. She knew that he was cold, but refused to compromise. She amused herself by herself and deliberately competed with him. She messed around on his mountain, was chased and bitten by snow wolves, and pecked by cranes. Every time she was injured, she would throw herself into his arms with grievance, shouting anxiously, "Brother, help me." What a lawless little girl. But he was just so annoyed by her that he couldn't get angry. The elder brother's eyes were filled with tears, and his head was buried in the slightly cool neck of the younger sister. The tears wet a bunch of hair. He held her fingers and gently pressed them against his face. He was her good brother, and he didn't mind raising her for a little longer. Feng Jishue, who was hugging the younger sister, closed his eyes unconsciously. His consciousness was groggy, and he seemed to have a dream in a trance. In the dream, he and his junior sister did not part forever. They got married in the boudoir on the wedding night. His junior sister wore the bright red wedding dress he'd personally selected. She couldn't wait to lift the veil, and then happily threw herself into his arms. "Brother, you look so good in red." Hee. "Brother, why are your ears red again?" "Oh, good brother. Don't be shy. Come on. Take it off quickly. Let me take a closer look. It's not like I haven't seen it before. From now on, I will be your gentle and beautiful little Taoist partner. You have to protect me well." His palms were hot, and he said him annoyed and helplessly, and hugged her into his arms. But in the end, he didn't protect her well. Chapter 184, Fake Play Becomes Real. Nan Yen, who returned to the system space, pulled her little system out of a corner and stepped on it. "You bastard. Where is the group favorite? You've been despised from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for my great ability, there would be enough grass on your grave to bury you." Nan Yin still remembered that this bastard system said it would find her a relaxing world for vacation. But it ended up like this. Like this? It's so frustrating to be the group favorite. The system was stepped on, with footprints all over, and coughed to admit its mistakes and apologized. Wrong. I didn't read the mission world description clearly. And besides, you didn't. Did you complete the mission successfully? Nan Yin sneered twice. Hee. How do you calculate the points for the fake pregnancy pill? I didn't spend that much money in other worlds. You have to pay half of the money. Let's split it equally. What? Are you kidding? The system immediately pretended to be dead when it heard this, spread its hands and leaned back. Forget it. You can trample me again. I don't have any points. I want a shell. I have other forms. Anyway, no matter how much trouble you make, things involving points still have to be calculated clearly. The energy it provides for traveling through the mission world is already very high. If it continues to deduct, you won't be able to grow a stomach or eat in this life. Nan Yin knew what it was thinking when she saw it like that. This dog system is really more stingy than her. But no matter how stingy it is, this mission still needs to be done. Before doing the mission, the system told Nan Yin that Jing Wuyin had lost half of his soul, and his original body was trapped deep at the bottom of Lazy Lake, and he fell into a deep sleep. But he was not sure whether he would wake up one day. Nan Yin also found out later that Jing Wuyin had another body trapped in the upper realm. But these things have little to do with her now. Jing Wuyin's body lost half of his soul, and suffered a severe blow. Unless he was hit again, and wanted to wake up. Most of the dragons would gradually perish and disappear in sleep after being injured. However, the dragons have a long lifespan. And sleeping is more like a protection mechanism for them. Unless it is 10,000 years later. It is not so easy to disappear completely. And her good senior brother also took her body to the most hidden place in the northwest, intending to exhaust his efforts to gather souls for her. But this is probably more difficult. She has already returned to the system space. And the reincarnation of the mission world has little to do with her. She will not follow their path to the afterlife. I don't know what her good senior brother will feel after exhausting all his efforts, and still can't gather his soul for her. Maybe he will be disappointed. Nan Yin didn't think much about these things. After going to so many ancient worlds, Nan Yin couldn't stand it anymore. Modern life is still better. At least the food is better. The mobile phone is more fun. And there are air conditioners and computers. This kind of life is the life of people. Although the more difficult the world is, the higher the points are. But people can't live just for points. No. This time, no matter what, I have to go to the modern world to play a few times and experience the life of a rich person. Let her enjoy it. Nan Yin thought so. And then under the arrangement of the system, she directly entered a colorful and wonderful world. The first time she opened her eyes, she took a look inside the house. The lights around were a little dim. Even in the dim box, you could see a row of handsome men and beautiful women sitting around you. However, the group of people were very quiet. They were obviously well-behaved people who had been trained. They were all listening carefully to what the foreman manager in front was saying. Well, very good. The dog system didn't cheat her this time. It was indeed the modern world she expected. While the man above was still lecturing, Nan Yin rubbed her swollen head, and her consciousness fell into a moment of drowsiness for a short time. Her mind began to slowly accept the main plot and memory of this world. She was not so lucky this time. She was the daughter of a poor family in a remote mountain village. She had a younger brother who just started elementary school. The ideas of parents and elders were very backward and extremely patriarchal. They thought that it was useless for girls to study since they were young. It was better to earn more money. So after when Nan Yin finished high school, she was forced to get married early. Even if she had excellent grades, she was forced to drop out of school and work. When Nan Yin was sucked blood by this big family, under this invisible restraint pressure and tight coercion, she couldn't breathe at all, especially after her parents received a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan from a family in the town the day before, and forced her to marry a young man in the town who broke his leg. Under such circumstances, when Nan Yin was forced to choose to escape secretly alone, she didn't want to marry someone so unclearly, and she didn't want to live such a dark life all her life. So that night, when Nan Yin took her ID card and household registration book, as well as the 1,000 yuan she secretly saved, and fled alone to the urban area of Lingcheng, wanting to break free from the quagmire behind her and control her own life. But this is just the sloppy life of the female supporting role that has been glossed over. She is not the main character in the mission world, and her story is not important. She is just a tool used by the male protagonist to anger his ex-girlfriend. And this time, the plot follows the old sweet pet routine. The story logic is not important. And the important thing is that the sweet pet is enough. It is probably that the male protagonist broke up with his girlfriend, who he had been in love with for many years, because of a serious misunderstanding. After the breakup, he still missed her in his heart, and couldn't let her go. But he couldn't let go of his pride, and took the initiative to find the other party to make peace. Finally, under the advice and instigation of a good friend, he deliberately found a new girlfriend to show affection in front of his ex-girlfriend, wanting to anger the ex-girlfriend, and at the same time wanting the other party to regret caring. The male protagonist is Zhong Ling. Ling is the Ling of Jialing Flower. And he is indeed a Jialing Flower. A noble and elegant man who grows on a high mountain and is admired by people. He is restrained and polite. Even during his relationship with Wen Nanyan, he never did anything excessive. The two of them even rarely held hands. Wen Nanyan thought it was respect at first, and felt sweet and satisfied in her heart. But she didn't know until later that the man was unwilling, or that he had a kind of contempt and indifference towards her in his bones. And he just didn't want her to touch him from the beginning. And his ex-girlfriend Wan Xiao Xiao is the heroine in this plot. The two of them are also a perfect match. a pair of golden boys and jade girls that everyone in the circle envies. Zhong Ling is self-disciplined and principled, and Ruan Xiaoxiao comes from a scholarly family. But she is a sunny and sweet soft girl, whether it is from family background, education, knowledge or appearance. The two are a pair of young lovers made in heaven. Almost everyone believed that this young couple would soon be able to get married and become a happy and perfect model couple in the circle. But it happened so suddenly. The two broke up inexplicably. As for Wen Nanyan, she is just an additive to catalyze their relationship. And her identity this time is the new girlfriend, who is a temporary tool and a big enemy. The story begins when the male protagonist finds out that his girlfriend, who he has been with for nearly 6 years, has cheated on him. He accidentally sees a message from a stranger on his girlfriend's phone. "Baby, didn't I satisfy you that night? Why don't you want to be with me?" The male protagonist who saw this message handled all the follow-up calmly. He restrained himself from getting angry. After finding Ruan Xiaoxiao, he hoped that his girlfriend could give him a reasonable explanation and tell him who the owner of the message was. What happened on the night the other party said? And how long has she been in contact with that person? But Ruan Xiaoxiao herself didn't know what happened that night. The two of them studied abroad together. Her boyfriend valued his studies more than himself. On her birthday, he was also busy with academic issues and had no time to come to accompany her. She was so sad that night that she indulged herself with a group of friends all night and drank a lot of wine at the birthday party. As a result, when she woke up the next day, she found herself sleeping in the same bed with a strange man. She still felt a little uncomfortable in her head, but she really didn't remember anything after being drunk. After that, the man began to send her various harassing messages from time to time. She cried and drove the man away. Her first reaction to such a thing was panic. She subconsciously destroyed all the evidence sheets, and then secretly concealed this matter for a long time. She thought she could keep it secret forever, but she didn't expect her boyfriend to find out. Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't say anything to refute because she felt guilty and regretful. She remained silent, but this attitude also made Zhong Ling's heart sink to the bottom. He thought his girlfriend was deliberately unwilling to explain and even deliberately concealed the news of the man. How could he tolerate such an attitude? But no matter what he said, his girlfriend was silent and said that she didn't know. And this attitude really stimulated her boyfriend. After that, the two of them had their first irreversible quarrel since they started dating because of this. Zhong Ling, who was so calm and rational, was so angry that his face was gloomy. In the end, he chose to break up directly, and then graduated early and returned to China alone. But only a small number of people in the circle knew about their breakup. The elders of the family knew nothing about it. Both parents were even preparing for their wedding. After breaking up with his girlfriend, Zhong Ling was not easy to go back to China alone. He found that he still couldn't let go of his girlfriend, and the degree of his concern in his heart was getting deeper day by day. He even began to reflect on whether he was too cold during those years abroad, which led to his girlfriend's cheating without telling him. But why did he take the initiative to break up? But his girlfriend was still silent? Does she care about that man so much? She cares so much that she doesn't want to tell him a word? After returning to China, Zhong Ling's mood did not improve. He thought he could calm down and control himself. But he found that he couldn't let go of this relationship at all. They have been together for almost 6 years. How can they just let go of a relationship of 6 years? In fact, he never told his girlfriend that he had already designed their wedding room in advance. Everything was in accordance with her favorite style. He originally planned to propose on the day of the graduation ceremony. He thought that they could return to China and get married after completing their studies. But this happened at this time. How could he accept this? How could he be willing? After he proposed breaking up, his girlfriend didn't even say a word to save the relationship, which made Zhong Ling even doubt whether she had been waiting for him to say this. The son of the Zhong family, who was always mild-tempered, became a little moody because of this incident, which also affected a group of friends in the circle around him. A group of people knew that Zhong Ling couldn't let go of his ex-girlfriend, but he couldn't let go of his face and take the initiative to find her. So they began to give him bad ideas one after another. If you want your ex-girlfriend to regret and care about you, you must find a new girlfriend who is gentler and more considerate than the other party to show your love. In fact, you don't have to be very good. You just need the other party to be good-looking, gentle and obedient, and then be intimate when the two are together. And it's better to make a big fuss, just as a relaxed relationship to relieve your mood. Zhong Ling listened to so many bad ideas, probably because he was influenced by this group of bad friends. For a while, his head was hot, and coupled with the ex-girlfriend's attitude of not caring, he really found a girlfriend. They were still looking for the princess, who was not presentable in the club. It was at this time that Wen Nanyan finally appeared in front of everyone. When Wen Nanyan fled to the urban area of Lingcheng with a few thousand yuan, she found that life in a big city was not so easy. She didn't have a higher education, so she couldn't find a good job. She wanted to study, but she had no money to pay for it. She wanted to find a good job to do some part-time work, but people didn't dare to hire her because she looked too young and had no fixed place to live. In the end, Wen Nanyan rented a small one-bedroom house in a village on the edge of the city, and was introduced by a sister nearby to work part-time in a club. The sister's surname was Zhou, and she was a good person. She told her that the work in the club was not as improper as she imagined, but it was not so serious either. They lived a life of drunkenness, money and entertainment to death. But there were too many temptations here. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the quagmire and fall into it. But you have to have your own bottom line. Keep the bottom line, and you can live a clean life after making money in the future. But it's not the case for someone like her. She was young at first, and she encountered many setbacks when she went out to find a job. She couldn't stand hardship, and she only had a pretty face. So she was coaxed into selling her body. At first, she was a mistress of a coal boss, and later when he got tired of her, she started working as a hostess in a club. She saved a lot of money over the years, but lost it all when she did business with someone a few years ago. Although she knew that this kind of thing was not good, she did it. Sister Zhou didn't think she had so many unspeakable difficulties and reasons. She did it purely for money and enjoyment. But she was too greedy for enjoyment when she was young. Now that she is older, she regrets her impulse more and more. So, she gave a few more words of advice to this girl, who was younger than her, but also from a poor family. And when Nanyan did keep her bottom line under the advice of the other party. She had read a lot of books and understood a lot of principles. She was short of money, but not to the point of selling herself, especially after seeing the extravagant life of the rich second generation in the club. During the rest time, the thin girl stood on the high roof, looking at the flashing neon lights and the busy scene under the transparent glass high-rise building, and her heart became calmer and clearer. She felt that only by relying on her own efforts could she live a stable life with peace of mind. In the future, she followed Sister Zhou to serve tea and water to guests in the club and cut fruits. She could earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Although she would encounter some men who were not good at doing things, she was smart, and Sister Zhou often took care of her and protected her. The two supported each other, and their life was not too bad. When Nanyan finally saved a small amount of money, she thought about taking the self-examination. She still wanted to find a better environment and job. Sister Zhou naturally supported this. It happened that at this time, when Nanyan met Zhong Ling. The Zhong family is one of the best families in Lingcheng. The Zhong family group's industries include real estate, hotels, medical care, and various scientific research and technology. Even if the Zhong family has lived off their wealth for several generations, they can't ruin the family's industry. This is no longer an ordinary wealthy family, and Zhong Ling is the only heir of the Zhong family. Such a person who she couldn't talk to in 2 lifetimes. She had her first communication with him when she went to accompany guests to drink and cut fruits. At first, it was just some ordinary chats. Later, every time he came to the club, Zhong Ling would ask her to sit and chat. And then the relationship between the two gradually became closer. Zhong Ling began to take her to various cocktail parties and banquets, took her to buy various beautiful dresses, took her to see scenes she had never seen before, and introduced her to his friends. When Nanyan didn't know why, when his group of friends looked at her, they occasionally showed a strange and sympathetic look in their eyes. But when Nanyan still plunged into it, she thought Zhong Ling really liked her. After all, he told many friends that she was his girlfriend. This was the first time when Nanyan's heart was moved. She forgot Sister Zhou's advice, and forgot that with her identity, she should not have any emotional involvement with the male guests in the club. But she thought they were in love. She can save money slowly, and when she has enough money, she can change to a more serious job. Then she will buy a small house, and the two of them will raise a dog and a cat. She even fantasizes about the happy scene after they get married, and the scene of the two holding hands and going to the park to watch the fallen leaves. That kind of life is very beautiful. So beautiful that when Nanyang can't help laughing when she dreams at night. As long as she thinks of those happy scenes. She really feels that the miserable life in the first half of her life was deliberately arranged by God. Just to let her meet this boyfriend. Her boyfriend is very polite. Never touches her actively. Does not do excessive things. And does not say vulgar words. He is the kind of person when Nanyang has never met. He was not like those customers in the club who deliberately acted like hooligans and took advantage of girls. He was cold and indifferent. Like a bright moon in the sky. There was a clear and noble aura between his eyebrows and eyes, which was pleasing to the eye and made people want to get close to him. The only time they kissed was at a banquet. The boyfriend took the initiative to kiss her lips in front of many people. It was like a dragonfly touching the water. Although it was very light. Such a scene was really exciting and nervous. When Nanyang's heart banged for half an hour before she slowly calmed down the uncontrollable throbbing in her heart. He treated her so well. Bought her all kinds of expensive clothes and jewelry. Helped her change houses. And took her to various upper-class places. The most important thing was that he took her home and had dinner with his parents. Although the dinner was very embarrassing. Her boyfriend said that he had decided on her. How could she not be moved? At that time, she thought sweetly and happily in her heart that her boyfriend was probably the best boyfriend in the world. Even if his family despised her background and disliked her for trying to get close to someone rich and powerful. She didn't care at all. As long as Zhongling liked her. It was enough. Yes, it would be great if he really liked her. But who knows? The liking was fake. And the care was also fake. From beginning to end. All this was just her self-conceit. She was just a tool used by this boyfriend to anger his ex-girlfriend. In order to make his beloved ex-girlfriend jealous and caring. Zhongling deliberately found a girl with a common family background and a gentle temperament to have a 1-month relationship. Forcing himself to endure all kinds of dependence and admiration from a girlfriend whose name he didn't even remember. This trick is indeed very useful. Since Zhongling took her to various parties and cared about her in various ways. And then showed extreme affection. The ex-girlfriend, who was abroad, was really jealous and cared about her. She even ignored her unfinished studies and immediately bought a plane ticket to rush back from abroad. When Zhongling's ex-girlfriend came back, her role as a tool seemed to have slowly come to an end. Almost for no reason. She was soon broken up. After the male protagonist Zhongling confirmed that he still had feelings for his ex-girlfriend. The couple had another tug-of-war. In the end, both parties finally confirmed that the original cheating incident was just a misunderstanding. And the male protagonist finally let go of his grudges. Now, the ex-girlfriend's misunderstanding was resolved. But the fact that he was in love with the girl in the club was true. The male protagonist began to chase his wife to the crematorium for a period of time. The couple was sweet and abusive. Finally, in a kidnapping case, the male protagonist was injured in order to protect the female protagonist. And the female protagonist cried and forgave him. The two finally let go of their grudges and prejudices and became a couple who were more tolerant and cherished each other. After the breakup, Zhongling was quite generous to Wen Nanyang. He gave her a small villa worth more than 5 million yuan in the city. And all the jewelry he had given her before were given to her. In addition, he gave her a large amount of cash, intending to completely buy out the past between the two. He also hoped that she would be more sensible from now on and not bother him again. But when Nanyang was still confused when she received the news of the breakup. She didn't know what happened at all. Why did they break up suddenly? Moreover, the two did not break up in person. That night she was still at work. And her boyfriend just called her and said that he would completely cut off contact with her. After that, the lawyer contacted her about everything. This really puzzled Wen Nanyang. At first, she thought it was a joke. But when she called him back twice, she found that his phone was always turned off. When she wanted to find him, she found that she could not find him no matter what. At this point, no matter how stupid she was, she knew that he deliberately did not want to see her. And that he had never taken the relationship between them seriously. Wen Nanyang was sad for a while. But after being sad, life still had to go on. In fact, she did not think about entanglement with the other party. She had seen many beautiful girls who were kept and abandoned in the club. They cried and made a fuss. But in the end they got nothing. After she had a relationship with Zhongling, nothing happened. The other party did not do anything to her. But she got a house and a lot of money for nothing. This is already a great gift from heaven. She told herself over and over that it was okay. just treat it as a beautiful dream that made her heart beat fast. But when she saw that man again in the bridal shop, she couldn't help but go up and say hello. She really didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to ask the man opposite her, the noble young man who was wearing a white suit, sitting quietly on the sofa, with delicate and cold eyebrows and a face like the bright moon, whether he had any feelings for her. It was a pity that she didn't wait for the other party's reply, and she waited for revenge. When the bride came out of the dressing room, Zhong Ling smiled gently, put down the wedding photo in his hand, walked over naturally, and gently tidied the broken hair around the bride's ears. He seemed to not know her from beginning to end. But his not knowing her did not mean that the bride did not know her either. Yuan Xiaoxiao was still a little concerned about this princess of a certain club who had been dating her boyfriend for a month. She was indeed beautiful, and she was the type that Dong Ling would like. When Nan Yan didn't know what the two said, she only saw Zhong Ling frowning and glancing at her coldly, and then leading the bride into the house. Nothing happened afterwards, and it was the night when Nan Yan returned to the club to work the night shift. She didn't know what happened that night. She was particularly troubled by the guests, and was forced to drink a lot of wine. In the end, she was drunk with a glass of red wine with drugs. In fact, she could have been saved. After hanging around in such places for a long time, when Nan Yan had become more cautious, when she realized that something was wrong with her body, she had already started thinking about escaping. But at the last moment, when she was about to escape by clinging to the door, she saw a man standing not far from the door. The man had a cigarette butt in his hand, and the smoke from his mouth blurred his side face. His face was clear, his contours were distinct, and his eyebrows and eyes had an indescribable sense of romantic laziness. She had seen that man more than once beside Dong Ling. They were friends. He was a man with a wild personality, and was not easy to mess with. When Nan Yan stretched out her hand to ask him for help, but the man glanced at her carelessly. After seeing her disheveled appearance, a flash of annoyance flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and asked someone to close the door without hesitation. When Nan Yan's eyes were red from crying, her nails were broken by the door handle, and there was blood between her fingers. She was a little bit unbelievable. She asked herself that she had never offended him. But why did these people treat her like this? She would never forget the look in that man's eyes, which was contemptuous and disgusting, as if she was some kind of dirty thing. But when she stood beside Dong Ling, he also greeted her. Why can these people be so high and mighty and trample on her like an ant? The final result is predictable. When Nan Yan was caught by several people in the box and tortured all night, after losing her virginity, she also lost her job. The club manager gave her a month's salary and warned her, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. From beginning to end, she was given this sentence. She didn't even know who was behind the hurt. She had no place to vent and couldn't get justice. She obviously did nothing, but was trampled on like an ant. She had no money and no connections. She had no evidence to call the police. Moreover, after being taken advantage of while working in the club, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Some people even scolded her for what she deserved, saying that she deserved it. Who told her that she didn't have enough self-respect? After all, there are so many decent places in the world. Why did she have to work in a club? Now, it's her own fault that she was taken advantage of. Who knows if she slept with someone voluntarily? After sleeping with someone, she found that the price was not suitable and wanted to sue someone for coercion. Isn't this a common thing? Who can say for sure? Yes, who can say for sure? She had no choice but to accept her fate. It was as if the house was leaking and it rained all night. When she was most desperate and confused, her parents from her hometown suddenly came to her for some reason, bringing a group of relatives and friends. She had no time to resist. They directly confiscated all the valuables in her house, snatched her ID card, and then forcibly took her back, and finally forced her to marry the young man with a broken leg. When Nan Yan only learned from Sister Zhou later that her parents were deliberately found by someone. As for what happened that night, someone did want to teach her a lesson at the beginning, but they just wanted her to be troubled by the guests. I didn't expect that someone would take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and go too far. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. And everything she lost was covered up with just one sentence, no sense of propriety. She could actually vaguely guess who the person who wanted to teach her a lesson was. But who could say for sure whether Zhong Ling acquiesced and pushed for it? After all, the lover had resentment in his heart, and this resentment had nowhere to vent. so naturally he had to vent it on her. As for Wen Nanyan's final outcome, there was no need to think about it. Wen's parents took the betrothal money from the other party, and did not even hold a wedding. They directly tied her up, and sent her to the man's house. That night, the lame man forced her to consummate the marriage with her. After finding out that it was not her first time, he began to beat her. Because of his own disability, the man's violent tendency became more and more serious. When Nanyan was tortured in this situation and her spirit completely collapsed, she lived like a ghost and not a human. She escaped several times, but failed to escape. In the end, the man simply locked her up. Months later, when Nanyan took advantage of the man's drunkenness one night and set a fire without scruples, the fire burned everything and burned herself and the lame man to death. But this is just the story of her. The female supporting role. The story of the male and female protagonists is different from hers. After hearing the news of the death of his former temporary girlfriend, Zhong Ling's expression paused for a moment, and then returned to his indifferent look. But his fiancée was a little unhappy when she saw her like this. She grabbed his soft tie and asked him angrily, "That girl is so beautiful. Are you really not moved at all?" Zhong Ling smiled, touched his fiancée's hand, and confessed honestly, "Really not. You know, your man is a very principled person. He will never do anything excessive before marriage. Not to mention I don't even know her name. How could I like a girl like that?" The fiancée was satisfied, smiled and threw herself into his arms. And then the two began to discuss which island to hold the wedding. On the other side, when Nanyan didn't know until she died that the boyfriend she was still thinking about before she died was just a stranger whose name he couldn't remember. This bloody plot made Nanyan almost have a heart attack. So all the female supporting characters have to pay for the love between the male and female protagonists. Right? If you two want to quarrel, quarrel. If you want to break up, just go away and break up. Does a bastard have to harm an innocent girl just to piss off his ex-girlfriend? Nanyan couldn't hold back the pain in her head. She took a deep breath, turned around and thought about it carefully. But this kind of bloody plot is indeed very common. Many bastards like to find a female companion to piss off the people they care about. It's rare for someone to be so miserable like her. Chapter 185. After receiving all the memories, Nanyan rubbed her aching forehead, took a deep breath, and then suppressed the depressed and uncomfortable emotions in her chest. Then opened her eyes, and began to look around quietly. The golden light was projected on the off-white marble floor, which was covered with exquisite and gorgeous carpets. And there was a sense of low-key luxury everywhere. The foreman manager in the front row was still instructing something seriously. Nanyan listened to a few words with her spirit. It was nothing more than that some of the guests this time were more expensive. So you should all be careful. And don't do those things that are not up to standard. The guests in the private room are very expensive. And people like you can't hook up with them. Just serve them quietly after entering. After the foreman manager's instructions, Nanyan rubbed her sore eyebrows again, and finally figured out what was going on. It was just the beginning of the plot development. The male and female protagonists broke up because of an unspeakable misunderstanding. The female protagonist Wan Xiaoxiao felt guilty, and felt that she had no face. So she didn't dare to say anything to keep her. The male protagonist had a deeper misunderstanding. After returning to China alone, he couldn't let go of his ex-girlfriend, who was abroad. The two of them were deadlocked until Zhong Ling came to the club to relax under the instigation of that group of bad friends, and thought about the feasibility of the suggestion they put forward. Because the girls required this time had to be beautiful and classy. And the original owner Wen Nanyan was also stuffed into this group of girls, who went to accompany the wine because of her good-looking face. This was also her first encounter with the dog male protagonist. In fact, at the initial stage, Zhong Ling had no impression of her at all. It was her particularly obedient, gentle and considerate appearance that made people feel more pleasing to the eye. So when the young master of the Zhong family came to the club again, he ordered the obedient girl from last time to accompany him for drinks. But to be honest, Wen Nanyan did not have any ambiguous thoughts about this guest at the beginning. Her impression of the male protagonist was just a good-looking male guest. Besides, the guests who came here were all looking for fun and relaxation. She couldn't control others, so she could only control herself. But she didn't expect that a love game played by rich young men would make her physically and mentally exhausted. And in the end, such a gentle and motivated girl ended up in such an embarrassing and tragic end. Nanyan thought to herself, he was really a scumbag. But now, She can have fun. The door of the private room on the top floor was open from the outside, and a total of 7 or 8 young girls, including Nanyan, were brought to the door together. The moment the door opened, the scene inside the house also came into everyone's eyes. Several girls breathed a sigh of relief. The girls who worked in the nightclub were all young and had dropped out of school early. They had seen a lot of people in this place, and the dirty scenes were inevitable. Originally, I thought that the manager was very serious this time, because the guests this time were difficult to serve. But the moment the door was pushed open, there was no chaos and unbearableness in the nightclub as imagined. Nor were there all kinds of ugly and greasy behaviors of other guests when they were drunk. Under the dim blue light, 7 or 8 young men were sitting on the luxurious and low-key sofas. They all had outstanding looks. And most importantly, their temperaments were also outstanding. You can tell at a glance that they were the kind of rich and noble young men who were carefully educated by wealthy families. The door was open, but they were not disturbed. 7 or 8 men were chatting with each other. The most outstanding one was probably the man in white clothes sitting on the right side of the sofa. His face was really outstanding. He had a sense of coldness and distance. And he had a rare and noble air. This kind of air does not mean that he is naturally romantic, but a kind of charm and temperament. A kind of ancient taste that is very rare among young people nowadays. Such a person should have been carefully educated by the family in the most traditional way of teaching. They have high hopes for him, so they carefully cultivated such a qualified and rare air. There were 7 or 8 young guests in the private room, and the number of princesses who came was just the right amount. It was just a moment, and the foreman manager nodded to a few girls, and a group of young and beautiful girls walked in one by one. They didn't dare to look at them too much. After all, girls like them can only be chosen by others. How can they choose customers by themselves? Several girls sat down next to the man closest to them in turn, and then began to serve tea, water, wine, and cut fruit plates. Perhaps the more educated and knowledgeable the guests were, the less attracted they were to beauty, or they simply looked down on the girls here. After all, according to the original plot, this group of people didn't even take the popular little stars seriously, let alone them. The topics these guests talked about with each other were even higher than those of this group of young and beautiful girls. But there were also some who understood the romance, hugged the princess' waist, and pinched the girl's fingers from time to time. According to the order of arrangement, Nanyan sat next to the male protagonist, just like in her previous life. However, she didn't know whether the other party disliked it. The moment Nanyan sat down, she vaguely saw the man's handsome eyebrows slightly frowned, and soon returned to normal, so fast that it seemed that it was just her illusion. Nanyan understood now that this time it was probably another male protagonist who kept strangers away. Nanyan could also glimpse an acquaintance hidden in the light and shadow opposite, who was also the male protagonist's friend, the man Mian who stood at the door smoking in the previous life. This man's whole body was hidden in the light and shadow at the beginning, making it difficult to see his face. Now he was facing him, and could see it very clearly. He held a men's cigarette in his hand, but didn't light it. His skin was cold and white. His contours were clear and distinct. His long legs were bent, and his body was leaning back lazily on the sofa cushions. He was holding the beautiful girl sitting next to him in his arms, his slender fingers resting on the girl's slender and soft waist. And he didn't do anything extra, but he was full of strange temptation, exuding a breath of male hormones all over his body, the kind of wild and bad man. In fact, many girls like this type of boy. Bad, a little cold and a little strong, always thinking that they can pull him ashore, and make such a man only for themselves. But most of them are wishful thinking. The little sister in his arms was obviously a little bit out of control, blushing and pouring wine for people. But people like them still have a lot of professional ethics. Some liking does not mean that something will happen, no matter how good a man is. He is not as popular as money. Nanyan just glanced at them in a hurry. These guests obviously didn't like them to look around and ask questions, and they didn't want anyone to interrupt their conversation. Nanyan sat quietly aside, pouring wine for the guests beside her from time to time, looking particularly gentle and quiet, perhaps because she always kept her eyebrows down and didn't do anything extra. Zhong Ling didn't even see her face clearly, but his attention was not on her, until he picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, raised his head slightly, looked at the several friends opposite who were obviously in high spirits, frowned and asked, "This is the good idea you said. Can she regret doing such a thing? When Mian on the opposite side saw his friend's cold face and frowned impatiently, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The light action had a different kind of laziness in his eyes. What's wrong? Zhongling. You're not scared. Are you? We agreed to get drunk tonight. So why are you backing off so soon? He couldn't help laughing. And he wanted to tease her. Can you take back your serious attitude? You can't bring yourself to make peace with others. Can't you? I told you a long time ago that girls are jealous. Especially Xiao Xiao. If you find a pretty girl to provoke her, I guarantee she won't be able to stand it in less than a month. A group of friends laughed and agreed. Zhongling also knew that this group of people was deliberately provoking him. He was usually very rational and would not care about such remarks. He would just ignore them. But recently, he was probably too upset about breaking up with Xiao Xiao, and his mind was a little unclear for a while. These words really irritated him to the bottom of his heart. Although he had agreed to follow their way earlier, he didn't expect to be brought here to hang out. It's not a habit. He is not as gentle as he imagined. It's just that after being with Xiao Xiao for a long time, he has been restraining himself and not doing things that make her jealous and sad. Over time, the number of times he came to this place for fun gradually decreased, and it was even rarer to find girls to accompany him. The few times he went there occasionally were just socializing and talking about business with business partners. However, he had agreed before, and it was not good for him to leave alone now. After all, they were all friends in the same circle, and if he really left so inexplicably, he would probably be laughed at by this group of people for more than a year. Zhongling was not angry, and he did not care too much about being deliberately provoked. His face was still calm and gentle. He just turned his head to look at the bad friend who laughed the most wildly, and asked him strangely, "Are you really sure that this will work? This time, Xiao Xiao and I are not having an ordinary problem." He probably thought of the night when they quarreled before leaving. His long eyebrows slightly twisted after calming down. "We had a big fight this time, and we are even breaking up now. I broke up with her in anger, and she did not try to keep me. I don't even know if she really doesn't care anymore." Speaking of which, he and Xiao Xiao were first loves, and the relationship between them was natural. He had been used to smooth sailing since he was a child. Whether in studies, work, or relationships, he had never encountered such setbacks and things that were out of control. So it was inevitable that he felt a little depressed and concerned. He always thought Xiao Xiao loved him very much. They were in love, and he had never thought about cheating. But he didn't expect to see such a message on her phone? This matter made him hard to accept for a while. He was not an irrational person. Sometimes he was angry and irrational, and he would inevitably be impulsive. But after breaking up impulsively, he found that he still couldn't let go of his girlfriend. So this happened. And in matters of love, he was indeed not as experienced as the bastard opposite. So he naturally listened to more things, although he knew that what they said was not very reliable. He didn't know whether he was angry recently or what happened, and actually agreed to such a bad idea. Nan Yen listened to the conversation between these people. She didn't remember whether these people had said these words in front of her in her previous life. Maybe they mentioned a few words occasionally, but the original owner should not have cared about it. After all, when serving people, they were conscientious. How could they deliberately remember what the guests said? Moreover, she was not so quiet in her previous life. She also learned from other girls. Although she did not do anything excessive, she also took the initiative to talk to Zhongling beside her. But she only talked about some meaningless topics. Hearing this, Mian on the opposite side clapped his hands and couldn't help laughing at him. "Okay, don't worry. I am much better at this kind of thing than you are. Anyway, it won't be worse than what you are now. And this kind of thing takes time to slowly pass on the news. When the time comes, I will help you to exaggerate and publicize it. I guarantee that she will care. Okay. Anyway, you are not allowed to leave tonight. I have prepared the guest room on the top floor for you." As he spoke, he pushed the beautiful girl in his arms forward again, directly in front of Zhongling. The girl was stunned by the push, and turned her head to look, but saw the man opposite with a wanton smile. Then he raised his eyebrows at her, and motioned her to sit next to Zhongling. Sit on his lap. If you can sit in his arms tonight, I will give you 20,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, the young men who were originally sitting next to him also became interested instantly. They probably wanted to see the appearance of this high-class flower being deflated and degraded. And at the same time, They all pushed the beautiful girl sitting next to them over. TSK. Heave me on. Your idea is still the best. In that case, why don't you go over there too? Haha. Anyway, tonight, whoever can make him happy, I will give him 100,000 yuan. Go. Go. All of you. And see who can sit in his arms first. A group of friends around him immediately shouted and made a noise. After hearing these words, the eyes of those girls, who were not much paid attention to, suddenly brightened up a lot. So they rushed over one by one. All of them were eager to try. For those who do their job, the moral bottom line cannot be too high. They must be able to accept the difficulties of customers and the sudden ideas that come up when they are excited. After all, money is really hard to earn. And the tips these people give are their monthly salary, which makes these girls really unable to suppress their excitement. Nan Yin beside him was still peeling oranges silently. When she heard this, she didn't deliberately stick to him. She just liked to eat a few oranges. So what? After peeling, she threw the orange peels into the trash can beside her. Perhaps because they were too much of a commotion by this group of people. They crowded and laughed over here, and soon surrounded Zhong Ling. And even Nan Yin was squeezed to the side. Zhong Ling pushed one away, and the other one immediately came up. Even if he had a good temper, he was a little annoyed at this moment. So when he saw the girl who had been quietly peeling oranges beside him, Zhong Ling took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and pulled Nan Yin, who had been sitting quietly beside him, over, and then hugged her into his arms, wrapped his arms around her waist, and held her on his legs to sit. His body was a little stiff, obviously not used to this kind of close action with a strange girl. But he soon realized that the girl in his arms was stiffer than him. But soon she relaxed again, leaning softly on his chest without struggling. The girl was very light and slender, without the messy scent of powder on her body. Only a faint scent of shower gel, and a faint scent of orange peel. A very clean smell. Zhong Ling's brows relaxed slightly, and he didn't feel as repulsive as he imagined when he hugged her. Zhong Ling subconsciously looked down at her, and saw that the girl was very quiet with her head down. Her eyebrows curved, her eyelashes slightly drooping, and her thick eyelashes looked particularly curled under the shadow of the light, casting a shadow on her fair cheek. He did not look at her face carefully, but glanced at her, as if he had completed a task that he was reluctant to complete. Then he turned around and said impatiently to the group of friends, who were still making trouble. Okay. I have my own company. Don't bother me anymore. I'll keep my word and not leave tonight. When everyone saw him hug the girl tightly in his arms, with the kind of deliberately ambiguous smile between men in his eyes, they stopped talking and started to invite him to drink again. Zhong Ling was drunk a lot of wine by this group of bad friends tonight. These people were determined not to let him go, probably to retaliate for what he had done to them some time ago. I don't know how long it took. So long that Zhong Ling really couldn't drink anymore. He rubbed his painful and swollen eyebrows, and his consciousness was obviously a little unclear. The group of people finally gave up. And then, under the urging of everyone, Nan Yin helped him to go to the private room upstairs that had been booked in advance. There was also a small episode during this period. Maybe she was more pleasing tonight because she was quiet and decent, so that the young Master Zhong who had been hugging her waist felt less repulsive. So when other women came to him and wanted to volunteer to send him to the guest room upstairs to rest, they were pushed away by Zhong Ling, who hugged the girl in his arms tighter. Nan Yin didn't reject it either, and she was quiet all the time. So everyone understood it as a matter of course, and smiled knowingly. It seems that Zhong Ling prefers this quiet and gentle girl, which is different from his usual preferences. So Nan Yin walked forward while supporting the drunk man. This man must have drunk too much tonight, and he was a little unstable when walking. Half of his body was on her shoulders. Finally, under the advice of everyone, she finally helped him into the room. Nan Yin helped the man sit on the sofa. The other party's breathing was a little heavy. She gently called a few times. Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong. Please sit for a while. The other party closed his eyes and ignored her. Nan Yin glanced at him. There were a few strands of hair on his forehead. His head tilted back slightly, sinking into the soft sofa. His Adam's apple was very obvious, and his fair face was faintly flushed after being drunk. The noble and elegant aura on his body just now was dispersed a little, and his thick eyelashes fell on his eyelids, casting a shadow. The whole person still looked drowsy. Nan Yin went to the bathroom to soak a towel, wiped his face a little, and then put the pillow behind him flat. After doing these things, Nan Yen turned around and wanted to leave. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the man on the sofa behind her shout, "Wait a minute. Don't go out now." The other party's voice was a little low, but it sounded very clear. Nan Yen turned back in surprise, and then she saw that the man sitting on the sofa had opened his eyes at some point. His black eyes were calm and clear, and the white light shone on the man's elegant and graceful profile. This man was very conscious, and there was no sign of drunkenness as he had shown in the private room before. Nan Yen paused for a few seconds, and seemed a little strange. So she subconsciously asked, "Mr. Zhong, so you are not drunk?" The man said him in a low voice. He did not intend to explain to anyone. He rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. Although he was not drunk, it was uncomfortable to drink so much wine. Nan Yen saw that he looked uncomfortable, and heard that the other party did not want to leave. So she turned around and walked towards him again, seeing that the two slender fingers were pressing gently on the center of the eyebrows. Nan Yen did not say anything, and naturally reached out her hand, wanting to press a few times for the other party. As a result, as soon as his fingers touched the other person's skin, they were slapped away by the person. Zhongling opened his eyes. He obviously didn't expect the girl to approach him suddenly. The force was a bit heavy. He didn't control the force well, and just hit the back of the other person's hand. A bright red mark soon appeared on the soft and white back of the hand. Zhongling's expression paused for a while, and there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. But he quickly recovered. He never liked strangers touching him too closely. But now, he also knew that the girl in front of him had no ill intentions. And he overreacted. Nan Yan's fingers subconsciously retracted. Zhongling heard a slight hissing sound from her mouth, which should be a little painful. But the girl still lowered her head and didn't say anything to complain. He looked at the other person again, and his eyes fell on the back of the girl's hand. Probably because of her white skin, the mark looked particularly conspicuous. Zhongling is not the kind of man who would bully women, and his upbringing does not allow him to do such disrespectful things to women without reason. But it was indeed unintentional just now. Therefore, the atmosphere in the room became a little quiet for a while. Nan Yen also saw the uncomfortable expression on the other party's face. In order to ease the embarrassment, she shook her head at the other party, chuckled and explained, "Mr. Zhong, don't worry. I know you didn't mean it. I didn't say anything myself. However, can I know why Mr. Zhong didn't let me leave?" As she said this, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She knew why the man didn't let her leave, but she still showed that puzzled expression on her face. Zhongling also knew that she was trying to change the subject, so he followed up the conversation and said, "My friends are more difficult to deal with. If you go downstairs now, they will definitely block you downstairs. They will probably find someone more difficult to deal with to bother me. He is not afraid of anything else but trouble. That group of people have done so many things to harm him since he was a child. He has already figured out their nature. If they find a more difficult girl to bother him, there may be more troublesome things." Zhongling thought about it, and couldn't help but add to the person next to him, "Just stay in the room for a while. I won't do anything to you. Also, I'm sorry that I accidentally hit you just now. If it hurts too much, I will have someone settle the medical expenses for you." The man spoke in a very rational tone, with a businesslike attitude from beginning to end, without saying a word of nonsense. A trace of surprise flashed in Nan Yan's eyes. Looking at the man's apologetic and gentle attitude, she seemed a little stunned, but she quickly reacted. He shook his head and said, "No, it's just a small matter. Mr. Zhong, don't worry about it. It was originally my own problem. You don't need to pay extra money." Zhongling didn't have any emotional fluctuations when he heard this, so he casually responded, "Well, then you can find a place to rest. Don't worry about me." Nan Yen saw him frowning, with a troubled expression on his face, but there was no real annoyance in his eyes. She showed a little gentle expression on her face and asked, "Since Mr. Zhong doesn't want to do this kind of thing, why don't you tell your friends clearly? I think they have always been taking care of your emotions. They should treat you as a sincere friend." Zhongling didn't care much after hearing this. He didn't even look at Nan Yen. He leaned back and changed to a comfortable and lazy posture on the sofa, showing a relaxed attitude, and only whispered, "It's not as simple as you think." It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her anymore. The waiter with a discerning look should shut up and stop asking questions. So Nan Yin stopped talking honestly. She saw that the other person's face was slightly red. Probably because of the alcohol. The white jade-like face was surging with a slight blush. She turned around and went to the bathroom to get a basin of warm water, soaked the towel, and handed it over. This time she was very considerate and called his name in advance. Zhongling opened his eyes and saw the hot towel that had been wrung out and handed to him. He paused and raised his hand to take it. The two of them went back and forth like this. Although they didn't speak, there was an inexplicable harmonious atmosphere, and it was not as awkward as before. Zhongling applied a facial mask, and the heat made him feel a little lazy and drowsy. His initial repulsion and vigilance towards strangers gradually softened, especially Nan Yan's quiet and respectful appearance, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. But just when he was relaxed and closed his eyes to rest for a while, he suddenly heard the voice of the girl beside him. "Mr. Zhong, are you worried about your relationship?" Not sure if it was the alcohol that paralyzed his reason. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl beside him. Nan Yin probably knew what he wanted to ask, and chuckled. Her smile was very shallow, with a kind of gentleness at work. Before he could ask, she answered first. "I've been working here for a while. In fact, many customers come to places like this to drink when they are unhappy. But most of those people do this because of emotional problems. People who are short of money and have trouble at work probably don't have the heart to drink." When Nan Yin said this, her eyes turned to Zhongling on the sofa again, with a gentle and light smile on her face. Mr. Zhong doesn't look like a person who is short of money. His work should be going well. Apart from the emotional things that make you unhappy, there should be nothing else to worry about. Moreover, I just heard what your friend said in the private room. When Nan Yin said this, she sat quietly on a stool beside her, washing the warm towel in her hand. When her gentle and soft eyes looked over, they happened to meet Zhongling's eyes. Perhaps what she said slightly aroused Zhongling's interest, and his eyes fell on her face. This was also the first time Zhongling looked at her seriously tonight. A very pretty girl, gentle and clean. Her eyebrows were curved. She had been lowering her head and drooping her eyebrows earlier, but no one could see that the end of her eyes was naturally slightly upturned. There was a very light red mole at the end of her eyebrows, which brought a hint of charm, because her skin was very white. The small mole was more obvious. She should have put on some light makeup, and her lips were bright red. Her black and smooth hair was tied into a low ponytail behind her head. I don't know if it was deliberately combed down to make her look more mature, but the baby fat on both sides of her cheeks made Zhongling easily see that she should not be old. This look is in line with the aesthetics of many people, and it is indeed a look that most men would like the casual glimpse of a beautiful girl on the basketball court when they were young on campus. Gentle and clean, without a sense of distance. Probably many people's first love girls are like this. He was also moved by such a girl before. Probably because a bottle of water handed over by a girl on the basketball court made him feel palpitating inexplicably. But then he saw that the girl was able to move between several boys with ease, and his heartbeat was instantly shattered. And finally, he slowly fell in love with a girl who was really suitable for him. But now, there are serious problems between him and Xiao Xiao. When Zhongling thought of this, his heart sank. His brows wrinkled unconsciously, and his eyes slowly retracted. When Nan Yin saw the other party's frown, she handed over the towel in her hand. She suddenly showed a little hesitation in her eyes, as if she was hesitating whether she should say what she said. But after a moment of silence, she chuckled and said, "Mr. Zhong, actually, I don't quite agree with what your friend said." Nan Yan's tone was very soft, and even if she said something she didn't agree with, it wouldn't offend anyone. Zhongling's thoughts were pulled back from the chaos, and he subconsciously asked, "What did you say?" Nan Yan's expression was still very calm, with a hint of gentleness. "It's about Mr. He asking you to find a new girlfriend to anger your ex-girlfriend." This made Zhongling's thoughts much clearer. Nan Yan looked up at him, and she smiled softly at the man on the sofa. But this smile was still the kind of work-related indifference. Emotions are not the kind of tool that can be tested at will. "Mr. Zhong, have you ever thought about how you would end up if your ex-girlfriend took it seriously and gave up on you? In fact, I can see that Mr. Zhong must care about your ex-girlfriend very much. He said that he broke up on impulse, but he found that he regretted it after the impulse. But at this time, he couldn't let go of his face to find the other party. So he has been in a stalemate, right?" Zhongling didn't expect that the other party had such a clear perspective on the problem. He just relied on a few words he heard in the private room. and then associated with his reaction and attitude, and guessed clearly what happened between him and Xiao Xiao. He looked at Nan Yin more seriously. Maybe he was really upset during this period and had no one to talk to. Now there is a girl who can guess his thoughts completely. So he can't help but say a few more words. Well, you are right. I really can't bring myself to look for her. If it were you, what would you do? After listening, Nan Yin tilted her head to think about it, then raised her eyes to look at Zhong Ling opposite her, and her voice was still calm. In fact, in the end, this kind of thing depends on Mr. Zhong himself. Mr. Zhong, might as well ask yourself, how deep is your love for your ex-girlfriend? Face is actually just a temporary problem. If you really care about your girlfriend who likes you and want to marry her and stay with her in the future, then your girlfriend is actually your wife and family. It doesn't matter if you give in to your family and lose some face. Zhong Ling didn't say anything, probably because he didn't expect her to say such a thing. But thinking about it carefully, what she said didn't seem to be a big problem. If he really married Xiao Xiao, then they were indeed a family. And losing some face between family members was indeed not a big problem. But he just couldn't let go of the hurdle in his heart now. His girlfriend didn't make a small mistake, but a principled mistake. She didn't even tell him anything, and was still defending that man. How could he tolerate this? But he wanted to know what the girl in front of him would think. Zhong Ling looked at her and couldn't help asking, what if she made the mistake first? Nan Yin shook her head after hearing this, pursed her lips and chuckled. Everyone makes mistakes. Mr. Zhong can't just beat someone to death because of a momentary mistake. Besides, people who make mistakes also have the opportunity to repent. Moreover, is Mr. Zhong so sure that this mistake must have been made intentionally by the other party? Maybe the other party has some difficulties and reasons? Difficulties? He didn't know what difficulties this kind of thing would have. She would rather break up with him than tell him what happened that night. What can he think? Zhong Ling was silent again after hearing this. He also knew that what the girl said made sense, and was much more reliable than what his group of friends said. But it's not that he didn't give Xiao Xiao a chance. He asked her many times, but she remained silent. Her attitude of concealing things only made him think that Xiao Xiao was just protecting that man. After thinking about it, he asked again, what if she made a mistake of principle? Nan Yin seemed to pause slightly, and then said helplessly, it depends on whether this mistake is more important in your heart, or whether you like your ex-girlfriend more. As you said, if you can't accept your girlfriend's mistakes of principle, how can you let her tolerate you finding a new girlfriend to fall in love with in order to anger her? Isn't this also a mistake of principle? Mr. Zhong, you are clearly taking revenge. Revenge? So he had always wanted revenge. It seemed that this was correct. In fact, he had always been resentful in his heart. Perhaps her words really touched Zhong Ling's heart, which made him stunned for a moment, and then silent for a long time. After he finally recovered from what she said, his eyes fell on the girl in front of him. He suddenly asked, what's your name? Name? Nan Yin didn't think much about it, and answered honestly, my name is Jasmine, and the nameplate is number 24. For some reason, Zhong Ling found this a little funny. He shook his head and said, no, I'm asking for your real name, not the nickname you use in the club. This made Nan Yin's eyes show a hint of surprise. Maybe it was his slowly changing attitude that made her stunned for a few seconds. Nan Yin didn't hesitate much, and then she said softly, my last name is Wen, and my name is Wen Nan Yin. Wen Nan Yin. Zhong Ling subconsciously repeated it again, and didn't say anything else, but gave her a gentle smile. Well, it's a nice name. I'll remember you. His tone was very ordinary, without any other meaning. Nan Yin didn't think much about it, just curved the corners of her mouth, and then responded with a light and gentle smile. Uh-huh. The names I didn't remember in my last life, I should be able to remember in this life. Chapter 186. Nan Yin stopped talking after she finished saying those words. It was enough to leave an impression. She still understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. However, she did not say anything extra. She just pointed out the real thoughts that Zhong Ling had always ignored. Nan Yin washed the towel handed to her and put it away. She turned around and poured the cold water in the basin into the bathroom. Zhong Ling was slightly absent-minded as he watched her walk away. He was not actually looking at her. Although his eyes were fixed on her, his gaze was not focused. He was thinking about what she said. Those words were heard by him in his heart. He was inexplicably hesitant in his heart, even though he knew that things were indeed as she said. which made him realize his own thoughts. But he still felt a little unwilling in his heart. This unwillingness was not the revenge she said. But he was unwilling to take the initiative to admit his mistakes. Moreover, he did not think he was wrong in this matter. But sometimes, things like feelings are never a question of who is right or wrong between two people, but a sense of powerlessness that is not controlled by emotions. Even if he was right, he couldn't help but care. Zhong Ling didn't figure out until the end why his girlfriend would rather break up than tell anything about that man. As a boyfriend, is he not worthy of her trust? Or does she actually no longer care about him? Zhong Ling slept lightly on the sofa that night. When he woke up, the room was quiet. The girl named when Nanyan had left. He raised his hand to check the time. It was still early, just over 4 o'clock. But he couldn't sleep because of the soreness on his forehead. Zhong Ling wanted to get up. And then he saw that he was covered with a thin blanket, which was always covered by the other party. This made Zhong Ling unconsciously think of the quiet and gentle girl last night. She was a rare girl who didn't ask for much, or even no requirements, and was quiet. He didn't think much about it. But the girl did leave a good impression on him. He thought again. In fact, when those friends said that he would find a girl to make his ex-girlfriend angry, he was hesitant. But a group of friends were encouraging and suggesting. And he listened to it too much. And his head was a little unclear. And he almost did such a thing in a muddle. Just like the girl said, feelings are not tools to be used. But fortunately, he hasn't done such a thing yet. Zhong Ling rubbed his sore and swollen head, probably because of a night of drunkenness. There was an inevitable swelling pain between his eyebrows. He lifted the blanket, turned around, and went directly to the bathroom to take a shower. Now the whole person is finally much more awake. And the pain in the forehead is also relieved a little. Zhong Ling was too lazy to look for the drunken friends last night. So he turned around and headed outside and left. It was probably a coincidence that as soon as the car drove out of the parking lot, he saw a familiar figure waiting at the intersection. Zhong Ling subconsciously looked outside the car. It was still early, just after 5 o'clock, and the sky outside the car was still a little blue. He saw the girl standing at the intersection waiting for the bus. The more he looked at her back, the more familiar she looked. After taking another closer look, he recognized that she was the girl who talked to him last night. Zhong Ling didn't expect that she hadn't left yet. But it was normal to think about it. She probably had finished get off work and changed her clothes. Not the revealing skirts prepared by the club. The intersection was very conspicuous. Zhong Ling glanced casually and saw that the girl was wearing a blue floral dress. It was still a little cold outside at around 5 in the morning. The girl was wearing a light off-white sweater. Her hair was down, and her black and smooth hair hung down to her waist. One side was gently lifted by the wind, revealing her shiny earlobes. The lights at the intersection had not yet been turned off, and they were pouring down from above her head. She stood there quietly with her head down, as if she was isolated from the world, and the whole person seemed to be out of tune with everything around her. The white light seemed to have a layer of mist on her body, which was hazy and real, making it difficult to see her profile. In this way, she looked younger, like a female student who had just entered college, with a soft and clean temperament all over her body. Zhong Ling's car turned the corner and came to the front of the bus stop. He just glanced at her casually, but perhaps because the girl was standing in a very conspicuous position, he saw at a glance that the girl was not doing anything else with her head down, but was eating 2 white and soft buns in her hands. For some reason, Zhong Ling found this scene a little funny, especially the way she ate the buns, which also dispelled the loneliness and desolation on her body, as if she felt that the black car had stopped in front of her for a long time. She looked up and looked over lightly, and the window was not raised. From her angle, she could clearly see the handsome and noble profile of Zhong Ling sitting in the car, which should be the front face, because the other party was also looking at her. Nanyan seemed a little surprised that the other party even looked at her on purpose. But she didn't say hello or come forward to talk to him. She hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly to him, and then quietly moved her eyes away, biting the buns wrapped in a paper bag in her hand. In fact, the club has regulations. After get off work, try not to disturb the guests you met during work. Even if you meet the other party on the road, it is best to pretend that you don't know them. But this time, the other party stared at her first, and it would be impolite not to say hello. So Nanyan nodded to him without even a smile. Zhong Ling was also a little surprised. He thought that the girl would take the opportunity to come over. Or else she should wave at him. And then come over to chat with him. After all, they had a pleasant chat last night. And he didn't have a bad impression of her. But the girl still looked quiet and docile. She just nodded at him. And seemed to dislike any involvement with guests during work more than he did. Zhong Ling thought about it, and found it a little funny. This attitude is the norm for most people after get off work. He didn't actually look at her very carefully. But sometimes he could notice a lot of things with a casual glance. Such as the girl's slow chewing when eating. And her calm and gentle attitude. Not rushing to please. Nor overly humble. She should have taken off her makeup. Her little face looked whiter and softer than when she was working. And her bright and clear eyes made her look gentle and docile. Zhong Ling didn't hate her. Not only didn't hate her, but he had a good impression of her. Although he had no prejudice against girls who did this kind of work. He had indeed seen many young and beautiful girls gradually degenerate for money. In this case, people who have a bottom line, are transparent, and understand things are particularly respected and liked. In just a moment, Zhong Ling's car passed the station. Originally, the black car was driving forward. But for some reason, thinking of what the girl said last night, and the fact that he accidentally slapped her on the back of her hand, Zhong Ling was somewhat impressed. In fact, he has always been willing to give some help to people in disadvantaged groups. And the girl suited his taste. So Zhong Ling was not so opposed to his desire to help her. So Nan Yen saw that the pure black McLaren had clearly driven away. But it came back a moment later. The window fell towards her. And the man in the car turned his head, revealing his handsome and fair profile. Then the owner of the face turned his head and said to her, "Get in the car. I'll take you back." Nan Yen was obviously a little surprised by this man's sudden action. She didn't seem to expect that the other party would turn back to look at her. After a moment of hesitation, she reacted and showed some hesitation on her face. However, this expression only stayed on her face for a short time. She quickly smiled and postponed. "No, Mr. Zhong. There is no need to be so troublesome. The bus I am waiting for will arrive soon. You go back and rest first." She saw that his face looked a little bad. And his eyes were a little blue. Obviously because he didn't sleep well last night. However, the man opposite was not angry after being rejected. And he didn't say anything. His dark eyes just looked at her quietly, and still didn't leave. Nan Yen soon noticed that there was a car honking behind her. Although it was early in the morning, there were more and more cars on the road. It's obviously not a good thing to be stuck like this. She looked up at the man in the car again. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. The other person's face was actually very gentle. And there was no sign of anger on his face. But with such a gentle and calm attitude, he kept blocking the station and refused to leave. This man is still a very stubborn character in his bones. Nan Yen originally wanted to pretend to postpone and refuse. However, seeing that the traffic lights at the intersection had already jumped, and seeing that there were more and more cars behind, the man still refused to leave. Nan Yen exhaled lightly, then walked over, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. "Thank you so much this time, Mr. Zhong." As soon as she got into the car, Nan Yen thanked him very politely. She had a faint smile on her face. But she thought in her heart that it was not in vain that she had deliberately timed it early in the morning, and found a position and posed. She waited at the intersection alone for so long. And finally, it was not in vain. The person in the car said him casually, obviously not taking her thanks to heart, and said in a normal voice, "Nothing. Don't worry too much. They are just some small things. By the way, where is your home address?" This is indeed a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning for Zhong Ling. It is not a favor. It is not that he has not helped others, but he is not as humble and polite as her. He thought the girl should be more delicate and willful. Or maybe he knows some more delicate women. So he always has a sense of pride, and pride for men's help. Nan Yen told him the location of her remote village in the city. And then she realized that the location might be a bit remote and a bit troublesome for him. So she took the initiative to say, "Mr. Zhong, if it's not convenient, you can just drop me off at the intersection ahead, and I'll take a taxi back by myself." Zhong Ling looked up at her, and seeing her polite and distant attitude, she also had a little smile on her face. Maybe it's been a long time since he saw such a considerate girl. And his face became much gentler. "Am I terrible? Why do I feel like you always want to stay away from me?" He added, "It's not inconvenient. I just sent you home. just as a reward for you taking care of me last night. And the words you said to me last night. In fact, everyone can say nice things. But there are very few people who are as rational and sober as her to point out what he thinks in his heart. He has many friends around him. And there are even more people who tell lies and say nice things. But there are very few people who are willing to tell him the truth. He has been depressed for so many days after returning to China. And all he heard were some bad ideas, unreliable ideas and suggestions. And some simply told him to give up. And no one could understand his true thoughts at all. It was just that the girl in front of him could say a few words to him. But he thought so much. In the end, it was just that the girl's personality was in his favor. Nan Yen shook her head when she heard this, and smiled at the other party. The smile was very gentle, but it did not reach the depths of her eyes. Mr. Zhong is a very good person, but I am not used to it. There are regulations in the club. It is best not to have too much involvement with customers after get off work, so as not to cause trouble to others. Zhong Ling could actually understand her polite attitude. After all, to her, he was just a strange customer. Zhong Ling smiled as he thought about it. His brows relaxed slightly, and he turned around to look at the girl next to him. He saw that she was carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder. It was made of very cheap fabric, and there was a frog pendant on the bag, which made her look like a college student who had not graduated. But now college students are more sophisticated than her. Zhong Ling didn't know how to describe his feelings, and such girls rarely appear in his current life. He seems to have only seen them when he was in high school, but he sees the job she is doing now. So he instinctively thinks that such girls should make themselves live more luxurious and exquisite. How to say it? He has seen many such beautiful girls snuggling up to some men, because after seeing the gorgeous and luxurious level of another world, they will desperately want to squeeze into that circle. And for this reason, they can sell anything they have, buy various brand clothing and jewelry to decorate their aura, just to become like those people. It's a pity that most people end up in failure. But the girl in front of him seems a little different. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat quiet and silent. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhong Ling asked casually, "Were you eating breakfast just now?" "It doesn't matter. You can continue eating if you are hungry. You don't have to be restrained in my car." Nan Yan's face showed a slightly stunned expression, as if she didn't expect him to say such a thing. She thought that the young masters of rich families would have many rules and requirements. However, since the other party said so, Nan Yen didn't hesitate. When she turned her head to look at the side of the man next to her, a faint smile appeared on her face, and suddenly asked softly, "Mr. Zhong, are you hungry?" As she spoke, she took out the buns wrapped in a paper bag from the canvas bag, which was wrapped in a plastic bag. There was a faint smell of heat and rice noodles. "Mr. Zhong probably hasn't had breakfast yet. If you don't mind, you can eat this to fill your stomach. I bought it at the intersection just now." The girl's voice was a little soft. After she finished speaking, she remembered and explained with a smile, "Oh, by the way, this is for a good friend of mine. I haven't touched it yet. It's very clean." As she spoke, the smile on her face became more sincere. Zhong Ling looked at her face through the hazy heat and couldn't see the outline clearly. Zhong Ling originally wanted to say that he didn't need it, but after smelling the faint fragrance, his stomach began to twist inexplicably. He drank all night last night and didn't eat anything when he woke up in the morning. His empty stomach was really uncomfortable, and at this moment, he was indeed a little hungry. Zhong Ling is not the kind of person who deliberately chooses and does not eat street food. When he was in high school, he occasionally rebelled. He hid it from everyone and climbed over the wall with his friends to go to the internet cafe to play all night. Then the next morning, he lined up with a group of friends in the breakfast shop at the school gate to buy various breakfast foods. That kind of life is also very interesting. Although he will be taught a lesson the next day, the happiness and satisfaction he enjoyed the day before are not fake. Although children from wealthy families have more abundant material life, their lives are generally similar. After all, people eat grains. He has no thoughts of looking down on others, and he does not have a sense of pride in his status. He parked the car at the intersection, turned around, and really took the bun from Nan Yen, and said to her, "Thank you. I am indeed a little hungry." Then Nan Yen watched this man take the bun from her, thinking in her heart, if she had known she would not have said this. This man is really rude, making her not full. Zhong Ling went around a long way before finally finding the community that Nan Yen said. The road was a bit bumpy, and the houses around were also dilapidated, like the illegal buildings to be demolished. Zhongling had seen such a place, where the donations shown in the hands of the host at the charity gala would eventually arrive. But he always felt that the girl in front of him should not live in such a place. This kind of girl, who is as clean and beautiful as a lily, should be cared for in a warm greenhouse, and taken good care of. Zhongling didn't know why, but this fleeting thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The car stopped at the intersection and couldn't go in. Nan Yin turned around and thanked him, with a sincere and gentle smile on her face, which was very beautiful. Zhongling didn't say anything he shouldn't say. After all, this was the second time they met, and they were not even familiar with each other. He just helped her a little, and sent her home, because of the little affection he had last night. However, after seeing where she lived, he actually had some concerns in his heart. Would this girl misunderstand something because of the little affection he showed, and pester him in the future? In fact, his doubts were not completely unreasonable, because such things had happened before. But this time it was obvious that he was overthinking. Nan Yin kept thanking him after she opened the car door and got out. She bent down, and her hair fell to her chest with the movement. When she raised her head, her eyes were as gentle and clean as ever, and she looked at him calmly and naturally, without any distracting thoughts in her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Zhong. I really trouble you. If I have the chance next time, I can make some delicious cakes for you. The breakfast I invited you to today was really casual. In addition, thank you very much for sending me home, Mr. Zhong." Zhongling could see that the girl in front of him really didn't have the intention to cling to him. He breathed a sigh of relief and had a vague strange feeling. The expression on his face also eased a lot. "Well, I told you not to worry about it. It's just a small matter." Nan Yin looked at him after hearing that, and smiled gently like an employee who abides by professional ethics to the boss, and then said softly, "Then Mr. Zhong, please pay attention to safety on the road. This section of the road is very bumpy, and not easy to drive on." Zhongling then looked up at her, and said, "It's okay." Then he retracted his gaze. When he drove out of the small intersection, he inadvertently looked out of the car again, and then saw the girl's thin and slender figure walk into the corner of the community, and the blue floral skirt swayed and disappeared, like a beautiful lily being collected by someone. Although the flower is gone, the fragrance remains, and some of the girl's faint fragrance remains in the car. It was not until a gust of wind blew past, and the cool morning breeze blew on his face, that Zhongling came back to his senses. His eyes fell on the old and dilapidated buildings around him. He suddenly felt an indescribable strange feeling in his heart, which was a little hard to imagine. That gentle and beautiful girl, who should have been held in the palm of someone's hand and protected. Why can she live in such a place so peacefully and safely? Wouldn't she be dissatisfied? He didn't care too much, turned around and drove away. After that, Zhongling came to the club twice, once with a friend, and the other time was probably to discuss business with someone. Both times, Nan Yin was asked to accompany him. After these two contacts, the relationship between the two became much more familiar. However, it was limited to the familiarity between the guests and the employees, since he gave a lot of tips. Nan Yin didn't mind giving him some simple and clear feedback occasionally when he was pouring out his inner emotions. There is no doubt that Zhongling likes such people who don't entangle and have a good brain with him. As he chatted with Nan Yin more and more, people in the club looked at her with ambiguous eyes, as if they were all saying that she was lucky this time. The young master of the Zhong family obviously liked her. He was not an ordinary person. If she could get that guest tightly in her hand, she would basically not have to worry about the rest of her life, and she would no longer have to stay in the club to serve people. Every time Nan Yin heard these words, she smiled gently and said that he was just a guest and there was no relationship between them, so that those who wanted to inquire about the news could only leave in boredom. She was not so confused yet. Besides, this was just the beginning. How could Zhongling like her? In fact, some people who said this kind of thing really advised her to seize the opportunity to make a fortune. But some deliberately said this kind of thing to confuse her reason. She didn't know whether the original owner in the previous life gradually lost her reason in the compliments and envy, thinking that Zhongling was interested in her, and then plunged into that fake relationship, and finally ended up with such a tragic end. But it is also possible. After all, after 2 or 3 meetings, Zhongling began to take her to various parties. And when Nan Yin's excited and proactive attitude is also easy to be misunderstood. She wants to get closer to the other person because she likes him. It's just a coincidence that the original owner in the previous life may be no different from those snobbish women who try to cling to him in the eyes of the other person. And now it is obvious that Zhong Ling only regards her as a person to confide in, not even a friend. In such a place, he comes to consume, and she serves people, and it is enough to accept the negative emotions of the guests. There is no extra contact between the two parties. But she can indeed clearly feel that Zhong Ling's favorability towards her has increased a lot. But there is one more thing. At present, the two of them are just in a relationship of consumption and being consumed. She can't take the initiative to do things that are too close. Otherwise, the character collapses, and all previous efforts will be scrapped. So now she is just waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity came quickly, and she wanted to make the relationship between the two a little closer. This opportunity was also accidental. In her previous life, Sister Zhou went to the hospital because she felt unwell. As a result, the examination revealed a serious problem. This time, the problem was more serious. In order to maintain her figure, Sister Zhou often dieted and skipped meals when she was young. Sometimes, she would overeat when she was hurt. Now that she is old, many diseases have broken out at the same time. The stomach and intestines are symptoms of early cancer. But fortunately, it was discovered early. If chemotherapy is given in time, there is still a great chance of recovery. When Nan Yen heard the news, it was because Sister Zhou called her to borrow money. Nan Yen had expected this. However, the news broke much earlier than in her previous life. Sister Zhou felt uncomfortable 2 days ago, and she had reminded her to go to the hospital for a checkup. Sister Zhou refused for a few days, and was scared by her news of various lesions and cancers. In the end, she couldn't help but go. As a result, the examination found a big problem. It was cancer. Although it was in the early stage, it was not so easy to treat. Sister Zhou had a falling out with her family because of being a mistress. She had lost contact with them a long time ago and had not been home for many years. Now that she was sick, she could only go to the hospital alone for treatment. Nan Yen heard the voice on the other side choking and seemed to be unable to speak, and finally asked her hesitantly, Yen, can you lend me 100,000 yuan first for emergency? Believe me, I will definitely pay you back after a while when I get better. I also have a friend who still owes me a lot of money. I will definitely pay you back when I come. Okay? When she heard the news, Nan Yen was still at work. Of course, she knew that 100,000 yuan was definitely not enough. But Sister Zhou probably knew that she didn't have much money saved. The two had a good relationship. Sister Zhou often took care of her in the club, preventing her from being bullied and taken advantage of. Sometimes, even when she was troubled by customers, Sister Zhou took the initiative to come to the rescue. For this sister, who was closer and caring than the original owner's parents, Nan Yen was very willing to help. So after asking about the cause and effect, Nan Yen responded, Sister Zhou, don't worry. I will lend it to you. But isn't 100,000 yuan a little insufficient? Sister Zhou naturally said that it was not enough. But there was nothing she could do. Now she could only take it one step at a time. In fact, Sister Zhou's illness was cured in her previous life, and she met a male nurse in the hospital. The two got along well later, but she owed a large debt due to chemotherapy, and the money she saved in her early years was spent. In the end, she had to work in the club to earn money to pay off her debts after she recovered from the illness. After having this reason, Nan Yen hesitated for a short while, then took out her mobile phone and called Zhong Ling. This was the first time that Nan Yen took the initiative to call the other party since they met. The contact information was naturally given by Zhong Ling, but Nan Yen had never contacted the other party on her own initiative. After all, approaching too eagerly would always make people not care. So when Nan Yen dialed the other party's number, the voice on the other end was low and obviously a little confused. Hello? Who is this? Hello? It's me, Mr. Zhong. This is Nan Yen. When Zhong Ling heard the voice coming from the phone, he already recognized who that person was, but his eyebrows moved slightly, and he was obviously a little surprised in his heart. He was a little surprised that when Nan Yen took the initiative to contact him, he hadn't been to the club for several weeks. Although he had given the girl his personal contact information before, the other party had never contacted him once. So when he heard her voice, the memories of the easy time they had been together in the past instantly emerged in his mind. And he quickly remembered the girl. Well, I remember you. What do you want to talk to me about? He wondered if it was because he hadn't been to the club for too long. So the girl called him. He didn't get angry after being disturbed. His attitude was no different from before. And he was even quite curious about what the other party would say. After a while, the voice from the other side finally sounded. Nan Yin pursed her lips, and her voice seemed to contain some hesitation and embarrassment. Mr. Zhong, can you lend me some money? After saying that, probably because she was afraid that he would refuse, she added carefully, Mr. Zhong, don't worry. I will only lend it for a period of time. I will return it to you soon after I have collected the money. I can use my ID card as collateral proof. I don't want to cheat you of your money. Zhong Ling seemed to smile after hearing this anxious explanation. He thought for a long time and thought of many reasons. He really didn't expect that the other party came to him to borrow money. However, considering the other party's personality, he felt that if it wasn't a very important matter, she would not have come to him. The girl was very separate from her work in private, and she should be more worried than him about being involved with the customer. Zhong Ling said him without comment, looked at the documents handed over, and asked her directly. Okay, how much do you want? Mr. Zhong, do you believe? Nan Yin was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard this decisive reply. It seemed that there were still many words in her throat that she hadn't said. She coughed muffledly and didn't recover for a long time. After a while, the voice on the other side sounded cautiously. Mr. Zhong, are you serious? I want to borrow 300,000 yuan from you. This amount of money is not a small amount. If you are worried, I can sign a receipt with you? Zhong Ling's voice was low. Still normal. Okay, I'll lend it to you. Only 300,000. It's not a big problem. If it's not enough, I can give you more? Hearing this, Nan Yin was obviously relieved. She shook her head again. Her tone was full of sincere gratitude. Even through the phone, Zhong Ling could feel the surprise and joy in the other party's tone. Really? It's not necessary. Mr. Zhong, 300,000 is enough. Don't worry. I will definitely pay it back as soon as possible. Before she finished speaking, the voice on the other side rang again. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Miss Wen, I can lend you money, and you don't even need to pay it back. Zhong Ling looked at the document, confirmed it once, raised his hand, and signed his name. The sound of the pen scratching the paper was rustling. The pen was moving, strong and powerful. He continued, but this money is not lent to you for nothing. What can you give in exchange? This made Nan Yin on the other side obviously stunned. The words of gratitude that were originally in her mouth seemed to be blocked in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. His meaning was very obvious. Nan Yin was silent for a long time, and finally let out a breath. Her voice was obviously much lower. Her voice was still polite, but it was much more unfamiliar. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhong. I disturbed you today. This money, I won't lend it to you for the time being. Zhong Ling. He probably didn't expect that the other party would say such a sentence after being silent for a long time. He hasn't even said the conditions yet? Why didn't she lend it? But soon, he also realized that what he said just now could easily cause misunderstandings from others. So he rubbed his eyebrows. And at the moment when the other party was about to hang up the phone, he quickly explained, Don't hang up yet. When Nan Yin, the conditions I said are not what you think. Nan Yin moved the old phone in her hand away. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I'm going to hang up first. I still have a lot of things to do. Mr. Zhong, I won't talk for now. This was the first time that Zhong Ling felt the taste of being disliked. This feeling is really novel. But now is not the time to care about such things. Perhaps because he felt that it would take a while to explain it clearly on the phone. Zhong Ling looked out the window. It was still early outside. So he asked, Wait, I really didn't mean that. When you go to work, do you have time later? I'll come to pick you up and explain what happened just now. Nan Yin looked at the time. It was just dinner time. So of course she was free. But she had just rejected the other party's request. So she had to hesitate for a moment. So Nan Yin was silent for a long time. Then he said, I'm free. Mr. Zhong, do you have anything else to do? Well, wait for me for half an hour. I'll come pick you up. We'll go out and talk. I'll treat you to dinner. Nan Yin pursed her lips. Her voice obviously lowered. A little embarrassed. Mr. Zhong, I don't go out. Zhong Ling was obviously choked, coughed twice, and then squeezed out a sentence from his throat to cover up the embarrassment. No. He didn't know what to say for a while. I don't know what happened today. I was misunderstood again and again. But thinking about it, I found it a little funny. This girl is quite vigilant. So it's good. He stroked his forehead with his fingers and explained with a helpless laugh. It's not what you think. We are having dinner and talking about serious business. Just treat it as a dinner between friends. You don't have to be so afraid of me. Anyway, I won't force you to do anything. Don't worry. The other party replied oh, and hung up the phone quickly. Zhong Ling listened to the beep sound coming from the receiver and stared at the phone, unable to recover for a long time. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be despised by others. Even when he lent money to others, he was the one who took the initiative to borrow money. This was really rare. Chapter 187. Half an hour after the phone call, the sky gradually darkened. Nan Yin was taking a shift with others this week. There was nothing to do at the moment, and there were not many customers in the club at this time. So Nan Yin returned to the dressing room backstage. First removed her makeup, washed her face, and finally changed her slightly revealing skirt and put on her own clothes. When she had almost done everything, the phone finally rang. After the call was connected, the person on the other side asked her to go downstairs directly, saying that they had already informed their manager in advance, and it would not be considered absenteeism and her salary would not be deducted. After hearing this, Nan Yin curved her lips and went downstairs as promised. When she arrived at the temporary parking space at the intersection downstairs, it was still the familiar and conspicuous black car. The car window was lowered, revealing the precious jade face inside. Zhong Ling, wearing a white light luxury casual suit, was sitting in the back seat. He should have come directly after get off work, and his computer was still on the back seat. He looked no different from a few weeks ago, as elegant and refined as ever, with a meticulous and clean appearance from head to toe. Then the elegant and beautiful man smiled kindly at her through the car window. Get in the car. Don't be nervous. It's just a very ordinary dinner between friends. This was the first time Zhong Ling explained today. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be guarded against by others. But the girl's reserved and cautious expression was not fake. It was inexplicably funny. To be honest, there were countless people who wanted to have a meal with him, whether men or women, business partners, or people who wanted to get in touch with him in private life. But the thing about chemistry is really strange. The two hadn't seen each other for a few weeks, and he thought he didn't have much impression of this girl. But when she came towards him with the ugly frog canvas bag, he felt like he was back to school when he was a teenager. Nan Yin didn't hesitate when she heard this. A small misunderstanding once or twice is harmless, and can even add a little fun. But if it happens too many times, it will be a bit fake, and it will easily make people feel troubled. So she held her white cloth bag, pressed down her skirt, and sat in his back seat, and the driver drove away directly. This time, Zhong Ling took her to a French restaurant in the downtown building and booked a private room. The environment and atmosphere in the restaurant were really good. Just one meal cost her more than half a month's salary. And the most important thing was that she didn't even have enough to eat. Nan Yin had never eaten dinner at this price before. She had heard from the sisters in the club that someone was taken to the top floor of a downtown building by a wealthy businessman. This kind of thing probably only existed in the mouths of those sisters. She thought that the consumption in their club was already high. But the prices of these high-end restaurants were not much different. The taste was good, but she didn't taste anything special. Maybe the higher in the restaurant, the more you eat for the atmosphere and taste. Nan Yin turned her head and looked outside the glass. This building was also very urban in architectural features. From the high building, you can see the hustle and bustle of the city center and the lights of thousands of houses after dusk. And it feels like overlooking the entire city. Then Nan Yin confirmed again that most of the people who came here to consume were successful people like him, or the first generation of rich people. Ordinary people really couldn't afford it. Nan Yin was hit tonight and ate quietly. After dinner, there was a dessert. It tasted good and not greasy at all. But it was a little small. She felt that she was not full. She guessed that the man opposite was the same as her. He could eat up her 2 big buns for breakfast. Such a small amount of dishes was obviously not enough to fill his teeth. However, she didn't come here just for eating. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhong Ling took a sip of red wine and began to speak. His voice was as gentle as ever. with a smile on his face. Miss Wen, I can lend you the money, but I need you to agree to one condition. Nan Yin pursed her lips and looked at him. She could probably guess what the condition was. But after hearing this, her face soon became a little ugly, and her eyes became a little weird, looking at the other party. Hesitantly explained, Mr. Zhong, I don't want to be a mistress. And I don't sell my body. Really. I don't do those things. Zhong Ling was stunned for a moment. And after reacting to what she meant, he lowered his head and couldn't help but chuckled, leaned back, showing a very relaxed posture, and then asked her with a smile, Do I look so improper? He was just joking. But he didn't expect the girl opposite to raise her head and look straight at him. The look in his eyes was a little hesitant, but also a little unnatural. And he said to him, You can know a person's face, but not his heart. This made Dong Ling's smile more obvious. Perhaps he had always seen her gentle and gentle side, and he always thought she was quite timid. But now it seems that she is not as timid as he imagined. A timid girl should not have the courage to say such things to him. Zhong Ling shook his head, his face still gentle. Well, what you said is right. It makes sense. It's a good thing for girls to know how to protect themselves. It's very good. After he finished speaking, he paused, raised his hand to pick up the red wine on the table and took a sip, and then said, However, I came to you today because I really want to ask you for help with something. He put down the wine glass and suddenly took out a document that was not sure whether it was a contract or an agreement from the seat beside him and handed it over. I want to sign a contract with you. I just returned to China recently and may have to attend some evening parties for work. I need a beautiful and decent female companion. I hope you can do me this favor. Also, I hope you can play a little with me. Pretend to be my girlfriend and help me deal with some simple things. The deadline is not yet determined. If you agree, I will pay you 50,000 yuan a month. And I will not do anything you don't want or get too close to you. There are also other bonuses. And there should be no upper limit. Are you willing? The moment Nan Yin got the contract, she was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she saw the agreement signed on the contract, the private seal below, and the words he just said, which made people feel incredible. So Nan Yin subconsciously showed a surprised and puzzled expression, and then looked up at the young man opposite. Her eyes were a little weird. Mr. Zhong, do you have a lot of money? Too much to spend? Such a good thing. Giving her a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. Just needing to accompany him to some parties. And then pretending to be his girlfriend to deal with some simple things. No matter how you look at it, she has made a big bargain. Zhong Ling couldn't help laughing after hearing this. His handsome face seemed to be covered with a soft light filter. It can be seen that he must be in a good mood today. He smiled and said, Not bad. Not too little. It should be much more than you think. How about it? Are you willing to agree? Oh, there is another thing. When the contract between us ends, the 100,000 you borrowed will be regarded as your bonus after the task is completed. You don't need to repay it. Hearing this, Nan Yin knew that this person's money was probably too much to spend. If she was not afraid of collapsing her character, Nan Yin would have wanted to rush over and call him Dad Zhong with a passionate voice. This person is simply throwing money around. She made this money too easily. Hearing the other party ask again, Nan Yin couldn't help but smile. This time, Zhong Ling could see what this girl looked like when she smiled sincerely. Even her eyebrows and eyes were curved into two shallow crescents. Gentle and sweet. I agree. Mr. Zhong, you are such a good person. Don't worry. I will definitely follow your request and try my best to act like the girlfriend you need. I will be there whenever you call me and will not cause you any trouble. Zhong Ling heard that her tone was much more sincere than usual, and it was inevitable that he laughed a little. He also guessed that she would agree, because this was indeed a good job, at least much easier than her current job in the club. However, thinking about working in the club, Zhong Ling frowned slightly, raised his eyes, and saw the other party's happy look. His brows relaxed slightly, and continued, There is one more thing I hope you need to pay attention to. During the period when you pretend to be my girlfriend, the work of the club can be suspended for a period of time. And after the contract ends, it doesn't matter if you go to work again. Nan Yin was slightly surprised, but soon understood. According to this man's status, if he really had a girlfriend, how could he let his girlfriend work in such a mixed place? In the end, It was just possessiveness at work. So she didn't hesitate, and quickly nodded and said to the other party with a smile, "I will do it, Mr. Zhong. I will tell the manager clearly when I go back tonight." In fact, it can be easily seen from this point that it is obvious that Zhong Ling in his previous life probably didn't care about her at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible that he didn't even ask her to suspend her work in the club. And the other party didn't even ask a question. How could such a Zhong Ling fall in love with Nan Yin? So, after both parties reached a unified request and conditions, Nan Yin finally signed her name on the contract. The handwriting was clear and delicate, very similar to her. After seeing her sign her name, Zhong Ling handed over a bank card from the side, saying that there was 500,000 yuan in it, part of which was the money she wanted to borrow, and the rest was for her to buy some clothes and jewelry, etc. If it was not enough, she could ask him for more. After all this, Nan Yin suddenly had the illusion that she was being kept by a wealthy sponsor. How should I put it? Although it's not nice to say this. This kind of life of being kept like a salted fish is really quite happy. When the two finished talking about these things, Zhong Ling's eyes fell on the girl opposite again, and he looked at her slowly. She was wearing a light purple chiffon flower dress today, with thin and long soft ribbons tied at the cuffs, which made her wrists look slender, white and soft. There was no color on her nails, which were pink and moist, revealing a healthy breath. Her hair was soft and scattered behind her shoulders, and she looked indescribably clean and gentle. Zhong Ling didn't have any other thoughts. He just felt that such a girl was worth his help. But he suddenly remembered something when he looked at her. So he asked her, "Do you have a boyfriend? If so, you need to tell him clearly in advance. Otherwise it will easily cause some unnecessary trouble when you bump into him." Nan Yin pursed her lips, then shook her head and chuckled. "No, Mr. Zhong. Don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble." Zhong Ling seemed to be relieved. But looking at her, he always felt that something was wrong. So he asked again, "Have you ever been in a relationship?" Nan Yin couldn't help but look at him. Probably because she didn't quite understand why the other party would ask such private matters. There was some confusion in her eyes. But thinking of the contract they had just signed, she hesitated, shook her head and said, "No. But I have watched a lot of TV dramas. I know what a girlfriend should do. Mr. Zhong, please rest assured, I won't let you down." This official attitude made Zhong Ling feel helpless. She probably explained that she was worried that he would reject her because she was inexperienced. But they had already signed the contract. Although she didn't have to pay anything for breaching the contract. Zhong Ling didn't mean to dislike her. Instead, he thought it was good. Zhong Ling shook his head, with a bit of amusement and helplessness on his face. "It's not what you think. I don't mean to reject you. But you know, the way you look at me now is like the way the employees in the company look at me. Respectful. Not like love, but like a worker serving the boss. This kind of unfamiliar attitude is not the norm between lovers. It's easy for us to be exposed like this." Nan Yan's expression froze after hearing this, and her two thin and soft eyebrows slightly twisted. She looked up at Zhong Ling, as if she hadn't noticed anything wrong with herself. Maybe she didn't understand yet. Zhong Ling then asked her again, "Have you ever liked someone?" Nan Yin was slightly startled, and a trace of embarrassment suddenly flashed in her eyes, as if she was a little uncomfortable. And then she lowered her head and said softly, "I'm not too sure." Zhong Ling frowned unconsciously after hearing this. Is there anything unclear about this matter? Like or dislike? Isn't this emotion very obvious? However, he didn't ask about this matter in detail. After all, this is personal privacy. Zhong Ling exhaled lightly, seeing her lowering her head and looking a little embarrassed. I don't know if she was hit by his consecutive questions, and the whole person showed a wilted state. He shook his head, not taking what happened just now to heart, smiled and asked, "What do you want and care about most in your heart? You won't forget it this time, right?" Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes obviously brightened up, and a slight brightness flashed in her eyes. She said without hesitation, "House. I want to buy a small house of my own, preferably closer to the city center, so that transportation is very convenient. This is really a very simple and unpretentious little wish." Zhong Ling shook his head and laughed a little, but after laughing, looking at the other person's eyes slightly bright, full of joy, Zhong Ling slowly restrained the expression on his face, and waved to Nan Yan. "Come over here." Nan Yin went over as he said, but her face was still respectful, like a diligent employee reporting work. Zhong Ling frowned. This was obviously not okay. Which couple would think of her like this? There was no love or care in her eyes. She looked like an employee who was very reserved when reporting to him. Although she was smiling, she didn't look like a couple at all. No one would believe it if it continued like this. And Xiao Xiao couldn't be fooled. So Zhong Ling softened his expression, thought about it for a while, and then said to Nan Yin, "Try to imagine me as your favorite and most desired thing. Your eyes should change a little. Don't be so businesslike. I should be your boyfriend, not your boss. Don't look at me with that overly respectful look." Hearing this, Nan Yin also showed a little distress on her face, and then looked at the person in front of her. And just as he said, she imagined him as her own mobile treasury. But maybe because she had never been in love, Nan Yin in front of her could never get into that state. Zhong Ling looked at her confused look and felt helpless. Finally, he simply said, "Forget it. Come here and try to hold me." Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes clearly flashed with hesitation. But when she turned her head, her eyes fell on the document on the table. Thinking of so much money, she did not hesitate. Nan Yin walked over directly and was about to reach out to hug him. But the floor under her feet slipped and her body fell directly on the other person's chest. This time the collision was quite heavy, and the cold and hard belt buckle on the other person's waist hurt her waist. Nan Yin made a light hiss and was about to get up. She pressed her fingers on his legs to support her body. But someone gently pressed her shoulders. "Wait, don't move yet." Nan Yin subconsciously looked up at the person after hearing this. Well, what's wrong? When she looked up, her forehead just rubbed against the other person's chin, and the soft hair hung on his chest. The eyes seemed to be misty because of the pain. Nan Yin tilted her head and looked at him with a little doubt. Then she heard the other person's clear and gentle voice, and there was a little satisfied smile on that noble and handsome face. "Well, it's almost like this. You can be more casual with me. Treat me as your boyfriend. The kind of casualness between lovers. Although it's pretending. But these details can't be ignored casually. Remember?" He really guided her in a strict manner, and there was no extra emotion or distracting thoughts in his eyes. Nan Yin pursed her lips, and then couldn't help but smile. "I know, Mr. Zhong." As soon as the voice fell, the person opposite frowned again, shook his head and said to her, "Mr. Zhong, you can't call me like this. It's too unfamiliar. Change someone else." Nan Yin also felt that it was not okay, but she did it on purpose. But after hearing what he said, she still honestly lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head and smiled at him gently. "Then can I call you Zhong Ling?" Zhong Ling nodded. There was nothing strange on his face, and his face looked quite gentle under the reflection of the light. "Well, okay, but occasionally you can be closer." This made Nan Yin hesitate again, and then asked, "Then Zhong Xian. Well, Zhong Ling, do you have a nickname that is closer to you?" After asking, the man opposite was obviously silent for a moment. He looked like he didn't like his nickname very much, and his brows were slightly twisted. "Yes, but I don't like that name." However, Nan Yin was obviously very interested, and her bright eyes just looked at him quietly. Zhong Ling didn't think she was the kind of person who would make fun of others. He was silent for a moment, glanced at her again, and then said in his gentle and slightly deep voice, "Call, shall I? I usually don't tell others that name. Forget it. Just call me Zhong Ling. Don't worry about the rest." When she heard the word "shall I," he said, Nan Yin obviously couldn't help it. She was originally pursing her lips, but in the end, she laughed so hard that her head lowered. Her whole body trembled slightly in his arms. Her hair slid into the collar through the gap of the shirt. Itchy. And Nan Yin finally restrained herself a little, but she still had a smile on her face and said, "Okay, I know. Classmate shall I?" After she finished speaking, she was glanced at by the big money sponsor, and the eyes were light and fluttery, probably reminding her to restrain herself a little with his eyes. Nan Yin couldn't help but curl her lips. When Nan Yin finished laughing, she felt her neck was a little sore, because the other person was sitting on a chair. She had been leaning down in his arms, but because she had to talk, she had to look up at him. This posture was very tiring after hugging for a long time. Nan Yin put her palm on his leg and tried to stand up. Her palm pressed near the other person's thigh, through the fabric. Zhong Ling could feel the soft touch on his leg. That hand was slender, warm, and soft. It was a strange touch that he had never had before. Like a slight electric current passing through. It was a feeling that he didn't hate. Maybe it was because the other person had been restraining himself, keeping a sense of propriety with a little gap between the two of them, which made people feel good. When Zhong Ling lowered his head, he happened to meet Nan Yan's eyes. Perhaps because he had been holding on for too long. His neck was a little sore, so he subconsciously raised his head. He lowered his head and glanced, and saw that the neckline of the other party's skirt was low, and because of the tilted posture, there was a slight gap. He could vaguely see the light purple lace wrapped around the snow-white skin inside. With her breathing and movement, the slightly bulging curve between the necklines also loomed. At this moment, she still raised her face, and Zhong Ling lowered his head. The secret scene was even clearer, and she herself seemed not to notice this situation. Instead, she moved her neck and asked him in a somewhat uncomfortable tone, "Mr. Zhong, my neck is very sore. I almost understand the specific operation process. I will pay more attention in the future. Can I get up now?" Perhaps it was out of habit. She subconsciously took out the attitude at work and called him Mr. Zhong. But Zhong Ling didn't notice it this time. He didn't know what he suddenly thought of. His eyes changed slightly, and he subconsciously pushed the person on him away for a distance. Even the originally relaxed expression on his face was restrained. "Well, okay." Nan Yan got up from him, slightly adjusted her skirt and loose hair, and seemed to know nothing about what had just happened. Seeing this, Zhong Ling picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip to cover up. He saw Nan Yan sitting back in her seat, still touching the bank card in her hand, with an unstoppable smile between her eyebrows. Seeing her unaware look, Zhong Ling seemed to be relieved. He felt that he seemed a little strange, so he took another sip of red wine and casually changed the subject and asked, "By the way, how old are you this year?" "How old is she?" Nan Yan suddenly looked at him depressedly, as if she was blaming him for asking a girl's age. But considering that he was her big sponsor and gave her enough money, Nan Yan said calmly, 16. Zhong Ling coughed slightly, and almost coughed out the wine he drank. Fortunately, he had good table manners. After calming down, his eyes fell on Nan Yan's face again, and he obviously didn't believe it. No normal person would believe it. With such a young face, no one would doubt that she was a high school student. How could she be the same age as him? He also knew that this person was probably lying. But Zhong Ling was not angry. He smiled and looked at her again, and continued, "Tell the truth." Nan Yan thought for a moment and said, 14. Really? Zhong Ling still didn't believe it. His eyebrows moved slightly, as if he thought it was funny that the man in front of him was lying. He said again, "If you don't tell the truth, you will be fined." After hearing this, Nan Yan's fingers holding the bank card tightened significantly, and a slightly annoyed expression appeared on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Then don't tell the truth to the managers of the club. I am 10 years old this year. The club pays commissions according to age. The older I am, and the more senior I am, the less likely others will bully me and deduct my commission." Zhong Ling laughed when he heard this. He actually guessed that such a young girl would not be more than 10 years old at most. But why would she come to do this business? Looking at her quiet and gentle appearance, Zhong Ling suppressed the curiosity in his heart. He felt that he should not have so many questions and curiosity about a work partner. This was not a good thing. However, looking at the gentle look of the girl's eyebrows while eating snacks, he always felt that such a calm girl should not be mixed with the nightlife of those bright lights and wine. She is like a lily that blooms quietly, full of clean breath, and should not be contaminated and disturbed by those complicated things. Not knowing whether he was thinking too deeply, Zhong Ling still asked casually, "At your age, you should still be in school now. Why don't you go to school? This way, at least you will have a better working environment in the future, which is good for you." Zhong Ling thought in his heart that he was just comforting her as a person who came over, not curious. Nan Yan stopped the movement of her hand. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and her long and thick eyelashes covered the look in her eyes. Zhong Ling looked at it and felt that such a girl suddenly revealed a sense of loneliness all over her body. Perhaps there was some unspeakable hardship, which made him think of the scene when he saw her under the street light that day. She was a young girl in her prime, full of vigor and vitality, but she was so lonely and desolate. She seemed to have lost her luster, and the noise and disturbance during work faded away, making her seem to be separated by a layer of hazy mist, as if she was so out of tune with everything around her. But she was still very young, 6 years younger than him. In his impression, such a girl should be on campus, holding books and milk tea in her hands, being embraced by a gentle and considerate boyfriend, and the two of them should live a nostalgic and happy campus life. After a while, Zhong Ling heard her voice, and she said to him in a calm and gentle tone, "Mr. Zhong, in fact, I secretly escaped from my hometown. My family didn't allow me to go to school. They forced me to get married after I finished high school. They wanted to force me to marry a young man who broke his leg for a dowry of 100,000 yuan. The young man was a well-known hooligan in the town. He was violent and liked to fight. I refused and ran away." Nan Yin took another bite of the dessert. The sweetness slowly spread in her mouth, which made her mood much calmer. She smiled slightly when she looked at him. "When I first arrived in Lingcheng, I only had 1,000 yuan on me, because I was too young. Many jobs refused to recruit me, so I slept in the reception room at the station for 2 days." Her voice was slow and soft, which made it easy for people to feel involved. "I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Mr. Zhong. At that time, I was so anxious that I wanted to cry when I saw the money in my pocket was getting less and less. I also wanted to go to the trash cans at the station and pick up bottles to sell. Later, I had no choice but to work in the club under the introduction of Sister Zhou." As she spoke, the smile on her face became much gentler. She looked at him calmly and gently. Her fair face seemed to be covered with a faint glow under the light. "But I'm not that unlucky. I have saved some money now. I plan to take the self-study exam. When I pass the exam, I can change my job. Then I won't have to work in the club." Zhong Ling listened, and all his mind and attention were attracted by what the other party said, and his eyes slowly fell on the girl in front of him. His brows were unconsciously frowned. It was probably hard to imagine that in this era of abundant materials and nothing was scarce, there were still people who would sneak away from home because of family pressure. "I never thought that just for 100,000 yuan, they would force their own daughter to marry a gangster with a broken leg. What kind of family is this?" He had indeed heard similar news in newspapers or online news, but he always felt that such things were far away from him. Now when he heard the girl in front of him say it with his own ears, he felt a little uncomfortable. This discomfort contains a lot of complex emotions. What can 100,000 do? Zhong Ling thought silently that the money might not be enough to hold a party. The necklace he casually gave to Xiao Xiao cost more than this money, not to mention other things. But the girl in front of him was almost sold by her biological parents because of this little money. It was really hard for Zhong Ling to understand. Maybe the world he lived in was too beautiful. He never had to worry about money. He didn't understand that in this world, there was a girl younger than him who worked hard to save money. She wore the cheapest clothes, carried a canvas bag without a brand name, and had nothing. In the chaotic and complicated club, she could also keep the bottom line and live a stable and satisfied life. It's really hard for people not to respect such a girl. Zhong Ling exhaled lightly, but after listening to what she said, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart, and it was difficult to calm down. Perhaps it was because the more beautiful people and things were, the more touching the stories hidden behind them were, especially knowing her beauty. Even after going through a lot of ups and downs, she was still able to maintain her original heart in the chaotic scene. This precious beauty was even more impressive. Zhong Ling looked over quietly. He seemed to understand a little at this moment. No wonder she was so young. But her words always had a sense of calmness. Maybe for her, the things he had confided to her before, the emotional troubles, compared with what this girl had experienced, it was nothing at all. Zhong Ling lowered his head and smiled. With an unspeakable emotion in his heart, he looked up at the girl eating dessert opposite, taking small bites, not wasting it all. He was willing to give her money to help her, not for any strange reason, but just wanted to do so. After all, sometimes the money donated at charity galas is millions, so helping her is nothing. But this kind of unprovoked help is more like charity, which is inevitably hurtful to people's self-esteem. He knew that the girl in front of him was a self-respecting and self-reliant girl. Otherwise she would be living a different life at this moment. If Nan Yin knew what he was thinking at the moment, she would definitely want to tell him that her self-esteem was not that strong, and it didn't matter if she got hurt. So please give her some alms, and don't hesitate to give her alms. She really didn't mind at all. But this Mr. Zhong didn't have the ability to read minds. So he couldn't see what she was thinking. Zhong Ling was thinking now. Maybe he could increase her salary in the future. After all, it was not easy to be with him. But those things can be discussed later. After thinking about those things, Zhong Ling suppressed the emotions that were spreading in his heart, looked up at the other party, and asked, "Are you free tomorrow at noon?" Nan Yin also looked up at him. Her face regained its usual quiet and gentle look, as if the things she just said were insignificant. She nodded to him and smiled. "Mr. Zhong, you don't have to be so polite. I'm always free to accompany you." Zhong Ling also laughed. "Well, very good. You don't have to be so polite to me. Don't forget what I said before. A friend's birthday will come tomorrow, and I need to go and deal with it." Nan Yin was slightly startled, and then naturally agreed. She didn't expect that she would start working so soon. But thinking of the friends in the private room that day, Nan Yin hesitated for a moment, and then asked cautiously, "Okay, then Mr. Zhong, do I need to dress more formally or casually tomorrow? Do you need me to bring some gifts? And if your friends have seen me working in the club, should I?" Before she finished speaking, Zhong Ling smiled at her. If it wasn't for the distance, he might want to reach out and pat her head. "No, don't be so nervous. It's just an ordinary gathering among friends. They should go out to have fun, so you can dress more casually. If there are other needs, I will help you prepare it." Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyebrows curved, probably because the other party's attitude was too gentle. She couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I know. Thank you, Mr. Zhong." "Ah, no. It should be Brother Xiaoyai." Zhong Ling. Chapter 188. After dinner, Zhong Ling naturally sent her home again. However, looking at the old residential area where even the street lights began to flicker, Zhong Ling glanced at Nan Yin thoughtfully. Perhaps he was thinking that he could help her find a house with a better environment. He still had a lot of idle properties under his name, and the location and environment were not bad. He could let her move in when the time came. However, he was a little worried that the other party would think too much when he said such a strange thing. So Zhong Ling suppressed the words he was about to say. He thought in his heart that maybe when the two of them were more familiar with each other, he could directly give her a house as a reward for her in advance. It was nothing. Zhong Ling thought so and watched her get off the car. The soft hem of her skirt slid over the seat cushion. After getting off the car, she turned her head to look at him, bent down and thanked him respectfully. Under the dim light, her face looked particularly white and soft like a flawless white jade. Zhong Ling looked at her attitude with some helplessness and some amusement. Was her expression a conditioned reflex? It was engraved in his body. But he thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, it was only the first day, and it was normal to be unfamiliar. Let's talk about it later. So Zhong Ling also nodded to her, said gently, and said, "You should go back and rest early. I will pick you up tomorrow at noon." After that, the car door closed. He leaned back, leaned on the cushion, and signaled the driver to drive away. That night, when Nan Yin transferred 300,000 yuan in cash to Sister Zhou's account, Sister Zhou, who was still in the hospital with a headache because of the medical expenses, was so shocked that she almost fell off the bed. Almost at the moment she saw the message. Sister Zhou called. Sister Zhou's tone was obviously a little anxious, and she even spoke in her hometown dialect. She asked her if she had sold herself. Otherwise, how could she get so much money in such a short time? Yin, tell me the truth. Did you do those messy things? Was it that Hong Kong businessman in his 40s? That man has 2 mistresses outside. It's not that I don't trust you, but I really can't take your money. This is how I got into the business. And I can't hurt you. Yin, return the money. There are some things that can't be done. That kind of thing has a second chance. Once there will be a next time. If you really go into the sea, you will never escape in this life. I have a few friends who can lend me some money. You should pay the money back to them. Nan Yin couldn't help laughing when she heard the anxious and concerned words. After the other party finished speaking, she patiently explained clearly, "Sister Zhou, don't worry. I didn't do those messy things. Nor did I sell my body. I just met a good man. Sister Zhou, do you still remember Mr. Zhong, who was my old friend some time ago? He lent me this money." Nan Yin explained everything in detail. After her repeated assurances, she finally made the other party confirm that the money was not from selling her body or alimony. Sister Joe finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little relieved. However, as a person who had experienced it, she carefully reminded her, keep a distance from Mr. Zhong. Although he helped, you should not be stupid and dive into it. The thoughts of rich people are difficult to predict. Don't get emotional with those rich people no matter what you play. It's easy to get hurt. Sister Joe gave her the same advice as in her previous life, and Nan Yin naturally responded with a smile. After finishing the things here, Nan Yin called the club manager again and asked for a long vacation. After all, she was developing potential customers for the club, so the club manager naturally agreed. The next day, Nan Yin began to search through the few wardrobes and found a white lace skirt with the tag still on. This skirt was given to her by Sister Zoe on her birthday. It was a very expensive and luxurious small brand. The skirt was a designer style, and the waist part was hollowed out. When walking, the white skin on the waist would be exposed, which was gentle and cool. She also deliberately put on a delicate light makeup. Although Zhongling said that it was okay to be casual in such occasions, except for some very familiar people, it is estimated that few people would be casual. If she really wore jeans and a white t-shirt and went to the birthday party of rich people like them, many people would probably say that she was pretending. After all, being a naive person is not popular now, and people will not regard a girl like her who hangs out in nightclubs as a naive person. So when Nan Yin, who had dressed up carefully, appeared in front of Zhongling the next day, there was a slight flash of surprise in his eyes, and a little bit of surprise that was not easy to detect. Zhongling stood by the car door, wearing a white dress from a low-end luxury brand. As kind and gentle as always, he came alone today without a driver. When he saw Nan Yin walking towards him from the gate of the community not far away, his eyes, which were always gentle and handsome, also stirred a little. Zhongling. Nan Yin smiled and called him softly. The last few steps were taken at a trot, and the long, smooth hair on her shoulders was lifted up with the movement, drawing a graceful arc in the air and falling down. The white skirt on her body revealed the soft and fair skin at her waist, which gave her a cool and gentle feeling, and matched with his white clothes. If you ignore other things, the two of them really looked like a couple wearing couple outfits. When Nan Yin saw him again, her eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of fine starlight, which was so beautiful that people could not look away. Zhongling smiled unconsciously when he heard the name. He nodded and looked at her again, with a calm and pure appreciation in his eyes. Well, you are beautiful today. For girls who dress up carefully, normal men should give unstinting praise at the first sight, which is the gentlemanly demeanor that men should have. Zhongling is a normal man, and men have bad roots. Naturally, he will think that the girl in front of him is beautiful, but the way he looks at her is just pure appreciation of beautiful things, without any other unspeakable desires. So his eyes were still calm when he looked at her. But didn't I say you can be casual today? In fact, I just want to take you to meet those friends today, not to do anything important. Nan Yin smiled slowly at Zhongling, with a gentle look but a hint of politeness. I can't embarrass you, Mr. Zhong. I am your girlfriend now, and the occasions you go to must be more important. I know people like you value face more. I will do everything well, and will not let you down. All these words are about you, yours, and Mr. Zhong. Her verbal habits really come out once she relaxes. Zhongling shook his head, and couldn't help laughing again. There was a hint of helplessness in that smile. Well, it's good for you to be like this. But, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Couples can be more casual. Don't be so restrained. Call my name. Be closer. And look at me more gently and intimately. Oh, by the way, can I call you Yin Yin? Nan Yin pursed her lips and smiled and nodded. Yes. She also called his name. Zhongling. Her voice was a little gentle, soft, with a hint of intimacy and flattery. Zhongling only felt that his heart was gently swept by something soft, and a slight ripple was raised for no reason, which soon disappeared. On the way, Zhongling introduced his friends to her. You've actually met most of them. The ones who were making trouble in the box last time were close friends. They were a little bit more indulgent that day, but they weren't that crazy normally. They were all good-tempered and not that difficult to get along with. His voice was always gentle and calm. Although he was polite, he didn't sound emotional. But there's another childhood friend who has a bad temper. He's a little wild, and sometimes doesn't spare people. Just stay away from him. I'll protect you when the time comes. When Nan Yen heard him talk about the person with a bad temper, she had already guessed who that person was. But she still pretended not to know, and carefully recorded every detail and information he said. Zhongling turned his head and glanced at her. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. Well, isn't this the serious look on his secretary's face when he was taking notes? He was afraid that he would miss a piece of information. This look was a little funny, and Zhongling suddenly had the urge to reach out and touch her head. But he resisted. Then he heard Nan Yen ask him, "What's the name of that friend with a bad temper?" Zhongling reminded her. "His name is He Mian. You saw him in the box last time. He was the one who made the most noise. Under normal circumstances, it's okay if you don't provoke him. Don't be afraid of him." Nan Yen didn't hear any useful gossip. It seems that Zhongling is not the kind of man who will gossip about others behind their backs. He is quite principled. The birthday party was held in a private villa. Sure enough, she still underestimated this group of rich people. There are many entertainment facilities in the private villa, including hot springs, horse farms, and various entertainment facilities and places to relax. The car drove directly in. There was a row of supercars parked on the open-air parking lot. Some of them she couldn't even name, and she had only seen them in some magazines. Nan Yen felt that her eyes were once again shocked and baptized. But except for a flash of surprise in her eyes at the beginning, her emotion soon calmed down. She looked at everything around her calmly, with a calm and clear look. Perhaps because she knew that she would not have any contact and intersection with such a world. She always had a calm attitude, quietly following Zhongling, acting as a vase tool. This made Zhongling's eyes unconsciously fall on her again. He had a very strange feeling in his heart. He thought she would sigh a few times, or complain a few words, and then tell him that she also wanted to live such a life. Many girls he had met were like this, but she was always quiet and didn't say anything. He turned his head and subconsciously looked at the person next to him, but Nan Yen didn't look back at him. Zhongling stopped, and he didn't know why, but suddenly stretched out his hand to her and said, "Hold my hand. We are lovers. We can't be too unfamiliar, and we are here to relax today. You can rely on me and get closer." Nan Yen looked at the palm in front of her. The fingers were slender and clear like white jade, and after a few seconds of hesitation, Nan Yen smiled at him, and then naturally held his palm and interlocked his 5 fingers. The classic way of holding hands for lovers. Zhongling didn't expect it to be like this, and he felt a little weird for a while. He just wanted to be closer to each other, so as not to be exposed, and not to be too unfamiliar. But this way of holding hands obviously made him a little uncomfortable. He rarely did this when he was in love with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao likes to be close to him, but sometimes excessive closeness and dependence will only make people feel suffocated. He needs his own private space, especially when he is abroad. He is busy with courses and practice, busy with his own work, while she is thinking about traveling everywhere, taking pictures and checking in at various beautiful places all day long, as if she went abroad to study purely to get rid of the control of her family and relax. She would even fail the most basic courses and skip classes. And those things are undoubtedly a waste of time for him. Maybe there are indeed some problems between the two, but it is not impossible to get along. He has been trying to accommodate each other. After all, his idea of proposing to her before is not false. Now, Zhongling tried to suppress all the complicated emotions in his heart, and then walked into the reception hall with his female companion. As soon as he entered the hall, Nan Yen could immediately feel the eyes from all directions, curious, inquiring, and amazed, looking at the two of them. They basically all knew Zhongling, so most of the eyes were on her. Soon someone came up to say hello. It was the host of the birthday party, a young man named Wei, with a female companion standing next to him. The relationship between the two seemed very close, and they should be girlfriends. The girl was also very beautiful, dressed exquisitely, and looked like she was still in school. Zhongling briefly introduced her. The other party also greeted her, and the girl walked away quickly. Wei Chuan led Zhongling to the second floor. The topic they were talking about was obviously not something she could interrupt. Nan Yen listened quietly until the last topic ended. Nan Yen heard the man turn the topic to her. The other party looked at her, then looked at Zhongling, with a playful look in his eyes, a teasing tone, and some disbelief. "Why? Have you and Xiao Xiao completely broken up?" Zhongling glanced at him. "You talk too much nonsense. The man couldn't help laughing, patting Zhong Ling's shoulder, and lowered his voice a lot. It was obvious that he knew Nan Yan. Haha. I can't help it. If I had known that you liked this type of girl, I would have introduced her to you with He-mian. Zhong Ling impatiently sent him away, perfunctorily saying, No need. This kind of thing should be kept between you and He-mian. The friend raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Nan Yan, patted his shoulder and joked. No need? Then give me the beautiful girl next to you. Don't think I don't remember. Isn't this girl the one who sat in your arms in the box last time? Why? Did you book her? Zhong Ling sneered. This time he didn't even look at him, and directly said to him, Get lost. The friend was not angry. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled very happily. Are you angry now? Can I joke with you? But even if you really broke up with Xiao Xiao, you wouldn't find a little princess, right? Zhong Ling was really too lazy to pay attention to him this time, raised his hand to pick up the juice on the table, and handed it to Nan Yan. He tilted his head slightly, and said something to her again. His voice was low and intimate, and the girl showed him a dependent smile, and acted as a vase obediently. The young man next to him had a look as if he had seen a ghost. The more he looked at his tender expression, the more he felt something was wrong. So he asked again tentatively, No way. Zhong Ling? Are you serious with someone? You don't seem like the kind of person who is obsessed with sex. You just broke up and you're looking for a second spring. And the one you found is a club lady. This girl is pretty. But aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Zhong Ling frowned when he heard it, and tightened his grip on Nan Yan's hand. He subconsciously glanced at her, and found that there was no reaction on her face. Then he turned to look at the young man next to him. Wei Chuan, I hope you can be more careful with your words. Zhong Ling looked over, and his usually gentle eyes faded a little, and his tone was still calm. This is the person I brought here today. No matter what job she had before, I don't want anyone to say bad things about her in front of me. Today is your birthday, so I'll give you some face. If you do this again next time, I will really get angry. After saying this, the man on the other side paused, but he quickly reacted. Perhaps he felt the seriousness of Zhong Ling's attitude, so he restrained his previous teasing attitude. He quickly changed the topic, and the two began to talk about other things, and the atmosphere gradually eased. But the look he gave Nan Yan was still curious occasionally, until the man left. Nan Yan seemed to be relieved and put down the wine glass. She turned to look at Zhong Ling with a gentle look and asked him with a smile, Does Mr. Zhong lose his temper? Zhong Ling turned to look at her. Maybe it was because he had attended too many cocktail parties. It was inevitable that a group of business people would be a little tired when they interacted with each other. He was more willing to talk to the girl next to him now. And there was no other reason. It was probably because he was relaxed, hearing what the other party said. Zhong Ling's eyebrows moved slightly, and he was a little funny. Why? Are you surprised? Can't I lose my temper? Nan Yan pursed her lips and smiled. It's a bit unexpected. In my impression, Mr. Zhong has always been a person with a good temper. Zhong Ling recalled the past. His temper seemed to be okay, but the few times he got angry were indeed impressive. Otherwise, Wei Chuan would not have shrunk so quickly. Having a good temper does not mean that there is no bottom line. You definitely don't want to see me angry. I guess you will be scared. Nan Yan shook her head and smiled and said, No. You were just defending me. Even if you are angry, I will not be scared. I will only feel happy. You are always smiling, and you have a handsome and gentle look when you frown. But in fact, no matter what kind of Mr. Zhong you are, I like you. From the first time we met in the club, you are different from others. I like this Mr. Zhong very much. When she said she liked him, her tone was very serious, and her eyes were full of smiles, like a confession from the heart. Like? This made Zhong Ling's expression pause slightly, and he subconsciously looked down at Nan Yan's face. The moment his eyes met, he seemed to be attracted by those clear and transparent eyes. He didn't know why. When he heard her say she liked him, he didn't feel the irritation and discomfort that he usually felt when being entangled by others, but instead felt a little satisfied. No one would be unhappy that they were liked by others, because this is a way to show their abilities. Being liked by others proves that they are a charming man, which is something to be proud of, regardless of gender. People in this world like to be appreciated and watched by better people, which satisfies the subtle vanity that arises in their hearts. In the final analysis, he is just an ordinary man. In this case, He is the same. Zhongling paused for a moment. Especially when he was stared at by the other party. He couldn't say anything to refuse. To be honest, he had been confessed to by girls many times since he was a child. But he could easily reject those flirtatious approaches in the past. But now, facing the serious Nan Yin in front of him, he felt at a loss. He felt strangely uncomfortable. He wondered if it was because he had been too close to her recently that she had developed a vague affection for him. After all, she was still a young girl. She had never been in a relationship at her age. It was normal for her to be easily attracted to a mature person of the opposite sex, who was a few years older than her, because of some ignorant affection. But he is not. He has someone he likes. This is not good. Just when Zhongling lowered his head, not knowing how to react, the other party's voice rang again. I like friends like you, Mr. Zhong. Although it is a bit of a bargain to say this. You really helped me a lot. So if you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. I know you still can't let go of your ex-girlfriend. Right? Let me pretend to be your girlfriend. Is it also because she is jealous and concerned? Don't worry. I will definitely help you well, she said and blinked at Zhongling again, as if she saw through all his thoughts. When Zhongling heard this, he felt that his heart, which had been lifted by her words just now, suddenly fell. He had no expression on his face. But in his heart, he vaguely had a very subtle sense of embarrassment that he might be self-indulgent. Although he didn't show it, he now understood that what she said about liking was not what he thought. Zhongling didn't hear what she said later. He just subconsciously picked up the wine glass on the table and took a few sips, as if he was hiding something. But in fact, he didn't know what he was hiding. He just felt a sense of inexplicable dissatisfaction. Today, Nan Yin was conscientiously playing the role of a caring female companion. Basically, she would only say hello to people when Zhongling took the initiative to introduce them. Most of them were friends he knew. After the party, Zhongling took her directly to the private room on the second floor where several friends were gathering. Some people were singing, and a group of people were playing mahjong in another room. When Nan Yin first heard these people playing mahjong, she really felt that these rich young men were very down-to-earth. But the amount they played was a little bit unrealistic. 100,000, 200,000. Those were small games. Some people won a house after a few games, which was really too expensive. Maybe because she drank too much juice. Nan Yin couldn't help her physiological reaction. After a while, she leaned close to Zhongling's ear and said unnaturally that she wanted to go to the toilet. Zhongling's ears were tickled by her breath close to him, so he let go of her hand and watched her back as she walked away. Zhongling calmly withdrew his gaze. He felt that he didn't know what was wrong with him today. There was always something wrong. He actually held a girl's hand for so long? On the other side, Nan Yin had washed her hands and hadn't left yet. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps at the door, followed by the sound of body collision, as if someone had rushed into the other person's arms because of anxiety. Just as Nan Yin was about to go out, she heard a choking cry at the door of the bathroom. Brother Himian, don't do this to me. Okay? We grew up together. You can't do this to me. The girl cried and felt very wronged. When Nan Yin heard this, she subconsciously thought that someone was having an affair and doing something improper. She didn't expect that she would have such a blessing to encounter such a thing when she went to the bathroom. So Nan Yin didn't leave. After all, she couldn't go out and interrupt others directly. If she went out now, she would probably run into people outside directly, which would inevitably be embarrassing. And she also wanted to see what would happen next. The handsome man who was leaning on the sink was smoking, because he deliberately found a quiet place. The bathroom on the second floor was relatively remote, and not many people came. So the two of them didn't have to worry about being discovered. From Nan Yin's angle, she could also see the lazy and indifferent look of the man in the mirror, with a cold and pale face and sharp eyebrows. The way he smoked was indeed pleasing to the eye. Two slender fingers gently put together, holding a cigarette butt, one hand holding a mobile phone, and the other hand casually resting on the marble sink beside. Perhaps the atmosphere of the light played a certain role, making the back particularly lazy and charming. However, this quiet scene was disrupted by the girl, who suddenly rushed over. The girl rushed into the other's arms with red eyes, hugged Himian's waist tightly with both hands, and the thin muscles on the waist could be seen through the clothes that were accidentally rubbed up. Clear lines, cold white skin, He Mion's mobile phone was also knocked over by the other party and fell to the ground. And the screen was probably broken. He raised his hand and pressed the cigarette between his fingertips into the sink to extinguish it without fast or slow movements. Then he exhaled lightly. When both hands were free, he reached out and held the girl's shoulders in his arms and pulled hard, pushing her away without hesitation. The girl didn't stand firmly and stumbled back several steps accidentally. Her back hit the wall, and she sobbed slightly, and the tears in her eyes became more obvious. "Brother Mion, I really like you." The tall man sneered, walked slowly to the girl and bowed slightly. He looked down at her and felt quite oppressive. "Like me? Then you can sleep with Wei Chuan without any scruples? Why? Your love is so cheap? Do you think he is a cuckold? Or do you think I am a fool? Aren't there enough men outside for you to play with? You set your sights on me?" The girl's face instantly lost color, and she bit her lips and was obviously a little unbearable. "It's not like that." Nan Yin saw the girl's face clearly and found that she looked particularly familiar. "Isn't this the girl who stood next to Wei Chuan just now?" The two of them sang several love songs upstairs in a sweet and sticky way. "I didn't expect that this girl also had an affair with He Mion." This really refreshed Nan Yan's cognition for this kind of thing. She only wanted to say one thing now. "Your circle is really messy." The girl covered her face with tears flowing from between her fingers. She squeezed her fingers tightly and looked up at him again. "Brother He Mion, it's my father. My father forced me to get engaged to Wei Chuan for business matters. But the person I like in my heart has always been you. You clearly know it. Brother He Mion, I really don't like him. Can you please stop saying that to me?" He Mion probably didn't have the slightest thought of sympathizing with women. His face was still cold. Perhaps because everyone knew each other. He didn't completely break up. She was not ashamed. But her eyes were clearly impatient. "Okay. I don't care who you like. If you don't like Wei Chuan, you can tell him directly. It's useless to tell me. I'm not interested in you. In addition, if you don't want the marriage relationship between your Su family and the Wei family to be completely broken, just be quiet and don't provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind helping Wei Chuan to know the truth as soon as possible." The girl cried even harder after hearing this. She was probably stimulated by the cold attitude of her lover, and she subconsciously rushed up to hold his hand. "Don't treat me like this, Brother He Mion. I really like you. I don't mind everything about you. I don't mind anything. Can you give me a chance?" He Mion glanced at the other party, shook off his hand, and showed his impatience without any concealment. "Stay away from me," the girl said directly in a hurry. "I don't mind that you can't do it. I know that you have been physically disabled since the car accident. I don't mind this, Brother He Mion. Believe me, I really like you." Hearing this, He Mion's body stiffened for a moment. After reacting, his face suddenly turned cold and livid. He grabbed the girl's clothes and pulled her over mercilessly. His eyes narrowed threateningly, full of gloom. "You dare to find someone to investigate me?" The girl was frightened and her face turned pale. "No, no." When He Mion's aura covered her, it almost gave the girl a breathless oppression. She seemed to say the wrong thing. "Yes. I'm sorry, Brother He Mion. I didn't mean it. I was just talking nonsense. I'm sorry." But this apology was obviously too late. He Mion sneered. His eyes were dark and deep, staring at her. "Okay. Very good. Su Cici, your marriage with Wei Chuan is completely over. Is it because I'm too good-tempered recently that you have some misunderstanding that I'm easy to get along with? You dare to threaten me with this kind of thing? Why? Who told you that I can't do it? You checked my medical records when I went to the hospital. Right? You are very courageous. You dare to do this kind of thing? I heard that your Su family seems to have problems with capital turnover recently. Right? Your father has to bow and scrape when he sees me. You dare to threaten me with this kind of thing? Huh? You are very courageous. Su Cici, get out of here before I lose my temper completely. Otherwise, I can't kill you." After he said the last sentence, he threw the girl back with force. The girl's body fell directly to the ground. She heard a word without any warmth from the thin red lips. "Get lost." The girl's tears were actually falling uncontrollably, but she didn't dare to say anything more. She had never seen He Miengo look so gloomy and scary. For the first time, she felt panic and fear. She didn't dare to continue to pester him. She turned around and ran out subconsciously, wanting to run to a crowded place so that she could feel safe. After the girl left, Nan Yin, who was hiding in the bathroom, didn't dare to make any noise. She just hoped that the people outside would leave quickly. She didn't know that she had overheard such a big secret while going to the bathroom. However, it didn't seem to be mentioned in the original plot. Nan Yin thought carefully, and it didn't say that the dog man had a physical problem, or the most fatal problem in men. It was quiet outside, and Nan Yin didn't hear the footsteps of the man leaving. She didn't dare to look up, wondering what the man was doing outside. After a while, she heard the sound of water flowing. It should be that the other party was washing his hands. And after washing them clean, Mian walked to the broken mobile phone with an expressionless face. After a few seconds of silence, he kicked the mobile phone against the wall of the women's toilet opposite. The phone hit the wall with a bang and was completely scrapped. The man's tone was low and cold. Nan Yin only heard him say briefly, "Get out." Nan Yin now knew that the other party had discovered her. She had not yet come into contact with this man, and did not know what kind of personality he had. She originally wanted to rely on Zhong Ling to slowly get in touch with him. But now, it was obvious that she did not need to rely on Zhong Ling. It was estimated that this man would not let her go easily. Nan Yin hesitated and did not move. Shrinking to the side of the wall, she heard the footsteps outside slowly approaching. As the distance got closer, she could vaguely smell the faint smell of tobacco on the man, mixed with the smell of male hormones, slowly drifting over in the not-so-spacious space. The man sneered. "You're not coming out? Okay. I'll count to 3. And if you don't come out, I'll go in directly." Chapter 189. Nan Yin suddenly remembered that Mian in the original plot had indeed been in a car accident, which seemed to be a few years ago when he was still in school. But there was no indelible trauma or sequelae. Then this unspeakable bad habit of his was probably caused by another reason? But that is not the point now. The point is that the other party is blocking her at the door of the toilet. It is obviously not a good thing not to go out. What's more, she also wants to meet him, and wants to see what this bastard who wants to kill people is capable of. So she still has to go out. So, when the man at the door ran out of patience, counted from 1, and walked slowly towards the side, Nan Yin slowly popped her head out. She still remembered her identity and personality. After all, she was not the kind of person who liked to pop up and cause trouble. She couldn't confront him head-on, lest this person notice something was wrong and informed Zhong Ling, and her work would be over. So, at the moment she stepped out, Nan Yin lowered her head and apologized to the other party. "I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything. I just came to wash my hands. I will leave after washing. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Well, in general, when the protagonist in a TV series accidentally encounters a secret or a crime scene, the reaction of people who don't want to cause trouble and have no ability or background is like this. Nan Yin kept her head down when she said this, and her hair hung on her chest, blocking half of her face. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for the other party's reply. She subconsciously wanted to bypass his body blocking the door and leave this place of trouble directly. But the man blocking the door turned his body to the side, raised his foot, and snapped. His long leg was raised horizontally and pressed against the white marble wall opposite, blocking her way abruptly. The length was more than enough. The man's voice was a little low, and he said lightly in a casual tone, "Did I let you go?" Nan Yin couldn't dodge in time, and was accidentally blocked by his long legs. She almost tripped. She pretended to be flustered and moved a little to the side, trying to keep a distance from him. But she was obviously a little nervous about this man blocking the door. However, Nan Yin quickly calmed down. After all, the entanglement and harassment of the guests in the club were much more serious than now. So she should be more skilled in dealing with such things. So Nan Yin pursed her lips and looked up at him. Mian also happened to look at her face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Nan Yin in front of him for a while, as if he was recalling something. And then he remembered. He sneered and said, "I recognize you. The little princess following Zhong Ling. Right? Why don't you stay by your family's cash cow? Who told you to run around everywhere?" He changed the subject. His tone was careless, but the meaning of his words was obviously not going to be kind. "You reacted quite quickly, but you heard it. Well, what do you think we should do about this matter?" Nan Yin couldn't tell whether his character was good or bad for a while, but it was estimated that people with problems in the lower body were not normal in their brains, and their personalities were all moody. She was stopped by the other party, and couldn't go out. But she could vaguely feel that the man in front of her was not really angry yet. She looked up at the other party, and the two looked at each other. Nan Yin could clearly see that the black pupils in his pupils were deeper and darker than those of ordinary people, which made the other party look very fierce when he stared at people without speaking, like a wild wolf in the snow staring at its prey. It held on tightly and refused to let go. Nan Yin could even smell the faint smell of tobacco spreading from the other person. She pursed her lips and heard the other person's threatening words, but still tried her best to stay calm and apologized to him first. "Can I apologize to you? I'm sorry, Mr. He. I will forget everything that happened today, and I will pretend that I have never heard what the girl said. I promise not to reveal a word about this matter." She looked at him again, with a little temptation in her eyes. "Mr. He, I am now Zhong Ling's girlfriend. I came to accompany him to the party today. If I haven't returned for a long time, he will be worried about me. When the matter gets out of hand, it will not be good for your reputation." Hearing this, He Mian suddenly couldn't help laughing. He looked at the girl in front of him. He originally thought she was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to threaten him with Zhong Ling so calmly. It was quite interesting. "Not good? Haha." The smile on He Mian's face became more obvious, but it was not a happy smile. "You are quite capable. You even know how to threaten me with Zhong Ling. What? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have tied up a cash cow? If I want to make trouble for someone, I have many ways." When he said this, he put his legs down. His body leaned forward slightly, and he looked at her with a very rare look, which was quite oppressive. But at such a close distance, even in this situation, Nan Yin could still notice that this man's chin was clean, without any stubble, and his nose was high. The shadow on his face made him look particularly three-dimensional. It was indeed not easy to provoke. Nan Yin took a step back. She couldn't leave now, so she could only answer him in a calm tone. "So what do you want? I didn't mean it. How can you make me leave?" When she said this, she glanced at the position behind him. It was quite convenient to run at this distance, but she didn't know if she could run away. But she wanted to try. Hearing her question, He Mian looked at her with interest, then stepped back a little, as if he was really thinking about what to do. "How is it? You asked a good question. You should know that if a secret is overheard by someone who shouldn't know, in order to completely solve the problem, that person must pay a price, or the other party must use an equally important secret in exchange. Little princess, don't you think this is the truth?" When he said this, his expression was still as relaxed as before, but his momentum was obviously different. He was threatening so obviously that it would be unreasonable for Nan Yin not to show some fear. Nan Yin was a little nervous because of the man's deliberately lowered voice, but the other party deliberately took a step forward, forcing Nan Yin to step back. She felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. Her face turned pale, her fingers clenched slightly, and she explained uncomfortably, I really didn't mean it. I just heard this incident accidentally. I won't tell anyone. I know. But I'm just unhappy. Who told you that you were unlucky and I just bumped into you? What do you think we should do?" He was still approaching when he said this. In the end, Nan Yan's entire back was pressed against the snow-white marble wall. A cold touch came from behind. She had no way to retreat, and the man in front of her finally stopped. His smile disappeared at some point. At such a close distance, Nan Yin could even see the curve of his eyes changing. He stared at her straight, obviously unwilling to make peace. This posture was really scary. Nan Yan's face turned pale. Perhaps she had never experienced such an unreasonable person. Her lips trembled slightly. Then she glanced at the door, and didn't wait for the other party to speak again. She pursed her lips, and suddenly raised her foot, and kicked the other party's lower body hard. The other party probably didn't expect her to attack suddenly. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been kicked by her. He Mian was so angry that he laughed. Nan Yin took advantage of the moment when the other party avoided it, and pushed the other party's chest hard. She turned around and wanted to run away. Reasoning didn't work, so she could only run first. But she hadn't run out for 2 steps when the other party grabbed her shoulder. The posture was like an eagle grabbing a chick, and he grabbed her by the back of the neck and caught her back. Nan Yin bit her lip, and her face turned pale. She turned around and didn't care about anything else. She started to struggle subconsciously. "Let go. I've apologized. I didn't mean it. Why are you only holding me? I'm not the one who told the secret. You are unreasonable. Even if she had a good temper. She was so angry at the unreasonable behavior and actions of the man in front of her that she wanted to fight. Unexpectedly, the other party was very straightforward after hearing this. His fingers seemed to rub her hair, pinched her neck, and said very unkindly, "So what? Who made you easy to bully? Everyone knows that it is easier to pick soft persimmons. It's more interesting to bully someone who gets angry and cries." Mion looked down at her and said casually, "Who made me feel bad when you bumped into me?" He didn't really want to do anything to her. But after all, his secret was overheard by someone. He felt angry and wanted to scare the other person, which was reasonable. But the kick just now by this girl was clearly aimed at his lower body on purpose. "You stinky little girl. You're quite brave." Nan Yan's breathing became a little rapid after hearing this. She was pulled back by someone, and her whole body accidentally bumped into the other person's arms. His hard body made her feel uncomfortable, so she struggled even harder. Nan Yan was imprisoned like this, and her eyes were obviously anxious. "Let go. I am Zhong Ling's girlfriend now. If you bully me, he will not let you go." "Bully?" Mion couldn't help but sneer. He felt a little strange and looked at the struggling girl in his arms. "Really? Then tell me, how did I bully you?" Nan Yan bit her lip and looked embarrassed. Seeing that she couldn't speak, the other party gave her a suggestion very considerately, with a sincere tone. "Well, you can tell him now that you were accidentally bullied by me in my arms. But do you think he will believe you? Do you believe that you, a professional little princess, didn't deliberately bump into my arms? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of him?" As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yan struggled even harder. She knew now that this was a jerk who was stubborn and would not listen to any soft or hard words. If someone really annoys him, he probably won't let go until he's satisfied. No matter who the person is, this guy has a thorny personality, and it's probably difficult to get rid of him once you get involved. Nan Yan thought. If that was the case, she didn't need to be soft with him anymore. It would be interesting to leave a deep impression on him and let him chase her. So Nan Yan turned around and grabbed the other person's arm. Mion paused slightly and squinted his eyes to see what she was going to do. He was about to speak, but before he could say anything, the other person suddenly rushed towards him. She was probably angry. Mion just watched her face, which was pale at the beginning, slowly turned red during the struggle. Mion saw that the time was almost up. When he was about to let her go, the woman suddenly flew over, pressed his shoulder, and bit his neck. Accurate positioning. What's the difference between this action and the zombie movie? He didn't have time to react at all. Before he could say anything, the other person suddenly bit him on the neck. Mion gasped in pain and hissed. Finally, he couldn't hold it back and burst out a vulgar greeting to the ancestors. He pulled the stinky girl in his arms, who was biting the flesh like a zombie, and it hurt more and more. Finally, he couldn't hold it back and pushed her away. He couldn't help cursing. "Stinky girl. Are you looking for death?" His previous calm demeanor completely collapsed at this moment, and his true nature was exposed. Mion couldn't calm down at this moment. He wanted to beat her up, but she was a woman. He hadn't yet fallen to the point of beating a woman on the spot. After being pushed away, Nan Yan staggered a few steps and accidentally hit the wall behind her. But she couldn't care less at the moment. She raised her hand to wipe the blood on her mouth, turned around and ran out. She really ran away this time. The remaining man behind him covered his aching neck and gnashed his teeth in anger. He took his hand down, and there was still some bright red blood between his fingers. Mion's expression almost broke. He now knew how hard the bitch had bitten him. He had never been bitten like this in his life, let alone suffered such a big loss. Was this woman born in the year of the dog? Should he go to the hospital for 2 injections? He definitely remembered this bitch. On the other side, Nan Yan just ran out of the corridor, but she accidentally bumped into the man opposite her when she turned a corner. She was hit so hard that her body leaned back uncontrollably. Fortunately, the other man stood firmly. After seeing that it was her, he subconsciously grasped her wrist with his palm and pulled her forward, bringing her into his arms, which prevented her from falling directly to the ground. Nan Yan didn't know what this person's eyes were like. He was able to catch her in time at such a sudden speed. Wasn't he afraid of mistaking her for someone else? But after she stood firm, she took advantage of the situation and grabbed the other person's arm, especially when she saw that the other person was someone close to her. She subconsciously showed him a dependent look, pursed her lips, and held his wrist tightly with her fingers, and refused to let go. Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong. Zhong Ling. Her voice was a little hoarse, and it was obviously a little ominous from when she left at the beginning. It sounded very wrong. This made Zhong Ling frown unconsciously. After holding her body, that was knocked back with both hands, he did not immediately break free from her fingers, especially when his eyes fell on her face. His brows frowned even tighter in an instant. He saw that the hair on her shoulders was obviously messy. Her face was a little pale, and even a few fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. Zhong Ling took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. When she calmed down a little, he asked, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Did something happen? Is someone chasing you?" He raised his head and looked behind her unconsciously. Nan Yen held his hand tightly, as if she could draw courage and calm down her emotions. When her slightly panting breath really calmed down, she seemed to realize her overly intimate behavior, and quickly let go of her hand uncomfortably, looked up at the person in front of her and said, "Nothing. Nothing happened. Mr. Zhong. Don't worry." Zhong Ling glanced at her, obviously not believing it. He guessed that something must have happened. But according to her gentle and introverted personality, even if she was really bullied, she would only swallow her anger and not want to cause trouble for him. Zhong Ling's eyes fell on her again, and his tone was much softer. "Yen Yen, you are my girlfriend today. If someone bullies you, it's a slap in my face. I don't want you to put yourself in an inferior position because of the contract we signed privately. I regard you as a friend, so you don't have to be afraid of causing trouble for me and deliberately concealing these things." As he said this, he took her finger and walked towards the corridor, as if he wanted to take her to seek justice. "I'm not so weak and incompetent that my girlfriend can be bullied at will. Come on. Yen Yen, take me over to see what happened." His voice was as calm and gentle as always, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was a little worried at the moment. But Nan Yen subconsciously tightened her grip on his wrist. Just as Mian said, the two of them grew up together as childhood friends. Her fake girlfriend had some unspeakable conflicts with his brother of more than 10 years. According to the little feelings Zhong Ling had for her now, it was difficult for him to conflict with him for her. He might still doubt why she would argue with him. After all, no one in this world is stupid. Nan Yen held his wrist, and her voice slowed down. She exhaled lightly and gave him a gentle smile. "It's really nothing. There was just a drunk male guest who went to the wrong women's restroom. When he came out, I was a little scared. If you go there now, he may have left, and you won't be able to find him." Nan Yen couldn't help but smile at him again after she finished speaking. "But thank you for caring about me so much." She held his palm, and seemed to unconsciously hold his fingers, clasped his palms, and gently shook his arm, like a good-tempered girlfriend coquettishly with an angry boyfriend, coaxing him not to be angry. Zhong Ling paused and turned to look at Nan Yen beside him. He didn't know why this thought suddenly popped up in his mind, but she looked very similar. He used to have a blue-eyed ragdoll cat. Every once in a while when he went home, the kitten would meow and rub against his feet, and climb his trouser legs with its two soft and tender little paws, asking him to hold it like a spoiled child. Zhong Ling suddenly felt a little itchy in his palm. He curled his fingers unconsciously, and felt the soft little hand in his palm. He didn't know why he didn't let go immediately. His eyes inadvertently swept across the palms of the two people holding each other, and he didn't feel repulsive when he saw her close look. Before he could speak, the girl beside him rubbed her belly again, and then asked him uncomfortably, "Mr. Zhong, I haven't eaten since noon. Can you take me to eat something?" Zhong Ling came back to his senses, and soon realized that she had been with him all day and had not eaten lunch yet. Now it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing her rubbing her belly, he felt a little apologetic. "Sorry, I was busy socializing with friends and forgot that you hadn't eaten yet. There is a buffet restaurant opposite the entertainment room on the 2nd floor. I'll go with you." He said that he also completely put the matter behind him, and Zhong Ling took Nan Yan's hand and walked back. He was originally worried that she would encounter some trouble if she went too long. After all, there were always some people who didn't get along with him at this party. She followed him here, and it was hard to guarantee that she would not be implicated. So he came out to look for her. Since she didn't want to tell him, forget it. It shouldn't be an important matter. After all, everyone has their own privacy, and he wouldn't ask about it. Thinking like this, The two went directly to the buffet restaurant opposite. Although saying that she was hungry was just to divert the other party's attention. It was not a lie. She was really hungry. The food in the buffet restaurant was very exquisite. But few people actually came to eat. This was also normal. After all, handsome men and beautiful women came to the party to hunt for beauty. What's the point of coming to eat? If it wasn't for accompanying her, Zhong Ling probably wouldn't come here to eat. He might prefer to find a quiet place to sit alone and drink and talk business. After the two of them finished their meal, Zhong Ling asked her if she was tired. If she was, he could take her to rest. Nan Yen shook her head and said that she didn't need to worry about her and that they could have some fun after dinner. She knew that the party here was the most lively at night. With such a good opportunity, what would be the point of going back? But after a while, she saw the protagonist of this birthday party hurriedly dragging Zhong Ling beside him to the chess and card room opposite, as if he wanted him to help him vent his anger. He also wailed and sold misery to Zhong Ling, saying that those bastards were all bad. All of them were conscienceless. A group of bastards with no conscience. He was still celebrating his birthday today. But that group of people teamed up to cheat him. And he had lost hundreds of dollars now. Nan Yen was wondering at first. Are these rich people so stingy? Are they so distressed when they lose a few hundred yuan? Later, I found out that with their style of play, 10 yuan is 100,000. And a few hundred yuan is millions. Good guy. No wonder they are distressed. If it were her, she would be so upset that she would die. Wei Chuan took Zhong Ling to the entertainment chess and card room opposite, and Nan Yen followed him in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw many familiar faces. Both men and women. They were quite familiar with each other, talking and laughing, and no one knew what they were talking about. She also saw the man sitting opposite her in a casual manner, with a lot of chips and cigarettes in his hands, and a lighter next to him. It seemed that he had won a lot of money. Nan Yen paused slightly, and Zhong Ling beside her didn't seem to notice her abnormality. He took the man and sat directly opposite Himian. Nan Yen noticed that the man's collar was a little wet, probably because he accidentally stained it when he washed the wound with water. But the shirt was black, so it was probably not obvious if you didn't look closely. You can see that the collar of his shirt is wrinkled as if someone had pulled it, and two buttons have accidentally popped open, revealing his neck and sharp collarbone. She bit him on the neck just now, and it bled. Now he looks like nothing happened. Obviously, he is going to settle with her in private. Nan Yen subconsciously moved her eyes away, pretending not to dare to look at him anymore. Himian, who was opposite, naturally saw her. His thin lips slightly raised. His lips were red and full. His eyes were deep and black. And he glanced at her carelessly, showing ill intentions. Nan Yan's eyes fell on the person sitting next to her. She always thought that Zhong Ling was more suitable for some kind of elegant art, such as listening to music, watching opera, etc. But this person's card-touching action was quite skillful, and he looked like an expert. She was a little curious, sitting next to him, and couldn't help asking, "Do you play cards?" "Well, I play occasionally when I get together." He could accurately touch a card without looking at the table. When he turned around and saw the surprise flashing in Nan Yan's eyes, he couldn't help but smile and explained, "I'm not as ungrounded as you think. In the past, when I had family gatherings, I would occasionally play with the elders at home, and I could win money. This is a good thing." When Nan Yen heard him say that he could win money, she knew that this man was an old hand. But it was not a big deal. Rich people have many ways to entertain themselves. Playing cards can spend money and make money. What a good thing. But these people play too big. Not something that mortals like her can afford. Nan Yen sat honestly on the side. Someone was handing chips to Zhong Ling, and Nan Yen watched them go back and forth. Zhong Ling could still talk to her from time to time. And after a few games, he almost won the part that Wei Chuan lost. And the guy watching the cards next to him was so happy that he wanted to rush up and give him a bear hug. But he was rejected with disgust. In the end, Zhong Ling lost a hand, and was obviously not interested. He stood up and wanted to leave. But Himian on the opposite side threw the chips on the table, and glanced at him with a smile. Nan Yen knew that this man was going to start making trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, the man opposite her spoke. "It's so boring to play like this. Zhong Ling, why don't you ask your girlfriend to come over and play a few rounds? It's boring to sit there all the time." Nan Yen was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that he was talking about her. She looked up at Zhong Ling, her face a little uncomfortable, and then shook her head and said, "No, I'm not very good at playing." Before she finished speaking, she heard the man opposite her chuckle again. "Don't worry so much. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's your boyfriend's. How about it? You don't dare to do this?" The man's slender fingers gently rested on the table, making a subtle sound, and his posture looked casual and leisurely. "Aren't you a boyfriend and girlfriend? Zhong Ling, you don't want to, right? You just won so much. At least let your girlfriend play a few rounds?" Zhong Ling turned his head to look at Nan Yin beside him, with no resistance on his face. His eyes were calm, and he should have no objection. Nan Yin pursed her lips. She wanted to refuse. The man opposite her glanced at her again, with a strange smile. "Don't worry. Your Zhong Ling won't be so stingy." His words seemed to be teasing Zhong Ling. But how could Nan Yin not know that he was holding a grudge against what happened in the bathroom? This man was clearly holding a grudge against the bite she had given him. Nan Yin pursed her lips, and He Mian saw her lips move slightly. The wound that was almost forgotten was faintly painful again. This stinky girl. That bite was really fierce. So Nan Yin sat in the position where Zhong Ling had withdrawn under the instigation of these people. At the beginning, she did win 2 games. But it was probably because the people on the opposite side were letting her win. After all, she was also Zhong Ling's legitimate girlfriend. However, after 2 games, her luck was not so good. She started to win and lose, but she always lost more. After finally winning a game, the man on the opposite side suddenly sneered, pushed the chips away, and said to the people on the field nonchalantly, "It's boring to play with so much money all the time. How about this? The loser agrees to a request from the winner? As long as it's within his ability. It doesn't matter what the request is." As soon as he said this, someone beside him shouted excitedly, "That's fine. Keep your word. If I win, you give me your black supercar. I've been coveting it for a long time." He Mian smiled casually, took out a key from his pocket, and threw it on the table. "Okay. If you can win, I'll give you the car key." Since he was so sensible, the other man agreed without much objection. Nan Yin was the only one left. She glanced at He Mian opposite her, and the other party smiled at her, with an attitude of "We are not familiar with each other. We just met." And it was hard for people to see that he was deliberately targeting her. So Nan Yin had no choice but to agree. But she didn't feel anything in her heart. It wasn't her money that was lost anyway. They wanted to play. So she just pretended to accompany them to the end. Sure enough, after the next round, she became the one who lost the most. The people sitting next to her immediately started to make a scene and asked He Mian to ask Zhong Ling for his limited edition luxury car. Nan Yin lost badly, so the one who lost the most money was naturally her fake boyfriend. So she subconsciously turned her head and looked at Zhong Ling beside her with a little apology. Her fingers clenched. I'm sorry, Zhong Ling. I don't want to play anymore. It's okay. Just playing. They are all veterans. It's normal that you can't beat them." Zhong Ling didn't feel angry, but seeing Nan Yan's obviously nervous expression, he subconsciously raised his hand to touch Nan Yan's head. But he held back halfway and turned to touch the car keys in his pocket. He also thought that He Mian wanted his supercar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request. It's just a car. Nothing. Just as Zhong Ling smiled at her and was about to throw the key in his hand, he heard the man opposite suddenly say lightly, "Wait, who said I want the car?" He sneered. His eyes fell on Nan Yin, who was sitting in the seat, and his tone was particularly calm. "I want the loser to come over and kiss me for a minute." He said this neither lightly nor heavily, but everyone at the table could hear it clearly, especially Zhong Ling. His hand movements paused. He turned his head and looked at He Mian with a cold look. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little subtle. The few people who had been making trouble stopped making trouble, mainly because the tempers of these two people were a bit weird, and it was hard to say who was more difficult to mess with. He Mian was famous for his bad temper, and Zhong Ling was not to mention. On the surface, he looked quite gentle and handsome, but in fact, he was also a very stubborn and unyielding person. They didn't know if the two had a conflict. But what kind of ability is it to bully a girl like this? So someone beside him pulled He Mian's sleeve, trying to ease the atmosphere and fool around with it. "Forget it. You know Zhong Ling's new girlfriend. How can you let this beautiful girl kiss you in front of her boyfriend? You can't poach someone like this. That's right. Lao He. Don't go too far. It's just a joke. Zhongling will be angry if you keep making trouble like this. Look at his face. It's not easy to appease him when he's angry. The person who spoke was Wei Chuan. It was his birthday today. If it was normal, He Mian would be happy to give him face. But he was in a very bad mood today. And the most important thing was that his girlfriend just cried and did something that made him very angry. So He Mian waved his hand away and took out a whole bottle of unopened liquor from his back. With a half smile on his face. It's okay if you don't kiss me. Just drink this bottle of liquor and it's done. I don't care about the rest. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a deliberate targeting. Nan Yin also raised her eyes and looked at the other person. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyelashes trembled slightly like frightened butterfly wings. It was probably the first time she encountered such a degree of difficulty. Her originally rosy complexion turned a little pale in an instant. The other person opened his black eyes and looked at her quietly. There was still a hint of smile in his eyes, but the smile was a little cold. How about this? If you don't want to kiss me, you can kiss other men. Anyway, I don't mind. You can choose any man present. If you still don't want to, you can drink this wine. This should be fine. Right? Your head. Don't think she doesn't know that this dogman is deliberately taking revenge. He just bit him. But that was because he was unreasonable. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more wrong, Nan Yin seemed to want to avoid trouble. She bit her lip and subconsciously reached out to take the bottle of wine on the table. As a result, before she could move, her wrist was grabbed. Zhongling grabbed her with one hand, and his slender and distinct knuckles grasped the skin of her wrist bone, which inexplicably brought some sense of abstinence. He turned his head and looked at He Mian. His eyes were a little indifferent. Am I also considered a man present? He Mian didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change much, but his eyebrows moved slightly. Zhongling stopped looking at him, raised his hand, and gently pulled the other party into his arms. Nan Yin didn't stand firmly, and her forehead accidentally hit the other party's chin. He looked down at her. His tone was low, and there was a hint of coaxing in his tone. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. Aren't we? Chapter 190. To be honest, Nan Yan's alcohol tolerance is not bad. At least not bad. After all, she has been in the club for 2 years. At the beginning, she always had to accompany the drinking. After a long time, her alcohol tolerance has naturally improved. But a whole bottle of white wine is still a bit too much. After hearing what Zhongling said, Nan Yin understood. But she still had to be reserved. After all, she was the only one who was not an outsider here. She knew clearly in her heart that no matter how seriously they pretended, it was just a show. So Nan Yin blinked at him and moved her lips slightly. It's okay. I can drink. The two were facing each other, and only Zhongling could see the changes in her lips. She didn't say it directly, but made a silent mouth shape to him, because there were a lot of people present. After all, they were openly declared to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. Although it was embarrassing to kiss in front of everyone, it was not impossible. So in order to avoid being discovered by everyone, and for the sake of her big money sponsor's reputation, Nan Yin just opened her lips slightly and said something silently. She believed that the other party would be able to see it clearly with his intelligence. After she finished speaking, the other party did not react. His expression was light and calm. When his eyes swept over her, he turned to the group of young people behind her who were staring at her covetously. Nan Yin thought that the other party's silence meant that he had agreed. So she gently struggled with her wrist and wanted to turn around to get the bottle of white wine. But the other party grabbed her tighter, and even her whole chest was pressed against his chest. Nan Yin seemed a little puzzled, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She looked up at him with some doubts, and this time she made a soft sound from her mouth, calling his name. Zhongling. Zhongling heard it. Of course. He lowered his head and said him unconsciously. He loosened his wrist at the slightly doubtful look in the other party's eyes, and said calmly, "Close your eyes. It's only 1 minute. It will be quick." Nan Yin was even more uncomfortable now. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were particularly moist. When she looked up at Zhongling, she was obviously a little stunned. She didn't expect him to say that. She still refused a little, and it seemed sincere. No. In fact, I can. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that we are boyfriend and girlfriend? We have done more intimate things. It's just a kiss. Don't be afraid. These words sounded like the truth. So Nan Yen couldn't react for a long time, and could only look at him with a strange look. Being looked at by her with such eyes, Zhong Ling suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. The distance between the two people was very close. So close that he could even clearly feel that all the breaths at this moment swept across his chin, carrying the light fragrance and softness of her body. Zhong Ling's brows relaxed, and his eyes slowed down a lot. He leaned forward, and Nan Yen almost subconsciously took a step back. At the moment when the other party wanted to resist and retreat, Zhong Ling's breathing paused. His eyes vaguely raised a ripple, and then he lowered his head and kissed her calmly. At the moment when the two touched, he could still see that the other party's dark and moist eyes slightly widened because of disbelief. The row of black and thick eyelashes trembled gently, slowly and nervously sweeping across the skin on his face. Itchy, with a bit of numbness, making his breathing unconsciously slow down, and his Adam's apple rolled around. He could even see a layer of mist in those eyes because of the suffocation. Almost at the moment when the two of them came into close contact, Zhong Ling was sure that the girl in his arms had no experience in this area. Her fingers unconsciously grasped his arm tightly. Her nails tightly buckled his clothes. The two of them were close, and he could clearly feel the tension and stiffness of the other's body. Her mouth was pressed tightly at first, and when he slowly pried it open, she made a slight moan sound from her mouth. Her lips and tongue in her mouth were even more clumsy and hid back. Her hands were against his chest, trying to get rid of his entanglement. Zhong Ling felt that his heartbeat seemed to be uncontrollably accelerating. I don't know if it was because of her influence, but he suddenly had an emotion in his heart that wanted to grab deeper. And he did so. Within that minute, the thoughts in his mind gradually became confused and blank. And in the end, he couldn't remember anything. And all the attention in his body was focused on one place. He wrapped his hands around her soft waist tighter and tighter, pressing her towards him, slowly entwining her lips and tongue in her mouth, trying to explore deeper. Nan Yen didn't know if the man in front of her was too immersed in it and didn't notice it. It was just a kiss, but her tongue was numbed by him. She clearly heard a subtle click sound from behind her, like someone taking a photo. Originally, Zhong Ling's group of brothers and friends wanted to join in the fun when they saw Zhong Ling being humiliated. After all, watching the beauty of Jailing make a fool of herself and fall is also a great pleasure in life. But as they watched, they felt that something was wrong. It was obvious that the scene of the two people kissing intimately had attracted the attention of many people in the room, especially the group of young people around them. They were all energetic and full of blood. Seeing the two people hugging so tightly and kissing so passionately, the intimate scene was simply a scene that made the blood boil in all the men. They didn't expect that Zhong Ling, this bastard, who looked gentle and abstinent on the surface, was actually so wild in private. Oh shit. His face is red. Having a girlfriend is great. They are not without girlfriends. He kissed so fiercely. The pretty girl's lips must be bitten. Right? They really didn't expect that Zhong Ling was a real bastard. He liked to pretend to be a refined and elegant nobleman in front of people since he was a child. He didn't like this and didn't allow that to be touched. Unexpectedly, when he got excited, he played so fiercely with his girlfriend. They were embarrassed to see it. Oh shit. He hugged so tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand emerged because of excessive force. His knuckles were slender and white, tightly pressed against the beautiful girl's waist, touching the exposed skin on the waist, and his palm unconsciously covered it. The waist was so thin, white and soft, one hand could hold it, but the palm covering it was in the way. After watching this scene, the scene was really lustful and wild, and a group of people were a lot hotter. In such an atmosphere, Mian, who was sitting opposite, had no reaction, and his expression was indifferent. He put away his phone, looked at the two people kissing intimately, and sneered carelessly. Well, this matter is not over yet. After the kiss, everyone calmed down and dared not make trouble anymore, and the two did not continue to stay at the party. After saying goodbye to the group of people, Zhong Ling took his girlfriend's hand and went directly to the parking lot, intending to send her back. However, the atmosphere on the road was obviously a bit dull. The two people have not said a word since they came out. Zhong Ling held Nan Yan's hand and did not let go. He knew that he might have been a little too much tonight, and he was afraid that he might scare people. He originally planned to pretend and fool the group of people. But he didn't know why he got out of control later. So he didn't want to stay for the second half of the party, and wanted to send her home first. After what happened tonight, Nan Yin was obviously a little bit abnormal. Zhongling didn't know what kind of mood she was in. The two of them were silent all the way, and finally arrived at the parking lot. Zhongling opened the car door. Nan Yin was still sitting in the co-pilot seat. As soon as she got in the car shook slightly. And the ping and fu hanging in front of the car also shook. After the car door was closed, the noisy sound outside was isolated, and the atmosphere in the car became quiet in an instant. So quiet that it was even a little frozen and awkward. Nan Yin pretended to reach out to pick up the seatbelt beside her. But she didn't know if it was because of what happened tonight that she was obviously absent-minded at the moment. She buckled her fingers for a long time. But she didn't buckle the horizontal seatbelt. Zhongling wanted to remind her that she buckled the wrong position. Seeing that she kept her head down and looked like she didn't know what she was fighting with, he subconsciously reached out to help her. But as soon as he extended his finger, Nan Yan's finger shrank back as if frightened. And the seatbelt bounced back again. The iron buckle accidentally hit his finger, making a slight sound. Zhongling's hand was quietly placed in the air. Nan Yan clearly saw a faint red on the back of the white hand. She was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and realized that her previous action was obviously not good. A little too stiff. And even a little embarrassing. After all, the man in front of her was still her financial sponsor boss on another level. So Nan Yan immediately softened her tone, as if to comfort the other party, but said a little unnaturally, I can do it myself. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. After saying that, she touched the seatbelt again. And this time, it was very easy to buckle it. Nan Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Zhongling slowly withdrew his hand. His expression was also very calm. Or he was trying his best to ignore the strange and uncomfortable emotions that surged in his heart at that moment because of her subconscious resistance just now. He said him in a low voice. And it seemed that he didn't have much emotion and didn't take it to heart. However, both parties had already spoken, and the original quiet atmosphere in the car was broken. Zhongling turned his head and looked at her. He saw that she lowered her head and her face was a little red. Especially the position of her lips, which revealed an unnatural, obviously red and congested state caused by someone biting her. Thinking of what happened just now, Zhongling's eyelashes drooped slightly, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but slide up and down again. Zhongling suppressed the uncontrollable emotions that were vaguely rising in his heart, exhaled lightly, and then said to Nan Yin beside him, Sorry. What I did just now may be a little impulsive. It was indeed impulsive. But if he had to do it again, he would still choose to do it. He brought her here, and he treated her as a friend. So it was impossible for her to be bullied to the point of drinking in front of him. Zhongling frowned and thought, This is not the club she used to stay in. She is not the little employee who was bullied by others. And they are not her guests. He is someone she can rely on. Nan Yin was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard this. She pursed her lips slightly, turned her head to look at the man beside her, and her eyes met his. And she unconsciously deviated a little. Perhaps it was because of the other party's identity and status that she felt uncomfortable when someone apologized to her first. So her face unconsciously turned red. Not because of shame, but because of embarrassment. Because in the eyes of normal people, it was because she lost the game that she was deliberately made difficult by others. If it weren't for Zhongling's kindness to help, she might not be able to stand out today. And this person was her nominal boss. So, when Zhongling waited for a while, but didn't get a response, he was even thinking about how to deal with this emergency. And the slender and soft wrist on the opposite side suddenly reached out and gently pulled the button on his sleeve. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhong. Don't be angry. I didn't mean that. I didn't dislike your idea. I just didn't recover for a while. You helped me. You don't have to apologize to me. It should be my fault. My skills are not good. I shouldn't play cards with others. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhong. Don't mind what happened just now. She apologized again, her voice sincere and gentle. But Zhongling subconsciously frowned when he heard such apologetic words. He didn't know what was wrong with him. His eyes fell on the finger that was stretched out. Under the light of the car, the hand looked even more slender and white, and one hand could firmly control it. But looking at the other party's cautious, even humble attitude, He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Zhong Ling's face didn't change much, but his tone was much lower, making it impossible to tell what his mood was at the moment. No, you don't need to say such things. And you haven't done anything wrong. We are equals. I treat you as a friend. You don't have to be so cautious with me just because I hired you, and I am your boss. Not to mention such flattering words. If you mind, you mind. If you hate, you hate. You hate what I did to you tonight. Right? In your eyes, is my behavior the same as those hooligans in the club? He didn't know why he asked such a question. Perhaps he just wanted to know what she really thought of him in her heart. Not because of the contract between them, which made her endure the disgust and force herself to go against her will and greet him with a smile. He didn't like her behavior. Nan Yin was obviously stunned by his words. She said, "Ah?" softly, her lips slightly opened. But she didn't say anything for a long time. Her eyes were full of surprise, and she turned to look at him. "I said that after the contract was signed. We are still equal. You don't have to look down on me." Zhong Ling looked at her and spoke calmly again. Nan Yin felt the other person's slightly cold eyes now, and she turned her face away subconsciously. Zhong Ling looked at her reaction, but his heart sank slightly. After a while, he heard the other person's soft voice, with a bit of reconciliation and anxiety. "No, it's different. I know that you are different from those guests who take advantage of others in the club. I didn't perfunctorily treat you, nor did I go against my will to be with you. I don't hate you that much." Perhaps because she was afraid that he didn't believe it, she repeated it again, looking into his eyes. "I really don't hate you. I know you are helping me, so I don't reject you." Zhong Ling's expression seemed to ease a lot after hearing this. Nan Yin said, tilting her head again. A strange puzzlement seemed to flash across her face. Maybe she herself didn't understand it. "I don't feel anything in my heart," she added softly. "But it's not that I don't feel anything at all. It's just that my mouth hurts after a long time." But after hearing this explanation, Zhong Ling's expression became cold again. He didn't know why his mood didn't get better, and he didn't know why he suddenly felt a sense of depression. But it was obvious that this shouldn't be the explanation he really wanted to hear in his heart. As for what the real explanation he wanted was, he himself might not be very clear. Zhong Ling was just thinking calmly now, without feeling, being hugged by a man and kissed in public, but still without feeling in his heart. What else can that mean? It means that she doesn't have any extra thoughts about him. Isn't this good? Zhong Ling once again emphasized to himself that they had signed some kind of agreement between them. Wasn't this what he saw in the beginning? Because the other party would judge the situation and would not entangle randomly. Besides, didn't he have a purpose in finding her to pretend to be his temporary girlfriend during this period? Just like she said, it was to make Xiao Xiao angry and concerned. This was his idea from the beginning. Because she is docile and obedient, she won't have any improper thoughts about him, and won't casually associate with him, which will reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. And he likes his ex-girlfriend. Although they broke up, he still cares about his ex-girlfriend in his heart. But he has been unwilling to bow his head because of his self-esteem. Zhong Ling emphasized it to himself again in his heart. But for some reason, after hearing her calm and gentle words, there was a kind of unrelieved boredom in a hidden corner of his heart. An unprecedented irritability surged in his heart, making him pull at his collar, as if the atmosphere in the car was too stuffy, making him a little upset. He opened the car window, and the cool breeze at night blew into the car as the car speeded up. Zhong Ling felt the coolness, and then he felt that the dull feeling in his chest was slightly relieved. Then Zhong Ling thought of what happened tonight. At first, he thought that Mian was targeting him, but then he thought about it carefully. There was no friction between him and Mian recently, and even if he was really targeting him, he would not bully a girl. So the things that happened just now were probably targeted at the person next to him. He frowned slightly, thinking of the person's incessant character, and his eyes fell on Nan Yin next to him again. He noticed that her fingers were slightly clenched, and he had the urge to reach out. But he resisted this time. Was the person you met in the bathroom today Mian? Did he bully you? Zhong Ling was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He immediately thought of the fact that she looked unhappy after coming back from the bathroom in the afternoon. It should have happened at that time. Otherwise, he really couldn't have thought that according to her quiet and docile personality, she would offend Mian for no reason. Nan Yin looked at him doubtfully, and soon realized what he meant. She showed a slightly unnatural expression, lowered her head and whispered, I didn't bully him. I offended him by accident. Why didn't you tell me? Zhongling was still calm and didn't doubt her because of this. In his eyes, Mian always acted recklessly. He was probably the first to be unreasonable this time. Nan Yin hesitated and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. It's not a big deal. I wasn't bullied. And you said when you came here that you and Mr. He are good friends. I don't want you to be embarrassed because of these trivial matters. I just didn't expect that something like that would happen. I'm sorry. I didn't notice it myself. Nan Yin apologized again, her voice sincere and gentle. This time she didn't complain deliberately. It was clearly his own guess. And she wasn't the unreasonable person. Zhongling frowned slightly. He really didn't like her distant and polite attitude. It made him feel unspeakably annoyed. You don't need to apologize to me. You are my girlfriend outside. And we are closer. I will not stand by you. You can trust and rely on me a little more next time. I won't get angry because of such a small matter. After a pause, with a hint of strange emotion, Zhongling's tone softened a lot. Also, don't worry about Mian's matter. I will take care of it. Don't keep everything in your heart in the future. You can try to, tell me. Nan Yin responded and didn't say anything else. The car drove quietly all the way, and kept moving forward. After about an hour, it finally arrived at the remote old community. When it arrived, Zhongling pulled the car over. The person next to him obviously noticed that the atmosphere tonight was a little wrong. She hesitated for a long time, as if she had something to say. But seeing the other party's indifferent expression, he finally said nothing and got off the car directly. Zhongling's eyes were slightly lowered, but his face was expressionless. He turned his head to the flashing street lamp on the side of the road. Several moths circled around the light, and the shadows kept flickering, making people more and more irritated. But he also knew that his irritation with this shabby street lamp was unreasonable and even a little ridiculous. So Zhongling could only suppress the nameless emotion in his heart. He looked at Nan Yin, who turned around and said nothing, paused, and was silent for a moment, then unbuckled the seat belt and got off the car. Wait, I just forgot to say something. In a few days, there will be a small dinner at my house. There is a newborn nephew who is 1 month old. At that time, can I take you back? This inquiring tone made Nan Yin stunned for a moment. She stopped just after taking 2 steps, then turned her head to look at Zhongling behind her and nodded subconsciously. Yes, anytime. This is my job. You can use me whenever you need anything. You don't have to be so polite to me. After hearing this, Zhongling's heart sank again. He looked up at the girl in front of him. He could not see any strange emotions on her face. She was even a little hesitant. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and continued. It may be a little troublesome this time. Zhongling looked away. His face was a little cold. He leaned against the car door casually. The dim light shone on the jade-like profile and added a little warmth. I broke up with Xiao Xiao before on impulse. I didn't tell my family. They thought nothing happened between Xiao Xiao and me. They even wondered when we would get married. So I took you back this time. Some people might say something unpleasant. Zhongling seemed to have thought of that scene. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. He looked at Nan Yin with some comfort and gentleness. But don't worry. It's just a meal. I will protect you. Nan Yin nodded. It sounded like she was really going to meet the parents. But who knew it was fake? Zhongling noticed that she came a little closer. He calmed down now. He had been feeling a little wrong all night. He knew it was his problem, and had nothing to do with the person in front of him. I know. I will pay attention. Nan Yin didn't move after she finished speaking. She just stood quietly in front of him. Zhongling saw that she didn't leave. So he looked up at her again and asked, What's wrong? Nan Yan's expression was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Are you unhappy tonight? Did I say something wrong? If I did something wrong, tell me, and I will correct it as soon as possible. Zhongling shook his head, did not deny his unhappiness, but said calmly, It has nothing to do with you. It's my own problem. You go back first. It was indeed his own problem. This mood tonight came inexplicably, and he himself couldn't figure out what was wrong, and why he was a little out of control. Zhongling lowered his head and thought dully. After thinking for a long time, he didn't figure it out. He exhaled, and his heart seemed to be smoother. For some reason, he suddenly had an urge to smoke. He also smoked, but he didn't smoke often. Zhongling took back his fingers that were placed on the car door. Nan Yin faintly smelled a faint scent on him. Not the smell of perfume, but faintly, with a hint of red wine. She took another step forward, this time directly pulling his cufflinks. Is it about Mr. He? Zhongling only felt the voice suddenly ringing from his ear. The warm breath sprayed over, soft and gentle, with a little tingling feeling. He turned his head, and his eyes fell on her lips again, which were still red and congested. He looked away again, and made an excuse casually. It's not what you think. It may be a headache from the cold wind at night. As he said this, his fingers pressed on the center of his eyebrows, and rubbed them gently twice. When Nan Yin heard what he said, she immediately showed some concern in her eyes. She raised her hand, and subconsciously put it on his forehead. She felt that his body temperature was a little high, but he didn't have a fever, and she couldn't feel any problems. However, she still asked him, Zhongling, does your head hurt? The concern in her eyes became more obvious, and she showed some hesitation. Did you eat something bad tonight? Headache is not a small matter. You have been driving for so long. Do you want to go to my house first and sit for a while? I'll pour you a glass of water. Okay? My house is a little small, but it's very clean. I tidy it up every day. Don't be disgusted. It should be okay to sit on the sofa and rest for a while, she said, and naturally reached out to help him. Zhongling opened his eyes, subconsciously grabbed the soft fingers on his forehead with his palm, turned his head to look at her. His eyes were a little deep. Nan Yin didn't have any other thoughts. She pursed her lips, and didn't even notice the strange emotion that flashed across his eyes. She thought he had a severe headache, so she supported him more forcefully and leaned closer to him. Zhongling took a step back in an instant. He let go of the other's fingers and turned his face away uncomfortably. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. I can recover after sitting in the car for a while. Also, didn't anyone tell you? Don't invite men into your house casually at night. It's not a good thing. Nan Yin was slightly startled when she heard this, then shook her head, pursed her lips, and looked at the man in front of her and chuckled, with a trusting look in her eyes. That's different. I know you are different from others, and I haven't invited other men. Zhongling's expression paused. He turned his head. His tall nose cast a shadow on his face. Half of his face was hidden in the shadow of the street lamp. He suddenly said in a cold voice, There's nothing different. I'm also a man. Men have bad intentions. Don't think so well of me. His voice was low, but a little cold. When Zhongling said this, he didn't mean anything else. Just hoped that she could be more vigilant. But after saying it, he felt something was wrong. And Nan Yin just felt a little weird when she heard this. She looked up at him. Zhongling's expression was cold and indifferent, compared with his usual handsome and gentle demeanor. He looked particularly calm tonight. But there was nothing unusual, so she deliberately ignored the hint of something wrong in his words, pretending to have noticed nothing, and asked softly, Does Mr. Zhong have bad intentions? Zhongling did not deny it, but turned to look at her and asked, What do you think? He saw Nan Yin standing there very quietly. She always had a calming temperament. Nan Yin lowered her head and thought for a while, and her voice suddenly became slow and sincere. I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Zhong is like in the eyes of others. But in my eyes, you are a very good person. Although it may sound cheesy, I always feel that even if you really have some bad intentions, you are just thinking about it, and will not really do anything to hurt others. Zhongling was silent for a moment. He felt that he seemed to be able to see the sincere emotions in her eyes. Perhaps he had expected that she should have answered like this. Zhongling suddenly felt helpless, shook his head, and then said, It's late. Go back and rest early. Tomorrow I will take you to buy some pears, and wear them when you go to my house. Nan Yin looked at him, and seemed to be a little worried, and her eyes fell on his forehead. Then your head doesn't hurt? Zhongling said lightly. It's nothing serious. I will be fine after resting in the car later.